001 Adoption. Sister, where are you taking me? The 3.5-year-old Qinqing trailed slowly behind Ruoruo, the early morning sun casting soft rays at 6 o'clock, illuminating the deserted orphanage. Yet these two children, dressed neatly, were making their way toward the most secluded corner of the compound. After a short while, Qinqing halted, glancing back at the orphanage building, her expression tinged with hesitation. Sister, I want to go back. The matron said that Uncle Shen is coming to take me home today. The girl in front also paused. Ruoruo grasped Qinqing's hand, observing her innocent expression, as a flicker of something unbefitting her age crossed her eyes. Did you not say your necklace was lost, and it's in the small woodshed ahead? I'll accompany you to retrieve it. Qinqing hesitated still, but Ruoruo insisted, pulling her forward. Come on, that necklace was left to you by your biological parents, is it not? Furthermore, Mr. Shen adores you, he will surely wait for you to return. Little Qinqing was nearly dragged along. The woodshed was dark and musty, and as the door creaked open, a cloud of dust erupted, stinging her eyes. Catching a whiff of the moldy odor inside, Qinqing scrunched her nose in discomfort and turned to ask uncertainly, Sister, is my necklace really here? This time, Ruoruo offered no reply. Instead, she raised her hand and shoved the unsuspecting Qinqing inside. Sister! The little dumpling fell onto the ground, her round, starry eyes wide with disbelief, staring blankly as the door of the woodshed slammed shut before her. She scrambled to her feet, calling out through the door, her soft voice tinged with tears. Sister, let me out. Uncle Shen is coming to take me home today. Outside, Ruoruo, with a stoic expression, secured the door and ignored the frightened cries of the child within, turning away without a glance back. After walking a considerable distance, she felt something hard in her pocket. Ruoruo pulled it out to inspect it. It was indeed a purple necklace. Each gem was meticulously crafted, radiating a unique luster and hue, reminiscent of a dazzling galaxy. Even she could discern that this was no ordinary item. Ruoruo returned it to her pocket, and by the time she re-entered the small playground of the orphanage, the sun had fully risen. A few volunteers stood in a corner gossiping. Qinqing is truly fortunate. The Shen family is both wealthy and compassionate. From now on, Qinqing will be the young lady of the Shen family. By the way, quickly call for Qinqing. Upon hearing the volunteers, Ruoruo pursed her lips. She gazed longingly at the man in a suit beside the matron, her eyes filled with an urgent yearning. This was Shen Yu, the wealthiest man in a city. In this lifetime, it was her turn to be the young lady of the Shen family. Meanwhile, locked away in the woodshed, Qinqing cried for a while, calling for help. However, the place was too remote, and no one passed by. Ultimately, her gaze fell upon the only small window in the woodshed that was ajar. The window was shabby, adorned with spider webs, and situated too high. Qinqing climbed atop the pile of firewood, unsure of how many times she fell in the process, but she finally reached the window. The green spider on the web looked like a sentinel defending its territory, surrounded by the corpses of small insects. The little dumpling sniffled, her eyes red from crying, and her chubby little hand clutched the window frame tightly, while the other hand wiped her tears, smudging her face black. Perhaps her disheveled appearance repulsed the spider. It quietly moved aside, granting the little girl a passage. With tears clouding her vision, Qinqing hiccuped, her voice faltering as she attempted to express gratitude. You are a good pig, thank you. She climbed onto the window, and upon seeing the dizzying height below, her tears momentarily paused. Then, a louder wail erupted, woo-woo. It's so high. Would it still be possible to climb back down the firewood pile? With spider webs atop her head, her face a patchwork of dirt, her round eyes glistening red, she appeared utterly pitiable. Staring at the distant orphanage building, she pressed her lips together. Uncle Shen was indeed coming to take her home today, the matron had mentioned it the day before. With this thought, the little one wiped her tears, covered her face, and jumped down. As expected, her hands and knees burned painfully. Once she could move again, Qinqing gritted her teeth and stood up. The sun had risen high. Uncle Shen must have arrived. She could not afford to waste any more time. She needed to hurry back. The wounds on her delicate palms were particularly conspicuous, crimson blood trickling down her calves, with a few drops falling onto the ground. The little dumpling, focused on walking, did not notice that the grass beneath her feet grew even greener, as if accelerated by the touch of her blood. After a long trek, a volunteer finally spotted her. The volunteer set down what she was carrying, astonished as she approached. Oh my. Qinqing, what happened to you? Little Qinqing lifted her face, her swollen eyes alarming upon seeing the familiar sister. Her nose tingled, wanting to cry, but she held it back. Sister, where is Uncle Shen? Is he waiting for me? The volunteer hesitated, meeting Qinqing's reddened gaze, incredulously responding, Qinqing, did you not say you didn't want to go to the Shen family? Upon hearing this, the little dumpling burst into tears, raising her small hand to wipe her cheeks, leaving them smeared with blood, a truly pitiful sight. I did not refuse. But Ruoruo said you wanted to hide because you wished to wait for your biological parents to come for you. At this, Qinqing's sobs faltered, she raised her flushed eyes, gazing up at the volunteer, shaking her head repeatedly. I did not. She had not wished to avoid going to the Shen family. Qinqing bypassed the volunteer and headed toward the matron's office behind her. I want to tell Uncle Shen that I am willing to go. After taking 2 steps, the little one was abruptly lifted into the air. The volunteer wore a conflicted expression and finally steeled herself to utter, Qinqing, don't go. Mr. Shen has already adopted Ruoruo and left. The little dumpling stiffened, turning her head, her lips quivering, and her tears ceased to fall. She could no longer recall what transpired afterward, only remembering hearing the volunteer sister's panicked voice in the last moment, Ya. Qinqing. Evening fell. Qinqing opened her eyes, unable to resist the urge to rub her sore eyes. A strange sensation met her, she gazed at her hands, wrapped up like a dumpling, in bewilderment. The door to the room swung open, and many children squeezed in, chattering with her. All right, you all go play outside, don't disturb Qinqing's rest. After the matron's words, the children obediently filed out. The bedroom fell silent once more, the matron closing the door and sitting beside the bed. Her eyes brimmed with concern, Qinqing, what happened this morning? Where did you run off to? Did you not promise to go to the Shen family yesterday? Why do you not want to go anymore? Upon hearing this, the little dumpling's tears cascaded down once more, her voice hoarse, I did not refuse. She was distressed, crying as she buried herself in the matron's embrace. It was Ruoruo who locked me up. Matron, it was Ruoruo. Her emotions surged, wetting a considerable portion of the matron's clothing. She's wicked. The aggrieved little one desperately wanted to convey everything she knew, but at merely 3 years old, her expressive capabilities were limited. The matron could only discern a few keywords, morning, woodshed, door, big spider. She gently patted Qinqing's back, her heart tumultuous with conflicting emotions. Yet Ruoruo was also just 3, how could she possibly orchestrate such a deed? Moreover, this plan seemed far too intricate for a child of their age. This morning, Ruoruo had clearly stated that Qinqing had confided in her, not wishing to be adopted by the Shen family, and had intentionally hidden today. 2 3-year-olds, the matron found herself hesitating, uncertain of whom to believe. She quietly listened as Qinqing recounted her tale, using a tissue to dry her tears, speaking softly. Good Qinqing, let's keep this matter between us for now, and I'll investigate before we discuss it further, alright? The little one lifted her tear-stained face, looking at her in shock and grievance. You don't believe me. I do not disbelieve you. I know Qinqing is a good child who never lies. The matron sought to wipe her tears, but the little dumpling turned her head defiantly, tears cascading like a broken string of pearls, her voice choked. You're lying, you don't believe Qinqing. The matron shook her head, though Ruoruo can be a bit strong-willed, she would not harm another. Both of you have grown under my watch, I must investigate thoroughly before making a decision. Upon hearing this, Qinqing grew angrier, suddenly pulling away from the matron's embrace, wrapping herself in the blanket, leaving only a round, indignant back facing her. You are biased, you will always favor Ruoruo. Be careful with your wound. The matron's voice was filled with helplessness and concern. The irate little one, upon hearing this, clenched her injured hand tightly. Though the pain twisted her expression, she retorted fiercely, I won't be careful after all, you only care for Ruoruo. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door, someone was calling for the matron. A volunteer entered, matron, someone called, wanting to discuss adopting a suitable child.
002, elder brother little Tuanzi lay on the bed sulking like a small pufferfish, having skipped dinner in her vexation, consequently she awoke the next morning, famished. At 5:30, while other children were still ensconced in slumber. Qinqing sat up, clutching her stomach. She felt extremely hungry, and at that moment, a wave of weakness washed over her, causing her vision to blur. Leaning against the wall, she laboriously made her way to the kitchen, where the cook handed her a soft-boiled egg. Sitting at the doorway, little Tuanzi cradled the egg, savoring it in small bites. After consuming the egg, her belly felt less hollow, bringing her a sense of relief. She stood up and began to retrace her steps. As she passed by the backyard, she noticed an unfamiliar older boy brandishing a stick, waving it at the dog tied beneath the peach blossom tree. Qinqing's face paled in fright, and without a second thought she rushed over, her small voice laced with urgency. "You brother, please don't hit Wang." Fuyuetsi turned, puzzled. A small child, whose origin was unknown, had leaped onto the dog, shielding it while casting a wary, frightened glance back at him, making him appear as a bully. "You mustn't harm Wang, he's a good dog." Hearing the childless, innocent, high-pitched voice, Fuyuetsi couldn't help but chuckle. Adolescents in the throes of puberty often shy away from conversation, their youthful voices tinged with an unappealing rasp, yet he still spoke up. "Am I hitting it? Clearly, it has been barking at me this whole time." Qinqing remained silent, pressing her lips tightly together as she fixed her gaze on the stick in the older boy's hand, skepticism evident on her face. Fuyuetsi tossed the stick aside, exhaling softly to justify his earlier actions. "I was merely trying to scare it into silence." Little Tuanzi regarded him for a few moments, her expression adorably naive. Upon hearing that simple Fuyuetsi suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of futility, akin to hitting a pillow. He took a deep breath, questioning his own sanity for explaining himself to a child who likely wouldn't comprehend. Wang, the dog, excitedly burrowed into Qinqing's embrace, its tail wagging as if it might take flight. A stark contrast to its earlier ferocity directed at him. It was as if two entirely different dogs existed. Just moments ago, it had refused to let him touch it. Fuyuetsi would never admit that he felt a sense of disparity in his encounter with a dog. He stood aloof, arms crossed. At that moment, little Tuanzi leaned closer to Wang's ear, chattering softly as if in conversation, while the dog tilted its ear, seemingly understanding her words. Fuyuetsi had little interest in their dialogue and turned to leave. But at that instant, a voice stopped him. "Brother." He turned back. Little Tuanzi raised her delicate, pale face, her clear, sparkling eyes locked onto his, sincerely asking, "Do you still want to pet the dog?" Fuyuetsi was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent until he heard her continue. "Wang had puppies, and he's scared of you. Do you still want to touch him? I can hold him for you." Just a common yellow dog. Fuyuetsi had encountered far more exotic breeds and had no pressing need to pet it. Yet, at that moment, he found himself inexplicably rooted in place. By the time he regained his senses, he had squatted beside the dog. He placed his hand on Wang's head and rubbed it. Honestly, the texture was rather ordinary, far less pleasant than the fluffy softness of a samoyed. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of little Tuanzi cradling the dog, and upon noticing the sorrowful redness in her eyes, he absent-mindedly asked, "What is wrong with you?" When the young girl turned to look at him, he feigned indifference. "If you don't wish to share, that is fine. I was merely curious as to why you were crying so early in the morning." Qinqing's lips quivered with grievance, and at the thought of yesterday's events, her nose tinged with bitterness. "No one wants me." She lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. Little Tuanzi's body trembled slightly, and Fuyuetsi could only see her disheveled, fluffy hair, which only accentuated her desolation. Yet, her childlike voice tugged at his heartstrings, evoking a sense of sadness. "How could no one want you? You are quite..." The words good-looking lingered on the tip of his tongue, but Fuyuetsi, with his prideful nature, struggled to offer compliments. Those two words had been trapped within him for far too long, ultimately remaining unspoken. Merely average. He felt somewhat awkward. Qinqing wiped her tears, her big, watery eyes gazing at him in confusion. "Are you praising me, brother?" Fuyuetsi, maintaining a cold demeanor, nodded stiffly, begrudgingly affirming, "Yes, I am praising you." The little girl beamed, adhering to the principle of reciprocity, and returned the compliment. "Thank you, brother, you are also quite average." Seeing her genuinely joyful eyes, Fuyuetsi experienced the sensation of having shot himself in the foot. His handsome face darkened, and he fell silent. As he noted her hands drop away, he assumed she had finished being petted, prompting her to release Wang and rise. "I'm going back to sleep now, big brother. Wang knows you, so you can pet him alone." "Goodbye." Fuyuetsi snapped back to reality, his gaze following little Tuanzi as she scampered away. He couldn't quite fathom why he called out to her. "Wait a moment." He pressed his lips together in silence for a moment, observing the child's red-rimmed eyes and fair complexion, and posed a question. "What is your name?" In the director's office, a man dressed in a suit was perusing documents laid out on the desk. Photographs of various children passed before his eyes without stirring any significant emotion. After a few minutes, he rose, his voice deep and magnetic. "I apologize for taking up your time, but there are no children here that I am looking for." The director stood as well, smiling as she replied, "It's quite all right," and escorted him out of her office. "Please take care, sir." As she watched his silhouette recede into the distance, she exhaled a long sigh of relief. This man, whose origins were unknown, exuded an overpowering aura of authority, creating an atmosphere of pressure that made her hesitant to speak. The director had encountered numerous wealthy individuals, yet he was the first to leave her feeling breathless. She returned to her office and began to tidy up the children's files. Just as she locked them away in the drawer, a knock sounded at her door, assuming it was a call for lunch. She responded, "Just a moment, I'll be right there." However, upon opening the door, she found the formidable man had returned. 003, the Fu family. Apart from the imposing man, there was also a slender teenage boy. The young man was strikingly handsome and impeccably dressed, though his expression appeared somewhat awkward. Fu Sihua cast a fleeting glance at him, his voice cool and detached as he addressed the director. "What is the name of the child you were looking for?" Fu Yuetzi pursed his lips, his gaze flickering. It wasn't that he was searching for her, he merely felt pity for the child. The director regarded him with a quizzical expression, cautiously inquiring, "This young master, which child are you referring to?" Fu Yuetzi cleared his throat, his fair complexion slightly flushed as he quietly uttered two words, "Qinqing." His voice was so soft that the director nearly missed it. "Qinqing." She looked at the quiet boy in surprise. "Have you met that child?" Fu Yuetzi softly affirmed, adding in an attempt to cover up his intentions, "I just found her rather pleasant to look at." Not that he liked her. Fu Sihua's gaze swept over his younger brother's awkward face, his dark eyes deep and inscrutable, betraying a hint of exasperation. He had little to say about his younger sibling's prideful nature. Retracting his gaze, he maintained an indifferent demeanor. "May I see this child now?" The director quickly nodded in response. "She should be awake now. I'll have someone bring her over." A few minutes later, a volunteer entered, cradling a drowsy little Tuanzi. Qinqing was bewildered, having just returned to her room for a nap when her sister had abruptly roused her from bed, peeling back the covers as if she were unearthing a potato. Once placed on the ground, her first sight was of the nervous director. Children are forgiving, and having forgotten the previous night's events, she approached the director without any lingering resentment. "Mama." The little one waddled towards the director. Soft and cuddly, colliding with her leg. After being embraced, she finally noticed the presence of two other individuals in the room. "Qinqing, this is Mr. Fu and young Master Fu." The director hesitated before instructing, "You may call him Uncle Fu." Little Tuanzi, feeling a bit anxious, clutched the director's clothing tightly, her large, glistening eyes darting between the two men. Upon spotting Fu Yuetzi, her eyes brightened slightly. She obediently called out, "Uncle Fu." Fu Sihua's gaze lingered on her for a few seconds, his deep-set eyes revealing no discernible emotion. Under such palpable pressure, the director felt too intimidated to speak, yet Qinqing seemed unfazed, offering a small, sweet smile towards Fu Yuetzi. After a moment, Fu Sihua nodded slightly towards the director, his tone calm and collected. "Just her, please proceed with the paperwork." The director was taken aback by the pleasant surprise. Despite not knowing much about Mr. Fu, his demeanor and eloquence suggested he was not an ordinary person, likely on par with the Shen family from the previous day. Nevertheless, he appeared rather unapproachable. She wondered if Qinqing would face any difficulties after approaching him. Ultimately, she decided to consider Qinqing's feelings. She leaned down and quietly asked, "Qinqing, Mr. Fu wishes to adopt you. Would you like to go home with him?" The little one was taken aback, her round, sparkling eyes shining brightly as she discreetly glanced at Fu Sihua. The man sat on the orphanage's simple wooden chair, his features sculpted and profound, resembling an untouchable ethereal flower. Qinqing diverted her gaze, then noticed Fu Yuetzi sitting beside him. Fu Yuetzi appeared anxious, his eyes darting away, avoiding contact with Qinqing, his expression stiff. Little Qinqing seemed to have an epiphany, breaking into a wide smile directed at Fu Yuetzi, radiating joy like a lucky charm. "I am willing. I wish to return home with Uncle Fu and my brother." At that moment, Fu Yuetzi's furrowed brow relaxed, and he curled his fingers. If he had a tail, it would surely be wagging vigorously now. Fu Sihua remained in the office to handle paperwork, while Fu Yuetzi stood outside. Qinqing joyfully approached Fu Yuetzi, naturally grasping his fingers, tilting her delicate, pale face upwards, and cheerfully calling him brother. Fu Yuetzi responded coldly with a curt his lips pressed tightly together. The little girl was undeterred by his frosty demeanor. She tilted her head and, in a soft, cherubic voice, exclaimed, "Brother, the director's mother said you were looking for me. Thank you for bringing me home. I really like you." This heartfelt declaration from the little one would soften anyone's heart. Yet Fu Yuetzi remained resolute. "I don't like you. Don't misunderstand." His youthful features flushed slightly with embarrassment at the unexpected confession. After observing him for 2 seconds, Qinqing, disheartened, released his hand. "All right then," she said, feeling dejected and falling silent. Fu Yuetzi casually glanced at her several times. The little girl squatted beside him, doodling in the dirt with a small twig. Upon noticing the red mark on her palm, Fu Yuetzi's heart tightened. He suddenly asked, "How did you hurt your hand?" Qinqing bit her lip, her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows. "It was bandaged yesterday, but my hand itched during the night, and I accidentally rubbed it against something. I fell, but I've already put on medicine." Her voice was low. Fu Yuetzi didn't think much of it, assuming she had merely been playing too roughly. He bent down and gently tapped her small head with his slender fingers. "Silly, I've never seen anyone hurt their hand like this." The little girl covered her head, sniffled, and softly whimpered, "I understand." Observing her, Fu Yuetzi's thin lips imperceptibly curved upwards. Truly, she was a little softy. When Fu Sihua completed his paperwork and emerged, The big and small had already grown quite familiar. Somehow, they had ended up holding hands again. He glanced at them but said nothing. Leading the two out of the orphanage, little Qinqing took a couple of steps, reluctantly looking back at the director's mother, who waved at her with a smile, and after a moment's hesitation she released Fu Yuezi's hand and ran back. The director squatted down, her smile warm and kind. "Qinqing, when you go, remember to listen to Mr. Fu and don't make him angry. If Mr. Fu is willing, I will come to visit you." She gently wiped the tears from the little girl's face and handed her a tissue from her pocket. "Stop crying now, hurry along, you can't keep Mr. Fu waiting too long." With teary eyes, Qinqing sobbed, "I'm sorry, I was..." The director wiped her tears away before she could finish her apology. "Go on, Qinqing, I'll send your necklace to you once I find it. I'll take good care of De Huan, and if Mr. Fu's family wants a dog when the puppies are a month old, I'll pick the prettiest one for you." She gently nudged the little girl forward. Fu Yuezi returned and silently picked her up without a word. He nodded at the director and then carried the weeping little girl to the yard. It wasn't until the Fu family's vehicle had completely vanished from sight that the director turned to head back. She went to the cafeteria and got 2 buns, then proceeded to the monitoring room to review yesterday's footage. Every child in this orphanage was raised as if they were her own. Although the children had a gentle demeanor, they were also competitive, yet they would never resort to harming others. Recently, however, there had been noticeable changes. Whenever new clothes were donated, she would rush to select first. Yet, 3 days ago, during the distribution of clothes, she had transformed into an entirely different person, no longer vying for anything. 004. Returning home, Qinqing was quite sensible, knowing not to disturb others, and wiped her tears away completely. Even though she still felt terribly sad inside, sitting beside her, Fu Yuezi's emotions were somewhat complex. Logically, he should find her current state endearing. He detested children who cry for no reason and had often wished for the eradication of all such children from the world. However, seeing Qinqing like this left him feeling uneasy. He pulled out a few tissues, stiffly cupping her small face. "I'll bring you back next week." His tone was brusque, and his actions were not particularly gentle. But it was certainly much cleaner than if she had wiped her own tears. The little girl remained obediently still, her tender voice muffled as she said, "Thank you, brother." Rarely did Fu Yuezi refrain from being aloof. He raised a hand to ruffle her hair. The vehicle soon stopped at the entrance of the Fu residence, which was, to be precise, a temporary abode. A standalone villa in Jingshui Bay, valued at 80 million. Purchased several years ago, yet this was their first time residing in it. Standing before such a grand house, Qinqing felt quite anxious. She nervously trailed behind Fu Yuezi, reaching out to hold his hand, only to remember his earlier words about not liking her, retreating timidly. Yet, the sheer size of this place felt overwhelming and unfamiliar. Just stepping inside, she feared she might dirty the floor. "Brother." Her faint, anxious voice broke the silence. Fu Yuezi glanced down to find the little girl's eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if she were about to cry again. "See, can I hold your hand?" Fu Yuezi was momentarily taken aback, inadvertently conveying a sense of misunderstanding to the little one. Her voice trembled just for a moment. "I'm scared." The boy's heart quivered, and he hesitated for 2 seconds. Qinqing, feeling as though she had done something wrong, withdrew her hand, lowering her head. "I'm sorry, brother." Just then, a refreshing, cool scent enveloped her as she was lifted into the air, experiencing a height she had never known before. She heard a stern voice beside her. Feeling somewhat awkward, "I dislike hearing others say sorry. Don't say it again." Qinqing committed this phrase to memory, carefully clutching the fabric of Fu Yuezi's shoulder, and upon sensing no rejection from him, she gradually leaned against him. "You're so nice, brother." The little girl's soft voice resonated, causing Fu Yuezi to press his lips together. He carried her inside the Shen residence, upon encountering another grand and beautiful house. The little girl's demeanor was entirely different. She appeared composed, following Shen Yu closely, seemingly tranquil, yet her peripheral vision was keenly absorbing every detail of the Shen family. She suppressed her excitement, though the fire in her eyes could not be extinguished. This was the wealthiest family in City A, even more splendid than she had imagined. Soon, she would replace Qinqing as the lady of this household. The little girl ran to catch up with Shen Yu, feigning modesty. Throughout the journey, she hadn't seen any other family members. There were no servants in the yard, which puzzled her. Upon entering the house, a loud bang echoed above her, startling her into a shriek as she crouched down, covering her head while colorful streamers rained down around her. "Welcome, little sister Qinqing, to this family." Mrs. Shen and her 2 children had been waiting at home, each holding a confetti cannon, though only the cannon belonging to the second young master, Shen Jinxia, went off. Mrs. Shen tossed the unused cannon onto the sofa, and a servant immediately unfurled a banner behind her. When the little girl looked up, she saw the banner reading, "A warm welcome to Qinqing for joining the Shen family." For a brief moment, her expression faltered, and she turned to Shen Yu, bewildered. At that moment, the exuberant trio realized her appearance, and their smiles abruptly vanished. Shen Yu rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat awkward. Both Mrs. Shen and the children assumed he was bringing Qinqing home today and had prepared a surprise for her. Forgetting to mention the mix-up, "This is Ruoruo. She will be our family from now on." Given the circumstances, they could only awkwardly navigate through it. Mrs. Shen reacted swiftly, beckoning the servants to take down the welcome banner. pretending as if nothing had happened as she approached Ruoruo. I'm so sorry, Ruoruo. We made a mistake. We'll throw you an even bigger welcome party later. Ruoruo's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Appearing pitiful, she bit her lip and nodded, looking as if she were holding back her grievances, stirring a sense of guilt in Mrs. Shen. All right, everyone, let us tidy up. Mrs. Shen instructed the servants. The living room was strewn with gifts prepared for Qinqing by the Shen family. But now that Ruoruo had arrived, presenting these gifts felt somewhat inappropriate. A meticulously planned welcome party had come to an awkward halt. Once everything was cleaned up, Mrs. Shen eagerly pulled Shinyu aside to discuss the situation. Leaving the three children in the living room, the two Shen children were well-mannered and did not ignore Ruoruo, even after the mix-up. Instead, they were quite considerate of her. However, Ruoruo was far from pleased. Her mind still preoccupied with the gifts that had been taken away, the expensive teddy bears, the beautiful clothes, the diamond-studded hairpins. Imagining the envious gazes her photos would attract online, she thought that since they had made a mistake, it would be only fitting to compensate her with those gifts. 005, third brother. When they returned to the Fu residence, it was still early. It was a weekday, and Fu Sihua had to go to the office. The maid hurried outside to hand him a cup of soy milk, then returned to tidy up the dining table, collaborating with another servant to bring out breakfast from the kitchen, perhaps due to prior instructions. She accepted little Qingqing's identity with surprising ease. Qingqing sat quietly at the dining table, her head bowed as she nibbled on a bun, refraining from uttering a word after finishing her meal. She leaned closer to Fu Yuetzi and softly inquired, "Brother, are we the only two at home?" Fu Yuetzi shook his head, clarifying, "Aside from me, you have three other brothers. However, currently, only I and the third brother are at home. The others are not here." It was a simple relationship, easy to remember, ensuring that the child wouldn't be confused. Upon hearing his words, the little girl lifted her soft, pale face and asked in a sweet, childish tone, "What about the third brother? Can I meet him?" Fu Yuetzi paused momentarily in his movement, his lips pressing into a straight line, and his gaze dimmed within 2 seconds. "The third brother is unwell and is recuperating." Qingqing obediently responded with a soft "oh." Noticing that he seemed about to leave, she stood up, looking at him with wide, expectant eyes. A servant brought over a school uniform jacket, which Fu Yuetzi took. Glancing down at the little bundle of energy as he explained, "I need to go to school now and won't be back until evening. Don't wander around the house. Aunt Lu will take you to your room once she's done with her tasks. Be good and wait for my return." Having just arrived at a new place, Qingqing was quite reliant on him, yet she understood that she couldn't delay her brother's studies and stood aside, allowing him to pass. "I know, brother. I'll wait for your return." Witnessing the little girl's understanding nature, Fu Yuetzi's fingers, which hung by his side, twitched slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he raised his hand to gently ruffle her hair, somewhat awkwardly saying, "Then be obedient, and I will bring you some treats when I return." With that gentle touch on her head, the little one's eyes sparkled with joy. Not just because of the treats, but because brother touched my head." So happy after watching his departing figure, Qingqing sat obediently on the sofa for a while. Once Aunt Lu finished tidying up the house, she took Qingqing to her room. The room was immaculate, clearly untouched, with all new furniture, some items still unwrapped. "Oh dear, I completely forgot," Aunt Lu lamented, slapping her forehead in frustration, muttering to herself, "The quilt hasn't been aired, the new sheets haven't been washed, the mattress hasn't been unpacked. There's so much to do, I'm becoming more forgetful with age." Her words tumbled out rapidly, and little Qingqing couldn't quite grasp them all, but she caught the last sentence. "Auntie, you're not old." The little one's earnest tone made Aunt Lu's heart swell with delight. "Oh my, miss, you are simply adorable." Women are often sensitive about their age, and Aunt Lu, having spent over a decade working in a fish market, was no exception. She began to organize Qingqing's room, but concerned that the little one might accidentally get hurt, she took her to the small garden instead. "Miss, you can play here for a bit. I will be done shortly and will call you back." Aunt Lu's gaze towards Qingqing was akin to that of a loving grandmother, her words tender and gentle. After giving her instructions, she turned to resume her tasks. The little girl obediently sat on a beautiful wooden bench for a while, and when she saw the gardener in the distance stumble while watering the flowers, she hurried over to help. Even though she was of little assistance, from an upper window overlooking the garden, a corner of a gray curtain was pulled aside. A glance from within caught sight of the little bundle running about, capturing the attention of Fu Shueji, who observed for a while longer. His complexion was pale, his frame frail to the point of being alarming, his skin emanating a sickly pallor, yet his features were clean-cut, with a pair of clear, peach blossom-like eyes. Due to his prolonged illness, the corners of his eyes were tinged with a faint red, giving him a somewhat melancholic appearance. His lips, delicate as petals, bore a hint of pink. Devoid of any other color, his frail physique made it evident that he had little time left. He was scrutinizing this unfamiliar little girl. The attire she wore was not extravagant but was remarkably clean. As she ran, her legs appeared somewhat unsteady, perhaps injured, yet it did not diminish the vibrant life force radiating from her, much like a little bird, contrasting with his own state. Fu Shueji gazed for a long time, His pale, thin fingers unconsciously pressing against the transparent glass. Moments later, a knock sounded at the door. Third young master, your medicine is ready. He stepped back, expressionless, releasing his grip. The gray curtain fell back into place. Severing his connection to the outside world, the servant approached with the medicine, and before she even reached him, the bitter scent of traditional Chinese medicine wafted through the air, dark, viscous, and uninviting, yet his expression betrayed no sign of resistance. Appearing rather numb, ultimately, he was caught off guard by the unfiltered dregs, his face flushing red as a fit of coughs erupted uncontrollably. After what felt like an eternity, he ceased coughing, but his complexion appeared even worse. As the servant departed with the medicine bowl, Fu Shueji uttered a single command, take that pot of flowers outside. The servant hesitated for a moment before carefully cradling the wilted flowers and gently closing the door behind her. This had once been a beautiful jasmine, the third young master's favorite variety, however, despite his efforts to care for it, commanding others to place it in the sun and water it daily, like a cherished child. After 3 months of nurturing, it had withered away before blooming. Qinqing was in the garden, joyfully assisting the gardener with watering the flowers. After standing for a while, her legs began to ache, and just then Aunt Lu called her inside. Having completed the room preparations, Qinqing obediently trailed after her. As they entered, she noticed the servant carrying the pot of flowers. Her gaze fell upon the drooping leaves, and suddenly she found herself unable to move. A sister, she called out, cautiously pointing at the pot in the servant's arms, her eyes wide with hope. Can I have this pot of flowers? The servant paused, uncertain, and asked. This pot of jasmine. The little girl nodded vigorously, her large eyes unwavering. This is what the third young master instructed me to throw away, but I can give it to you. However, it's already dead and of no use. Upon hearing this, Qinqing grew anxious. Sister, please don't throw it away, give it to me. Third young master, is that the third brother? The words her brother had spoken to her that morning flashed through her mind. The third brother is unwell. If this pot of flowers could come back to life, would he be a bit happier? With that thought, her desire for the pot of flowers intensified. Aunt Lu, overhearing the conversation, though puzzled as to why the young lady wanted the already deceased plant, spoke up in support. Since the young lady wants it, let us keep it. She accepted the lifeless jasmine from the servant and asked Qinqing, where would you like to place this pot of flowers? Can it go in my room? Of course. Aunt Lu carried the pot of flowers and led Qinqing to her room. Once inside, she placed the flowers on the balcony, where the morning sun could shine upon them. Then, she explained the various items in the room to the child. However, with other tasks awaiting her, she could not stay long. After Aunt Lu left, the little one approached the door. Confirming that it was securely shut, she hurried over to the lifeless jasmine. The balcony was somewhat elevated, and after some effort, she dragged a chair over, climbing up to finally reach the jasmine. Qinqing removed her shoes and stood atop the chair. Her small hands adorned with scars, her fingers soft and pudgy, she gently poked at the leaves of the jasmine, her tender voice filled with sympathy. Oh, you poor little flower. Suddenly, the leaves of the jasmine, devoid of life, stirred slightly precisely where she had touched. It was as if it was exerting all its strength to respond to her words. Qinqing extended her other hand, cradling the drooping leaves, and a faint green light began to glow in her palm. Tiny luminous orbs, reminiscent of fireflies, floated into the jasmine's branches and leaves before vanishing, merging with it. 2 minutes passed, and the little girl withdrew her hands, feeling a momentary disorientation, nearly stumbling to the ground. As she stepped down from the chair, her face appeared even paler than before, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her frailty rendering her unsteady, yet her eyes shone brightly, resembling polished black gemstones, exquisite in their beauty. On the balcony, the pot of jasmine seemed to have changed. It was no longer the dull gray it once was. Exhausted, Qinqing climbed onto the bed Aunt Lu had just made and fell into a deep slumber. She awoke only at noon, returning to the large dining table from that morning. Her brother had left, leaving her alone. The little girl was well behaved, and perhaps due to the energy she had imparted to the jasmine, she ate heartily during lunch. After satisfying her hunger, she dashed back to her room, closed the door, removed her shoes, and climbed onto the chair once more, resuming her work as if at a job. This time, she continued a little longer, approximately 5 minutes. When she finally finished, the transformation in the jasmine was unmistakable. Qinqing bent down and gently kissed the flower buds, her soft, pale face seemingly glowing. You must bloom quickly, gather your strength. After speaking to the little flower, Qinqing climbed onto the bed, collapsing into slumber just as she had in the morning, although she felt a twinge of hunger, having eaten so much at noon. She hesitated to trouble Aunt Lu when she finally opened her eyes again. It was to the sound of knocking at the door. A youthful, somewhat awkward voice called from outside, Qinqing, may I come in? Rubbing her eyes in a haze, upon recognizing the voice, her little tuft of hair perked up with excitement. It's brother. The little girl quickly slipped on her shoes and rushed to open the door. Fu Yuetzi stood there, holding a small cake shaped like a pink bow, awkwardly offering it to her. Here, Aunt Lu said you've been very good today, so this is for you. Qinqing gazed in delight at the exquisite cake, lifting her soft, pale face to sweetly express her gratitude. Thank you, brother. She cradled the small cake as if it were a treasure, carefully placing it on the table. This was the first time she had encountered such a beautiful cake. even more splendid than those she had seen on television. Fu Yuetzi followed her inside, but upon observing the stark, monotonous room, his brow furrowed slightly. Frankly, it resembled a guest room. His eyes flicked to the child's joyous expression, deepening his frown. It had not occurred to him before, but now he realized that this was hardly a room befitting a young girl. He would have to mention it to Aunt Lu later. Fu Yuetzi's gaze swept around the room, inevitably landing on the wilting jasmine on the balcony, which stood out too starkly. He approached it, staring at it for a long while, before turning to inquire of Qinqing. "Isn't this the pot that third brother tends to? How did it end up here with you?" Qinqing nervously clasped her small hands, her beautiful eyes blinking as she replied honestly, "Yes, an older sister said she was going to throw it away. So I took it." Fu Yuetzi paused, puzzled. "But it's already dead." The little girl hurried over, looking up at him with pleading eyes. "It's all right, brother. Please let me take care of it. I like it," with her soft entreaty. Fu Yuetzi found himself unable to refuse and nodded in agreement. Seeing the child's cheerful smile felt like a gentle tickle to his heart, satisfying in an unexpected way. Before he realized it, a faint smile crept onto Fu Yuetzi's face. Encouraged by his smile, the little girl bravely took his hand and led him towards the table, inviting him to share the cake. As they walked, he suddenly noticed that her gait seemed a bit off, almost limping. Fu Yuetzi's brow furrowed, and his heart sank as he asked in a low voice, "What happened to your foot?" Qinqing halted, turning to look at his somber expression. Her heart racing. For a fleeting moment, she was tempted to speak the truth, but then recalled something, hesitating. Even the matron who had raised her did not believe her words. How could this brother, whom she had just met for a day, possibly trust her? If he thought she was a deceitful child, would he send her back to the orphanage? Fearful of his disapproval, she averted her gaze and softly said, "Brother, I'll be better in a couple of days." After a moment's thought, she forced a smile, trying to charm her way out. Fu Yuetzi pressed his lips together, his handsome face remaining cold. Without further ado, he picked Qinqing up and placed her on the bed. "Brother," the little girl gasped in surprise as he crouched down to inspect her legs, her voice trembling. Her reaction sent an uneasy premonition through Fu Yuetzi. If everything were fine, why would she be so frightened? With that thought, he carefully rolled up her pant leg, only to be rendered speechless. Her little calf bore numerous scratches. Moreover, a large bruise marred her knee, particularly glaring against her soft, fair skin. Fu Yuetzi's expression darkened as he grasped her hand, noticing the fresh scabs in her palm. This was not consistent with her earlier claim of merely falling. These were clearly scratches, and the area near her wrist was a serious abrasion. His gaze hardened, his voice chilling as he asked, "When I questioned you at the orphanage, were you lying to me?" A flicker of guilt crossed Qinqing's eyes as she lowered her head, muttering an apology. Fu Yuetzi took a deep breath, feeling a heavy weight in his chest, not because of Qinqing, but due to his own negligence. He had overlooked her injuries when she had mentioned falling and should have probed deeper. As a result, her wounds had remained untreated, and had he not discovered the truth just now, she might have concealed it for much longer. Wordlessly, Fu Yuetzi released her hand and exited the room, closing the door behind him. Qinqing, frightened, dared not make a sound, even controlling her breathing. As the door clicked shut, her tear-filled eyes trembled. Was her brother angry? Because she had lied? Did he think she was a bad child, a liar, and would he send her back to the orphanage? Tears streamed down her cheeks as she wiped her eyes hastily and jumped off the bed, her small face pale as she sought out Fu Yuetzi. She needed to apologize. She had not meant to deceive him, only to protect herself from fear. Just as she reached the door, Fu Yuetzi returned, carrying a medicine box and a paper bag. Seeing Qinqing out of bed, he frowned slightly. "Why are you up? You should be resting." "Brother, I thought." The little girl burst into tears, her eyes red. Immediately, she sat back on the bed. Fu Yuetzi set the medicine box on the table and opened the paper bag he held from it. He produced a pale yellow dress, removing the price tag before handing it to Qinqing. "I had someone buy this casually. It's a temporary fix." The little girl stared at the dress in bewilderment. Noticing her dazed expression, Fu Yuetzi raised an eyebrow. "Can you put it on? If not, I can have Aunt Lu come help you." I can. Qinqing quickly nodded, her cherubic cheeks dimpling with two tiny smiles. Seeing this, Fu Yuetzi responded with a grunt, stepping outside and firmly closing the door. Leaning against the white wall beside the door, he felt a wave of unease. He seriously suspected that the child had been bullied at the orphanage, which explained her cautiousness and maturity, far beyond that of her peers. A knock on the door broke his thoughts. He opened a small crack, his voice penetrating the gap. "Have you finished getting dressed?" "Yes," came the soft, sweet reply from within. Encouraged, he pushed the door open. The little girl, now dressed, looked particularly radiant. Her fair skin complemented the light fabric, enhancing her adorability, resembling a small dumpling clad in yellow, utterly charming. Though Fu Yuetzi thought this, his words remained haughty. "Not bad. You're starting to resemble a member of the Fu family." Qinqing beamed, her wide smile brightening her face. "Thank you, brother. I love it." Fu Yuetzi bent down, lifting her as he approached the bed. He retrieved the medicine box he had initially brought and crouched down, and his dark hair fell over his brow, obscuring his eyes. Qinqing felt a chill on her legs. Uncertain whether it was from the medication or her brother's touch, previously clad in long sleeves, her arms were now exposed, revealing more injuries. He silently treated her wounds, the medication dark and purplish, stark against her alabaster skin, resembling large dark birthmarks. After tending to the visible injuries, he inquired, "Is there anything else on your body?" Qinqing shook her head slightly, her soft voice responding, "No, thank you, brother." Fuyuetsi put the medicine box away, positioning it at her bedside. After completing this task, he pulled up a chair, sitting opposite the little girl. He had questions to ask. At the orphanage, were you bullied by anyone? Upon hearing this, Qinqing paused, her innocent face momentarily perplexed as she shook her head. No, the matron said, no fighting, or else we would go hungry. Gazing at her naive, cherubic face, Fuyuetsi softened his tone. Then how did you get those injuries? To prevent her from giving a vague response, he added, don't tell me you fell. I've never seen a child so clumsy. Qingqing's eyes widened. But it really was me falling. I'm such a fool. And now it was Fuyuetsi's turn to be silent. Genuinely incredulous. You fell, He scrutinized the little girl, who looked woefully pitiful. Could she really be that clumsy? Or perhaps, since they had just met, she was reluctant to share the truth. He chose not to press further. Wary of making Qingqing uncomfortable, his gaze drifted to the unopened cake on the table, and he moved over to remove the packaging. He sliced a piece of cake and handed it to Qingqing, saying, here, don't eat too much. We'll have dinner soon. The little girl did not take it but instead gently pushed the plate back towards him, her cute face revealing 2 dimples. Brother, you eat first. Fuyuetsi hesitated for a moment before setting the plate down and cutting another slice for Qingqing. This time, she joyfully accepted it. She took a bite with her fork, her eyes squinting in happiness. Delicious. She took another bite and, as if struck by a thought, looked at Fuyuetsi and asked softly, brother, should we send some to third brother? Does he like cake? Fuyuetsi appeared momentarily taken aback. As if lost in recollection, third brother had adored sweets as a child. His gaze landed on the remaining half of the butterfly-shaped cake, his grip on the fork tightening. Then let us send him some. After a while, the doorknob turned, and the white door slowly creaked open. Fuyuetsi stood at the threshold, cradling a small cake in his hands. Third brother Fuyuetji's gaze fell upon the cake he held, her long lashes fluttering slightly, yet she remained silent. Ahem, this is a cake I bought for Qingqing tonight. Would you care to try a piece? He paused momentarily before adding, it's quite sweet. Fuyuetji lifted her eyes and asked a seemingly unrelated question. Her name is Qingqing? Yes. Speaking of the little one, Fuyuetsi suddenly became more talkative, lost in his own thoughts. I went to the orphanage with Dad this morning to adopt her. She's very obedient. By the way, your brother, have you met her? Fuyuetji gently coughed into her hand, her demeanor weak. Yes, in the small garden. Oh, the atmosphere fell silent once more. If you don't wish to eat this cake, I can take it outside. After a prolonged silence, Fuyuetsi finally uttered those words. He had already prepared himself for rejection, yet to his surprise Fuyuetji raised her hand, her delicate, almost translucent fingers slowly accepting the cake from him. Thank you. After closing the door, Fuyuetsi lingered at the entrance, momentarily lost in thought. Third brother, she actually accepted it, and she thanked me. His hands, which hung by his sides, clenched tightly, and a wave of joy welled up in his eyes. If he had a tail, it would surely be wagging furiously right now. At dinner, Fusihua had not returned. Only Qingqing and Fuyuetsi occupied the dining table. The little one had been holding back for quite some time but finally decided to ask. Brother, is uncle not coming back? Fuyuetsi, in particularly high spirits, casually replied, sometimes when he's busy at the company, he returns home in the middle of the night. Oh, the little girl lowered her gaze, fixated on her bowl of rice. Falling silent, she still ate heartily in the evening, having been hungry since noon. After dinner, which concluded around 7 o'clock, Fuyuetsi stepped out for a moment, while little Qingqing returned to her room. She closed the door and stood by the balcony. Gazing at the pot of jasmine flowers, with nothing else to occupy her thoughts, she naturally devoted all her attention to the blossoms. The jasmine, which had seemed lifeless in the morning, now unfurled its leaves in the twilight. Languidly swaying in the breeze, Qingqing gently touched its leaves with her small, chubby fingers, speaking to the flower as if it could hear her. You need to recover quickly, we want to make third brother happy. The jasmine seemed to respond, affectionately brushing its leaves against her fingertips. Once bare, it now flourished, its once withered branches sprouting anew. The buds stood upright, small and white, and up close, one could almost catch a whiff of their delicate fragrance. Like that morning, Qingqing stood for a while, cradling its branches at the balcony's edge. She understood that the little green dots on her were capable of nurturing plants, bringing life back to withered wood, knowledge she had gradually gleaned during her time at the orphanage. Later, she noticed the flowers in the vase in her room. They were vibrant roses that Aunt Lu had placed on the table that morning. Deeming the room too plain, Qingqing approached, cradling the flower buds in her small hands. Her fingertips glowing with a faint green light, the already stunning roses bloomed even more beautifully, their fragrance rapidly permeating the entire room. Taking a deep breath, she felt quite pleased with her handiwork. With this, the flowers would thrive for a long time, and they would become delightfully aromatic. She then went to the bathroom to wash up before contentedly climbing into bed in the middle of the night. The little girl was awakened by hunger. Sitting up in bed, she noticed that the room's light had been turned off at some point. A warm yellow night lamp cast a gentle glow. Her stomach grumbled, reminding her of the cake she hadn't finished during dinner. Her brother had mentioned throwing it away, but she had prevented him from doing so. It seemed to have been placed in the refrigerator in the living room. She quietly opened the door just a crack, poking her head out to peek. The hallway was illuminated, yet it was empty and silent. She tiptoed out, moving like a kitten, making no sound at all. The living room downstairs was dark, save for a faint nightlight that cast a hazy glow across half the room. The little one stealthily approached the refrigerator, struggling to pull it open, and at the very top shelf, she spotted the small cake she had been longing for. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she reached for it. 2 seconds later, the little girl looked down at her hands in confusion. She couldn't reach it. What a disheartening predicament. Leaning against the refrigerator door, she hesitated internally, contemplating whether to fetch a chair. However, she knew that would create noise. Just as she was in turmoil, a tall figure suddenly appeared behind her. A prominent hand reaching over her head to grab the coveted cake. Qinqing gasped. She abruptly turned her head, tilting it back to see the man behind her. Fu Sihua, still clad in a pure black suit, towered over her, his height imposing, with high cheekbones and thin lips that rendered his features striking yet not harsh. However, he bore a hint of fatigue on his face. Is this it? His voice was magnetic, slightly husky. Qinqing's heart raced with fright, terrified of being caught sneaking a midnight snack, yet also somewhat intimidated by him. Her face flushed instantly, stammering, "Uncle, uncle." Fu Sihua merely hummed in acknowledgement, averting his gaze as he retrieved the small cake from the top shelf of the refrigerator. He carried it to the table, his silhouette elongated by the solitary lamp. "Haven't you eaten enough?" Though his tone was calm, the unspoken pressure he exuded was overwhelming, causing the little one to shyly shake her head. In a small voice, she confessed, "I ate enough, but I'm hungry again." Fu Sihua said nothing further. He had just returned home, intending to rest on the sofa for a bit before heading upstairs. However, he had barely settled when he spotted the small figure descending the stairs. He remained silent, observing her approach the refrigerator. It was only when he noticed her struggling to reach the top shelf that he stood up and walked over. Fu Sihua withdrew his gaze, murmuring a soft It was natural for a child to feel uneasy in a new environment, and under such circumstances, it was not unusual for her to eat less. The cake lay right in front of her, yet Qinqing hesitated to touch it. The oppressive aura surrounding Fu Sihua was daunting, making her feel like a timid quail. Observing her discomfort, he softened his demeanor slightly. "I'll head upstairs first, make sure to rest early after you finish." Upon hearing him say he was leaving, the little girl's eyes lit up, shining brightly in the dim light. Fu Sihua averted his gaze, pretending not to notice. After he left, Qinqing settled onto the sofa, finishing off the remaining cake. Sated, she quietly made her way upstairs. Just as she had come down, lying on her clean, soft bed, the little one reflected on the day's events, a smile unconsciously spreading across her face. Today marked her first day in the Fu household. Her brother had treated her kindly, and although uncle was somewhat intimidating, he was also quite wonderful. After replaying the day's happenings in her mind, Qinqing contentedly closed her eyes, eagerly anticipating tomorrow. Under the dim nightlight, the roses on the table bloomed even more vibrantly, the moonlight casting a silken veil over them, bestowing an ethereal quality. As if they were enchanted, they seemed to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. The following morning, at 7:10, Aunt Lu gently opened Qinqing's bedroom door. She had come to wake the little girl for breakfast, but upon entering, she was met with an overwhelming floral fragrance that enveloped her like a warm embrace. Unable to resist, Aunt Lu inhaled deeply, her spirits instantly lifted. How fragrant! Beyond the scent, there was a peculiar feeling intertwined within it. Aunt Lu, not particularly well educated, struggled to articulate it, but it was undeniably refreshing, as if it could dispel all weariness. She had not slept well the previous night, and as she rose that morning, her eyes felt quite uncomfortable. Initially planning to rest for an hour after her chores, the moment she stepped in and inhaled that delightful aroma, all the discomfort vanished. Aunt Lu's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the vase of roses on the table. Her surprise palpable. She had personally arranged those flowers the day before and was well aware of their condition. A day and night had passed, and instead of wilting, they had blossomed even more beautifully than before. They were the most exquisite roses she had ever seen, as if they were alive. A soft, melodic voice broke the silence, and the little girl stirred awake, her sleepy eyes slowly opening. "Auntie." The nasally, adorable sound that escaped her lips resembled a kitten's mewl, melting hearts in an instant. "Miss, you're awake." Aunt Lu couldn't help but lower her voice, fearing she might startle the little one. The more she looked at Qinqing, the more she found her irresistibly charming, her face breaking into a maternal smile as she approached the bed. "Miss, you truly are the embodiment of cuteness that makes flowers bloom." She assisted Qinqing in getting dressed and accompanied her while she washed up. By the time they descended the stairs, Fu Yuetzi had already finished eating. He was receiving the books and school uniform he had brought back the previous day from the servant when he caught a whiff of that delightful floral fragrance. Although he had never been fond of scents, he found himself lingering unexpectedly. Brother Qinqing ran towards him, carefully opening her arms to give him a brief hug. "Will you only be back in the evening again?" Fu Yuetzi lowered his gaze, realizing that the captivating aroma he had noticed earlier was emanating from the little one. Yes, I'll return with some delicious treats for you. He could not help but gently touzle the little one's fluffy hair. And a delightful fragrance clung to him. Fu Yuetzi was in a remarkably good mood, even he himself was unaware of the reason behind such cheerfulness. Upon seeing Aunt Lu, he spoke up, suggesting that they contact the renovation company today to tidy up Qinqing's room. Allowing her to decide the specifics according to her own preferences, Aunt Lu smiled and agreed. After Fu Yuetzi got into the car, he suddenly realized that he had somehow acquired the scent of flowers. Strangely, he found it rather pleasant, fragrant even upon arriving at school. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, he heard his arch-nemesis loudly proclaiming the tale of his purchase of small cakes the previous night. Vividly describing the shape and color of the cake. Fu Yuetzi's expression darkened instantly. He threw down his belongings and charged forward. "Wu Qianan, are you out of your mind?" Before he could approach, Wu Qianan jumped down from his desk. Sniffing the air as if he had made a delightful discovery, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. My goodness, Fu Yuetzi, you actually wore perfume to school, he hid behind his minions, brazenly shouting, "Everyone, come look. Fu Yuetzi is wearing perfume." Wu Qianan truly had an infuriating tongue, which drove Fu Yuetzi to rush at him in anger. Most of the students in this class hailed from prominent families in City A, sharing similar social standings, and their parents had advised them to get along well, creating a generally harmonious atmosphere. A few diligent girls nearby intervened, attempting to mediate and pulling the two apart. Thus, the altercation ended without further incident, and they returned to their seats. Fu Yuetzi initially believed the matter concluded there, but to his surprise, after class, several girls gathered around him, smiling sweetly as they asked, "Fu Yuetzi, could you share the link to your perfume? It smells wonderful." Fu Yuetzi, Chen Jinsha, who sat behind him, also overheard, poking him with her pen. "Brother Ci, don't forget to send me the link when you get home. My mom loves roses, I want to buy her a bottle." In a fit of embarrassment and anger, he gritted his teeth and retorted, "I did not wear perfume." All right. Seeing him flustered, everyone chimed in to soothe him, echoing that he hadn't worn any, though in truth no one believed it. Fu Yuetzi could see through their facade, which only deepened his vexation. He raised his hand and sniffed his clothes, detecting no scent whatsoever. Where was this supposed perfume? It was utterly baffling. The Fu family, when the renovation company arrived, fearing that they might accidentally knock over the flowers on the table, Aunt Lu hurriedly carried the roses out of the room. She cherished these few roses, believing them to possess a certain spirit. The more she looked at them, the more she adored them. Qinqing, playing nearby, suddenly caught sight of this scene and was momentarily confused. Aren't those the flowers from my room? Auntie looks like she's cradling a child. Suddenly inspired, the little one approached, her voice sweet as she exclaimed, "Auntie, you look young." Aunt Lu gazed at her in surprise. "What did you just say?" "Auntie, you're young while holding the flowers." Aunt Lu was overjoyed, rushing to the bathroom mirror to check, and indeed, she appeared to have aged several years less. A few maids who were close to her gathered around, each complimenting Aunt Lu on her youthful spirit. Just then, her phone in her pocket rang, the bodyguard at the villa's entrance reporting, "Aunt Lu, Madam Bai from the Bai family says she has something to deliver to the sir, should I let her in?" Aunt Lu's position was akin to that of a housekeeper, and such minor matters were typically her prerogative. Given that the Bai family had a business collaboration with the sir, she quickly instructed the bodyguard to allow her entry. Fearing any delay, setting down the roses, Aunt Lu hastily went out to receive her. At that moment, Qinqing sat in the small garden, cradling her pot of jasmine, enjoying the gentle morning breeze, surrounded by the jasmine she had nurtured. She closed her eyes in bliss. How delightful it was. Upstairs, Fu Shueji gently pulled aside a curtain, spotting the child from yesterday once again. His gaze shifted to the jasmine beside her, and he froze. That was the flower he had personally nurtured. How could he forget? Yet, even so, he took a long time to confirm it with certainty. Just the morning prior, Fu Shueji had concluded that it would never revive and had instructed the maid to take it away. Yet now it was alive in the little one's arms, appearing vibrant once more. In the brief span of a day, it had come back to life. Leaning against the window, Fu Shueji wore a dazed expression. As Qinqing was about to discover him, he swiftly drew the curtain shut. Qinqing felt an eerie sensation as if someone were watching her, but upon standing and searching around, she found no one. The little one continued to hold the flower and talk to herself when suddenly a voice came from behind her. "Are you the child that Fu Sihua adopted from the orphanage?" Qinqing turned to see a lavishly dressed lady standing behind her, the woman's wrist adorned with an expensive watch and a matching bracelet. Her neck and ears equally adorned. Although the little one did not recognize luxury items, she instinctively sensed that this lady was no ordinary person. She placed her flower pot on a chair, stood up obediently, and greeted, "Auntie." She was both adorable and well-behaved, yet Su Xiu felt no warmth. With a dismissive wave of her hand, as if repulsed by something filthy, she remarked, "A mere orphan shouldn't address me as auntie." At her words, the little girl's face flushed instantly, her gaze dropping as she fiddled with her dress, her complexion akin to that of a ripe cherry. She understood that orphans were children without anyone to care for them. Su Xiu glanced down at the girl's clean soft hair, her eyes filled with disdain. While she did not harbor any dislike for children, she detested anything that obstructed her path, observing with cold indifference. A smirk curled at her lips. Those who emerge from orphanages are hardly respectable. But I truly do not understand what Fu Sihua was thinking when he brought you home. My granddaughter is infinitely superior to you. Her gaze fell, her brows furrowing in disdain. The little one's face turned ashen. If Aunt Lu were to see this, it would break her heart. Just as her thoughts spiraled, Aunt Lu's voice entered the scene with a commanding presence. Madam Bai, you've arrived. Having sensed something amiss when no one appeared in the living room, she inquired and learned that both had gone to the garden. Su Xiu had long sought to matchmake her daughter with Fu Sihua. And upon hearing that the Fu family had adopted a girl from the orphanage, she had grown furious. Su Xiu's daughter had also been divorced. At 25, she had a 4-year-old daughter from her ex-husband. A few days prior, her daughter had visited the Fu family with her granddaughter, but Fu Sihua had treated them coldly, causing the child to cry. This incident had left Su Xiu quite displeased. Then Fu Sihua went to the orphanage and adopted Qinqing, which only fueled her anger. She had come under the pretense of delivering documents to get a glimpse of Qinqing after Aunt Lu approached. Subtly pulling Qinqing behind her as if to shield her, Su Xiu caught a glimpse of this scene, her expression darkening, yet she refrained from commenting. Aunt Lu was a long-serving member of the Fu household, brought over by Fu Sihua from the capital. No matter how angry Su Xiu was, she would not dare direct her ire at her. Consequently, she lazily glanced at her manicured nails, reverting to her usual demeanor. Didn't you say you were coming to deliver something? Why not head to the living room? I'll brew some tea for you. Su Xiu's expression remained frosty as she replied curtly. I forgot to bring the items, so I won't be going in. Her tone was dismissive, and as she finished, she cast a glance at Aunt Lu, feeling a twinge of surprise. Just days ago, Aunt Lu had appeared haggard, resembling the worn-out cooks from her household, yet today, she seemed like a different person. Upon closer inspection, one could even catch a whiff of the delightful fragrance of roses emanating from her. Su Xiu suppressed her astonishment, feigning indifference as she inquired, Aunt Lu, where have you been for beauty treatments these past few days? You've even worn perfume. The mention of perfume stemmed from Su Xiu being captivated by the exquisite scent. She had never encountered such a pure and delightful rose fragrance before. Aunt Lu's smile faltered momentarily, her thoughts racing in an instant. After a brief pause, she awkwardly chuckled. Madam Su, you must be joking. What beauty treatments could a mere housekeeper like me afford? Those are luxuries for esteemed ladies like you. As for the perfume, it is merely a cheap fragrance that we servants purchased privately. It smells pleasant at first, but becomes overwhelming if worn for too long. Upon hearing it was cheap perfume, a flicker of disdain crossed Su Xiu's eyes. Initially, she had considered purchasing a bottle for herself, but since it was used by servants, she dismissed the idea. After all, she was the esteemed Madam Bai. How could she share the same fragrance as a servant? That would be a degradation of her status. With that thought, she averted her gaze, covering her mouth with a feigned smile. Oh, come now, don't say such things. You people should also indulge yourselves. Aunt Lu, you've been with the Fu family long enough that your monthly salary could afford you a try. Oh, and if you do go, please let me know which shop you visit, so I can avoid it. Aunt Lu appeared oblivious to the sarcasm in her words, continuing to smile. Su Xiu felt as if she had punched a pillow. However, her purpose today was merely to observe this orphan, and having done so, she found her quite ordinary. With her objectives fulfilled, she took her leave. As soon as she departed, the smile on Aunt Lu's face vanished instantly. She knelt down to embrace the teary-eyed little girl, her heart aching for her. Do not cry, dear, do not cry. She produced a tissue to wipe the little one's tears, soothing her with gentle words. She doesn't speak the truth. Let us not take her words to heart, okay? With tear-streaked cheeks, Qinqing broke into a smile, her eyes still rimmed with moisture as she sweetly said in her nasal voice, I know, right? Aunt Lu led her back home, and after settling Qinqing in, she took out her phone to report to Fu Sihua. This matter could either be trivial or significant. It had not caused Qinqing any physical harm, and it would be rather childish for both families to cancel their cooperation over it. Su Xiu must have considered this, which is why she approached so brazenly. As Aunt Lu typed on her phone, a cold smile graced her lips. If Su Xiu truly thought so, she clearly underestimated Mr. Lu. Since Mr. Lu arrived at the company, his replies had been notably delayed, a fact Aunt Lu had grown accustomed to. She tucked her phone away and saw off the people from the renovation company. The servants carried in the original furniture and arranged it neatly, while Aunt Lu lovingly placed a vase of flowers on the table in Qinqing's room. With her rough hands, she tenderly caressed the delicate petals. Little Qinqing, standing on a chair, struggled to adjust the jasmine flowers, and when she climbed down, this was the scene she beheld. Seeing Aunt Lu's demeanor, it was clear she did not intend to take the vase away. Tilting her little head in confusion, she asked, Auntie, don't you want it? Aunt Lu quickly shook her head, visibly resistant. This is Mrs. Flower. It is rare for one to bloom so beautifully. How could I possibly take it? Let us leave it here. The little one fell silent for a moment, glancing at the few roses. After contemplating, she approached the table and, on tiptoe, nudged the vase toward Aunt Lu, sweetly saying, This is for you. Auntie Aunt Lu was taken aback and delighted, yet she waved her hand, still refusing. Miss, these flowers are so exquisite and fragrant. They will surely fill your room with their scent. Aunt Lu gazed at the flowers with such affection, as if they were treasures. However, to Qinqing these flowers were quite ordinary. She remained determined to gift them to Aunt Lu. You take it, Auntie, this is for you. Will you get me some new flowers, please? Aunt Lu, touching the petals, could hardly contain her joyful expression. Thank you, miss. I'll go fetch you today's flowers right away. She left with the roses, happier than if she had just received her salary. After placing the flowers back in her lounge, she sought out the florist who was arranging flowers at a large rectangular table. Various types of flowers were scattered about, with cut roots and leaves lying beneath, creating quite a mess. No one had notified her yesterday, so the florist had not arranged flowers for Qingqing's room. Aunt Lu had simply selected a few roses from the leftover blooms to send to Qingqing. She approached the long table for arranging flowers, but upon seeing what was on it, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. Alas, today's flowers lacked the quality of yesterday's. The florist, bewildered, thought that if it weren't for her knowledge of Aunt Lu's character, she might have assumed this was a deliberate provocation. All the flowers came from the same shop, delivered daily with consistent quality. How could they possibly be inferior to yesterday's? Aunt Lu wandered around her for a while, then selected a pot of pink flowers that included roses, gardenias, lisianthus, lilies, and several others whose names escaped her. The colors perfectly matched the pink decor of Qingqing's room. After greeting the florist, she carried the pot of flowers like a prized possession to Qingqing's room. Wow, so beautiful, Qingqing exclaimed, rushing over like a little kitten greeting her owner returning from work. Circling around Aunt Lu's legs, Aunt Lu laughed joyfully. I was worried you might dislike it for its quality. But I'm glad you like it. Qingqing beamed radiantly. It's alright, it will look even prettier soon. In the evening, Fu Yuetzi returned home, feeling utterly dejected. He had endured a trying day, with the girls in his class persistently trying to discover what perfume he wore. From morning until dismissal, they flocked to him during every break, and even on the way back, someone trailed behind, questioning him incessantly. Yet he had repeated several times that it was not a perfume, but no one believed him. Even during his brief stop to buy a snack after school, he was followed by a throng. Upon arriving home, he handed his things to the servant to take down and personally placed the snacks on the table in Qingqing's room. Once inside, he surveyed the room's decor, not voicing his thoughts, but his eyes revealed his satisfaction. Indeed, this resembled a little girl's room. A subtle floral fragrance lingered in the air, reminiscent of the scent he had encountered that morning. Fu Yuetzi glanced at the bouquet on the table. While it was beautifully arranged, the fragrance did not seem as potent. Brother, Qingqing, noticing his prolonged gaze at the flowers, curiously inquired, do you want the flowers? Fu Yuetzi shook his head, casually replying, I feel like these flowers lack the fragrance of this morning. He genuinely wished to take one to school to prove he wasn't wearing perfume. However, since there were none, he shrugged it off, recognizing that such a richly fragrant flower as this morning's was likely a rare find. Unbeknownst to him, after he spoke, Qingqing's eyes brightened with understanding. She realized her brother wanted fragrant flowers. Tonight, she would get to work. After dinner, Qingqing returned to her room, replenished the jasmine with some vitality, and poured the remaining water into the flowers on the table. Once finished, she headed to the bathroom for a bath, and when she emerged, the room was indeed filled with a soft floral fragrance. This time, the scent was not monotonous. Several floral aromas mingled together. Although slightly chaotic, it was not unpleasant. Qingqing felt content, taking a moment to admire the jasmine, its pure white buds resembling small pearls, strikingly beautiful. If things continued this way, she could gift it to her third brother in a couple of days. The little one happily closed her eyes. As night turned to day, the flowers on the table transformed, much like the roses of the previous morning, rejuvenated and vibrant. Today, Qingqing was already ready before Aunt Lu called her to wake up. She was accustomed to dressing herself and attending to her hygiene, as independence was the first lesson for children in orphanages. When the renovation workers came yesterday, they installed a small handle just below her door handle. Accessible even for a 3-year-old, Qingqing stood on a chair to retrieve the vase and excitedly opened the door. Bounding down the stairs, she eagerly anticipated her brother's reaction upon seeing the flowers. Surely he would be delighted. Thoughts of this made her steps light and joyful as she cradled a large bouquet, completely unaware of the path ahead. With a soft thud, the little one collided with someone's legs. Stumbling back a couple of steps, she lowered the vase and craned her neck to see who she had bumped into. Assuming it might be Aunt Lu preparing breakfast, the little girl raised her cheerful face and sweetly called out, I am sorry, Auntie, I didn't see the path and bumped into you. Just as the words left her lips, she felt the vase lift from her hands. At that moment, little Qingqing glimpsed the identity of the person she had collided with. Uncle, the vase was taken away, and upon seeing the towering figure before her, Qingqing lost her earlier ease. The glimmer in her large eyes dimmed slightly, revealing a hint of shyness, a stark contrast to her previous bubbly demeanor when greeting Aunt Lu. Fu Sihua, clad in a sleek black suit, exuded an air of aloofness, yet the flowers he held softened his otherwise distant presence. Though his voice was steady and somewhat cold, it carried a gentle tone. Considering the timid nature of the little girl before him, where should I place this? Qingqing hesitated for a moment, then cautiously pointed toward the dining table, obediently stating, I want to give it to my brother. Fu Sihua walked toward the table with the vase while the little one hurriedly scampered after him, her legs moving as if she were a potato on two short sticks, noticing the little one struggling to keep pace. He slowed his stride. Today, Qinqing had indeed risen much earlier, and by the time Fu Yuetzi joined them at the dining table, he noticed his father approaching with flowers in hand, a look of surprise flashing across his face. "Dad, why are you not?" he began, but mid-sentence, he inhaled sharply. "It smells so good, brother." At that moment, the little one peered out from behind Fu Sihua's legs, her soft, pale face adorned with a small dimple, looking as adorable as freshly steamed buns. "Here are some flowers for you." Qinqing rested her hands on the table, grinning widely at Fu Yuetzi, her cheerful expression utterly endearing. Fu Yuetzi hesitated for a moment before reaching for a pink rose. The color and fragrance were far superior to the ones he had seen the previous night. Was this truly the same bouquet he had encountered yesterday? With so many flowers, he could easily take one to school to prove he wasn't wearing perfume. A smile tugged at the corners of Fu Yuetzi's lips as he cheerfully said to Qinqing, "Brother brought you some delicious snacks today." The little one beamed, her smile widening in sheer delight. Their interaction surprised Fu Sihua, who then glanced at his watch, realizing it was time to head to work. "Dad, wait a moment." Seeing him about to leave, Fu Yuetzi quickly stood up, still holding the vase. "Why don't you take a flower to the office? The scent is refreshing." Truly his eyes were earnest, and upon hearing this Qinqing turned her head, anxiously watching him. When Fu Sihua didn't move, she mustered her courage and softly pointed to a pink rose, saying, "Uncle, this one is the most fragrant." Fu Sihua looked down at the bouquet, then plucked the very flower Qinqing had indicated. The child, who had been so fearful of him, had remarkably initiated conversation. It was a rare occurrence. "Thank you." He nodded slightly, his tone calm and gentle. After Fu Sihua left, the little girl excitedly clenched her small hands, gazing up at her brother, her pure black eyes sparkling like a sky full of stars. "Uncle took my flowers, he even said thank you to me." Was she really that happy? Fu Yuetzi looked at her with amusement, casually ruffling the little one's hair. "Come, let us eat." For Fu Sihua, today unfolded as uneventfully as the countless days that had preceded it. The driver halted the car beneath the company building, and he opened the door to step out. After taking 2 steps, he turned back to retrieve the bouquet he had brought. The fragrance wafting from it was truly uplifting. Even for someone like him, who was not particularly fond of floral scents, it felt just right. As he entered the company, the receptionist stood frozen, astonished to see him holding a pink rose. Stammering, she managed to utter a greeting. "Good morning, President." Before watching his retreating figure head towards the elevator, could it be that a bold sister had delivered it to the president on her way? How audacious! Assistant Mufong, upon catching sight of the flower, was equally taken aback. He stood rooted in place, regarding the rose as if it were some rare creature. It was only when Fu Sihua called him that he snapped back to reality. "Huh? What did you just say, President?" "There is no need to continue the technical collaboration with the Bai family. Withdraw our personnel after the first phase concludes. Let them seek others." The assistant promptly adopted a serious demeanor. Noting the directive, this collaboration had been fervently sought by Boss Bai for quite some time, and with the first phase nearing its end, they were presently negotiating for the second phase. Once he had conveyed the matter, Fu Sihua handed the pink rose to him. "Find a vase to place it in, and set it on my desk." "Oh, right." Cradling the rose, Mufong felt as though the world had taken on an air of fantasy. His boss was not the type to buy flowers voluntarily, so could it be a gift from someone else? Having known Fu Sihua for years, he was aware that since his divorce, no woman had graced his side. He had devoted himself diligently to earning a living for his 4 children. Oh no, it should be 5 now. Could it be he might soon have a boss lady? Mufong rubbed his chin pensively, hesitating with the rose in hand. Perhaps he should concoct an excuse to visit his boss's home, yet, he had to admit, the rose smelled delightful. He brought it close to his nose, inhaling deeply, greedily savoring its fragrance. Truly exquisite. The boss's flowers were a delight. How wonderful! Suddenly, a chilling presence enveloped him, causing Mufong to shudder. That sensation was unmistakable. The boss. Cautiously, he turned to see the handsome man standing outside the glass door. His expression inscrutable. "B-boss." Fu Sihua's eyes were dark, his tone frigid. "Your bonus is deducted." Mufong's face paled instantly, despair flooding him. "Please, no." Fu Sihua's expression betrayed no emotion as he turned to leave, casually tossing over his shoulder. "Meeting." At this, Mufong quieted down, reverently placing the pink rose into the most beautiful vase in the office, adjusting its position before taking his documents to the conference room. Let them deduct the bonus. After all, bonuses were meant to be taken away. His salary remained the more significant portion. An hour later, Fu Sihua emerged from the meeting room. Upon entering his office, he found a man standing before his desk, taking pictures of the rose with his phone. As he stepped inside, the folder in his hand made a soft click as it met the surface of the desk. "Why, where did you buy this rose? It smells divine." The man's tone was familiar, indicating a long-standing acquaintance with Fu Sihua. "What brings you here?" Xiaosu popped down casually beside him, letting out a sigh. "I came to see how you've been faring since leaving the capital. Since you're in the mood for nurturing flowers, it seems you're doing well." After saying this, Xiaosu's gaze shifted to the flowers on the desk, curiosity evident. "Honestly, why share the address of this flower shop with me? I'd like to bring some back for my older sister to cheer her up. You'd be our family's benefactor. Fu Sihua, unaware of the flower's origins, called Louis, his housekeeper, to inquire about the shop's address. After obtaining the details, Xiao Su hurriedly departed, expressing concern about arriving late and missing out. He rushed with his driver to the flower shop, but as he approached, an uneasy feeling began to creep in. Logically, such fragrant flowers should be noticeable even from the entrance, yet upon entering and surveying the shop, Xiao Su remained silent, disappointment nearly spilling from his eyes. Leaving in frustration, he began dialing Fu Sihuai's number from the card. Why did you give me the wrong shop? The flowers there were quite ordinary. I even showed them the photos I took earlier, and they adamantly insisted those weren't their flowers. After his complaints, there was a long pause on the other end. A few seconds later, Fu Sihuai's low, icy voice emerged from the phone. Louis, wouldn't he make a mistake? It was indeed that shop. Xiao Su's expression dimmed, but he had no choice. Fine, perhaps I was just unlucky, and that batch of flowers has already sold out. Suddenly a thought sparked in his mind, and he exclaimed, wait, what if I go to your house? If there are any left, I'll take them all. You wouldn't mind, would you? Fu Sihua responded with a nonchalant indicating he had no objections. After hanging up, he cast a glance at the flowers on his desk, his gaze seemingly piercing through them to something beyond. Xiao Su's older sister was the head of the Xiao family. A formidable woman, however. Since losing her child 3 years ago, she had become tempestuous, her temperament fluctuating dramatically. If bringing those flowers home could brighten her spirits, it would indeed be worthwhile. At the Fu residence, around 8 or 9 in the morning, Qinqing enjoyed watering the flowers in the garden alongside the gardener uncle. While he tended to the larger plants, she wielded a small watering can for the smaller ones. Just as they were having fun, the sound of raised voices reached her ears. Pausing, she took a few steps toward the source of the commotion. At the entrance of the villa, a crowd had gathered. Most conspicuous among them was a woman clad in a purple haute couture dress, her mature beauty accentuated by a slightly plump figure, though she was still shorter than Louis, blocked by a bodyguard at the entrance. Bai Wei's expression was indifferent. Louis stood nearby, wearing a forced smile. I'm sorry, Miss Bai, but my master has instructed me not to make things difficult for someone in my position. Bai Wei pressed her lips together, angered by the dismissive tone. However, upon glancing at Louis and noticing her face appeared a decade younger, she couldn't help but feel surprised, just as her mother had said. This old woman had secretly undergone cosmetic procedures, hoping to keep it from her mother. With this in mind, Bai Wei's expression hardened, yet her purpose today was not to question the beauty salon. My mother merely exchanged a few words here, and what did she say that was wrong? For this, you've halted our collaboration. How could an orphan be so precious? Louis' gaze flickered. Her smile deepening. It seemed her master had taken action. How delightful. While she thought this, a look of feigned sympathy crossed her face. I wouldn't know about that. I'm not privy to my master's business dealings. Bai Wei's eyes glinted with sarcasm. You don't know, isn't it you who reported her? You dare to act innocent after doing wrong, old hag. Louis' smile faded, finding the accusation utterly odious. She decided to drop the pretense, wearing an expression that said she couldn't care less. Indeed, I informed my master. What of it? If your mother hadn't come to the Fu family to bully others, I wouldn't have had the chance to report her. You reap what you sow. Bai Wei's fury ignited further, her anger escalating. None of the things her mother said were untrue. The child was indeed an orphan and deserved to be spoken of. Witnessing Louis' fearless demeanor, she felt an overwhelming urge to slap her, and she indeed acted on that impulse. Her manicured nails left 2 red marks across Louis' face, the struck side visibly swelling. Louis, refusing to be cowed, retaliated with a slap of her own. Years of labor had endowed her with strength far surpassing Bai Wei's. With one swift motion, Bai Wei was sent crashing to the ground. Seeing her gain the upper hand, none of the surrounding bodyguards moved to intervene. After hitting the ground, Bai Wei caught sight of a child peeking from behind the villa's entrance. The little girl wore a light green dress, her small hands gripping the door tightly, her head poking out nervously. This child's identity was glaringly apparent to Bai Wei, and she needed no further contemplation. Remaining on the ground, she glared venomously at the child, her eyes cold and piercing as a serpent. All the grievances she had suffered today stemmed from this child. Earlier that morning, her father had stormed home, furious, stating that the Fu family had categorically rejected their collaboration, placing the blame squarely on her mother. Bai Wei understood her mother had intended to confront this child to vent her frustrations. Now her parents were embroiled in a fierce argument at home, escalating towards divorce. Incensed, she had come to the Fu family, thinking to plead with Fu Sihua. Little did she know, she couldn't even gain entry. Now she had been struck by a servant, and worst of all, this child stood by watching. The true instigator of her misfortune. Perhaps driven by her hatred, she sprang up from the ground and lunged at Louis. The suddenness of her attack caught Louis off guard, and she was indeed knocked to the ground. The bodyguards rushed forward, but they were a second too late to assist. Louis' head struck the ground, momentarily dazing her. As she reached back to feel the back of her head, her hand came away stained with blood. Seeing the bright red color, Qinqing could no longer remain hidden. She rushed out in alarm. Auntie, her voice was drowned out by the surrounding chatter, and the bodyguards hurriedly prepared to transport Louis to the hospital. Qinqing crouched beside her, holding Louis's hand, horrified as she noticed the increasing blood on her head. She turned to glare at Bai Wei, who had just risen, brushing off her clothes. Why did you hit Auntie? Bai Wei's movements came to an abrupt halt as she cast her gaze downward. Her voice dripping with cold malice as she seethed, I struck her, not for any reason other than you. Qinqing was taken aback by the palpable hatred in her tone. Her small frame trembled slightly, and she dared not utter another word to this menacing figure. It was as though even a fleeting glance might provoke a bite. Bai Wei took a couple of steps toward Qinqing and, upon noticing Aunt Lu, who lay unconscious in the bodyguard's arms, a wave of panic surged within her. Surely this old hag won't meet her end here. Instinctively she began to retreat, eager to escape unnoticed. However, upon turning around she froze, for a figure had materialized behind her unbeknownst to her. Hello, is this the police? Yes, I need to report an incident. Xiao Su held his phone to his ear, conversing with someone on the other end. Someone has intentionally harmed another. Please dispatch an officer quickly, or she may flee before you arrive. Xiao Su. Upon hearing his words, Bai Wei hastily reached out, attempting to snatch the phone from him. Have you lost your mind? Do not call the police. At the very instant she made her move, Xiao Su discerned her intention and leisurely sidestepped her grasp. Once steady, he raised a hand to shield himself, his tone languid. Mind your image, Mrs. Qian. Propriety dictates a distance between the sexes, so do refrain from encroaching upon my space. Upon hearing that designation, Bai Wei's countenance darkened instantly, and she shot him a venomous glare. Why would you call the authorities when we are all acquaintances? Cancel that call immediately. Xiao Su raised an eyebrow, his gaze languid and mocking. Acquaintances? I am indeed familiar with Aunt Lu, but you— His unfinished sentence hung heavy with implication, a silence more cutting than words. Xiao Su, this does not concern you. Bai Wei sought to avoid antagonizing him. Having caught a glimpse of his phone screen, she realized he was genuinely alerting the authorities. Now, she was desperate to return home and consult her mother for a solution. It is all this child's fault. After casting a furious glance at Qinqing, her eyes reddened. She frantically fished out her car keys and fled. Observing her retreating figure, Xiao Su scoffed quietly. Can you truly escape? After Bai Wei departed, the bodyguards of the Fu family arrived with a vehicle, hoisting Aunt Lu into the car. Only Qinqing remained at the entrance, her face a mask of confusion. She gazed up at Xiao Su several times, marveling at his prowess. With just a few words, he had frightened that fierce aunt away. It seemed he sensed her scrutiny, for Xiao Su's gaze shifted to the small child by his side, who looked up at him in adoration. Such a good girl. I can almost smell the sweetness of milk from her. Even a man in his 30s felt a warmth in his heart when met with the admiring eyes of a young girl. The little girl's bright, expressive eyes blinked innocently, captivated by him. What are you staring at? Xiao Su bent down, gently tapping the top of her head, a smile illuminating his eyes. Are you a friend of Uncle? The little dumpling, her soft, fair face serious, gazed at him nervously. Although she felt shy speaking to Uncle, there was an inexplicable familiarity with this unknown uncle. Xiao Su was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Aren't you going to call him Daddy? The little Qinqing bit her lip, her round face flushing a rosy hue. In a matter of breaths, she shyly blinked her eyes and whispered, I feel a bit embarrassed. Her demeanor and words elicited a broad grin from Xiao Su, whose delight was evident. One might mistake him for a proud father. Embarrassed? Are you? Quite adorable. He ruffled her fluffy head, reluctant to let go. What a well-behaved little girl. Fu Sihua has struck gold. He led Qinqing into the villa, their conversation flowing effortlessly, as though he relished every moment spent with this little bundle of joy. You weren't hurt earlier, were you? No. Qinqing shook her head, her clear, bright eyes still filled with curiosity as they followed him. Her soft, childlike voice was a melody to the ears. But I still don't know who you are. Xiao Su chuckled, halting in his tracks, mimicking her tone. Do you wish to know who I am? Qinqing also paused, her eyes wide with anticipation. I am Xiao Su, a friend of the uncle who adopted you. You should call me Uncle Xiao. The little dumpling responded with an obedient oh, and promptly addressed him as Uncle Xiao. Thank you, Uncle Xiao. What brings you to our home? At this inquiry, Xiao Su finally recalled the purpose of his visit. He beckoned a servant over and plopped down onto the sofa with a casualness akin to that of a bandit making off with treasure. Bring out all the flowers in your house. Hearing such an unusual request, the servant hesitated. Mr. Xiao, are you referring to all the flowers in the house? Xiao Su nodded lightly. The servant, though puzzled, complied. Moments later, all the flowers from the house were brought before him. Displayed on the table, Xiao Su stared at the flowers for quite some time, then reluctantly lifted his gaze. Is this all? These are all the flowers in our home. He waved his hand dismissively. Fine, put them away. The servant. Understood, Mr. Xiao. Little Qinqing had witnessed the entire exchange from her spot on the sofa. She leaped down and, when Xiao Su was not paying attention, dashed upstairs. There was still one bouquet that had not been brought out. The one she had gifted her brother that morning. However, her brother had not taken them all. He had only taken 2, leaving the rest in her room. Qinqing rummaged through her room, finding the vase, and hurried downstairs. Uncle Xiao, here is another one. Before she could reach him, Xiao Su had already caught a whiff of the intense floral fragrance. His eyes brightened as he turned to look at the little dumpling holding the flowers. Yes, that's the scent. Xiaosu accepted the flowers from Qingqing's hands, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment and delight. Where did you find this? He inquired, directing his gaze toward her. The little one pointed upstairs. Her voice soft and sweet. Brother, is this from Xiao Xi? His long fingers grazed the vase thoughtfully. Since it belongs to Xiao Xi, I shall take it with the utmost propriety. The little dumpling looked at him with wide-eyed innocence. Not quite grasping what take with propriety meant, just then, Xiaosu placed a large hand on her shoulder, patting it as if entrusting her with a great responsibility. Little one, when your brother returns, tell him that Uncle Xiao has taken this vase of flowers. Okay. Though she didn't fully understand, she nodded obediently, appearing quite easy to deceive. Her exquisitely cute face, coupled with her perfectly bewildered expression, could easily charm Xiaosu into a state of foolishness. He felt as though the flowers had become even more fragrant, and a lightness enveloped him, were it not for a prior engagement. He would have hesitated to leave. Seeing him handle the flowers with such care brought joy to Qingqing. Previously, only the director mama had appreciated her flowers, but now, several others joined in her delight. How wonderful! She wondered when the director mama might come to visit her. Meanwhile, the director mentioned by Qingqing was standing outside the Shen residence. The situation at the Shen household mirrored that of the Fu family. Both parents were absent during workdays, and the children were at school, leaving only Ruoruo at home. The servant approached Ruoruo's room and knocked on the door. After a few seconds, the door creaked open. Ruoruo's room was exquisitely decorated, every detail meticulously attended to, clearly a space prepared with care and time. The floor was covered in soft, luxurious carpet, and the servant did not dare to enter. Remaining at the threshold, Miss, there is someone claiming to be the director of the Welfare Institute who wishes to see you. Ruoruo had initially opened the door with a smile, but upon hearing this, her expression shifted drastically, the smile vanishing in an instant. Her gaze turned wary, and her small hands gripped the door tightly. Did she come alone? Are there no other children with her? The servant hesitated. Startled by her reaction, did a 3-year-old really react this quickly? Is that logic a bit too sharp? She recalled the scene outside and shook her head. There is no one else, only the director. Upon hearing this, Ruoruo released her grip on the doorframe and stepped out of her room, adopting an unusually commanding tone as she instructed the servant. Let her in. The servant left, yet a lingering sense of unease remained. When Mr. and Mrs. Shen were home, Ruoruo appeared quite normal, but once they left, a pronounced sense of discord enveloped her. In private conversations, several servants who had interacted with her had noted this, not dwelling on it. The servant returned to the door and ushered the director inside. In the Shen family's living room, as the director entered, Ruoruo stood from the sofa, greeting her with an innocent smile. Director Mama, are you here to see me? The director smiled composedly, waiting for the servant to pour her tea before she began to speak. Initially their conversation revolved around mundane inquiries, which Ruoruo found tedious, yet she endured and responded, although she refrained from voicing her impatience. Her body language betrayed her. The director's gaze darkened, recognizing Ruoruo's reluctance to engage further, thus she cut to the chase. Ruoruo, did you take Qingqing's necklace? Though phrased as a question, her tone was laden with certainty. She had searched every corner of the orphanage, even meticulously inspecting the children's dormitories, yet Qingqing's necklace remained elusive. The necklace was beautiful, and many children wished to wear it, fearing it might be lost. The director had placed it in a box for safekeeping. She had kept it in her room's cabinet, but it had gone missing days ago. After reviewing the surveillance footage, she found that only Ruoruo had entered her room in the past 3 days. When Ruoruo heard these words, her heart suddenly tightened, and she nervously shook her head. I didn't take it. The headmaster sighed helplessly, extended his hand towards her, and rather than displaying anger, continued to speak to her gently. Please give it to me, Ruoruo. It belongs to Qingqing. She will need that necklace to find her biological parents when she grows up. It is truly significant to her. After earnestly expressing this sentiment, Ruoruo's expression abruptly changed. Who took my things? You only favor Qingqing. I am now the third young lady of the Shen family. My parents have bought me so many necklaces that one cabinet cannot contain them all. I have no interest in her broken necklace. As she spoke, her gaze darted around, appearing fierce at first glance, but the panic in her eyes was unmistakable. The headmaster listened quietly, his expression remaining unchanged. Even his voice was calm. That if you do not value it, then return it to Qingqing. Ruoruo bit her lip, sensing from the headmaster's demeanor that he must have discovered something, but that shouldn't be the case. No one had seen her steal the necklace. Ruoruo knew the orphanage inside and out. She was fully aware of where the cameras were and which angles they could not capture. She decided to trust herself and remain obstinate. I told you I didn't take her things. You suspect me simply because you favor Qingqing. The more Ruoruo spoke, the angrier she became. I am now the third young lady of the Shen family. Have you considered that if these words reach my parents' ears, they will think I am a bad child? You have never considered me. The headmaster rubbed his temples in frustration, his gaze now thoroughly disappointed. If she intended to expose Ruoruo, why would she speak to her in private? After all, she had raised this child, and Ruoruo's current behavior was partly her responsibility. Therefore, the headmaster did not become angry but instead spoke to her with even greater gentleness. You are all my children. Of course, I care about your future. I assure you that I will never inform Mr. and Mrs. Shen about this matter, as long as you return the necklace to Qinqing. I promise not to disturb you again. Ruinsoft bit her lip, her eyes reddening as she glared at him. I told you I didn't. If you cannot provide evidence that I did it, then you are slandering me. Observing her unrepentant demeanor, the headmaster's heart gradually sank. On the day Mr. Shen came to pick up Qinqing, you were the one who deceived her into the woodshed, right? This incident was captured on surveillance footage. If you do not want Mr. Shen to see it, return the necklace to Qinqing. The headmaster's tone suddenly turned stern, and the gravity of her words left Ruinsoft's complexion pale. This was the first time the usually gentle headmaster had spoken so fiercely. And combined with her threatening words, Ruinsoft stiffly contemplated for a few seconds before bursting into tears. Woo-woo, I hate you. You are framing me. You will always favor Qinqing. Her cries attracted the attention of the Shen family's servants, who were alarmed to see her in such distress. Miss, what happened? As the servants comforted her, Ruinsoft pointed a finger at the impassive headmaster, sobbing. She asked me for money, and when I didn't want to give it to her, she threatened me. The servants gazed in shock at the headmaster's expressionless face. Is this true? The headmaster's eyes were filled with profound disappointment. It was the first time she felt Ruinsoft had become a stranger, so unfamiliar as if she were an entirely different person. Madam, I must ask you to leave our home. Some servants stepped forward to usher the headmaster away. Witnessing Ruinsoft shrink into another's embrace with evasive eyes, the headmaster coldly remarked, Ruinsoft, I will no longer persuade you. This is the path you have chosen. Regardless of what happens in the future, do not harbor regrets. Ruinsoft did not take the threat seriously. She was now the third young lady of the Shen family. The headmaster was merely the director of an orphanage, and Qinqing remained within its confines. Their social standings had irrevocably changed. Even if Qinqing were adopted in the future, her adoptive family would certainly not be wealthier than the Shens. For the Shen family was the wealthiest in City A. Once her parents returned, she would inform them about the headmaster's request for money. Surely, they would never allow the headmaster into their home again. They would not trust the words of someone with such a low character. Thus, she had nothing to fear. Embracing this thought, Ruinsoft withdrew her gaze, her heart gradually settling, and she continued to relish all that the Shen family had to offer: the attentive care of the servants, her parents' affectionate protection, countless dresses and jewels, boundless wealth, and the myriad envious glances and spotlights. Mrs. Shen was adept at raising children. She provided Ruinsoft with everything a young lady of her status ought to possess. Meanwhile, due to encountering a father inept at parenting, Qinqing was forced to grow up in a wild manner. It was not that he was entirely incapable. At least Fu Sihua remembered that Qinqing would wake up at midnight looking for snacks. So he instructed someone to place a small refrigerator in the house stocked with various treats, easily accessible for a child. It is easy to imagine how overjoyed Qinqing would be upon discovering this refrigerator. With Aunt Lu at the hospital, the house fell into a profound silence. The following morning, a sharply dressed individual entered Qinqing's room precisely at 8:30. The little one had already awakened, dazedly clutching her blanket. Sister, upon seeing a stranger, her face was full of confusion. Hello, miss. While Aunt Lu is away, I am responsible for taking care of you. You can call me Shoma. The little girl, with her bright black and white eyes, stared at her for a while before she finally grasped the meaning of the words. The sister Shoma. Qinqing climbed out of bed and proceeded to wash her face and brush her teeth as per her usual routine. Shoma followed her to the bathroom door, initially intending to assist, but the little one skillfully stepped onto a stool, squeezed toothpaste onto her brush, and began washing all by herself. After cleaning up, she opened the wardrobe and chose the simplest style from the row of dresses hanging below. As she clutched the clothes, she suddenly turned around, her face flushed with embarrassment as she looked at Shoma. Sister Shoma, could you please turn around? Shoma was momentarily taken aback, her body reacting quicker than her mind. After turning around, she hesitantly inquired, Miss, can you dress yourself? Yes. Qinqing struggled to pull off her nightgown and put on the new dress she had chosen earlier. Then she walked over to Shoma and patted her leg, saying, Sister, please help me with the zipper. This was the only moment in the morning when Shoma felt a sense of involvement. Once dressed, Qinqing went downstairs to eat. She had woken up late, and Fu Yuetzi had already left for school. Leaving her alone downstairs, the little one was also exceedingly well behaved while eating, requiring no attention at all. Sister Shoma, have you eaten? Qinqing tilted her little head and asked. Shoma quickly nodded. Miss, I had something to eat when I arrived. Okay, little Qinqing replied cheerfully. After finishing breakfast, she wandered around the small garden and returned to her room once the sun had risen. Shoma recalled how Qinqing had chosen a simpler dress, her small hands automatically bypassing most of the extravagant styles. However, based on her observations, 9 out of 10 dresses in that wardrobe were ostentatious princess gowns. She wondered what kind of aesthetic a man must have to favor such styles. She thought that the young lady might not appreciate those overly complicated dresses. Approaching the balcony, she coincidentally found Qinqing searching for her. Sister Shoma, can you help me bring this flower pot down? Shoma glanced at the lush green jasmine and nodded, asking her where she wanted it placed. Just put it on the chair, thank you sister. Qinqing stood by the chair, carefully wiping the dust off the leaves, one by one, until they gleamed. Xiaoma fetched a chair for her to sit on and then squatted down to assist her. Did you grow this flower, miss? It looks great, little Qinqing giggled in response, continuing to wipe the leaves. By the way, miss, do you want to go out? Can I go out? The little one paused her actions, looking at her with delight. Having lived in the orphanage since birth, she had never been outside once due to her young age. Even after being brought back to the Fu family, she hadn't dared to dream about it, always feeling a sense of trepidation towards the outside world. Of course, this is what Mr. Fu instructed me to do. When there is nothing going on, I can take you out to play. Uncle said that? For the first time since this morning, Xiaoma saw a genuine childlike smile on Qingqing's face, and she felt happy as well. Yes, the sir said it before he left. Do you want to go out soon? Qingqing blinked her eyes, looking at her expectantly. Can we wait a bit? I want to finish cleaning the flower to give it to third brother. Without hesitation, Xiaoma nodded. Of course, she helped Qingqing, and together their efficiency improved. Halfway through, Xiaoma suddenly recalled Qingqing's mention of third brother. If she remembered correctly, the third young master of the Fu family was in poor health, right? In no time, the pot of flowers was cleaned, and the jasmine exuded a vibrant vitality, its lush leaves covering all the stems, each leaf plump and a vivid green. After their careful cleaning, it now looked almost unreal. Xiaoma couldn't help but exclaim again. This is the best potted plant I've ever seen, just looking at it lifts the spirits. Let us go, miss, and deliver it to the third young master. Xiaoma bent down to help Qingqing carry the flower pot. However, at this moment, the little one hesitated. She tilted her face upwards to look at Xiaomo, speaking softly. I don't know which room Sangu lives in. It would be best to ask someone in the household. Xiao Qingqing was still wavering. She felt a twinge of fear since she had never met Sangu and was uncertain of what sort of person he was, yet Xiaomo had already stopped a servant to inquire. Qingqing stood at their feet, recognizing the servant as the sister who had given her the flowers earlier. Miss wishes to see the third young master, but he has just taken his medicine and is now asleep. The servant replied, her expression fraught with difficulty. Xiao Mo lowered her gaze and exchanged a glance with Qingqing, whispering, Miss, perhaps we should return and come back later. The little one lifted her soft pale face, contemplating for a few seconds. Sister, then we want to go. Could you please give the flowers to Sangu? The servant glanced at the flowers in Xiao Mo's hands, surprised by their flourishing state. She recognized the pot but did not identify the flowers within, mistakenly thinking that Qingqing had nurtured a new plant. After all, no one would expect that the jasmine, which had seemed utterly lifeless just days prior, had revived dramatically in the span of 5 days. Reminded of Sanshaya's fondness for jasmine, the servant nodded eagerly. Of course, Mississippi, leave it to me. She did not ponder how Qingqing had acquired such a large pot of flowers. Thank you, Qingqing said, watching the servant's figure disappear before she tugged at Xiaomo's hand, gazing at her with wide eyes. Sister, can we go out now? Of course, came the reply. As they approached the villa's entrance, a hint of trepidation crept into Xiao Qingqing's heart. She held Xiao Mo's hand tightly as they reached the gate, staring at the road outside, a deep-seated fear of the unknown rising within her. Please wait a moment, Mississippi, I just contacted the driver, and he will be here shortly. It dawned on her that the young miss had likely never ventured out before. After a moment's thought, Xiao Mo bent down to lift her up. The Fu family resided in a villa area by the river, surrounded by beautiful scenery. While they waited for the driver outside, 2 cars happened to pass by in front of them. Qingqing, nestled in Xiao Mo's embrace, was focused on the Fu family behind her and thus did not notice the familiar face that flashed by in the back of the second vehicle. The Shen family also lived in this villa area, but it was vast, and their homes were quite distant from one another. Ruoruo, leaning against the car window with her head out, strained to catch a glimpse of the 2 figures that had just passed. Ruoruo, that's dangerous, Mrs. Shen gently admonished as she lifted her down. In the future, you mustn't do that in the car. Ruoruo absent-mindedly replied with a soft her mind lingering on the figure she had just glimpsed. Was it just her imagination, or did the woman in the embrace of the child seem remarkably like Qingqing? Although she had only seen a silhouette and not the face, her familiarity with Qingqing led her to feel a striking resemblance. Moreover, when she caught sight of that figure, her heart skipped a beat. Yet, Ruoruo quickly dismissed the notion, reasoning that Qingqing was currently at the orphanage and would not be here. After all, this was a villa area where only the wealthy resided. Individuals like the Shens, what right did Qingqing have to be here? With that thought, her heart settled once more. Meanwhile, within the Fu residence, a servant entered and gently placed the pot of flowers given by Qingqing on the bedside. The curtains in the room were drawn, and the air conditioning made it warm and cozy. Glancing at the person on the bed, and seeing that he was still asleep, she carefully retreated. Minutes later, the pale young man on the bed opened his eyes, instinctively covering his heart with his hand as he arched his back. Yet, halfway through the motion, he realized that his heart did not ache as it normally did upon waking. He felt fatigued, but generally he would only sleep for an hour at most, even at night. It was a constant cycle of brief awakenings, day and night blending into one another. Fu Shueji squinted at the gray ceiling. But suddenly a subtle scent of jasmine wafted to his nose. He must have been smelling it all along, but only now could he calm his mind to seek the source of the fragrance. He turned his head towards the desk, where a pot of jasmine had been placed at some point unbeknownst to him. As Fu Shueji sat up, a peculiar sensation washed over him, as if he were caught in a dream. Unable to discern reality from illusion, he felt a surge of strength within him. No longer as weak as before, sitting at the head of the bed, his pale hands caressed the pot, inspecting the jasmine roots and the direction of its branches. His disheveled black hair contrasted with his striking light brown eyes that sparkled with life. This was the very pot he had discarded, he was certain of it, for during many sleepless nights, he had gazed at the jasmine on his bedside. Memorizing its appearance by heart. Fu Shueji cautiously parted the lush leaves and discovered a single white flower, the source of the delicate jasmine fragrance that permeated the room. A hint of color returned to his pallid cheeks. As if a warm current was flowing within him. He had seen this pot of flowers in the hands of his newly arrived sister 4 days ago, when she had been seated in the small garden. Fu Shueji could hardly believe it. In just 5 short days, this jasmine not only returned from the brink of death but had blossomed so beautifully. He pressed the bell by the bedside. And soon after, a servant entered. Third young master. The servant greeted him. Fu Shueji lifted his gaze, his voice sounding less frail than before, more robust. Where did these flowers come from? Third young master, these were sent by Miss Qinqing. She must have heard that you like jasmine and specially cared for them, the servant explained. From the servant's words, it was evident that she had not yet realized this pot of jasmine was the very one she had witnessed him discard. Fu Shueji coughed softly into his hand. The servant continued to admire the flowers. Miss Qinqing is truly remarkable. Nurturing such beautiful flowers is no easy feat, and I can only imagine the effort she put into it. It seems to me that the fragrance of these flowers brings a sense of joy. She gazed at the flowers with fondness several times before reluctantly departing, leaning against the head of the bed. Fu Shueji closed his eyes. The bitter scent of medicine in the room was gradually replaced by the fragrance of jasmine, a pure scent he had only encountered in his childhood. A vivid image unfolded in his mind, a serene morning in the mountains. Dense treetops casting shadows, with dappled sunlight falling on wild grass, the sweet sound of birds chirping, dewdrops glistening on the tips of the grass, and many unknown wildflowers scattered about for a fleeting moment. Fu Shueji felt as if he were immersed in this scene, his body finally at ease. At some point, he slid down and fell into a deep slumber. As she gazed at the towering buildings and the myriad of passers-by, Qinqing lingered by the car door for a few moments, attempting to retreat back inside. Xiao Mo quickly bent down to scoop her up. Miss, don't be afraid, it's just a shopping mall. Once in her arms, Qinqing gradually ceased her struggles, reclining against Xiao Mo. A passerby chuckled at the sight, while one aunt pointed out to her 5-year-old child, whispering, "Look, that little girl doesn't want to walk. She is trying to get her sister to carry her." Hearing this, Qinqing's cheeks flushed, and she immediately perked up. Xiao Mo couldn't help but smile as she carried Qinqing further inside. They entered a boutique specializing in children's clothing, where Xiao Mo encouraged her to choose some outfits. The enthusiastic demeanor of the sales staff made Qinqing feel shy, and she turned back to glance at Xiao Mo with a pitiful expression. In the television shows she had watched, such beautiful stores were bound to be expensive, and after a round of promotions she felt her face grow hot. Having selected nothing, awkwardly pinching her skirt, the sales staff, perceptive as they were, quickly realized that the dress Qinqing wore was quite valuable. They assumed she was unimpressed with the clothing here and watched her depart with regretful expressions. "Miss, did you not like the clothes inside?" Xiao Mo inquired as they exited the boutique. The little one shyly shook her head. Mo sister, we don't have any money." Xiao Mo was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh. "Miss, are you worried about not having money?" Qinqing appeared confused, and then she heard Xiao Mo continue, "Mr. Fu has plenty of money. You could change 10 new outfits a day without a care." Xiao Mo thought Qinqing was overly mature for her age. Born into the Fu family, who would ever worry about money? As long as one didn't squander it in pursuit of entrepreneurship, their family wealth could last for generations. This was also why the competition for inheritance within the Fu family was so fierce. Now that Qinqing was the 5th young lady of the Fu family, what was there to worry about regarding money? "Yet uncle works very hard for money," Qinqing replied softly, her childish voice and considerate words eliciting an involuntary smile from Xiao Mo. "It is alright, Mississippi. The money you spend on clothes is insignificant to Mr. Fu. He wouldn't even bother to ask." The little girl seemed taken aback, falling silent for a moment. As Xiao Mo spoke, she lifted her up and entered another boutique. An hour and a half later, Xiao Mo emerged from the mall, carrying Qinqing, with a sales assistant trailing behind laden with bags of clothes, the trunk of the car filled to the brim. Qinqing had no idea how much all of this had cost, as Xiao Mo had not disclosed the total. The driver inquired, "Miss, where shall we go now? Miss, would you like to visit somewhere else or perhaps get a bite to eat?" Upon hearing Xiao Mo's suggestion, Qinqing shook her head vigorously. She wanted to ask if they could return home, but as her eyes caught sight of an elderly lady selling flowers outside the car window, a location flashed through her mind. "A sister, can we go buy some seeds?" "Of course," Xiao Mo replied, recalling the pot of jasmine they had wiped earlier that morning, unable to suppress her admiration for it. The young lady appears to possess a remarkable talent for nurturing flowers. After all, even some professionals struggle to cultivate blossoms of such exceptional quality. She instructed the driver to take them to the flower and bird market. The atmosphere here is considerably more boisterous than that of a shopping mall, teeming with individuals of all ages and backgrounds. Upon entering, Qinqing was immediately captivated by the plethora of floral varieties, many of which she had never encountered before. Xiao Mo, holding her hand, inquired about her floral preferences. As they ventured further inside, Qinqing gazed indecisively at the blooms, taking a long time before hesitantly responding. I am not sure. In September, chrysanthemums, orchids, and jasmine are all quite lovely. If you haven't made up your mind, we could take a little of each. Just as they were conversing, they arrived at a small stall. There, the last pot of artificially cultivated dendrobium orchids awaited them, soon to be sold out. The vendor's enthusiastic calls drew Qinqing's attention, prompting Xiao Mo to pause as they both eyed the final pot of orchids. Come take a look, these are all cultivated by my family, guaranteed to bloom. Qinqing was entranced by the flowers, and she gently tugged at Xiao Mo's sleeve, her soft voice a whisper in her ear. Yeah, I want this one. Sensing Qinqing's desire, the vendor energetically extolled the virtues of his orchids. Of this particular variety boasts the most fragrant aroma, with numerous benefits. It clears heat, nourishes the body, and can even treat conditions of yin deficiency and excessive fire. It's the last one I have. I can let it go for a mere 250. Xiao Mo furrowed her brow and promptly initiated a counteroffer. That is too steep. No one conducts business with such exorbitant pricing. 50 is more reasonable. The vendor widened his eyes, taken aback by her audacity. Miss, you can't haggle like that. He gestured towards Qinqing, earnestly stating, I only offered you this fair price because this little girl sincerely desires it. Reducing it further would leave me with nothing but cents. That's simply one do. The minimum is 230. Qinqing raised her small face, worry etched on her features as she looked at Xiao Mo. Yeah, if it's too expensive, let us not get it. Xiao Mo comfortingly patted her hand, offering a reassuring glance that conveyed, do not fret, I will handle this. She continued negotiating with the vendor, pointing out the deficiencies of the orchid. Your dendrobium has rough leaves, many of which are faded and spotted, lacking any luster. It's no wonder it remains unsold. To expect us to pay full price is rather unscrupulous. The vendor's confidence wavered, realizing he had encountered an expert. No longer as assertive as before, he cleared his throat awkwardly and offered a more reasonable price point, 100. The pot itself is worth over 30. Without hesitation, Xiao Mo agreed and promptly paid. Her initial offer of 50 was merely a jest. Securing it for 100 was already a significant achievement. After completing the transaction, Xiao Mo contacted the driver to assist in loading the dendrobium into the car. She and Qinqing then purchased 2 additional pots, one of chrysanthemums and another of jasmine, both common finds in the market. Once back in the vehicle, Qinqing frequently stole glances at the dendrobium in Xiao Mo's arms, her expression radiating more joy than if she had acquired a new outfit. Xiao Mo requested assistance in carrying the flowers to her room, placing the jasmine on the balcony. After lunch, Qinqing hurriedly returned to her room. With no other pressing tasks at hand, her sole source of fulfillment lay in tending to her plants. Having spent her leisure time at the orphanage nurturing flowers, witnessing their beauty brought her immense joy. Upon arranging the 3 pots, she felt a pang of hunger. Descending the stairs, she approached the small refrigerator prepared for her. Carefully, she retrieved a petite mousse cake, cradling it as she made her way back to her room. 2 Chatting servants passed by, oblivious to her presence due to her diminutive stature. I just checked. The 3rd young master is still asleep. Should we inform the gentleman? Perhaps he woke up briefly, but you didn't notice, which might disturb him. Your point is valid. The 2 servants' conversation ensnared the little girl, who turned to observe their retreating figures, lost in contemplation. Has something happened to 3rd brother? The joy she felt upon acquiring the cake dissipated, leaving her to ponder whether she should check on him. Spending her days at home, she often overheard the servants discussing 3rd brother's peculiar illness, their tones tinged with both pity and fear. The small cake took her over 10 minutes to consume, and when she opened the door again, she spotted the same sister conversing on the stairs. Cautiously, she pushed open the furthest white door, only to rush out a minute later, panic-stricken, quickly contact the doctor and the gentleman. 3rd young master has been sleeping for too long, something must be wrong. The servants, startled, hurried to the living room to use the house phone to reach Fu Si. While in the chaos, no one noticed the small figure standing by their legs. Qinqing approached the previously open door, and before she could get close, warmth wafted through the crack, enveloping her. In their haste to call for help, the servants had forgotten to close the door, now ajar. It left a small gap. A gentle push from her hand swung it open. The room was spacious yet dimly lit, all the windows concealed by opaque curtains, save for a distant lamp casting a warm glow by the bedside, rendering the time of day indistinguishable, a perfect setting for slumber. Unlike her expectations, she lingered at the threshold, her small hand resting on the doorframe, hesitant to enter. A bittersweet scent of jasmine mingled with the faint aroma of medicinal herbs filled the air. Now considerably softened and surprisingly pleasant, after much contemplation, Qinqing ultimately decided to retreat. However, the door had swung slightly wide, and she wished to assist in closing it. Unfortunately, the door handle was too high for her petite frame. Standing there, she pondered for a while before a brilliant idea struck her. Her eyes lighting up, she stepped into the room, positioning herself behind the door, feeling a swell of pride at her cleverness. If she couldn't pull it shut from outside, she could simply push it closed from within. With a satisfying click, the door sealed tightly, and Qinqing beamed with joy, convinced of her intelligence, now that the door was closed. She intended to leave, ensuring not to disturb her brother's slumber. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she stood frozen before the closed door, bewildered. How did I end up locked inside? Her earlier pride crumbled into despair. Her expression shifting from delight to dismay, she tiptoed, pressing her small frame against the door, but still couldn't reach the handle. Oh no, what a calamity! Unable to restrain her sobs, she raised her soft, pale arms to wipe away her tears, realizing too late that she wasn't clever at all. Qinqing slumped against the door, akin to a despondent fish left out to dry, having never glanced back. She remained blissfully unaware of how long someone had been watching her from behind. The silence in the room amplified the faint sound of a voice, clear as day. Qinqing, upon hearing her name. The little girl halted her cries, her tear-filled eyes glancing back. She beheld a figure sitting up, and she quickly wiped her tears, her voice tinged with nervousness. Brother. Despite her anxiety, her curiosity propelled her forward. As she approached, a look of wonder crossed her face. What a handsome brother! Fu Shueji gazed back at her. The childless cherubic face, with large glistening eyes resembling those of a fawn, bore a hint of redness around the eyes. Exuding an aura of innocence that stirred an instinctive desire to protect within him, he extended a slender, pale hand, calling out softly, Qinqing, come here. The little one stepped closer, contemplating the coldness of his hand before placing her own chubby palm atop it. Brother, your hand is so cold, she remarked in a soft voice. Fu Shueji's fingers twitched slightly, as if he intended to withdraw his hand. His tone carried a hint of apology, but he did not pull away. The child clutched his hand firmly, her voice a gentle whisper. I'll warm you up, Qinqing. With utmost seriousness, she grasped Fu Shueji's fingers, as if her touch could truly infuse warmth into his frigid hand. A shy smile crept across Fu Shueji's pale lips as he responded, thank you, Qinqing. The little girl tilted her soft face upward, her bashfulness evident as she chuckled shyly. Brother, your voice is so pleasant. Her large, glimmering eyes fell upon Fu Shueji's face, and suddenly, concern overshadowed her delight. Brother, are you all right? The lady outside said something happened to you. Fu Shueji lowered his gaze, a light chuckle escaping his lips. He could likely surmise the commotion outside, having been awakened by the noise, but he had waited for Qinqing to enter before rising from his bed. I'm fine, I merely slept longer than usual. Which startled her. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward the jasmine on the bedside, which appeared to glow softly under the light, lending it an ethereal quality. Qinqing's flowers are beautifully nurtured. The dim light cast a gentle glow on his profile, causing Qinqing to momentarily perceive him not as a person, but as a sculpture carved from white jade. Thank you, brother. The little girl tightened her grip on his hand unconsciously, her soft cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she playfully blinked. Brother, do you have any favorite flowers? I'll grow them beautifully and gift them to you. Fu Shueji coughed softly, her long eyelashes lowered, and the pallor of illness on her face transformed into something captivating due to her gentle demeanor. I like white flowers, she murmured. White, the little one mumbled, beginning to rummage through her thoughts. Having seen little of them in the orphanage, she found herself struggling to conjure an image. Fu Shueji watched her, still holding her delicate hand. Just then, the door to the room was abruptly pushed open, and a multitude of people entered. Leading the group was a tall man clad in a white coat. Striding forward with purpose, upon reaching the bedside, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. Xiao Shuedat, he whispered, a hint of confusion lacing his voice, questioning the origin of this child. Fu Shueji lifted her gaze and offered a frail, weak smile. Uncle Gu. The familiarity between them was evident. Jiyu Shuyan quickly regained his composure, diverting his attention from the child with a sense of urgency. You needn't get up. Allow me to examine you first. At that moment, Qinqing released Fu Shueji's hand and obediently stepped aside to wait. More individuals entered the room, carrying an array of medical equipment. The little one glanced around, anxious about hindering their work, and decided to leave the room. A few minutes later, Fu Sihua returned from the company. Standing outside Fu Shueji's closed door, he lingered for a moment before inquiring with the attendant about what had transpired. After hearing the entire account, he rubbed his temples and waved his hand dismissively, his expression darkening. Has she been sleeping for an unusually long time? Since falling ill, Xiao Shue's sleep had gradually dwindled, making this extended slumber all the more alarming. Hence the attendant's hurried call to him. Having never encountered such a situation before, Fu Sihua felt at a loss, waiting for the examination to conclude. As he withdrew his gaze, it fell upon a small figure seated on the sofa. She gazed longingly at the door to Fu Shueji's room, maintaining her position for an extended period, completely still. Xiao Mo entered from outside and approached her. She had assumed the young lady was asleep and had stepped out for a meal, instinctively looking for Qinqing upon her return. Miss, are you tired sitting here? she inquired softly, bending down. Qingqing shook her head, reaching out to grasp Xiaomo's hand. Deep down, she harbored a worry that her gift of the jasmine plant had caused her third brother's predicament. The child's innocent heart wrestled with guilt, yet she dared not voice her concerns to anyone. Sensing her unease, Xiaomo chose to remain silent, quietly accompanying her. Time passed in this tranquil yet tense atmosphere until Gu Shuyan emerged from the room. His demeanor was remarkably calm, to the point of obscuring the outcome's nature. Brother Huai, do you wish to take a guess at Xiao Shui's condition? He posed solemnly before Fu Sihua. Upon hearing this, Fu Sihua's tension finally eased. Based on his understanding of Gu Shuyan, if something grave had occurred, he would hardly be in the mood for such playful speculation. You truly see through everything. Xiao Shui is fine. Her pulse feels even stronger than usual, though we must await the test results for specifics. Fu Sihua listened intently, then patted his shoulder, his voice low. Thank you, I will go check on her. He ascended the stairs. And little Qingqing hurriedly followed suit, eager to see her third brother. Fu Sihua, absorbed in his thoughts, failed to notice her trailing behind, but Gu Shuyan did her, observing the petite figure scurrying along with her tiny legs. He couldn't help but chuckle. Approaching her, he swiftly lifted the little bundle off the ground before the bodyguard could react. The girl, caught off guard, initially assumed it was her sister Momo lifting her, only to turn and find an unfamiliar face. Uncle, I saw you lagging behind, so I thought I'd carry you. The bewilderment faded from Qingqing's face as she obediently relaxed, allowing him to carry her with ease. Thank you, Uncle. When Gu Shuyan had first entered in a rush, he hadn't noticed the faint floral scent in the air, but now, cradling Qingqing, he caught a whiff of jasmine from the bedside. He approached the flower pot, bending down to inhale its aroma, feeling a refreshing chill mingle with the fragrance. This flower is quite lovely, Brother Huai. My grandfather enjoys cultivating flowers and keeping fish. Could you procure a pot for me? Fu Sihua, seated beside the bed and engaged in quiet conversation with Fu Shueji, had not fully registered Gu Shuyan's words. The latter, increasingly intrigued, reached out to touch the plant. Uncle Gu, a sudden voice startled him, causing him to retract his hand instinctively. He turned to the source of the exclamation. Fu Shueji, clutching her chest, coughed violently, struggling to utter, Please, don't touch that flower. Alright, I won't touch it, just remain calm. Gu Shuyan took a step back, concerned that Fu Shueji might overexert herself. He stood obediently, even setting Qingqing down and raising his hands in surrender. After a moment, the flush on Fu Shueji's face subsided. You mustn't agitate yourself, speak gently, Uncle will listen to you. Fu Shueji pressed her lips together, insisting, Then please refrain from touching this pot of flowers. Gu Shuyan nodded, readily agreeing. Very well, I shall merely observe. He stroked his chin, leaning closer to the jasmine, intrigued. After a moment's thought, he pulled out his phone, snapping a picture of the potted plant to show his grandfather. Fu Sihua's gaze lingered on the jasmine for a fleeting moment before shifting away. How do you feel now? He inquired of Fu Shueji. Father, I am well. After a nap, I feel significantly better. He could scarcely recall when he had last experienced a restful sleep, and he felt a touch more vigor. Not as languid as usual. Fu Shueji understood that this improvement was not merely the result of the medications he had been taking. If those remedies were truly effective, he would not have endured such prolonged suffering. Fu Shueji required a peaceful environment for her recovery, prompting the gradual departure of the individuals in the room. As they descended the stairs, Gu Shuyan's phone chimed. He pulled it out to discover a message from his grandfather. Where did you acquire those fake flowers to deceive me? Gu Shuyan chuckled softly, raising an eyebrow. Fake flowers? I saw them with my own eyes. Had it not been for Xiao Shui's insistence on not touching them, I would have returned to pluck a leaf to show my grandfather. Just as they were about to descend the final steps, Fu Sihua noticed the little girl trailing behind them. Her tiny legs moved slowly, resembling a plush toy wound up too tightly. He bent down and scooped her up with ease. At that moment, Qingqing had never felt so stiff. Her entire demeanor screamed, I dare not move. I simply cannot move. Fu Sihua had returned from the company without changing his clothes, still clad in the black suit he had worn that morning, a blend of an unknown cold scent mingling with fresh citrus wafting from him. Although he appeared composed, Qingqing was tense throughout. As they descended, she clutched a piece of fabric tightly, fearful of slipping. Fu Sihua's indifferent gaze briefly scanned the wrinkled cloth in her grasp, prompting him to speak more than usual. I've arranged for someone to contact a kindergarten. After a moment's pause, he added, If you do not wish to attend now, that is perfectly fine, it can be postponed. Upon hearing this, Qingqing lifted her soft, pale face in surprise and delight. Uncle, I want to go. It is entirely natural for a 3-year-old child, untouched by the rigors of schooling, to long for such an experience. I want to attend school. Fu Sihua replied affirmatively. Alright, in a couple of days, you shall go. It was concerning to leave the little girl alone at home. If she was willing, attending kindergarten would provide her with peers to interact with. Gu Shuyan, resting his chin in his hand, couldn't help but smile as he observed the father-daughter duo. Having recently learned that Qingqing was adopted, he found their interaction amusing. The formality between them was palpable. The thought of their future interactions following this pattern brought an unexpected joy to Gu Shuyan. Just then, Fu Sihua's phone rang. He stepped outside to take the call, leaving only Gu Shuyan and Qingqing in the room. Little girl, come here and let uncle take a look at you. As soon as Fu Sihua left, Gu Shuyan eagerly beckoned Qingqing over. The little one stared at him in confusion for a couple of seconds. Pursing her lips before slowly approaching, uncle, she called softly. Ji Shuyan invited her to sit beside him, smiling as he gently ruffled her hair, his clean-cut features radiating warmth. Do you know where your third brother's Jasmine at the bedside came from? Little Qingqing was utterly bewildered, staring at him blankly. Third brother, bedside Jasmine. She pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Ji Shuyan, undeterred, continued, if you know, just nod, if not, shake your head, little Qingqing. But how could she express that? Her bewildered expression was naturally interpreted by Gu Shuyan as a lack of knowledge. Understanding that it was normal for a 3-year-old to be unaware, he refrained from pressing further. He began to feel curious about the child's expressive abilities and agile thinking, engaging her in various topics. Meanwhile, Fu Sihua was on the phone with Xiao Su outside. Xiao Su's voice brimmed with excitement. I'll come find you tomorrow. Please reserve a bit of that flower for me. It's incredibly useful. Fu Sihua suddenly realized that he had not seen that particular flower in 2 days. He had assumed it was a random gift from the flower shop, occasionally of better quality, but not consistently guaranteed. However, Xiao Su completely disregarded his explanations, incessantly praising the flowers, and after extolling their beauty, he shifted his focus to his elder sister, leaving Fu Sihua with no opportunity to interject. Once he finished his lengthy monologue, someone nearby called out to him, prompting him to hastily utter a closing remark before disconnecting the call. Fu Sihua, who had managed to speak only a single sentence throughout the entire exchange, silently tucked away his phone and turned to re-enter the house. He found himself vexed by individuals with an overwhelming desire to express themselves. As their incessant chatter often obstructed his own entry into conversations, inside, Qingqing was still engaged in a rather unproductive dialogue with Gu Shuyan. It was primarily Gu Shuyan who dominated the conversation. While Qingqing's mind struggled to keep pace, leaving her in a state of bewilderment for quite some time, when Fu Sihua stepped inside, the little girl unexpectedly dashed towards him, her delicate face tilted up in a plea for help. Her soft voice a whisper. Uncle Fu Sihua cast a glance at her countenance, instantly recognizing that she had been thoroughly worn out by Gu Shuyan's incessant chatter. With a dispassionate gaze, he turned towards the grinning Gu Shuyan and lightly admonished, do not bully the child. Ji Shuyan chuckled, finding the situation unusually amusing. All of his childhood friends had endured his antics, yet he couldn't recall Fu Sihua ever coming to their defense. Watching the little girl run over to lodge a complaint, a rebellious thought crossed his mind. He resolved to return and, when Fu Sihua was away, seized the opportunity to engage the child in conversation for a couple of hours. The medical team that had accompanied them finished tidying up their equipment and called Gu Shuyan back. Before departing, he couldn't shake the thought of that pot of flowers. He stood before Fu Sihua, his hands rubbing together in earnest plea. Brother, once Xiao Shui wakes, could you inquire about where he obtained that pot of jasmine? I wish to procure one for my father, as he adores flowers, and with his birthday approaching, it would surely bring him joy. The pot of flowers had been meticulously selected by Xiao Shui online. With a servant sent to retrieve it, this task was relatively straightforward, as it merely required locating the seller online. Yet Fu Sihua found himself puzzled as to why he had recently become the go-to person for floral arrangements. After escorting Gu Shuyan to the door and watching him drive away, he made his way back inside. Upon returning to her room, Qingqing resumed her efforts with the 3 pots of flowers she had been nurturing. The transformation of these plants since their arrival was nothing short of remarkable. Not only had the blossoms grown larger and the leaves become more lush and verdant, but their colors had also deepened significantly. Not to mention the enchanting fragrance that now filled the air. A mere proximity to the chrysanthemums revealed their distinct, bittersweet aroma. The dendrobium, however, had yet to bloom due to its fragile state upon purchase. Otherwise, the captivating scent of the fragrant dendrobium would undoubtedly pervade the entire room. Standing atop a chair, the little girl spoke to the blossoms in a sweet childlike tone. I shall soon be off to school, just like my brother, and will not be able to spend much time with you, the little one murmured to herself, while the pots of flowers seemed to sway in response, as if they could comprehend her words. On Saturday, the Fu residence was unusually lively. Both Fu Yuetzi and Fu Sihua were home, and after breakfast, Xiao Su arrived. Upon entering, he eagerly rushed to the table to inspect the flowers displayed there. Like a peculiar enthusiast, he sniffed each one in turn, his face contorted in anguish as he turned to Fu Sihua. The flowers, my flowers. Fu Sihua, with his elegantly defined fingers gripping the teacup, took a composed sip. His voice languid. There are none of those flowers today. Xiao Su donned a mask of despair, his good looks barely salvaging the humor in his exaggerated expression. He and Fu Sihua shared a close bond, having been childhood friends due to their family's long-standing friendship. Thus Xiao Su felt no need to maintain decorum in Fu Sihua's presence, indignantly accusing, you heartless wretch. Fu Sihua, setting down his teacup, remained silent, his eyes glued to the business report. Clearly accustomed to Xiao Su's antics, after a moment of impotent fury, Xiao Su, feeling ignored, resignedly sprawled across the sofa. Fu Yuetzi and Qingqing were in the garden. The little girl had developed a strong attachment to her elder brother. Trailing after him wherever he went, she had come to realize that, despite his occasional stern demeanor, he was often contrary to his words, thus, she was no longer intimidated by Fu Yuezi's cold expressions. They played together until the arrival of guests interrupted their fun. Outside the Fu residence, a couple was conversing with their 2 children. The Fu family, like theirs, had adopted a child from an orphanage. Seemingly from the same institution, the 2 children might even know each other, and it would be beneficial for them to attend school together in the future. As the couple's conversation reached the little girl's ears, a fleeting panic flickered in her eyes, quickly replaced by a facade of calm. This family was none other than the Shen family, and the girl they held onto was Ruoruo, accompanied by Shen. The previous day, Mrs. Shen had visited the kindergarten with her assistant to inquire about enrollment procedures, during which she encountered Fu Siwa's secretary. After a brief exchange, Mrs. Shen learned that the Fu family had also adopted a child. And today her assistant had come to handle the enrollment formalities for that child as well. What an extraordinary coincidence. Upon returning home, she shared this revelation with Xinyu, and they agreed that this presented an excellent opportunity. The 2 children shared similar experiences and ages, which could facilitate their time at the orphanage, not only providing companionship but also strengthening the bond between their families. Thus, they brought Ruoruo to the Fu residence today. Upon hearing Mrs. Shen's words, Ruoruo felt an overwhelming wave of confusion wash over her. She thought of Qinqing, however. She quickly dismissed the notion from her mind. Impossible, absolutely impossible. There was no way it could be her. Qinqing was surely still enduring hardships at the orphanage. How could she possibly be adopted by the Fu family? The Fu family was a prominent clan in the capital, and she had never heard of them adopting a child in her previous life. With this thought, Ruoruo's heart settled slightly. As long as it wasn't Qinqing, she was indifferent to who it might be. She followed the Shen couple and Shen into the living room. The Fu and Shen families resided in the same villa complex. Yet the vastness of the area often kept them from interacting regularly. The decor of the Fu residence appeared colder compared to the Shen's, instantly revealing that they had not lived there long enough to imbue it with warmth. After the servants served tea, Mrs. Shen began to explain their purpose for visiting. Throughout her discourse, Ruoruo's attention was drawn to Fu Sihua. His features were extraordinarily handsome, and with age, he exuded a more mature and composed aura, which, coupled with his reserved demeanor, made him even more captivating. Ruoruo was not truly a naive 3-year-old. She had seen his likeness in finance news during her previous life, and he looked exactly the same now. After observing him for a while, she reluctantly averted her gaze. What a pity, what a pity. If only he were 10 years younger, there might have been a possibility for them. Mature men could provide care. A lesson she had learned from a previous relationship. Yet, in this life, she was the daughter of the Shen family, with countless handsome and wealthy suitors to choose from in the future. Thus Fu Sihua was not a consideration. Once she averted her gaze, Ruoruo began to scrutinize the individual seated beside him. This person was equally attractive, exuding a blend of righteousness and mischief. Since entering, he had only exchanged a single remark with his parents, remaining silent ever since. Anyone who could share a sofa with Fu Sihua was undoubtedly someone of significance. Ruoruo straightened her posture, striving to maintain an expression of innocence and charm, just as the Shen couple and Fu Sihua were deep in conversation. A youthful and somewhat awkward voice broke the air from the entrance. Ruoruo's eyes brightened, and she quickly turned to look. The boy who entered bore a youthful visage, yet had a striking resemblance to Fu Sihua, appearing as a younger version of him, making his identity immediately apparent. This young man was undeniably handsome, but Ruoruo had no time to admire him. Her gaze was drawn to the small figure cradled in his arms, and her mind erupted as if struck by a thunderbolt. How could this be? How could Qinqing be here, being held by this boy? Wasn't she supposed to be at the orphanage? Qinqing had also spotted her. Momentarily frozen in shock, the Shen couple and Shen, hearing the commotion, turned around, and upon seeing Qinqing, they were initially convinced they were imagining things. Qinqing, Mrs. Shen rose from the sofa, utterly astonished by her presence. How did you end up here? After posing this question, Mrs. Shen's throat tightened, as if a realization dawned upon her. Could it be that you are the child adopted by Mr. Fu? Qinqing, upon seeing them, was equally surprised. Though tinged with sadness, she had initially been destined to be adopted by the Shen family. A day prior, Uncle Shen and Aunt Shen had video called her to show her the room and family members. She had thought the Shen family would be her home, but on the day of the adoption, she had been locked in the woodshed by Ruoruo, thus missing her chance with the Shen family. Now, unexpectedly, she found herself face to face with them. Nervously clutching Fu Yuezi's arm, she called out in her soft, childlike voice, "Uncle, Auntie." Fu Yuezi, sensing something amiss, observed Shen Jinxia's complex expression and curiously inquired, "Why do I feel as though you recognize my sister?" Shen Jinxia glanced at him, his expression strange. "Qinqing was supposed to be my sister." Fu Yuezi was baffled, interpreting Shen Jinxia's words as a challenge. They had been classmates, sitting at adjacent desks, and their relationship had been quite amicable, often playfully teasing one another. "You aren't here to steal Qinqing away, are you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Ruoruo's expression soured further. Steal Qinqing? What was there to take? She was clumsy, foolish, and ate excessively. Noticing the peculiar reactions of the Shen family, Fu Sihua spoke in a slow, deep voice, effortlessly capturing everyone's attention. Mr. and Mrs. Shen are acquainted with my daughter, 024, truth or falsehood. Mrs. Shen withdrew her gaze from Qinqing, casting a somewhat complex look at Fu Sihua, followed by a resigned sigh. To be frank, Mr. Fu, Qinqing was originally the child we intended to adopt, however, some unforeseen circumstances arose on the day of the adoption. Perhaps it was simply not meant to be. The little girl nestled in Fu Yuetzi's embrace, pouting in grievance and resting her head on his shoulder. Fu Yuetzi immediately sensed the little one's despondent mood. Supporting Qinqing's petite frame, his demeanor soured as he glanced at Mrs. Shen and quietly inquired, "Do you wish to go to the Shen family? What is so appealing about the Shen family?" The little girl hastily shook her head, her hands encircling his neck, her small voice laden with distress. "No, brother." Fu Yuetzi, somewhat distracted, gently ruffled Qinqing's fluffy hair, suddenly feeling the weight of a penetrating gaze, prompting him to look over. He noticed the little girl accompanying the Shen family glaring at Qinqing with a fierce expression, marked by both threat and disdain. Fu Yuetzi's heart sank. Just then, the soft one also sensed his gaze and quickly averted her eyes. She was the same age as Qinqing, and Fu Yuetzi couldn't fathom how a 3-year-old could harbor such a look. Furthermore, why was she directing that gaze toward Qinqing? Both children were from the same orphanage. Could it be that the Shen child had bullied Qinqing during their time there? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Meanwhile, the Shen family had disclosed all matters concerning Qinqing, as there was little to conceal. Mrs. Shen, still quite fond of Qinqing, had accepted the fact of her adoption by the Fu family without issue. Acknowledging that fate cannot be forced, reflecting on the day's purpose, she found it rather coincidental. Ruoruo and Qinqing were said to have been good friends at the orphanage. They could attend school together and look after one another. "I shall request the teacher to arrange for them to be in the same class." At this moment, Shen Jinsha, who had remained silent, chimed in, "The kindergarten is right next to our school. Fu Yuetzi and I can conveniently drop them off while we head to class." Hearing this, the Shen family nodded in satisfaction. Fu Sihua remained silent. Qinqing tightened her hold around her brother's neck, resting her head against him, presenting a round little back to the room, as if reluctant to face the situation. The Shen family did not notice her discomfort, as they had previously learned from their phone call with Qinqing that she possessed a rather quiet and shy disposition, likely feeling overwhelmed in the presence of so many people. Only Fu Yuetzi was aware that Qinqing's small hands were trembling. She seemed to harbor an aversion toward the Shen child, Ruoruo. Consequently, he frowned in displeasure and retorted to Shen Jinsha, "I won't send your sister." "You shouldn't send mine either." He could not confront the elders of the Shen family, but Shen Jinsha was still fair game, as they had grown accustomed to playful banter at school. Shen Jinsha merely took it as him being protective of his sister. Just then, Ruoruo, seated beside Mrs. Shen, suddenly spoke in a pitiful tone, "Daddy, Mommy, I don't want to be with Qinqing. The headmaster favored her at the orphanage, so her temper is rather poor, and I'm scared." The Shen family was taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances between her and Qinqing. Mrs. Shen was the first to recover, hastily asking, "Is it that headmaster who came to our home asking for money last time?" "Yes, that is her. Oh my," Mrs. Shen exclaimed, both surprised and frightened, contemplating that Fu Sihua might not be aware of the headmaster's character, and promptly recounted the previous incident. "Mr. Fu may not know, but the headmaster came to our house a few days ago, threatening Ruoruo for money." At that moment, no one was home, and little Ruoruo was frightened to tears. Upon hearing this, Qinqing turned in shock, her clear eyes fixing on the aggrieved Ruoruo, her youthful voice laced with fury. "You're lying. The headmaster is not a bad person," Ruoruo, unwilling to back down, retorted. "At the orphanage, the headmaster favored you the most, so of course you would speak on her behalf." "No, no," Qinqing exclaimed, flustered and indignant, her dark eyes misting over. "You're the one lying. The headmaster loves you too." The adults in the room were stunned by the sudden quarrel between the two children. It was evident that the two little ones did not share a cordial relationship, resembling the scenes in television dramas where sisters tug at each other as hairpins. Qinqing was on the verge of tears, taken aback by Ruoruo's words. How could the headmaster have favored her? She had doubted her words the last time. Noticing Qinqing's distress, Ruoruo's large eyes glimmered with a hint of cunning. At this moment, both were merely 3 years old, and it wasn't only Qinqing who could cry. Ruoruo could too, stealthily pinching herself. Tears immediately brimmed in her eyes. Following that, she clung to Mrs. Shen's arm, burrowing into her embrace. "Woo-woo, Mommy, I'm scared," she uttered in a whiny tone. "Daddy, Mommy, her temper is terrible. I don't want to be with her." Mrs. Shen hurried to console her, her finely sculpted brows knitting together, momentarily at a loss for how to handle the situation. She had initially hoped for the two children to become friends, only to inadvertently create enmity. What should be done now? The Shen family quickly reassured her, noting that Ruoruo was simply being coy, and her cries were truly pitiful. Qinqing, on the other hand, was crying too, but she remained silent, tears cascading down her cheeks. A child who cries is often given treats, yet in this instance, the louder of the two garners more sympathy. Fu Yuetzi leaned in, lowering his voice in frustration. "You should cry louder." Qinqing was taken aback. Raising her soft, pale face, her tear-filled eyes gazing at him, upon witnessing the little one's sorrowful expression, Fu Yuetsi couldn't help but recall Ruoruo's earlier fierce gaze, feeling a sense of discomfort. His sister's innocent, albeit foolish gaze was what a 3-year-old should possess, yet, the Shen child was crying so tragically that the Shen family must surely believe her words, thinking that she had been bullied by Qinqing. However, after spending so many days together, Fu Yuetsi firmly believed that his sister was certainly not that kind of person. How could she possibly bully others? She was the one who bore the scars of being bullied herself. The little girl was simply too honest, even her cries were subdued. Fu Yuetsi took a deep breath, seizing the moment when all eyes were on Ruoruo, and whispered to Qinqing, "In a moment, I'll set you down. Go to my dad and cry. It has to be louder than that Shen child's cries." Understood. With her eyes reddened and a look of confusion, Qinqing hesitantly murmured, "Call uncle." "Oh fool," Fu Yuetsi whispered, "don't call him uncle. Call him dad while you cry out he adores his daughter. Okay, I will." Qingqing's little head buzzed, still processing when Fu Yuetsi set her down. 0.025, embarrassment. She stood there dazed, turning back to glance at Fu Yuetsi in confusion. Fu Yuetsi was exasperated. "Why do you keep looking at me? Go." Their commotion was not overly loud, yet Fu Sihua noticed. He turned his gaze toward them, his expression distant yet tinged with curiosity, when that gaze fell upon her. Qinqing steeled herself and staggered over. The little bundle ran while crying, directly colliding with Fu Sihua's legs. Recalling her brother's earlier instructions, she spoke in a heavily whiny tone, "Daddy." Fu Sihua reached out to steady her. Momentarily taken aback upon hearing that addressed, however, maintaining his typically composed demeanor, he appeared as unyieldingly cool as ever, yet, in a tender gesture, he lifted the little girl into his arms, offering her a tissue to wipe her tears. Having experienced the first moment, the subsequent ones became much easier to accept. Qingqing's tears flowed like a burst dam. Nestled in Fu Sihua's embrace, she lifted her small face, eyes brimming with tears. "Daddy, the headmaster is not a bad person. And neither am I. Please believe me, okay?" Fu Sihua lowered his gaze, a touch of softness added to his typically aloof features. "I know. I believe you," Xiao Su observed with intrigue. During the last visit, the little girl had referred to him as uncle. How had their father-daughter relationship progressed so rapidly in just a few days? Meanwhile, on the Shen family's side, Ruoruo gradually ceased her cries, now merely wailing with little tears flowing, upon witnessing Qingqing being held in Fu Sihua's embrace. A flicker of jealousy crossed her eyes. Coincidentally, Fu Yuetsi caught sight of this. He frowned, convinced that something was amiss with the Shen child's gaze. However, when he looked back at Qingqing, he was thoroughly pleased. The little one was quite clever, though her cries remained soft. The Shen family seemed hesitant to speak, particularly Mrs. Shen. She cradled Ruoruo, and her gaze towards Qingqing was no longer filled with affection but rather tinged with suspicion. It was clear that she had begun to believe Ruoruo's account. This was understandable. Ruoruo was now their child, and they would naturally trust her words just as Fu Yuetsi had unwavering faith in Qingqing. Holding the little bundle, Fu Sihua did not lift his gaze, casually remarking, "Since both sides have their claims, let us invite the headmaster over." The little girl looked up at him with gratitude, uttering a soft woo-woo. As she nestled back into Fu Sihua's embrace, "Thank you, Daddy. If the headmaster comes, it would surely prove that Ruoruo was lying." However, Ruoruo was not pleased. She clung to Mrs. Shen, a flicker of anxiety crossing her eyes. If the headmaster arrived, her previous slander against Qingqing would undoubtedly be revealed, and the deceit to lure her to the woodshed would likely come to light as well. With this thought, she burst into tears once more. However, this time it was not a feigned cry, it was a genuine outburst of tears. "I don't want to. I'm afraid of the principal. I don't want to see her." The sharpness of her voice instinctively furrowed brows and stirred a sense of agitation within. Mrs. Shen hurriedly attempted to console her, gently patting her back. "Do not be afraid, Ruoruo. Your father and mother are here. She won't dare threaten you." Yet, Ruoruo continued to weep, her sobs heart-wrenching. The entire living room reverberated with her cries. The servants in the house could hardly bear it and quietly slipped outside, seeking solace in the fresh air. "Goodness, that child from the Shen family is simply too. Indeed, I heard she was adopted from an orphanage. Just like our young lady. No wonder, but our young lady is obedient and sensible. Unlike her, she just claimed that the young lady was bullying her. If you ask me, it's uncertain who was truly bullying whom." The servants murmured amongst themselves outside. Inside, Xiao Su rubbed his ears, unable to endure it any longer. "Why don't you just take her back to cry? We outsiders have ears too." Upon hearing this, the Shen family members felt an acute embarrassment. As the richest family in City A, they were accustomed to being treated with utmost courtesy wherever they went. Such a public display was utterly humiliating. Xiao Su, being from the capital and having no particular ties to the Shen family, spoke without concern for decorum. The atmosphere fell into silence for a few seconds before Shen Yu and Mrs. Shen exchanged a glance and stood to bid farewell. They hurriedly departed with Ruoruo. Mrs. Shen's face still flushed as they exited, though she understood that Ruoruo was merely a child and that her emotional outburst was normal. And she recognized that this incident could not be blamed solely on her. There lingered a hint of reproach in her gaze toward Ruoruo. How embarrassing it was in front of the Fu and Xiao families. The child was not this prone to tears at home, Why did she behave so differently at the Fu residence? Coincidentally, the moment they stepped out of the Fu family S door, Ruoruo ceased her crying. Wiping her tears and pitifully calling for Mama. Mrs. Shen felt a surge of discomfort, occupying the passenger seat, her gaze fixed outside the window, ignoring Ruoruo. With her attempts at affection unreciprocated, Ruoruo turned to Qinqing, who likewise avoided her gaze, feigning distraction with his phone. It was not that he lacked compassion, rather, the earlier embarrassment was too much for him to bear. He had never experienced such humiliation in someone else's home. In that moment, Qinqing unconsciously thought of Qinqing. It turned out that the younger sister Fu Yuetzi frequently praised at school was indeed Qinqing. Qinqing should have been his sister but who knew it would suddenly turn out to be Ruoruo. Due to upbringing, he felt it inappropriate to press a 3-year-old girl, yet he could not escape a sense of disappointment. In this stark comparison, his disillusionment deepened. At the Fu residence, after the Shen family departed, Fu Yuetzi approached Qinqing, his dark eyes scrutinized the little girl as he bent down, his expression slightly solemn. Did that girl from the Shen family bully you just now? Fu Yuetzi recalled the threatening glint in the girl's eyes. Furrowing his brow at if you don't speak I'll have to ask the principal. Qinqing felt a twinge of fear. She did not want to trouble her foster mother. Cautiously she gauged Fu Yuetzi's demeanor. Seeing his serious expression, she pitifully called out, "Brother." Fu Yuetzi remained unmoved, his expression stern as he pressed her. Speak quickly, was it her who caused the injuries you had when you returned? Only Fu Yuetzi was privy to this matter. And upon his inquiry, both Fu Sihua and Xiaosu turned their gazes toward Qinqing. Under their collective scrutiny, the little girl pouted, hesitating for a moment before eventually nodding. It really was her, I knew it. Fu Yuetzi's face darkened further, and the memory of the girl's threatening gaze filled him with rage. So she dares to play the victim after being the aggressor, he then questioned. Did she hit you, or did she gang up with other children to bully you? On the day when Uncle Shen came to pick me up, Ruoruo locked me in the woodshed. Qinqing's voice was barely above a whisper, her small hands tightly clutching Fu Sihua's sleeve, her words trembling with anxiety. The room fell into silence, perhaps taken aback by the thoughts of a 3-year-old. Leaving no one to speak. Daddy, I'm telling the truth, the little one's tender voice quavered, her clear black and white eyes revealing her sincerity. Fu Sihua gently stroked her hair with his long fingers. I believe you. After he uttered those words, Xiaosu followed suit, expressing his astonishment. Is this really a 3-year-old child? I was already taken aback when I saw Qinqing speak so fluently and think so clearly just days ago. Now learning about Ruoruo's behavior is even more shocking. Have children today evolved quietly, to have such cunning at 3, locking other children in a woodshed to gain favor with the Shen family? If they are this ruthless at such a young age, what will they become when they grow up? Fu Yuetzi felt a shiver run down his spine, hastily wrapping his arms around himself. I had sensed something was off about that girl. She was constantly glaring at Qinqing. It seemed his intuition had been correct. That girl was indeed no good. His sister was truly unfortunate, easily trampled upon by others. Fu Yuetzi couldn't help but sigh. A child like that being taken in by the Shen family would surely spell chaos for them in the future, considering that Qinqing was his deskmate. He resolved to offer him a subtle warning when he returned to school the next day. At the Shen residence, Ruoruo was acutely aware that the Shen family bore some resentment toward her. She also recognized that her earlier behavior at the Fu residence was somewhat excessive, thus, she devised a plan to win back their favor. The most effective strategy was to evoke sympathy upon entering the house. She cried, Mommy, Daddy, I'm sorry. Mrs. Shen paused, her steps faltering upon hearing her tearful tone, unable to resist glancing back at her. Ruoruo's eyes were swollen from crying, her small face flushed red, a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. Mrs. Shen's irritation dissipated slightly, though her demeanor was less concerned than usual. Come in and speak. Qinqing, upon entering, headed straight upstairs, uninterested in listening, watching him retreat. Ruoruo's eyes dimmed, however, her immediate priority was to mend her relationship with Mrs. Shen. The others could be dealt with later. With this in mind, Ruoruo slowly approached Mrs. Shen, tearfully recounting how Qinqing had bullied her in kindergarten. The more Mrs. Shen listened, the more astonished she became, unable to fathom that the introverted and gentle Qinqing was, in fact, a little tyrant in the orphanage. After hearing Ruoruo's account, Mrs. Shen finally understood why she had been so averse to meeting the principal now, as she looked at Ruoruo's tear-streaked face. Her previous discontent had vanished, leaving only a sigh. If you were bullied in the orphanage, you should have told Mommy sooner. She reached out, gently pulling Ruoruo into her embrace, stroking her hair, unbeknownst to Mrs. Shen. A glint of cunning flashed in Ruoruo's eyes. I was afraid to say anything because Mommy originally intended to adopt Qinqing. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Shen's heart ached. She patted Ruoruo's back, her voice tender. And now you are our child. Of course, Mommy will believe you. Ruoruo sniffled, her tear-filled eyes gazing up at her. Thank you, Mommy. Since Qinqing has bullied you before, you won't have to go to kindergarten with her anymore. Mrs. Shen declared. Unbeknownst to them, during their conversation, Qinqing had emerged from his room and was quietly standing on the stairs, listening intently. He observed his mother's affectionate demeanor and felt a surge of complex emotions. Little did she know that the fragrant roses he had brought home from school a few days prior were given to Fu Yuetzi by Qinqing and had been swiftly divided among classmates. With him managing to snag one. Those flowers had adorned their home for 4 or 5 days before wilting, their fragrance suffusing the entire living room. At that time, she had been utterly delighted. Even requesting the servants to bring out her favorite vase for them, Shen Jinxia withdrew his gaze, silently retreating to his room. His mother had a tendency to easily believe others' eye in her eyes. The world was filled with good people. His 2 uncles were infatuated with their sister, and his father was a devoted husband, pampering his mother as though she were a child. Perhaps it was because she was now facing a mere 3-year-old that she had lost her ability to discern lies. Believing everything she was told, when Ruoruo had claimed that the principal threatened her at their home, she had believed it without hesitation. Only Shen Jinxia had inquired with the household staff. Although he had not gleaned any useful information, he had learned one thing: Ruoruo seemed to transform into a different person when left alone at home. Because of this, Shen Jinxia had suggested installing surveillance cameras in the house. But his mother had vetoed the idea, claiming it would hurt the servants' feelings. In that moment, Shen Jinxia deeply felt the weight of responsibility. The following day, Shen Jinxia heard a wholly different version of events from Fu Yuetzi. In this retelling, Ruoruo was the true instigator of the bullying. Shen Jinxia, overwhelmed with conflicting emotions, rested his head on the table, though he had suspected the truth diverged from Ruoruo's account. Hearing it confirmed was an entirely different matter. Fu Yuetzi, believing him disbelieving, insisted, "I absolutely trust my sister's words. If you remain skeptical, let us visit the orphanage together after school." Shen Jinxia nodded in agreement. Alright. He too wished to uncover the truth. If it turned out that Ruoruo had indeed bullied others and lied about it, he would bring the evidence home, for his mother to believe it. She would need to see it with her own eyes. After school, Shen Jinxia informed his driver to return home first, as he would be taking Fu Yuetzi's car upon arriving at the orphanage. The two entered, and Fu Yuetzi effortlessly found the director's office. However, they were unfortunate, as the director was not present. Fu Yuetzi recalled the large yellow dog he had seen during his first encounter with Qinqing in the backyard. He led Shen Jinxia to see the dog. The yellow dog, initially sleeping, stood up cautiously upon sensing the unfamiliar scent. When it spotted the 2 youths stealthily approaching, it began to bark without a second thought. Shen Jinxia was bewildered, realizing that the dog was barking solely at him. What was going on? Why wasn't it barking at you? Fu Yuetzi smirked, a hint of pride in his demeanor. The last time he visited Qinqing had introduced him to the dog, so it naturally would not bark at him. "Alright, big fellow, we are here to see you." Fu Yuetzi approached and petted the dog's head, causing it to gradually cease barking. Only then did Shen Jinxia dare to approach. Once the yellow dog confirmed Shen Jinxia was also a good person, it enthusiastically wagged its tail. "Do you know this dog?" Shen Jinxia asked in surprise. "Yes, Qinqing introduced me to it," Fu Yuetzi replied. At that moment, he noticed several small heads peeking out from the doghouse behind the yellow dog, curiously observing the two. The yellow dog had barked fiercely earlier, preventing the puppies from coming out. Now, assured of the safety outside, they all emerged, adorably plump and resembling little plush toys, utterly heart-melting. The small creatures were quite friendly, circling around the two before inching closer to their hands. Their high-pitched barks melting hearts. So cute. Shen Jinxia couldn't resist picking one up. "When my dad and I picked up Qinqing, the director mentioned that once these puppies are weaned, he would choose one to send to our home." As he spoke, Fu Yuetzi wore a proud expression, as if these were not just ordinary dogs, but some rare breed. Shen Jinxia felt a twinge of envy but refrained from expressing it, his demeanor radiating a hint of sourness. He too desired such adorable puppies. However, his pet, Ruoruo, had a conflict with the director, who would undoubtedly not send them one. After playing with the dogs for a while, as dinner time approached with still no sign of the director's return, they decided to leave together. The driver from the Fu family first dropped Shen Jinxia home before taking Fu Yuetzi back. Upon entering his house, Shen Jinxia happened to see Ruoruo nestled comfortably in Madame Shen's arms, the two appearing as if they were truly mother and daughter, utterly inseparable. "You're back?" Madame Shen asked with a smile upon seeing him enter. "The driver mentioned you were with the 4th young master of the Fu family. Where did you go?" Despite a slight unpleasantness from their last visit to the Fu residence, which was between Qinqing and Ruoruo, Madame Shen still wished for her child to befriend the Fu family. Thus she refrained from imposing any restrictions. Shen Jinxia handed his school uniform to the maid and sat opposite Ruoruo, casually stating, "Nowhere in particular, just took a stroll around the orphanage where Ruoruo used to be." Madame Shen looked up in surprise. Shen Jinxia did this intentionally, locking his gaze firmly on Ruoruo. Upon seeing her display an expression of panic and fear, he felt as if something within him had been confirmed. It seemed Fu Yuetzi's words were indeed accurate. She had been lying. Suddenly, Shen Jinxia felt a sense of relief and shifted the topic away from Ruoruo, bringing up the matter of adopting a dog. "Mom, I saw several adorable puppies at the orphanage today." Fu Yuetzi mentioned his family plans to adopt one, "and I want one too." Madame Shen's expression faltered for a moment before a gentle smile graced her face. Of course you can, you and Yuetsi can decide together, and when they go to pick a dog, we can join. Qinqing nodded, a genuine smile appearing on his face. Just then, Wanwan suddenly tugged at Madame Shen's hand. Shaking her head in fear. No, mommy, that dog often barks at us. It's very fierce. Upon hearing this, Madame Shen was taken aback, turning to Qinqing Xiaoxia. Is that true? Qinqing cast a complex glance at Wanwan, who was nervously avoiding his gaze. Not at all, that big dog is quite friendly. It was barking initially to protect its puppies. Madame Shen felt a surge of affection for the mother dog protecting her young. Yes, they bark to safeguard their little ones. However, Wanwan adamantly shook her head. Mommy, it often barks at us children, which is why it's tied to the tree, plus, it doesn't look nice, it's just a mutt. Can't we adopt a more beautiful dog? Madame Shen appeared troubled, caught between her newly adopted daughter and her son. No matter her choice, one child's heart would be wounded. Qinqing, unsure of his own thoughts, looked at Ruoruo with a knowing smile, wondering just how much she understood about mutts. Upon hearing this, Ruoruo felt a jolt in her heart. With her newfound comfort in the Shen family, she spoke directly in an adult-like manner without considering the need for pretense. Pretending to be a child was exhausting, and sometimes she felt foolish asking childish questions, and now, with Qinqing's comment, she realized the awkwardness. Ruoruo's expression stiffened momentarily. Feeling all eyes on her, she clenched her hands and nervously stammered, I heard it from someone else. Qinqing smiled enigmatically, choosing not to respond. Madame Shen sensed something was off. Looking down, she noticed Ruoruo's eyes were once again glistening with unshed tears, quashing any budding thoughts she had. Alright, let us not discuss this matter any further. Xiaoxia, go upstairs and fetch your brother for dinner. Qinqing nodded and ascended the stairs. Ruoruo covertly watched his retreating figure, her lips pressed tightly together. In contrast to the Shen household, the atmosphere at the Fu family was considerably more pleasant. The once desolate home was now filled with warmth, as they had begun to feel like a true family due to Qinqing's change of heart. Additionally, there was another piece of good news. Fu Xueji's condition was gradually improving. Though the changes were slight, it was a joyous occasion for the Fu family, after nearly 10 years in the capital without any progress. The remarkable developments since moving to a city in less than half a year were a cause for celebration. Unaware of the source of their happiness, Qinqing felt a sense of joy as well, her smile revealing 2 adorable dimples on her fair cheeks, irresistibly charming. Fu Yuetsi couldn't help but poke her cheek playfully. In a few days, the little one would start school, and after enduring the rigors of academia, it would be hard to witness such pure joy again. Thinking of this, Fu Yuetsi found himself unable to suppress a smile. What's making you laugh, brother? The little girl asked, tilting her head in confusion. Oh, nothing, just lost in thought. Qinqing's gaze grew even more curious. After dinner, he followed her to her room. It had been a few days since Fu Yuetsi had visited, and upon entering, he was taken aback. It smells wonderful. He instinctively glanced towards the balcony, his attention drawn to several potted plants. When did you start cultivating these flowers? Little Qinqing, following closely behind him, replied softly, Sister Momo took me out to buy them. Fu Yuetsi approached, marveling at the 3 potted plants, which were so stunning they resembled artificial flowers. I have never encountered such a strong floral scent in my life. After saying this, he recalled the flowers he had brought to school and the jasmine he had given to his 3rd brother. Every flower that had come from Ruoruo was exquisite and fragrant. Fu Yuetsi couldn't help but exclaim, Qinqing, you truly have a gift for gardening. Upon hearing this compliment, the little girl felt a bit shy. It is nothing extraordinary. I can only help them grow a bit faster and bloom more beautifully. Beyond that, I have no other talents. Seeing that her brother admired the flowers, Qinqing busied herself before bedtime, imbuing the flowers in the vase on her desk with a bit of her spirit energy. For the past few days, she had focused on nurturing her 3 potted plants, having neglected the others for quite some time. Qinqing had intended to gift the flowers to her brother the next day but ended up oversleeping. When she awoke, Fu Yuetsi had already gone to school, and Fu Sihua had left as well. Both were absent from the house. After the household chores, the Fu family's servants gathered in the resting area, chatting. Today, the little Mrs. room is once again filled with that delightful fragrance. It seems to be the same lovely flowers from a few days ago. The scent is exquisite. I pretended to stroll by several times just to enjoy that aroma. Mr. Xiao came the other day specifically for these flowers. Just then, Xiao Suo arrived. He entered the Fu residence as if it were his own home. Familiar to all the servants, strolling leisurely, he appeared more at ease than Fu Sihua himself. As he passed by, the servants greeted him politely. Mr. Xiao. He nodded. No need to mind me. Continue with your tasks. He planned to stay in his city for a few days, visiting the Fu family for leisure while also checking if there were any flowers he desired. In truth, Xiao Sui held little hope for finding anything today, so he first wandered through the little garden. After a stroll, he stepped into the living room. Upon entering, he detected a faint floral fragrance in the air. It invigorated him, his eyes lighting up as he scanned the room. It was unmistakably the flower he had longed for. Xiao Sua stopped a servant who was about to head outside, inquiring, "Where is that floral scent coming from?" The maid gestured upstairs, indicating that the sounds were emanating from the young lady's room. Upon discerning the location of the flowers, Xiaosu swiftly ascended without hesitation. As he stood before the door the maid had mentioned, preparing to knock, the door swung open from within. A wave of floral fragrance enveloped him. More potent than before, invigorating the senses. Xiaosu, pleased, squinted slightly and a small head peeked out. Uncle Xiao, the little girl asked, her innocent voice laced with confusion, what are you doing here, observing the naive and adorable child? Xiaosu smiled, reminiscent of a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. Qinqing, he inquired softly, may Uncle Xiao come in to see your room? The innocent child opened the door wider and stepped aside, allowing Xiaosu to enter. The window of the balcony was still ajar, but the fragrance within the room remained overwhelmingly rich. Qinqing did not shut the door. Instead, she leaned against the doorframe, looking at Xiaosu with curiosity. Uncle Xiao looks quite strange, she remarked. Xiaosu's gaze flitted about, unsure where to focus first. He glanced at the 3 potted plants on the balcony and then at the vibrant arrangement on the table. His eyes darting back and forth in a flurry of excitement. What a whimsical life this little one leads. He turned to the innocent, bewildered child, feeling a mischievous urge stirring within him. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Fu residence, Gu Shuyan entered holding various test reports for Fu Shueji. Upon stepping into the living room, he found it desolate. Soon after, however, he caught a whiff of floral fragrance, reminiscent of the enchanting scent he had encountered days prior in Fu Shueji's hospital room. Following the scent, he ascended to the 2nd floor. Initially, he assumed it was Fu Shueji's room that was open, but upon inspection, he discovered it was securely closed. Eventually, he arrived at Qinqing's room, confirming that the delightful aroma originated from there. Little Qinqing stood at the door, and upon seeing Gu Shuyan, she politely called out, Uncle Jiu. Jiu Shuyan noticed Xiaosu inside, busily arranging flowers, and while he was puzzled as to why Xiaosu was in a child's room, the sight of the flowers clarified everything. Qinqing, may Uncle come in to see your room? He asked. Of course, the little girl, with a gentle temperament, readily agreed as long as one spoke to her kindly. As Gu Shuyan entered, he witnessed Xiaosu rearranging the jasmine flowers and stepped forward to grasp his hand. What are you doing here? Xiaosu looked up, surprise flickering in his eyes, accompanied by a sudden surge of unease. Oh no, he was too slow. Jiu Shuyan might be here to claim the flowers. Are these Qinqing's flowers? Xiaosu nodded, his gaze still wary. Upon receiving confirmation, Gu Shuyan's eyes sparkled with mischief as he asked, and where do you intend to take Qinqing's flowers? Xiaosu's sense of impending doom was confirmed. He seized the jasmine flowers tightly in his embrace. I just asked little Qinqing, and she said she was willing to give these flowers to me. Why should you care where I take them? Gu Shuyan felt a jolt in his heart as he turned to the bewildered little girl. Qinqing, did you agree to give him these flowers? The little one, overwhelmed by the accusatory gaze, felt her scalp prickle. She nodded her tiny head, her innocent voice tinged with uncertainty. I did. Hearing this, Xiaosu chuckled triumphantly. After arranging the jasmine, he reached for the dendrobium on the balcony. Gu Shuyan swiftly smacked his hand. Don't move. He then turned to Qinqing, his expression one of utmost grievance. Did you give him everything, Qinqing? What has he done to earn your favor? The little girl, with her cherubic face, replied earnestly. Uncle Xiao likes them very much. Gu Shuyan, now anxious, protested. I like them too. Please share some with Uncle. Qinqing's fair cheeks flushed as she realized how coveted her flowers had become. Faced with Gu Shuyan's forlorn expression, she stammered for quite some time before finally uttering, I didn't know you wanted them. I'll get you some tomorrow, okay? She pointed to the floral arrangement on the table, which was also intended for Xiaosu. I can give you this tomorrow. Gu Shuyan glanced at the arrangement, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes before he averted his gaze, shaking his head. No, Qinqing, you cannot be so biased. Uncle will be upset. The little girl widened her eyes, pointing at herself in disbelief. Me, biased? Looking into her glistening eyes, Gu Shuyan struggled to suppress a laugh but maintained a serious demeanor. Indeed, you are excessively biased. If you were fair, why would you give him so many and merely one to me? He presented a rational argument, making it difficult to refute. Count them yourself. You gave him 4 and only 1 to me. Qinqing, following his reasoning, nodded in confusion, seemingly realizing the truth of his words. You both are uncles. You must treat us equally. Please, let him share with me. Though the little girl did not comprehend the phrase treat equally, she appeared to grasp its essence from Gu Shuyan's tone. But I already gave it to him. Qinqing expressed her dilemma, being so young and yet to attend school, combined with her gentle nature. She was wholly swayed by Gu Shuyan. She recognized her perceived unfairness towards her 2 uncles, leading her to feel anxious, for aside from the 3 potted plants, she had nothing else to offer. Earlier, when Gu Shuyan was absent, Xiaosu had already persuaded her to part with those 3 pots, and now she had no flowers left to give to Uncle Gu. Behind her, noticing the hesitation etched on the little girl's face, Xiaosu felt a pang of concern. The child was easily persuaded and had already succumbed to Gu Shuyan's influence. Without a moment's thought, he stepped towards Qinqing and pulled Gu Shuyan closer. Qinqing has already promised these flowers to me. I intend to take them back to present to my elder sister. Do not snatch them away. Jiu Shuyan scoffed, brushing Xiaosu's hand off his arm with little regard. I disagree. My grandfather's birthday is fast approaching, and these flowers must include my share. Why should it be so? You arrived late, so I also disagree. The 2 men were at an impasse, prompting them to turn their attention to Qinqing once more. Qinqing, you tell us, who should these flowers go to? Qinqing looked at them both, torn and feeling dizzy. An uncertain escaped her lips, her voice soft and innocent. How am I supposed to choose? She leaned against the doorframe. A look of despair etched across her face. The little girl blinked her large eyes at them, nervously gripping the doorframe. Ultimately, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and in a moment of despair, she cried out. Turning to flee, I want to find Daddy. Why are Daddy's friends so scary? Watching her retreating figure, the two instigators could not help but burst into laughter. After their amusement subsided, they exchanged glances and resumed their quarrel. Xiaosu argued, you know my sister's condition. Her mood has been quite poor these past 2 years. The fragrance of these flowers can alleviate her anxiety, hence I must take them. Ji Shuyan retorted. My grandfather adores nurturing flowers and fish, particularly orchids. His birthday is in a few days, thus I must take this dendrobium. Xiaosu glanced at the dendrobium, noting its beauty surpassing the other two pots. Yet it had yet to bloom. Its variety, the fragrant dendrobium nobile, promised an astonishing spectacle once it flowered. Reluctant to part with it, Xiaosu found himself hesitating. Ji Shuyan, however, was equally resolute, declaring, either you give me the dendrobium, and I will let you take the rest, or we both stay here at the Fu residence. After all, there are plenty of rooms. Earlier, Qinqing had assured him that she would prepare another floral arrangement for him the following day, which was why Gu Shuyan was solely vying for the dendrobium. Now, the two remained locked in a standoff for several minutes until Xiaosu, with a resigned sigh, relented. Fine, you can take the dendrobium. Good brother, Gu Shuyan exclaimed, satisfied, as he patted Xiaosu's shoulder. Reverting to their usual camaraderie, though they had quarreled, their bond remained unchanged. Xiaosu bent down. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let us move quickly. Both men had driven to the residence, so transferring the flowers directly to their vehicles was straightforward. Xiaosu even requested a non-permeable bag from the Fu family's maid to cover the flowers, preventing their fragrance from escaping. Moments later, Qinqing stealthily returned to her room. Upon seeing that several pots had been carried away, she felt the absence of floral embellishment, rendering her space stark and empty. Yet flowers were a trivial matter. She could always plant more. For Qinqing, the most important thing was that her two uncles did not torment her. Little Mo, standing behind her, startled Qinqing with a sudden voice. Mr. Xiao, enamored. You have taken all your flowers. She felt a twinge of sympathy. Qinqing turned and pulled her inside. Little Mo glanced at the time and suggested, if you still wish to keep some, I can take you to buy more. Knowing how much Qinqing loved tending to flowers, and that she cared for them exceptionally well, better than many professionals, she was eager to assist. Qinqing nodded, taking Little Mo's hand as she softly replied, Sister Mo, let us go. Little Mo called the driver of the Fu family to have him come around to pick them up. To their astonishment, upon reaching the entrance, the two individuals discovered that Xiaosu and Gu Shuyan had not yet departed. They stood together, seemingly engaged in hushed conversation. In Qinqing's eyes, these two had become akin to demons, and upon sighting them, the little one felt a shiver run down her spine and instinctively turned to retreat indoors. However, it was too late, for Gu Shuyan, with keen eyes, had already spotted her. Qinqing, why are you hiding? He feigned ignorance, approaching with a cheerful smile alongside Xiaosu. The young girl opened her mouth as if to protest, but ultimately fell silent, her delicate face taut with restraint. The two men crouched down, playfully teasing her. Are you going to tell on us to your father? The little girl flushed, aware that their jovial demeanor was merely a playful jest. No, she retorted, her voice adorably fierce. Where are you two off to? Xiaosu inquired of Xiao Mo. The latter, somewhat exasperated, replied, the young lady's flowers have been taken by you two rascals, and I am taking her to buy some new pots to nurture. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the two rogues sparkled with delight. Buying flowers? You ought to have us tag along, Xiaosu proclaimed with feigned seriousness. We are the experts when it comes to flowers. The little girl regarded them skeptically, her expression practically broadcasting her disbelief. Ji Shuyan, without hesitation, scooped Qinqing up into his arms. Come on, and uncles will accompany you to buy flowers. He waved to Xiao Mo, signaling that the driver was no longer needed. As they would drive Qinqing themselves, Xiao Mo pulled out her phone to call the driver, but by the time she was on the line, Gu Shuyan had already placed Qinqing in the car. Watching the vehicle speed away, Xiao Mo was left in a state of bewilderment. Wait, I haven't even gotten in yet. Inside the car, little Qinqing gazed at Xiao Mo, who had diminished to a distant speck. Her youthful voice laced with urgency, Sister Mo didn't come. Gu Shuyan affectionately patted her fluffy head, grinning like a sly fox. No worries, uncles can protect you just as well. At the flower market. When Xiaosu emerged from the car with Qinqing in his arms, their trio attracted the gaze of numerous onlookers. Their collective allure was undeniable. Each member of the group possessed striking features, and their attire seemed utterly mismatched for the floral surroundings. As they strolled, Gu Shuyan abruptly halted in front of a stall selling orchids. Let us nurture orchids, Qinqing. They are beautiful and fragrant. To Xiaosu's dismay, Gu Shuyan preempted his intended remark, causing him to feel a pang of urgency. This variety is quite difficult to maintain. Perhaps we should stick to roses. Orchids are lovely, roses are exquisite. As the two began to bicker once more. Qinqing felt overwhelmed. Uncles, please don't argue. With a determined shove of her tiny arms, she intervened, momentarily embodying the role of an adult. Let us get both, shall we? Jigu Shuyan and Xiao Su exchanged glances. Their laughter barely contained. All right, Qinqing, oblivious to the banter, felt a sense of relief wash over her, who said children were free from worries. She too found this day challenging. After a lengthy outing, the little girl wore an expression of fatigue. Having been caught in the crossfire of their playful dispute, after perusing the market, the two men selected over a dozen pots of flowers. When the time came to return, they simply called for a vehicle to fetch them. By the way, Qinqing, we've been choosing all along. Do you have any favorites? Qinqing, pursing her lips, shook her head obediently. She had no particular preferences. She could care for any flower, as long as it kept her occupied. However, a thought struck her, and her bright eyes blinked as she spoke softly. Uncle, Daddy mentioned I'll be starting school soon, and you two won't be able to come for a long time. The two men had no objections. It's alright, your schooling is important. We'll be in a city, and we can visit you now and then. The little girl remained dutifully quiet, observing as they acquired their purchases without uttering a word. Which left both Xiao Su and Gu Shuyan feeling a twinge of guilt. How about this, Qinqing? Since you've helped us so much, we'll take you out for some delicious treats and fun activities. Shall we? They glanced at her attire, a charming pink and white dress adorned with fluffy accents, her porcelain-like skin seemingly aglow, her long curled eyelashes framed two large sparkling eyes, vibrant and full of life. Adorable, Xiao Su thought. A sudden inspiration striking him as he cradled Qinqing back into the car. Let us go. Your father doesn't know how to spoil a little girl. Uncles will buy you beautiful clothes to make you look splendid for school. Gu Shuyan wholeheartedly agreed. Initially, Qinqing intended to protest that she already had plenty of clothes, but the two men were not inclined to listen. Moreover, she was adamant that her father was quite adept at caring for children. The little girl couldn't bear to hear anyone speak ill of her father. They took her for a stroll at Times Square. Xiao Su, possessing a VIP card for a large department store, soon had a personal attendant to cater to them. Knowing that the little girl was there to shop for clothes, the attendant guided them to the children's clothing section, patiently and kindly introducing the various outfits. The young girl's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing with the overwhelming sensation of being at the mercy of the sales pitch. Miss, why don't you try on this lovely dress? The color is beautiful, and you will look absolutely adorable in it. Feeling flustered, Qinqing turned to Xiao Su and Gu Shuyan for support, utterly at a loss for words, yet, the two seemed to misinterpret her hesitation. With great generosity, Xiao Su declared to grab every item she even glanced at. I'll provide an address shortly for delivery. The sales attendant trembled with excitement, eager to please. Of course, sir, this is a significant opportunity. If the young lady before them merely glanced at a few more items, her sales figures for the year would be secured. Overhearing this, Qinqing rushed to pull at Xiao Su's sleeve. Her voice sweet and pleading. I already have plenty of clothes, please don't buy so many. The little girl, now somewhat anxious, earnestly reasoned with the two uncles. I grow so quickly, if you buy too many, I won't be able to wear them. This sentiment echoed something she had heard at the orphanage. Xiao Su paused, momentarily taken aback, before he bent down and affectionately rubbed his cheek against hers, leaving a trace of sweetness behind. So considerate. I wish I could take you home with me. With increasing enthusiasm, he looked at Qinqing. Why don't you come home with me? I have a beautiful auntie there. Gu Shuyan interjected. Just because you cuddled her once doesn't mean she should go home with you. Wasn't I the one sitting next to her in the car? Does that mean she should come home with me? Qinqing felt increasingly bewildered. The dynamics between adults were so complex. Only moments ago, these two uncles had been laughing together. How had their conversation turned so contentious? She had no time to ponder further and quickly intervened. Please don't argue, the little girl, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, decisively declared. Neither of you can go. Qinqing wants to stay with Daddy. Upon hearing her words, both men indeed paused. In that instant, a mutual pang of jealousy arose within them, directed towards Fu Sihua. The dull, uninteresting man was merely handsome, yet he managed to capture the little girl's admiration, unbeknownst to Qinqing, who was relieved that her two uncles had finally ceased their squabbling. She sighed heavily. Oh, how difficult this is. Today has been the busiest and most exhausting day ever. She felt more like an adult than either of the two uncles. It was far preferable to be out with Sister Mo. After Qinqing expressed her disinterest in the clothing, Xiao Su relented. He and Gu Shuyan selected a few outfits based on their own taste and instructed the sales attendant to package them for delivery to the Fu residence. Just as Qinqing thought they could finally head home, it became evident that she was still too young to grasp the situation fully. The two men exchanged a few words and then suddenly redirected their course towards a jewelry store. Inside the jewelry store, Mrs. Shen was assisting Soft in selecting a golden-laid jade necklace. Previously, the Shen family had prepared the wrong gift to welcome Soft home and had yet to rectify it. Today, Mrs. Shen had brought Soft out to allow her to choose for herself. Instantly, Soft's eyes were drawn to the most expensive diamond crown displayed high on a pedestal. She could hardly tear her gaze away. Pointing at the crown and expressing her desire for it. Mrs. Shen glanced up, noting that the crown was designed for adults and bore a not-for-sale label. Consequently, she opted not to inquire further and instead led Soft to the counter to examine the necklaces. Soft felt dissatisfied, her little face souring. Mrs. Shen, accustomed to her daughter's small tantrums, remained unperturbed and continued to smile, encouraging the attendant to bring out the necklaces for Soft to try on. Just then, Xiaosu and Gu Shuyan entered with Qinqing. The store was vast, and they did not immediately spot Mrs. Shen and Soft. However, the crown was impossible to miss, and upon sighting it, Xiaosu wasted no time. He pointed at the crown and instructed the attendant, "Bring that down, let my little girl try it on." The attendant, her expression apologetic, replied, "I'm sorry, sir, but that is for display purposes only due to its immense value. It is typically not taken out from a distance." Soft heard the attendant's words and finally felt a sense of relief, smugly glancing at Qinqing. "What I cannot have, neither can you." Yet, the events that followed caused her smile to freeze on her face. Xiaosu rummaged through his phone and, without hesitation, addressed the attendant. "Is it possible to retrieve it now?" The shop assistant's expression shifted slightly, and she then smiled respectfully at him. "Of course, sir, please wait a moment. We will retrieve the items right away." She called over 2 other staff members, who carefully extracted the crown from the display case. As they were handling the item, a newly arrived assistant whispered in confusion, "Sister, what is that man holding?" "It's a VIP card. A VIP card on a mobile phone. What if it's fake? Besides, there have been guests before who wanted to try on the crown with a VIP card. And didn't you refuse them at that time?" "This is not an ordinary VIP card, it comes from our official website. After logging into personal information, it has a serial number and personal details. And the interface is in black and gold, indicating the highest tier of clientele. Therefore, regardless of their requests, we must extend them a certain level of courtesy." After saying this, the assistant approached Xiaosu with the crown cradled in her hands. "Sir, would you like me to assist this young lady in wearing it?" Xiaosu nodded, placing Qinqing onto a chair while stepping back 2 paces. For someone with his straightforward taste, anything sparkling was the most visually appealing. The assistant first tidied Qingqing's hair, then solemnly donned gloves and opened the glass display case. With great care, she presented the crown. Other customers in the store were drawn to this scene. Some were regulars who understood the value of the crown. Yet this was the first time they had witnessed it being removed. When the crown was on display, it emanated an aura of majestic aloofness, as if no one was worthy of touching it. Now that it had been taken down, that sense of detachment had diminished somewhat. The surrounding customers could not help but express their admiration. Upon closer inspection, it was extraordinarily exquisite. No wonder it was regarded as the store's treasure. Ruoruo's wide eyes stared in disbelief as she watched the assistant handle the crown. "Why, didn't you just say no one could wear it?" Mrs. Shen lifted her head from the display case and was equally astonished to see that the person surrounded by the crowd was Qinqing. Her surprise grew even greater upon recognizing her. At the same time, her gaze towards Qinqing became somewhat complicated. After listening to Ruoruo's account, she was now unsure how to face this young girl she had once cherished. Unbeknownst to Qinqing, who was feeling anxious, the moment the assistant placed the crown atop her head, she suddenly felt a heavy weight on her neck. It was so heavy that it felt as though her neck might be shortened. The assistant turned to fetch a mirror, positioning it at an angle where Qinqing could see. The little girl caught a glimpse in the mirror and was instantly struck dumb. Although the crown was large, it was undeniably beautiful. The lighting in the jewelry store had been meticulously designed, casting a radiant glow upon the crown, as if it had been enhanced with special effects. The surrounding murmurs of amazement were incessant. Xiaosu and Gu Shuyan also nodded in satisfaction. Regardless of whether it would be used, it was best to purchase it first. If someone else bought it, they would have nowhere to express their regret. Xiaosu spoke in a light tone, as if he were purchasing not a precious crown, but merely a scallion from a market. "Take it. We'll take this. I'll give you an address for delivery." The assistant clenched her hands nervously. "Sir, we cannot make that decision, Uncle Xiao." A particularly stiff little voice piped up from beside them. Xiaosu turned to glance back and smiled. "Take it off. It's squashing the child." The weight lifted as the crown was removed, and Qinqing felt as though she had come back to life. She stretched her neck in relief and then jumped off the chair to stand beside Xiaosu. Gazing up at him with her clear black eyes full of longing, "Uncle Xiao, it's too heavy. I don't want it. It is not heavy at all." Xiaosu comforted her dismissively. He glanced up at the brand name, then typed 2 keywords into the WeChat search bar, locating the boss's account. Without a second thought, he dialed the number. He remarked that the brand seemed familiar, and indeed it was someone he knew. After chatting for a moment, he returned the phone to the manager. "Here's your boss's number." The manager took the phone, trembling. Given his current position, he was not ordinarily qualified to speak with the boss. But thanks to the gentleman before him, "Sir, the boss, let them have the items. Whatever they want, just let them take it." The boss, too, had a commanding voice, suggesting he must be quite handsome. The manager nearly thought he had misheard. Such a precious item, simply given away. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he cautiously asked again, "Boss, did you just say give?" "Yes," the boss replied calmly. The manager opened his mouth, left speechless for several seconds, before finally responding with an expression of disbelief. Alright, after hanging up, he approached Xiao Su, his demeanor having undergone a complete transformation. Sir, shall we deliver it to your home or? Upon hearing the manager's words, the surrounding crowd displayed expressions of incredulity. Who were these three individuals that they had genuinely managed to secure such a purchase? Didn't you hear the manager say on the phone, it's not a purchase, it's a gift for these three? It seemed they were some kind of big shots, though no one knew from which family. The whispers of the crowd reached Ruan Yuan's ears, and she clenched her fists, her eyes reddening. Why, isn't the Shen family the wealthiest in City A? Even items that her mother cannot acquire are being gifted to others by the owner of this store? In Ruan Yuan's heart, anyone could buy the crown, except for Qinqing. The thought of Qinqing receiving something she coveted more than her own life was unbearable. She had already allied herself with the Shen family. Why should she still be inferior to her? What was the point of her connection to the Shen family? Contemplating this, she couldn't help but glance towards Mrs. Shen. Mrs. Shen's expression was one of astonishment. Slightly better than that of a bystander, as she was aware of Xiao Su and Gu Shuyan's identities. However, she hadn't expected these two to be so kind to Qinqing. Mrs. Shen's gaze lingered on Qinqing. Filled with complexity, the Xiao and Gu families were both astute individuals. If Qinqing were truly a bully, with a malicious disposition, would these two still hold her in such high regard? Yet Ruan Yuan was her child. Mrs. Shen felt that since she had chosen to adopt Ruan Yuan, she must trust her words, otherwise it would be irresponsible. At that moment, Ruan Yuan tugged at her sleeve, looking up to ask, Mom, are those two uncles giving the crown to Qinqing? Mrs. Shen nodded, helplessly ruffling Ruan Yuan's hair. Over the past few days, she had noticed Ruan Yuan's competitive spirit, especially when comparing herself to Qinqing. Thus, she provided further clarification. This crown is indeed not for sale, it has always been for display only. However, the two individuals beside Qinqing are likely familiar with the store's owner, which is why they can purchase the crown. Ruan Yuan responded with a subdued "oh," her gaze drifting off with a hint of envy. But Mom, aren't we quite wealthy? I heard the maid say we are the richest. Mrs. Shen sighed, thinking about what the maid had been whispering in Ruan Yuan's ear all day. That was merely what outsiders said. There were always people wealthier than others and greater forces at play. The individuals beside Qinqing hailed from the illustrious Xiao family of the capital and the esteemed Gu family of medicine. Both deeply rooted and well connected across the nation. She intended to correct Ruan Yuan's previous notion of being the wealthiest, but it seemed Ruan Yuan had not taken notice. Her attention was entirely fixated on the name Xiao. Mom, does that uncle's surname Xiao? Mrs. Shen nodded. Yes. Ruan Yuan's gaze fixed upon Xiao Su, her round eyes sparkling with excitement. The Xiao family. She had thought she would need to leverage the Shen family as a stepping stone before being able to approach them in adulthood. To her surprise, the Xiao family was so close now. Xiao Su instructed the jewelry store to deliver the crown to the residents of the Fu family. The two gentlemen had no intention of leaving just yet. Continuing to browse through the store, that crown isn't suitable for a child, let us buy a safety pendant instead. It would look lovely on a child, Xiao Su suggested. He was in a similar business and felt that a bracelet would look delightful on a child's chubby arms. A green bean would look lovely too. My little niece has one, Gu Shuyan proposed. Alright, let us buy them all. Qinqing, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, clung to Xiao Su's leg, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked up at him. Uncle Xiao, let us go home, don't buy anything else. With her slight weight, Xiao Su effortlessly carried her along. The amusing sight drew laughter from everyone present, as the soft little girl hanging from Xiao Su's leg resembled a charming accessory. Xiao Su had a particular obsession with children wearing bracelets, and he selected a golden one, prompting the assistant to retrieve it. She knelt down, gently prying open Qinqing's small hand to slide the bracelet onto her wrist for fitting. It looked exquisite on her pudgy hand, exuding an air of elegance. The trio moved about, inevitably crossing paths with Mrs. Shen and Ruan Yuan. Although Mrs. Shen felt somewhat awkward, she still nodded at Xiao Su as a greeting. Xiao Su did not put her in an uncomfortable position. He acknowledged her with a nod, maintaining a friendly demeanor. This approach eased Mrs. Shen's tension slightly, prompting her to have the assistant wrap up the necklace she had chosen earlier. Her taste was impeccable. The golden-laid jade necklace was perfect for a child, both opulent and elegant. Xiao Su's attention was drawn to it as he walked over to that section of the counter. Upon his arrival, the most animated reaction came from Ruan Yuan. Sitting on a chair, she straightened up immediately, her large eyes fixed intently on him. During her last visit to the Fu family, she had inadvertently left a poor impression on the Xiao family. Consequently, she now sought to alter Xiao Su's perception of her. With this thought in mind, as Xiao Su approached, she obediently called out, Uncle Xiao. This unexpected utterance startled not only Mrs. Shen but also left Xiao Su perplexed. Noticing Xiao Su's gaze fixated upon her, she nervously tightened her grip on her clothing and mustered the courage to say, Uncle Xiao, I apologize for disturbing you when I cried last time. After her words, Mrs. Shen's apprehensions eased. Thankfully, it was merely an apology and not something inappropriate. Since adopting Ruoruo, her heart had been in a constant state of anxiety. After all, children possess countless uncontrollable elements. And she had yet to find someone to teach Ruoruo about etiquette, fearing that she might say something inappropriate. Any misstep from Ruoruo could directly affect the Shen family's reputation. Mrs. Shen felt somewhat relieved by Ruoruo's sudden apology, yet Xiao Su's gaze remained peculiar. Following what he had heard from Qinqing at the Fu residence, he had developed a sense of aversion towards Ruoruo. Even after hearing her apology, he found it difficult to feel any fondness for her. His expression was frigid, and his tone was devoid of warmth, starkly contrasting with the playful demeanor he had exhibited earlier with Qinqing. Unyieldingly, he echoed Ruoruo's earlier words, his voice calm as he stated, "You are disturbing me now as well." These unsparing remarks caused Ruoruo's small face to pale, disbelief washing over her as she gazed at him. It seemed incomprehensible why Xiao Su would treat her in such a manner. She was merely a child, moreover, she had taken the initiative to apologize. Why then did Xiao Su harbor such malice towards her? Mrs. Shen, upon hearing his words, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Seeing Ruoruo's distressed expression, she feared that the child might say something further to offend Xiao Su, so she placed a comforting hand on Ruoruo's shoulder. It was evident that Xiao Su truly disliked Ruoruo. Given this, any additional words from Ruoruo would only serve to humiliate herself further. With a smile tinged with regret, Mrs. Shen said, "I apologize, Mr. Xiao, but I must take Ruoruo home now. I hope you enjoy yourselves." Xiao Su bore no animosity towards Mrs. Shen. When she spoke to him with a smile, he reciprocated with polite acknowledgement. Mrs. Shen refrained from further conversation, leaving an address with the staff before hastily leading Ruoruo away. Once outside the jewelry store, she expressed her displeasure, saying, "Ruoruo, Mr. Xiao does not like you. I in the future, apart from greeting him, refrain from speaking unnecessarily." Understood. Ruoruo's complexion, already pale, grew even worse upon hearing this. Unable to suppress her urge to defend herself, she protested, "But Mama, I just wanted to apologize." Mrs. Shen shook her head disapprovingly, her expression severe. No more apologies are needed. If he does not speak to you first, do not initiate conversation. Her tone, usually gentle, was now unusually firm. Ruoruo recognized her mother's anger, pressed her lips together, and fell silent. However, she felt a twinge of injustice. Why was she not allowed to speak freely? It was so unfair. Mrs. Shen was truly frustrating. She had been wronged, yet instead of defending her, she sided with outsiders. Despite her internal complaints, she knew she had to curry favor with the Shen family. After a while, once Mrs. Shen had calmed down, Ruoruo reluctantly offered her an apology. The pitiful expression on her face finally melted Mrs. Shen's irritation. In the mall, when Xiao Su and company exited, twilight had nearly fallen. Checking their phones, they realized it was already 7:30. Qinqing, feeling a bit anxious, noticed their leisurely pace as they returned to the Fu residence. Fu Sihua had long since returned home and, upon entering the living room filled with an array of items, initially thought he had entered the wrong house. Inquiring further, he learned that Xiao Su and Gu Shuyan had taken Qinqing out. He was unaware of how the relationship between those two and his child had developed so closely. After nearly an hour of waiting, Qinqing was finally returned. However, Xiao Su and Gu Shuyan did not enter the house. Instead, they drove off to find someone to transport the flowers they had coaxed from Qinqing's room back to their own home. When Qinqing stepped inside and beheld the numerous items in the living room, along with several servants tidying up, she nearly fainted. Turning her head, she finally spotted Fu Sihua. "Daddy!" The little one exclaimed as she approached him. After spending the day with those two, she looked rather worn out, the little bundle of energy stumbling towards Fu Sihua and gently leaning against his leg. Her adorable, soft voice was filled with fatigue. "I'm so tired." Fu Sihua cradled her small face, observing her listless demeanor. "What happened?" he inquired softly, his long fair fingers brushing against her cheek. "Uncle Xiao and Uncle Gu." She leaned against Fu Sihua's leg, momentarily at a loss for words. The two were so unreliable, they often argued along the way and refused to listen. Fu Sihua could surmise the situation. Both Xiao Su and Gu Shuyan had similar personalities, having been lively and boisterous in their youth, which naturally led to them bonding. Qinqing, being so young and innocent, was akin to a little lamb in a den of wolves. The poor child. Meanwhile, Xiao Su delivered the flowers to the Xiao family estate that very night. Upon arriving at the entrance of the old residence, he directed the servants to carry the flower pots inside, reminding them to exercise caution. Hearing the commotion, the butler quickly donned his clothing and emerged. "Third young master, what brings you back at this hour?" Xiao Su personally carried a flower vase, its blooms carefully wrapped, though a hint of fragrance still wafted through. The butler inhaled deeply, his eyes lighting up in surprise. "Could it be those flowers from a few days ago?" Xiao Su smiled knowingly. "Indeed. By the way, where is my elder sister?" The butler followed closely behind him as they conversed. "The head of the household has already retired for the night. The flowers you sent back a few days ago were more effective than those calming medications." The flowers obtained from Qinqing not only bloomed beautifully but also emitted a delightful fragrance, lasting for an extended period. However, after so many days, they were nearly wilted. "I've brought back a multitude this time, and in addition, 2 potted plants. Once my sister awakens, please place those 2 pots by her bedside." The butler walked with sprightly steps, dabbing at his eyes with a handkerchief. Overjoyed, "This is wonderful, third young master." Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of curiosity. "Third young master, where did you acquire these flowers?" "From City A." We could negotiate with the seller for a long-term supply so you wouldn't have to travel back and forth between City A and the capital. Xiao Su, with a playful smile, shook his head mysteriously. That cannot be mass-produced, but I have found a channel. The butler was immensely intrigued but understood the need to remain silent, following Xiao Su inside. Once indoors, Xiao Su carefully untied the bag encasing the flowers. And an overwhelming fragrance enveloped the entire room. So fragrant, the butler was unable to contain his excitement, gazing in astonishment at the bouquet. The quality is truly exceptional. If these were to hit the market, they would undoubtedly be priceless. Even he, an elder, felt rejuvenated simply by inhaling their scent. Hearing this, Xiao Su felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, he had established a good rapport with Qinqing early on, yet no one could have anticipated that such exquisite flowers would be nurtured by a young girl. Xiao Su placed the flowers in the living room and instructed the butler, "Once my sister awakens tomorrow, place this vase in her room." After issuing these instructions, he retired to his quarters for the night. The Xiao residence was vast and designed in a traditional Chinese garden style, filled with lush greenery. Out on his way back, Xiao Su couldn't help but ponder, if he were to bring little Qingqing home for a while, would the flowers they cultivated smell as delightful as this bouquet? The thought that he could inhale such a fragrant aroma every moment was truly enticing. The more he contemplated, the more captivated he became. His desire to invite the child home reaching its peak at that moment. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Shuyan harbored the same thoughts. Gu Shuyan returned home late that night as well. The orchid he had carefully wrapped in a bag was secretly placed in his room, intended as a surprise for the old man's birthday. However, just as the elder arose to use the restroom, he noticed the lights illuminating the courtyard and ventured outside, observing Gu Shuyan's furtive behavior. He found himself perplexed. Gu Shuyan, why are you up at this hour? Startled by the elder's booming voice, Gu Shuyan nearly jumped. After ensuring his room door was securely shut, he turned to the elder with a sheepish smile. I thought I was just taking a walk, the elder scoffed, clearly unconvinced of the boy's innocence. Approaching him, he initially intended to tap him with his cane, but as he got closer, he caught a whiff of a faint floral scent. Wait a moment, what is that fragrance on you? The elder squinted, his aged eyes suddenly gleaming with suspicion. Gu Shuyan felt a chill run down his spine, his expression shifting through various shades of discomposure before he awkwardly smiled. It's just perfume. Upon hearing this, the elder's lips tightened, his gaze growing stern. Perfume my foot? I'm your father, you think I wouldn't know you? His words were firm and resolute, demanding, what exactly are you hiding? It was evident that something was amiss with Gu Shuyan sneaking home at such an hour and concealing something from him. Instinctively, Gu Shuyan reached for the door to reveal the orchid, but hesitated as he grasped the doorknob. Wait, that was his birthday gift for the elder. With a resigned expression, Gu Shuyan walked over to the elder and gently urged him back towards his room. In a couple of days, you will find out. For now, can we keep it a mystery? The old man snorted, preparing to say something further, but Gu Shuyan, quick-witted as always, interrupted him. All right, let us not linger, it's late. You should hurry back to rest. Thus, the old man was coaxed and pushed back to his room. After escorting him back, Gu Shuyan retreated to his own chamber, letting out a long sigh of relief. He held the pot of flowers, worried that the old man might see it while he was away, contemplating whether to lock it in a cabinet but fearing it might cause some trouble. Thus, he wrestled with this dilemma for an entire night, ultimately placing the flowers on the balcony. He locked his room door and even retrieved the spare key from the butler, ensuring no one could enter his room while he was out. Before finally feeling at ease to head to the hospital, his secretive demeanor piqued the curiosity of his family. As soon as Gu Shuyan left home, the old man, accompanied by the butler, would curiously press his ear against the door to listen for any sounds, wondering if there was some living creature being kept inside. This continued for several days. On the day of the old man's birthday, the entire extended Gu family gathered, along with several allied families. The birthday banquet was not overly grand, yet it was certainly lively. The butler and servants welcomed guests in the front yard, while Gu Shuyan busied himself in his room, wrapping the pot of orchids. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. Who is it? He felt a surge of caution, after all the effort he put into keeping the flowers a surprise for the birthday banquet. He could not afford to falter now. Gu Shuyan, are you playing the thief? Upon hearing Xiao Su's voice, he relaxed and opened the door. Once Xiao Su entered, he promptly closed and cautiously locked the door. Xiao Su scanned the room, finally fixing his gaze on the balcony. Gu Shuyan had replaced the original flower pot with a beautiful one, with soil scattered beneath. The flowers were in full bloom, exuding a delightful fragrance. Unable to resist, Xiao Su exclaimed, and they both knelt down to help clean up. We should cover the fragrance, or else everyone will catch a whiff as soon as we enter the hall. Gu Shuyan nodded, agreeing, and once the pot was changed, they would seal it. As he placed a glass cover over the flowers, he couldn't help but chuckle. My old man will surely be overjoyed when he sees this. Xiao Su wholeheartedly agreed. After tidying up the flowers, Gu Shuyan found a cloth to cover them and called for a servant to fetch a small cart to transport it to the banquet. Once everything was ready, they exchanged glances. Let us go, it's time to see the old man. Xiao Su was representing the Xiao family at the banquet today, due to his elder sister's unfortunate incident in the past 2 years. He had taken on her responsibilities at such gatherings, everyone was aware of this, and whenever they saw him, they would inquire about his sister's current situation. This occasion was no different. As soon as they entered, the old man's gaze fell upon Xiao Su. They approached the old man, laughing and chatting, which evoked envy among the extended Gu family. The Gu family was large, with many descendants, yet Gu Shuyan was undoubtedly the most favored. The surrounding relatives felt a pang of jealousy, particularly a man standing 2 meters away from the old man. He was of the same generation as Gu Shuyan, yet their fates diverged greatly. No matter how hard he tried, he could never match Gu Shuyan's esteemed position in the old man's heart. A flicker of dark light crossed the man's eyes, soon followed by a glimmer of hope. Nevertheless, it mattered not. He had spent considerable time seeking out a master of traditional Chinese painting to create an orchid artwork for the old man. Surely, this gift would capture the old man's favor. He felt a surge of anticipation for the gift-giving segment. As the earlier proceedings unfolded, the younger members of the Gu family presented their gifts to the old man. Most were precious items. But given the old man's current status, he had seen it all before. With a smile on his face, he watched the various offerings pass before him, feeling not a hint of excitement. It was always the same. He had grown accustomed to it. At that moment, a man approached the old man, holding a long brocade box. He offered the customary auspicious greetings before transitioning. I know you have a particular fondness for orchids, so I sought out Master Tan Shishan to create an orchid painting for you. As he spoke, he opened the brocade box, revealing a scroll inside. The crowd murmured with interest. Master Tan Shishan was known for his difficult temperament, and for this young man to have secured a painting from him must have required considerable effort. Indeed, everyone knew of the old man's fondness for orchids, yet only his gifts struck a chord with him. Although the whispers were hushed, a few remarks reached the man's ears, prompting a self-satisfied smile. He then unfurled the scroll. An exquisite orchid vibrant with life leapt from the paper, each brushstroke perfectly capturing the essence and character of the flower. The old man's eyes sparkled, and he laughed heartily, exclaiming it was splendid. It was evident he genuinely cherished this gift. Seeing his delight, the butler stepped forward to assist in rolling up the scroll. At that moment, the man could not help but cast a triumphant glance at Gu Shuyan, who was engrossed in hushed conversation with Xiao Su. His eyes brimmed with challenge, but Gu Shuyan remained oblivious. He felt a surge of resentment, glaring fiercely at Gu Shuyan. Let us see what you can present. With all the gifts now presented, he could hardly believe that anyone could offer something more to please the old man. Moreover, Gu Shuyan would be the last to present, and if his offering fell short, it would only amplify his embarrassment. With that thought, the man smirked and stepped aside. Gu Shuyan surveyed the room, noting that everyone had presented their gifts, leaving only himself. He smiled and said, "Bring in my gift." As his words fell, all eyes turned toward the entrance point. 2 Gu family servants wheeled in a small cart from either side. On the cart sat a large square object, covered with a cloth obscuring its contents. What could this be, so large? I wonder, is it some jade sculpture? A jade sculpture of that size? Don't be ridiculous. It must cost a fortune. Wait, do you smell that fragrance? It is delightful. Everyone was captivated by the mysterious large box, even the old man. As the cart rolled forward, the enticing aroma wafted through the air. The old man recognized the fragrance instantly, recalling the previous evening. You rascal, is this what you've been tinkering with in your room all these days? Gu Shuyan smiled and nodded. Of course, I wanted to surprise you today. Do you know how hard I've worked to keep this a secret? I've been worried you and the butler might pry open my door to sneak a peek. His feigned pitiful expression amused the old man. Enough with your flattery, show me what it is. He was curious, but not to the extent of forcing his way in. After all, it was his own home. Gu Shuyan grasped the edge of the black cloth and carefully lifted it, revealing the orchids encased within a glass cabinet. A chorus of awe erupted. The orchids within the glass cabinet bloomed gracefully, their poised stance reminiscent of an elegant lady, the leaves so green they seemed to glisten with dew, accentuating the flower's vibrant hues. This was a sight none had ever witnessed before, so beautiful it seemed almost unreal, leaving one in a state of wonder whether such flowers could truly exist. The old man stood up, circling the flowers, his eyes sparkling with delight. It was clear to everyone that this gift had struck a deep chord with the old man. At that moment, Gu Shuyan spoke again. Dad, please sit back down. There is another surprise about these flowers that I'd like to introduce to you. Reluctantly, the old man returned to his seat. The surrounding guests were unable to contain their curiosity, eager to see what Gu Shuyan was alluding to. With a mysterious smile, Gu Shuyan carefully removed the glass cover. In an instant, the fragrance was released, enveloping the entire hall at an astonishing speed. How fragrant! How can it smell so wonderful? I feel invigorated. The chatter in the room grew louder. Even those who didn't typically enjoy fragrances found themselves enchanted. The scent wasn't just pleasant. It carried a refreshing quality that lifted the spirits. Those at a distance were captivated, let alone the old man who was closest to the flowers. He inhaled deeply, his spirits lifted, and exclaimed, "Splendid! This gift truly resonates with me." He couldn't help but look at Gu Shuyan with admiration and curiosity. Where on earth did you acquire such a beautiful pot of flowers? Gu Shuyan smiled, deliberately withholding the answer. The old man chuckled. playfully nudging him. Rather than being annoyed, he was affectionate. The man who had earlier presented the orchid painting felt his fists clench, unable to suppress his jealousy, had it not been for Gu Shuyan unveiling the pot of orchids at the last moment. His painting would have surely been the old man's favorite gift, and now, however, the orchids overshadowed everything, burying his efforts in obscurity. All discussions would revolve around Gu Shuyan's extraordinary flowers, and no one would remember the painstaking effort he had put into procuring the orchid painting. It was a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. The old man inhaled the fragrant aroma of the flowers deeply, then instructed Gu Shuyan, "Cover it back up quickly." Gu Shuyan immediately placed the glass cover back on. A hint of regret flickered in the eyes of the surrounding guests. "Take it to my flower room, note directly to my chamber." He instructed the butler to escort the person back, while gently reminding them to be cautious. The people in the hall watched as the flower was taken away. The fragrance of the blossoms lingered in the living room, and as everyone regained their composure, they hurried to compliment the old master Gu. Each chiming in with praise. Simultaneously, several individuals approached Gu Shuyan, inquiring about the origin of the exquisite flower. They were not short on funds. Having witnessed the flower's remarkable beauty, they felt an irresistible urge to acquire a few for themselves. After all, the scent was invigorating, as if it could cleanse the body of impurities. Surely having several pots at home would yield numerous benefits. However, no matter who asked, Gu Shuyan smiled and deftly sidestepped the topic. He had 6 more pots being nurtured by Qinqing, and if these people were to discover that, they might venture to a city to find the little one. That would only delay matters for the child. Despite their previous camaraderie with Gu Shuyan, none could extract a word from him. Once the banquet concluded and the guests dispersed, old Master Gu hurried back to his room. He and the butler eagerly opened the glass case. Leaning in closely, the butler had already expressed his astonishment at the banquet, yet he could not help but marvel again. Where on earth did the second young master procure such stunning flowers? "In my many years, I have never encountered blossoms as breathtaking as these." Who knew that young lad? The old Master Gu could hardly contain his laughter, chiding Gu Shuyan for his daily escapades and frequent hospital leave. Yet the joy in his eyes betrayed his satisfaction. Just then, a servant knocked at the door. Upon opening it, the butler heard her report. "The second young master mentioned he would be going to a city, and he may be away for about a week. He asked me to inform you." The old Master Gu had just been praising him in his heart, but upon hearing this news, he was incensed. Puffing up in indignation, "That boy, he simply cannot be praised, after behaving himself for just a couple of days." Now he was off again right after the birthday banquet. At this moment, Gu Shuyan had already arrived at the airport with Xiao Su. They had arranged to go to a city together, a week having passed since their last departure, and they were both curious about how Qinqing was faring. Xiao Su called Fu Sihua to find out that little Qinqing had just been sent to school today for her first day. After inquiring about the school's name, the two made their way there, eager to surprise Qinqing. Meanwhile, at the holy capital kindergarten, Qinqing stood on the stage, confronted by the curious eyes of so many children below. She couldn't help but feel a bit shy. The teacher held her hand, gently reassuring her. "Don't be afraid, why not introduce yourself to everyone?" Blushing, Qinqing nodded, though she had mustered courage in her heart. When it came time to speak, her voice was barely audible, as faint as a whisper. The children below began to chant, "We can't hear you, teacher, we can't hear." The teacher raised her hand to silence them, saying, "All right, children, our new classmate is a bit shy. Let us all clap to encourage her, shall we?" The teacher led the applause, and soon all the children joined in. Qinqing clenched her hands, and once the clapping subsided, she finally took that step forward, articulating the words she had prepared in her mind before coming. I am Fu Qinqing, and I would like to be good friends with you." After her words, the children below erupted into applause. The teacher smiled and said, "Qinqing is new here, let us all be friends with her." "All right, okay." The children chorused in unison. Qinqing tightened her grip, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the children below. Filled with excitement and joy, the teacher scanned the classroom and finally pointed to an empty seat. "Qinqing, you can sit there for now." Qinqing picked up her fluffy panda backpack and walked over. As soon as she sat down, the girl next to her and the children in front and behind began to curiously gather around. "Wow, your backpack is so cute. Can I touch it? I want to touch it too." "Me too." Qinqing hadn't expected so many children to talk to her. Her nervous little face turned crimson as she handed her panda backpack to them. "You can touch it. My brother bought it for me, so you can all feel it." The little ones eagerly reached out, touching the fluffy panda backpack. "Wow, it really is so fluffy. It feels just like a kitten. When I get home, I want my mommy to buy me one too." The children chattered excitedly, quickly engaging in conversation with Qinqing. Little Qinqing unzipped her backpack and took out several roses, freshly cut by Aunt Lu, their thorns meticulously removed. She first presented a flower to her deskmate, then distributed one to the children in front and behind her. The fragrance of the roses wafted through the classroom, filling it with a rich aroma. The children who received the roses couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful, thank you, Qinqing. I want one too." The girl sitting next to Qinqing took a deep sniff and joyfully looked at her. "My mommy loves roses. I'm going to give this flower to her after school." After saying this, she grasped Qinqing's small soft hand and, with a serious yet adorable expression, declared, "Thank you for the flower. My name is Wenyuda. I'll look out for you at school from now on." Qinqing was immensely touched. "Thank you, sister." After class, even the children sitting far away were drawn to her. They gathered around Qinqing's seat, gazing enviously at the vibrant roses. "Qinqing, I want one too. Do you have any flowers left? Can you give me one?" At this age, children are naturally friendly, and they readily called Qinqing by name, each vying to speak. Little Qinqing checked her bag. "I'm sorry, I don't have any left." She opened her little cat backpack to show the other children, apologetically saying, "I'm sorry, I ran out." Before coming, she hadn't been sure if she would make friends, so she only brought a few. However, she had not anticipated so many children wanting to talk to her, and thus her flowers were insufficient. Seeing the disappointment on the children's faces, Qinqing quickly said, "I have more at home. I'll bring some for you tomorrow, okay?" Upon hearing this, the children's disappointment vanished. "Okay, thank you." Because Qinqing promised to bring them flowers, many were eager to help her with recognizing characters in games. Some even scrambled to be in her group, but the little girl immersed herself in this atmosphere, and though she had initially been shy, she gradually blended in with her newfound friends. On the same day, at another kindergarten, Ruoruo also started school. The teacher led her into the classroom, and upon seeing the cacophony of chattering children, her head felt like it might explode. She found young children to be quite bothersome. When the teacher asked her to introduce herself, she merely stated her name in a flat tone. The teacher assumed she was shy and encouraged the class to cheer her on. However, Ruoruo felt it was all rather childish. Not only was the teacher's tone condescending, but the naive questions from the other children struck her as exceedingly juvenile. She was unwilling to speak, and the teacher, not wanting to force her, simply let her take a seat. During recess, many children approached her to chat, though they had many questions. Ruoruo, already impatient, responded with disinterest. However, realizing that these kindergarten children came from affluent families, she reluctantly replied a couple of times. Although the children were quite young, they were sensitive to emotions. Sensing Ruoruo's lack of enthusiasm, gradually fewer children approached her. Their attention was easily diverted, and soon they lost interest in her and moved on to other games. Ruoruo's deskmate was also a little girl who wanted to talk to her, but every time she tried, Ruoruo's impatient tone drove her away. When the teacher initiated a game, Ruoruo simply laid her head down on the desk to sleep. During character recognition, the teacher initially thought she was merely shy and kindly approached her twice to remind her, yet, after each reminder, Ruoruo would soon return to her position, resting her head on the desk. Aside from that, Ruoruo felt out of place in the kindergarten, regardless of the activity, while other children played joyfully. She sat expressionless in the corner, isolating herself from the entire class. The teachers found Ruoruo's gaze peculiar, seeming to convey disdain and rejection, yet they also thought that a 3-year-old shouldn't possess such expressions. Assuming they must have misjudged her. By the end of the day, Ruoruo felt as though her ears might burst from the noise of her classmates, having lived as an adult in her previous life. Pretending to be a child among these young ones was exhausting, thus she maintained her reticent demeanor throughout the day, avoiding unnecessary interactions. After school, the butler from the Shen family arrived to pick her up. Though Madame Shen doted on her, she was not always available. After the butler carried her out of the classroom, Ruoruo suddenly heard a familiar voice behind her. Turning her head, she saw Gu Shuyan and Xiaosu standing on either side of Qinqing. Conversing with the teacher, they wore smiles, their gazes inadvertently softening as they looked down at Qinqing, making it seem as though they were her affectionate uncles. Softly unable to restrain herself, she clenched her palm tightly. A profound sense of crisis surging within her. Is this the power of blood ties? No, it appears she must soon reconcile with the Xiao family, and then sever the connection between Qinqing and Xiaosu. The greater the distance between these two, the more beneficial it would be for her. With such thoughts in mind, softly was carried away by butler Shen. At this moment, Xiaosu still had some misunderstandings with the teacher. Earlier, when these two came to pick up Qinqing, Xiaosu had smiled cheerfully, holding Qinqing's small hand and saying, "Your father is too busy to pick you up, so let us help take you home. Come along with us." This statement caused the teacher, who was preparing to turn back, to pause her steps, hurriedly pulling Qinqing behind her for protection. Xiaosu's words were so classic, they echoed the infamous lines used by child abductors, which heightened the teacher's vigilance, protectively shielding Qinqing. She had Xiaosu and Gu Shuyan warily. "Who are you two?" to the child. Xiaosu was taken aback but quickly replied with a smile, "I'm an uncle. Can't you see how much I resemble the child?" This was meant as a jest, yet the teacher tugged Qinqing closer, scrutinizing her little face before glancing back at Xiaosu. Indeed, there was a slight resemblance. Nevertheless, her cautious heart had not yet calmed. "I need to call the child's father, otherwise I cannot allow you to take her." Xiaosu raised an eyebrow, observing the responsible teacher. He did not press the issue but took out his phone to call Fu Sihua, explaining the current situation, then handed the phone to the teacher for her to speak. 2 minutes later, the teacher realized this was a misunderstanding. She released Qinqing's hand and smiled apologetically at the two men. "I'm sorry, you may take the child now." Xiaosu bent down to lift Qinqing, nodding respectfully to the teacher. They finally took Qinqing back. As Qinqing nestled against Xiao Su's shoulder, she turned to look at Gu Shuyan trailing behind, her small voice tinged with confusion. Uncle Xiao, Uncle Gu, why are you back again? The usage of again was quite apt. Gu Shuyan chuckled, ruffling her fluffy little head. What do you mean again? We haven't seen each other for a week. Don't you miss us? He gazed into the little girl's eyes. Yet Qinqing, with her bright, soulful eyes, sparkled but avoided looking at them. What to do? She truly did not want to, but expressing this seemed improper. Gu Shuyan felt as though something had shattered within him with a sudden crack. Looking down, he discovered it was indeed his heart. Xiao Su gently patted Qinqing's back, his voice laced with laughter. What shall we do then? You may not miss your uncles, but your uncles certainly miss you. As they spoke, the three approached the car. Xiao Su placed Qinqing in the back seat and then slid in himself. Go drive, he instructed Gu Shuyan, who had just opened the car door. Gu Shuyan chuckled lightly, not holding a grudge, and took the driver's seat with the car keys in hand. On the way back, Xiao Su gazed at Qinqing's soft, chubby face for quite some time, unable to resist pinching it. This action caused Qinqing to look back at him in bewilderment. Uncle Xiao, what are you doing? Her cheeks, now slightly deformed from the pinch, made her even more adorable. Little Qinqing, how about you come and stay at my house for a while? His eyes curved into a smile, he softened his grip, clearly cherishing the little girl. Before Qinqing could respond, Gu Shuyan, driving, voiced his discontent. Why are you taking her home? He glanced at the rearview mirror, calling out Qinqing's name. Little Qinqing, you should go home with Uncle Gu. My house is much bigger, and there's a very interesting old man who will play with you. Do you even understand the order of things? I spoke first, clearly you don't. Qinqing's eyes widened in horror, that familiar feeling returned, raising her voice slightly, her innocent tone sounded somewhat fierce. I want to go to school. This outburst left both men in the car momentarily stunned. Once the silence fell, Qinqing's tone softened. I don't want to go to anyone's house, I still want to go to school. This truly was a great disappointment. However, both men were accustomed to Qinqing's rejections by now. The way she had shouted was rather amusing to them. Xiao Su grinned, poking her cheek playfully, encouraging her. Go on, shout again. The little girl puffed up her cheeks, remaining silent despite his teasing. Remarkably, Xiao Su found her demeanor delightful. It was evident her temperament was exceptionally good. Any other child would have likely been upset by now. Little Qinqing pondered whether Uncle Xiao was aware of how annoying he was, before she could reach a conclusion. They arrived home. Qinqing initially intended to walk in by herself, but Xiao Su disagreed, promptly scooping her up. Upon returning home, Fu Yuetzi had already arrived. He had been supposed to pick up Qinqing from school. But upon learning Xiao Su had gone, he regretfully returned home. It felt somewhat disheartening that he hadn't been the one to escort his sister on her first day of school. Brother, upon spotting Fu Yuetzi, little Qinqing swiftly leapt from Xiao Su's arms and rushed toward him. The fleeting disappointment that had stirred in Fu Yuetzi's heart vanished instantly, although he hadn't picked her up. The first person she ran to upon returning was him. A wave of happiness washed over him. Sister, how was your first day at school? Fu Yuetzi inquired, brushing his hand over her small cat-themed backpack. Feeling the outline of a water bottle inside. Did you make any friends? Talking about this, Qinqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, her voice was animated as her tiny hands gestured wildly. So many. I made lots of friends. Seeing the little one so happy, Fu Yuetzi couldn't help but grin. This was the joy of witnessing his sister's growth firsthand. It seemed her first day had gone splendidly. Xiao Su, sitting beside them, leisurely remarked. Hearing the commotion, Aunt Lu emerged from the kitchen. She kept her distance, smiling as she watched Qinqing recount her school experiences. Qinqing felt that this was perhaps the happiest day of her life. Xiao Su and Gu Shuyan followed Qinqing to her room to admire the flowers she cherished, then contentedly stayed for dinner. It must be said, Aunt Lu's culinary skills were exceptional. After dining, the two men departed. Half an hour after their departure, a servant entered. Fu Sihua was in his study, leaving only Fu Yuetzi and Qinqing in the living room. Young master, there's a woman claiming to be the orphanage director who wishes to come in. Upon hearing this, Qinqing was taken aback, promptly jumping off the sofa and rushing toward the door. It's Director Mama. Director Mama has finally come to see me. Fu Yuetzi set down his phone and hurriedly followed her outside. Outside the Fu residence, the director, dressed simply, held a woven bamboo basket, covered with a piece of pale yellow floral cloth, from which the occasional sound of whimpering puppies could be heard. Director Mama, Qinqing dashed forward, hugging her leg, and upon catching a whiff of the long-missed yet familiar scent, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. The director set down the basket and bent to stroke her head. Her voice was gentle. Good girl, Qinqing, how have you been at the Fu family? Have you been listening to Mr. Fu? At that moment, Fu Yuetzi also stepped outside. The director looked up and smiled at him. Young Master Fu, I came to see Qinqing. Did I disturb you? She had long wished to visit but had hesitated, fearing the Fu family might object, as Qinqing was now their child. Fu Yuetzi assured her that she hadn't disturbed them. Drawing closer to help the director lift the basket from the ground, he was slightly surprised when he felt something moving inside, and in the next moment a glimmer of delight flashed in his eyes. Once they entered the living room, the director pulled back the floral cloth, revealing a chubby little puppy inside. A few days ago, I heard from a volunteer that you visited the orphanage and played with De Huang for a while. I thought you might like to adopt a puppy, so I brought one along today. As she spoke, she cautiously added, if you don't want it, I can take it back. Qinqing crouched down, poking the puppy's head with her little hand. The puppy whimpered at her, its round, black eyes adorably sparkling. Brother, Qinqing turned, looking eagerly at Fu Yuetzi. Of course Fu Yuetzi would not refuse, he had wanted one since his last visit. He nodded at Qinqing, giving her an affirmative look. The little girl instantly burst with excitement, joyfully exclaiming to the director, we can keep it, Director Mama, my brother said we can keep it. The puppy in the basket seemed to sense it would soon enjoy a life of luxury with Qinqing. Spinning around inside. Fu Yuetzi pulled out his phone, I'm calling the driver now to buy some supplies for the puppy. When the weekend comes, we'll go together to the pet store to get everything it needs. Great. After Fu Yuetzi stepped outside, the director beckoned to Qinqing, who was still petting the puppy. She cradled the little girl in her arms, lowering her voice to speak seriously. Qinqing, there is something else I want to tell you during my visit. Qinqing gazed up at her with wide, innocent eyes. Have you seen Softly? Qinqing nodded dazedly, her voice tender. I have seen her. The director's expression grew more complex. Softly seems to have changed completely. You must be cautious around her. And your necklace has likely been taken by her. I am uncertain about what Ruoruo intends to do with your necklace, yet that necklace is intrinsically linked to your heritage. When I found you, you were already adorned with that very piece. Should an opportunity arise, you must find a way to reclaim it. I understand, Director Mama. The director, feeling a pang of guilt, gently stroked her hair and sighed deeply. It was her inadequacy that prevented her from contacting the Shen family, and she was too fearful to approach the Fu family's guardians. Knowing well the Shen family's immense wealth, she feared they might think she was sowing discord. Furthermore, she had an orphanage to sustain and could not afford to take such risks. Therefore, she could only hope that Qinqing would find the right moment to inform her family about the necklace. Qinqing was unaware of the director's thoughts at that moment, but she could sense her distress, thus she opened her arms and embraced the director. Outside, Fu Yuetzi returned after a phone call, upon entering and seeing the little one nestled against the director. He momentarily appeared taken aback. To Qinqing, the director was akin to a maternal figure. With this thought in mind, Fu Yuetzi sincerely addressed the director. Qinqing is about to start kindergarten and will return home by 5 in the evening. If you have the time, please do visit her often. Upon hearing this, Qinqing gleefully nuzzled closer to the director, exclaiming, Director Mama, when you are free, do come and see me. The director's heart filled with joy as she affectionately ruffled the child's hair. Knowing that Fu Yuetzi's words indicated Qinqing was thriving in the Fu household, she glanced at the sky, realizing it was time for her to leave. Before departing, the director retrieved a small USB drive from her pocket. She entrusted it to Fu Yuetzi, locking her gaze onto his. I am unaware of your previous visit to the orphanage, but this USB contains surveillance footage that is crucial for Qinqing. At this point, a flicker of understanding crossed Fu Yuetzi's eyes, indicating he had grasped the contents within. The director's emotions swirled in turmoil. She realized that if the Shen family were to view this footage, Ruoruo might be sent back to the orphanage. After all, she had raised this child from such a tender age, and in many ways, she felt no different than if she had given birth to her. She found herself softening, and thus she implored Fu Yuetzi, if she ceases to bully Qinqing and refrains from harming others, could you please refrain from sharing this footage with the Shen family? Fu Yuetzi hesitated briefly, suppressing the thoughts that surged within him, and nodded impassively. Very well. After bidding farewell to the director, the driver returned with the puppy's belongings. The little one busied herself arranging a nest for the puppy. Quickly forgetting the earlier conversation. At 9 in the evening, Fu Yuetzi returned to his room. He closed the door and inserted the USB drive into his computer. The files inside were meticulously organized into several folders, and merely the sight of the quantity caused Fu Yuetzi to frown. He clicked on one, revealing the day the Shen family came to collect someone, specifically when Qinqing was deceived into the woodshed. The footage began outside the dormitory at around 6 in the morning, capturing 2 little girls emerging from the dormitory in succession. Little Qinqing was the one trailing closely behind. She was naively attempting to reach for Ruoruo's hand, only to be met with an elbow that shoved her back. Fu Yuetzi's anger flared. What? Ruoruo was such a good actress. Last time, she had wept and complained of being bullied. Watching the footage, he noted that the elbow shove seemed quite forceful, nearly causing his sister to stumble. Simultaneously, a wave of frustration surged within him. He had always known the little one had a gentle disposition, but he had not anticipated her to be this submissive. After receiving such a blow, how could she still follow along so eagerly? He sat before the computer, nearly exasperated to the point of fury. The footage concluded, transitioning to that of a small playground. At this moment, the yard was devoid of any other children, leaving only 2 potato-sized figures moving toward a certain direction. Little Qinqing obediently followed like a wind-up toy, trailing behind Ruoruo, even as Ruoruo showed no interest in conversing with her. Fu Yuetzi was so incensed he nearly pounded his fist against the computer screen. How foolish, Qinqing. Did you really think Ruoruo was leading you to play? This perfectly exemplified the concept of a warm face pressed against a cold buttock. Fu Yuetzi wished he could leap through the screen and kick Ruoruo away, and then pick up little Qinqing to properly educate her. Why must she insist on playing with that Ruoruo, at such a tender age? She was already acting as a little sycophant. The two children then dashed out of the view of the camera. Next came the scene of Ruoruo returning alone, while Qinqing had vanished from the frame. Fu Yuetzi realized that this was the day Ruoruo had orchestrated to confine Qinqing. The following day, after awakening, Qinqing sat at the dining table enjoying breakfast, while Aunt Lu stood beside her, trimming the stems of roses. The thought of attending school again today filled the little girl with joy. She swung her legs, and anyone could see her exuberant mood, which starkly contrasted with Fu Yuetzi's face, which bore an expression of discontent. Such a spirited little bundle. Fu Yuetzi genuinely envied her. When he was her age, he too wished he had embraced school with such enthusiasm. After finishing her meal, Aunt Lu placed the flowers into her little cat backpack, cheerfully reminding her to drink plenty of water. Little Qinqing obediently nodded, then waved goodbye, her tender voice lingering. "Auntie, I'm off now, see you." Aunt Lu waved back, and once Qinqing had departed, she turned her attention to other tasks. Today, Fu Yuetzi was the one taking her to school. Their schools were quite close. After dropping off Qinqing, the driver would proceed a short distance further to reach Fu Yuetzi's school. I in the car. Fu Yuetzi turned Qinqing's face toward him, gazing into her bewildered eyes, and solemnly said, "Qinqing, I have something important to tell you, so pay close attention." Qinqing blinked up at him for a few seconds before suddenly sniffing. "Brother, you're so serious." Fu Yuetzi nodded gravely. "Yes, I am very serious, and you must be serious too." "Okay." Seeing her compliance, Fu Yuetzi felt a slight sense of relief. At school, if anyone bullies you, you must inform me. "Understood. No matter who it is, no matter how formidable they claim to be, if you can retaliate, do not endure it. Our family is certainly no less than theirs." Little Qinqing listened, feeling a bit dazed. Her voice soft and helpless. "Brother, please speak slowly." The driver, observing her adorably confused expression, couldn't help but chuckle, gently reminding Fu Yuetzi, "Young master, the young lady is only 3 years old. She likely doesn't comprehend what you're saying." Fu Yuetzi held Qinqing's small face, his gaze resolute. "No, this little one is clever. She will certainly understand." He believed that if he repeated himself enough times, she would remember. Once they arrived at Qinqing's kindergarten, he finally released her, glancing at the teacher stationed at the school gate to greet students. Fu Yuetzi had her recite once more. "If someone bullies me, I must tell my brother. Our family is super strong." The little girl recited flawlessly, and once she finished, Fu Yuetzi finally relented. He opened the car door, nodding with satisfaction. "I knew you were clever, and now off you go to school." Qinqing felt a wave of relief. Her joy akin to that of a prisoner released from confinement. She hopped down, turned around, and beamed at Fu Yuetzi. "Brother, see you tonight." With that, she bounded off toward her teacher, her little panda backpack bouncing with each step. After watching her enter the school, Fu Yuetzi withdrew his gaze and instructed the driver to depart. He had arrived at the school entrance about 10 minutes later than usual, and now, with fewer people around, he immediately spotted Shen, who was also late. After stepping out of the car, Fu Yuetzi approached, curiosity piqued. "You're late today." Shen's expression was rather grim. After glancing at him, he replied, "Aren't you the same?" "Is it the same?" Fu Yuetzi responded with a hint of pride. "I was late because I was dropping off my sister." Upon saying this, he seemed to recall something and suddenly realized, "Did you also drop off your sister?" "But wait, I didn't see your family's car at the kindergarten." Shen's expression darkened further, and he uncharacteristically interrupted Fu Yuetzi. "Don't mention it. She was throwing a tantrum this morning, refusing to go to school. My mom was coaxing her while I waited nearby, waiting for her to agree to go. I ended up waiting until I was nearly late, and she still wouldn't budge, so now I'm stuck accompanying you." Although his tale was rather dismal, Fu Yuetzi couldn't help but chuckle. He couldn't contain his laughter, earning him a resentful glare from Shen. "You're laughing." Fu Yuetzi stifled his amusement, feigning seriousness. "Children are like that, but I can't empathize with you because my sister is as sensible as a doll. She is eager to attend school as if it were a feast." Shen's eyes darkened, his expression growing even more mournful. "I don't want to talk to you, you're so annoying." Fu Yuetzi remained unperturbed, patting his shoulder and smiling silently. "Silly child, your hardships are yet to come." At the kindergarten, during recess, the children in the class lined up in an orderly fashion before Qinqing's seat, eagerly awaiting her to distribute flowers. Aunt Lu had called the night before to confirm the number of students in the class, so today's floral arrangements were just right. After everyone received their flowers, Qinqing still had one left in her hand, her own, as Aunt Lu had included her in the count. Now, every child in the class held a rose, and every teacher entering would exclaim in surprise, "How fragrant!" She beheld a sea of roses, each child seemingly holding one, and with a curious glint in her eyes, she inquired, "Little ones, where did you procure these flowers?" In unison, they pointed towards Qinqing, chattering excitedly, "Teacher, they are from Qinqing. She gifted them to us, everyone has one." Qinqing, feeling bashful under their collective gaze, blushed deeply. Of the flowers she had given the children today lacked the intoxicating fragrance of those she had nurtured previously. Although they were not entirely unappealing, they were the kind that, despite their exquisite bloom, could be easily purchased with a little money. The teacher leaned in for a closer inspection before reluctantly returning the bouquet. How enviable it was! She wished she could be a child too. Following this incident, Qinqing's popularity soared. Being the youngest among her peers, she was naturally regarded as the little sister. A sturdy, plump boy would seek her out at the end of every class. Affectionately calling her sister Qinqing and proclaiming his desire to be her protector at school, regardless of who offered to look after her, Qinqing would obediently nod, and before long, she had acquired several elder brothers and sisters. If Fu Yuetzi were to learn of this, he would surely be furious. It was one thing to be unique, now she had become one among many. Meanwhile, the timid Ruoruo was eventually sent over by Madame Shen. Resuming her tedious and childish day, she harbored a disdain for learning, and as she observed her classmates, a sudden epiphany struck her. These children were born into affluence and influence, and it was likely they would inherit their family businesses in the future. Thus, she resolved to cultivate relationships with these children, ensuring that they would heed her commands. Envisioning a future of grandeur, Ruoruo began to make an effort to integrate herself among her peers. Initially, her willingness to engage in conversation delighted the other children. Even the teacher believed Ruoruo was merely frightened on her first day, and her newfound sociability on the second day marked significant progress. The teacher especially urged the nearby children to interact kindly with her. Consequently, despite leaving a less than favorable first impression, the children were still willing to play with her. However, they soon discovered a troubling pattern. Regardless of the game, Ruoruo always sought to dominate. For instance, during team games, she insisted on being the leader, directing others. If a classmate stumbled over a word, she would be the first to chastise them for their foolishness. By the end of the morning, every child in her study group had been berated by her in various creative ways, calling one foolish, another stupid, and yet another cross-eyed. Ironically, these were the very children who had initially rushed to welcome her. Within the span of just 2 classes, their enthusiasm had waned, and they were reluctant to play with her. A few children conspired secretly and approached the teacher at lunchtime, expressing their desire to be placed in a different group. Of the teacher, perplexed, inquired about their reasoning but did not dwell on it, attributing it to personality clashes, and reassigned Ruoruo to a new group. In her new group, Ruoruo employed the same tactics with her peers. She relished the spotlight and spoke in a manner that belittled others. But the children were not naive. Those accustomed to parental criticism at home might have been susceptible to her tactics, but these children came from affluent families, raised as cherished treasures. They would not be intimidated by such tactics. Not only did they not heed her, they began to harbor disdain for her. Thus, by the end of the day, she had managed to alienate nearly half the class. The children in the second group united during recess to inform the teacher that they did not wish to be grouped with Ruoruo. The teacher, bewildered, obliged their request due to the intensity of their plea and moved Ruoruo to the third group. With only 4 large groups in the class, each consisting of 7 children, the constant reshuffling made Ruoruo realize that perhaps her approach was flawed. Upon entering the third group, she decided to change her strategy. This time, she refrained from her domineering tactics, suppressing her urge to show off and criticize, adopting a more humble demeanor. Consequently, during the remaining time, the children in the third group found her company tolerable and did not approach the teacher about changing groups again. Nevertheless, her record of alienating half the class in a single day was already quite remarkable. After school, as Ruoruo exited the classroom, she once again spotted Qinqing. Many children from class 2 surrounded her, enveloping her in their midst, chattering animatedly. It was as if she was a celestial body, with the other children orbiting around her. Filled with laughter and joy upon reaching the school gate, this group began bidding farewell to Qinqing, waving to her while being led away by their chauffeurs. "Goodbye, Qinqing, see you tomorrow." "No, we'll see you after the weekend." Qinqing's deskmate, Wenyu, reluctantly grasped her hand before departing. "Qinqing, remember your promise, you must come to my house to play on Sunday, and you can't deceive me." The little one nodded earnestly, her tender voice assuring, "Sister Wenyu, I will make sure my brother takes me to your house." Hearing this, Wenyu was relieved as she was escorted away by her caregiver. Qinqing soon spotted her family's vehicle at the designated spot. She dashed over with her little backpack brother. Upon the car door opening, little Qinqing joyfully exclaimed. However, she soon realized that besides Fu Yuetzi, another familiar figure was present, Shen. Shen's emotions were complex as he faced Qinqing. Silently sighing, filled with regret, had the day gone differently, he would have been the one picking her up from school. Fu Yuetzi seemed to sense his thoughts, reaching out to scoop Qinqing into his embrace. Ruffling her hair while cheerfully inquiring about her day at school, the little girl nestled quietly in her brother's arms, responding to his questions with unwavering obedience, as docile as a well-trained automaton. Meanwhile, Ruoruo was also whisked away by the driver. Upon noticing the empty car, she felt a pang of confusion. His second brother not back yet. The second young master left with the fourth young master of the Fu family tonight. He mentioned wanting to see the Fu family's puppy. Upon hearing the driver's words, Ruoruo's expression soured instantly. "The puppy, is it the one from the orphanage? Did the Fu family adopt it, or did the director send it over?" Ruoruo's mind was in turmoil. The thought of her actions potentially being exposed filled her with dread, yet, as she pondered on her way home, she sensed something amiss. If the Fu family truly possessed any incriminating evidence, They would have surely informed her family. As of now, she had heard nothing, and Madame Shen's attitude towards her remained indulgent, suggesting that no trouble had yet arisen. Nevertheless, she needed to devise a strategy to minimize contact between the Shen family and the orphanage, lest unforeseen complications arise that she could not control. To prevent Shen Jinxia from adopting a dog from the orphanage upon returning home, Ruoruo immediately insisted that Madame Shen buy her a puppy. Reluctantly, Madame Shen acquiesced to her demands. That evening, at the Fu residence, Shen Jinxia could distinctly sense a shift in atmosphere. Although he had visited the Fu family before, it had once felt like a cold, emotionless vessel, and now the house was fragrant, adorned with beautiful flowers, and a playful puppy scampered around, creating an unmistakable semblance of home. Shen Jinxia could not help but recall his own family. They had once been harmonious, the envy of all who witnessed their bond. An open-minded father, a gentle mother, and an indifferent elder brother. Though the brother's presence was a slight blemish, it did not detract from their warmth. But now, a subservient father, a blind mother, an unreasonable sister, and a weakling like him. And still an indifferent elder brother. Ever since Ruoruo arrived, his home had grown increasingly peculiar. Shen Jinxia sighed, feeling an overwhelming sense of oppression the moment he returned home. Fu Yuetsi, sitting beside him, patted his shoulder. Though unable to empathize, he offered a few words of comfort. Just then Fu Sihuai appeared at the top of the staircase. Qinqing, he spoke with a refined, handsome demeanor, his voice imbued with a blend of warmth and helplessness. The puppy has once again wandered into my room. Little Qinqing sprang to her feet and dashed upstairs, her small figure resembling a shooting star. As she ascended, she called out excitedly, "Daddy, I'm coming." Fu Yuetsi and Shen Jinxia, seated below, felt a gust of wind rush past them, leaving them both bewildered. What just flew by? Qinqing dashed into Fu Sihuai's room, where she located the mischievous little puppy wreaking havoc beneath the bed. She knelt down, coaxing the puppy out with gentle sounds. The little girl stood up, cradling the puppy in her arms, her beaming smile directed at him. "All right, Daddy, you can sleep now." The puppy, which she had momentarily forgotten to bring down earlier, had been wandering around the second floor unbeknownst to Fu Sihuai. As he opened his bedroom door, a gray, fluffy creature darted past him, and it took him a moment to comprehend what it was. The puppy, still in her arms, barked eagerly at him, and Qinqing playfully tapped its head, chiding gently, "No barking at Daddy." The puppy, in response, let out a soft whine, as if it understood, and promptly closed its mouth. Licking Qinqing's fingers in a show of affection, the young girl contentedly withdrew her gaze, raising her soft, fair little face as she beamed a sweet smile at Fu Sihuai. "Good night, Daddy, I'm off now, go ahead. Wash up and get to bed early." Fu Sihuai affectionately ruffled her fluffy little head. "Okay." As Qinqing cradled her puppy and made her way downstairs, she sternly admonished the little creature, "You mustn't enter Daddy's room. Do you understand? He has that obsession with cleanliness. It's quite severe. If you run around in there, he might refuse to let us keep you." After sending off the two little ones, Fu Sihuai was about to close the door. "It's not that severe, it's merely mild." After dinner, the little one returned to her room. The air was thick with the mingled fragrances of various flowers, the window wide open, yet the scent remained overwhelmingly potent. There were so many flowers that Aunt Lu had helped to move them all onto the spacious balcony, otherwise, they would have felt cramped. Like a daily ritual, Qinqing squatted before each one, murmuring softly, "Grow a bit faster, or else Uncle Gu and Uncle Xiao will come by every day," and they always argued. At that moment, the pot of orchids she was tending trembled, responding to her with its feeble strength. Once she had finished tending to all the flowers, the little girl stood up. Perhaps due to exhaustion, she felt a momentary dizziness as she rose. The scene in front of her suddenly darkened, and Qinqing's body began to lean to the side. Instinctively, she reached out to steady herself, only to feel a sharp pain in her palm. Once she regained her composure, she realized that what she had been holding onto was the sharp corner of the balcony railing. She withdrew her hand, now marked by a drop of crimson. The blood dripped down from her palm, landing precisely on a nearby orchid. The orchid, thriving yet still bearing unripe buds of green, seemed to come alive the instant her blood touched it. Its slender leaves began to grow simultaneously. The immature buds swelled visibly, revealing hints of pink. In an instant, the buds burst open, releasing a delicate and gentle fragrance that wafted across the balcony. Startled, Qinqing stumbled back several steps, leaning against the glass door as she stared at the orchid, her earlier dizziness now shaken away. In a mere 10 seconds, the flower had grown 1.5 times its original size, blooming in an instant when it was supposed to take a week. Now, this orchid flourished like a small tree, standing in stark contrast to the other pots around it. No one would have imagined that just a minute ago. It was the same size as the others. The floral scent spread from the balcony into the air. Shen Jinxia had just emerged from the living room and was about to head home when he caught a whiff of the fragrance. He turned to gaze at the direction of Qinqing's balcony, where the light was on. Shen Jinxia stood there for a long while before finally averting his gaze, leaving the Fu residence in silence, his figure appearing somewhat forlorn. A rustling sound came from the entrance. It was the little puppy anxiously scratching at the door, eager to come inside. Its tiny paws scraped against the door as it whined with impatience. When Qinqing opened the door, the puppy dashed in and headed straight for the balcony. It scampered excitedly around the pot of orchids, its little tail wagging furiously. It was evident how much it adored that flower. Qinqing closed the door and knelt beside the puppy. She glanced at her palm, still stained with blood. The little creature nudged her hand with its nose, but the puppy merely sniffed and then turned away disinterestedly. Returning to frolic around the orchids, this left Qinqing feeling a bit puzzled. She had thought that if the puppy liked the flower, it would also appreciate her blood. After a moment's contemplation, she turned her palm downward, squeezing around the wound to release another drop of blood onto another orchid. A miracle occurred once more. Qinqing watched in astonishment as it grew rapidly, transforming from a small pot into another miniature tree. In 10 seconds it reached the same size as the previous orchid. How extraordinary! The little girl gazed at her hand for a long time, unable to believe she possessed such remarkable abilities. At that moment, there was another knock at her bedroom door. Feeling as though she had committed a misdeed, Qinqing quickly hid her hand behind her back, her guilty conscience overriding the pain as she hesitated for a long while before opening the door. Upon seeing Fuyuetsi, she let out a small sigh of relief. "What are you doing, Qinqing? I can't sleep with that delightful fragrance wafting outside." The aroma from the flowers she nurtured had a refreshing effect, dispelling fatigue. Now, the blossoms nourished by her blood were even more potent. Fuyuetsi had initially felt somewhat drowsy, but after going downstairs for a glass of water, he was invigorated by the floral scent. Wide awake and full of energy, Qinqing smiled nervously at him, stumbling over her words. "Brother, I didn't do anything." Fuyuetsi looked down at her little face for a few moments, unable to contain his laughter. "Alright, you didn't do anything." He didn't inquire further but reached out to ruffle the girl's hair. "Just remember to sleep early, my little friend who hasn't done anything." After closing the door, Fuyuetsi couldn't help but chuckle at her guilty expression from earlier. Qinqing likely didn't realize that she was simply not cut out for deception. Her sincerity was apparent. However, being a little girl, it was natural for her to harbor her own secrets. Sigh, he truly was a considerate brother. Once Fuyuetsi departed, Qinqing approached the washstand, standing on a small stool to clean the blood from her palm. After washing until the wound appeared pink and no longer bled, she returned to her bed. The little puppy had decided to stay the night, peacefully sleeping beneath the orchids. Lost in her thoughts, the young girl soon drifted off to sleep. The next morning, she awoke to the sound of the household staff discussing the captivating floral fragrance. The little one quietly ate her breakfast, feeling a twinge of guilt that rendered her speechless. At that moment, the two familiar figures arrived together. Even before entering, they caught a whiff of the rich floral aroma. The scent of orchids was distinctive, and Gu Shuyan was positively ecstatic. "Are you having breakfast, Qinqing? Is it true that the orchids have bloomed?" The little girl stared at him, her cheeks moving as she chewed her food. Remaining silent, the two could hardly contain their excitement, eager to see. "Take your time with breakfast, Qinqing. We're going to check your room." With that, they dashed upstairs, and Qinqing curled her injured little hand, gazing in the direction they had departed. 2 minutes later, a piercing wail erupted from her room as Xiao Su lamented. "Why is Gu Shuyan's flower blooming so splendidly while mine is still so tiny?" He felt as if the sky were falling. Why was it that Gu Shuyan's flowers thrived while his remained mere sprouts? What frustrated him even more was that little Qinqing seemed to be treating them differently. What was it that he lacked compared to Gu Shuyan? 042. Envious of competition. In contrast to Xiao Su's despair, Gu Shuyan was over the moon. He was still squatting beside the balcony, reluctant to leave. The first thing he did upon emerging was to call his team, instructing them to drive over and retrieve the 2 pots of orchids. It was unfathomable to think how these flowers would mesmerize his grandfather to the point of folly. At that moment, Gu Shuyan wished to lift Qinqing high above, celebrating her beauty. Xiao Su descended a few minutes earlier and now sat beside Qinqing, agitated. "Qinqing, tell me, what makes me inferior to Gu Shuyan? I can change." The little girl gazed at him, unsure of how to respond. She wanted to explain to Uncle Xiao that it wasn't intentional. The 2 pots of orchids had been closest to her, and she had simply chosen the nearest ones to test the effects of her blood. Yet such matters were not easily articulated. Qinqing opened her mouth, but under Xiao Su's expectant gaze, not a single word escaped her lips. Xiao Su's heart sank. He felt as if he might faint on the spot. Collapsing at Qinqing's feet, Ji Shuyan, who had just come down, noticed the conflicted expression on the little girl's face, and his heart tightened as he hurried over to defend her. He pushed Xiao Su aside, admonishing, "Don't bully the child. Who Qinqing favors is her own affair. You can't force affection." Xiao Su was already irritated with him, and these words only fueled his anger further. He couldn't quite articulate why he was angry, but he was undeniably frustrated. He raised his hand, playfully striking Gu Shuyan a few times, causing him to turn his head and cough. Qinqing, observing this scene, thought to herself, "What should I do? These 2 uncles are truly childish. They are even more immature than the children in kindergarten. At least the kids in kindergarten wouldn't resort to actually hitting each other under the guise of play." The little girl sighed helplessly. "Uncles, please stop." Xiao Su paused, gazing at her with a wounded expression. The little one bit her lip, her long eyelashes fluttering down to conceal her clear eyes, when Xiao Su noticed the guilt etched on her face. His breath caught in his throat. He reflected on his earlier words. Indeed, they had been a bit harsh. With a resigned sigh, he settled beside Qinqing, though his heart still felt heavy. "I won't press you anymore. Qinqing's large eyes sparkled as she felt a pang of sorrow. Uncle Xiao had always treated her well, and she sensed a unique bond with him, having liked him from their very first meeting. She didn't desire for things to be this way. In truth, she preferred Uncle Xiao just a bit more than Uncle Gu. Contemplating for a moment, the little girl turned and gently patted Xiao Su's arm with her uninjured hand. Uncle Xiao, her soft childish voice, paired with her delicate touch, tugged at his heartstrings. Beneath the delicate, brush-like long eyelashes, her sparkling eyes shimmered with moisture, evoking an overwhelming sense of affection. As Xiao Su met her gaze, he felt his heart melting in response. Qinqing extended her tiny hands to embrace him, her childlike voice resonating like a flower she nurtured, bringing a unique sense of comfort. I don't dislike you at all. The next time you visit, may I gift you a beautiful pot of flowers? Xiao Su felt a dizzying rush, overwhelmed by the bliss that threatened to sweep him away, unable to contain himself. He opened his arms and enveloped Qinqing in a warm embrace, planting a gentle peck on her soft, white, bun-like face, savoring the sweet scent of milk that lingered. Dear Qinqing, Uncle Xiao likes you so very much. So much so that he turned to retrieve his phone, typing a query into Baidu. How do strangers compete for child custody? Uncle won't spend a dime. I don't want anything. How about you come home with me for a couple of days? He mentally plotted, knowing that in just a few days, it would be October 1, and with the lengthy National Day holiday, he was determined to whisk Qinqing away to his home. Initially, when he observed Qinqing comforting Xiao Su, Gu Shuyan remained silent on the sidelines. However, upon hearing Xiao Su's intentions, he could no longer hold back. He quickly moved to sit beside the little one. Our home is very close to the Xiao residence. Qinqing, why not come stay with us for a couple of days as well? Xiao Su looked up, his expression instantly shifting. Ji Shuyan, don't take advantage of the situation and then play COY. Ji Shuyan retorted with a huff. I will, and your home isn't particularly entertaining. At least mine has an amusing old man. As they exchanged playful banter, Fu Yuetzi descended the staircase. Neither of the two had noticed his arrival amidst their squabble. Uncle Xiao, Uncle Gu, please stop arguing. Qinqing isn't going anywhere for the National Day holiday. My dad is taking her back to the old residence. Fu Yuetzi stood by, casually shattering their fantasies, pouring himself a glass of water. He leisurely sipped as he addressed them. Why don't you two consider having children of your own instead of coveting someone else's? Though Fu Yuetzi's youthful voice floated lightly, his words pierced the hearts of the two men in their 30s like a knife. After finishing his drink, he placed the glass on the coffee table and extended his hand toward the little girl caught between them. Come on, Qinqing, aren't you going to your friend's house today? I'll give you a ride. The little one squeezed between the two uncles, waving goodbye as she departed. Qinqing was off to visit her classmate. The Wen family resided in a remarkably private area, and Fu Yuetzi underwent several checks while escorting her. Upon reaching the Wen residence, he helped her out of the car, reminding her, Qinqing, I'll come pick you up around noon. In about 2 hours, the little girl, clutching the flowers intended for Wen Yu, nodded obediently. Okay, big brother. Fu Yuetzi affectionately ruffled her hair, watching as she followed the butler into the house. Qinqing trailed behind the butler, her tiny legs moving quickly, her face tense with a hint of nervousness, making her appear adorably earnest. The butler slowed his pace to ensure she could keep up effortlessly. The Wen residence was surrounded by lush trees, creating a strong sense of privacy. Qinqing's impression of the place was delightful, as she adored areas abundant with greenery. After walking for a while and passing a fountain, she caught a glimpse of something black darting out of the corner of her eye. The object moved too swiftly, leaving her momentarily stunned as she watched a large black figure rush toward her. In an instant, the flowers she clutched were yanked from her grasp, causing her to stumble forward. Just then, the butler quickly seized the shadowy figure, revealing a fierce-looking black dog. Hey hu, a man shouted from where the dog had emerged. The butler held onto the dog's collar, restraining it before turning to check on Qinqing. Miss Fu, are you alright? Qinqing, still processing the situation, shook her head at the anxious butler, her voice soft and bewildered. Uncle, I'm fine. A tall man hurried over, taking the dog's leash from the butler's hands. He bent down and, upon seeing what the dog had in its mouth, exclaimed, Hey hu, what are you eating? Only then did Qinqing and the butler realize that the black dog was chewing on flowers. The little girl's expression shifted instantly, and she glanced down at the flowers in her arms. Half of the beautiful bouquet she had prepared was gone. The stems were a disheveled mess, a stark contrast to how meticulously she had wrapped them before. Stunned, her lips formed a pout as tears welled in her clear, wide eyes. Why my flowers? Her voice trembled with sorrow. Woo, those were for sister Wen Yu. Both the butler and the man stood frozen, while Heihu continued to gnaw contentedly at the remains. Oh dear, Miss Fu, please don't cry. We will find you some new flowers. The butler fumbled, the commotion quickly drawing the attention of others. Two more men approached. Having heard the ruckus, Captain, you finally arrived. The man who had initially been holding Heihu rushed over, explaining the scene. Heihu has eaten the little girl's flowers. Upon hearing this, Wen Fei appeared incredulous. He had been pampering Heihu with the finest food and treats. How could it possibly resort to devouring someone else's flowers? However, as he drew closer, he was met with the sight of the half-eaten bouquet in the little girl's arms. The butler soon returned with a fresh bouquet, bending down to offer it to Qinqing. Miss Fu, here are some new ones for you. Wiping her tears, Qinqing glanced at the flowers the butler held. Her voice muffled as she declined. She wanted the one she had prepared the night before, which she had promised to give to Sister Wenyu. Just then, Heihu quietly raised its head. Eyeing the remaining flowers in Qinqing's arms, licking its lips, seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, it leaped forward and swiftly snatched the rest of the bouquet from her grasp. Qinqing stumbled back, her wide, tear-filled eyes fixed on the contented expression of the black dog. Ruoruo, realizing what had just occurred, her cries grew louder. There's nothing left. She released her grip, and the bare stems tumbled to the ground. Heartbroken, she wailed in despair, I don't have a single one left. Was there anything more sorrowful for Qinqing than this? When Fei quickly crouched down, struggling to pry a flower from Heihu's mouth. As he presented the drool-soaked bloom to Qinqing, her heart shattered into pieces, her tears flowed even more profusely, and now it seemed there was no way to console her. Seizing the opportunity, Heihu snatched the very flower when Fei had retrieved. Leaving the butler and the others bewildered, It sniffed the scattered stems on the ground, its dark eyes reflecting a hint of regret. What on earth is happening? When Fei inquired of the man who had been responsible for Heihu's care. Captain, Heihu was injured yesterday. I was just trying to feed it some medicine, but it refused to eat. I thought I might find some treats to mix in, but the moment I turned around, it bolted out and, upon arriving here, devoured half of the young lady's flowers. When Fei had witnessed the aftermath, noting that Heihu was not satisfied with just half, it had gone on to consume the other half, causing the little girl to cry uncontrollably. I've heard that animals seek out herbs to eat when they're injured. Could that be the case with Heihu? Upon hearing this, when Fei reached for the flowers the butler held, with one hand, he could grasp the entire bouquet and held it up to Heihu's face. However, the black dog merely sniffed and turned away, disinterested, not hungry anymore. When Fei murmured, he understood that Heihu was clever. It had been trained since birth in the military and, after being injured and aging, had retired to live with him. Those who had worked with Heihu all attested to its obedience and intelligence. Even when starving, it had never snatched food from others. So why was it behaving this way today? When Fei's gaze fell upon the scattered stems on the ground, and a thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly asked Qinqing, little girl, are you the one who delivered flowers to Sister Wenyu at school a couple of days ago? At the mention of Sister Wenyu, Qinqing paused, her tears nodding quietly. A look of realization crossed Wen Fei's face as he comprehended the reason behind Heihu's uncontrollable behavior. When Sister Wenyu had brought that flower home from school, Heihu had been exceedingly agitated. However, that flower had been placed in the most beautiful vase, high out of reach. Heihu could only watch from below, drooling in envy, and now, seeing such a large bouquet, it could hardly contain itself. Heihu, aware of its wrongdoing, crouched before Qinqing, wagging its tail in a sheepish manner. Just then, another girl's voice rang out at Qinqing. Wenyu, adorned in a beautiful and pristine dress, came running toward her. Qinqing, why are you crying? Upon noticing the tears streaming down Qinqing's face and the redness in her eyes, Wenyu halted in her tracks, feeling at a loss. Little Qinqing wiped her tears, pointing at the scattered flower branches on the ground with tear-filled eyes, her small voice trembling as she said, the flowers. The flowers have been eaten. She gestured towards the flowers and then towards the black tiger, implying that it was the black tiger that had devoured them. Wenyu was taken aback, blinking her large eyes in disbelief, and upon seeing the number of flower branches on the ground, she was instantly overcome with sorrow. Had so many been consumed? Qinqing nodded emphatically. 2 seconds later, little Wenyu raised her voice and erupted into a heart-wrenching cry. Off my flowers. Her sobs were so tragic that in no time, her tears smeared her entire face. Qinqing gazed at her, and her previously improving mood began to crumble. As if the sadness were contagious, her little mouth pouted, and she joined Wenyu in crying. The two of them cried in unison, one with wild abandon, the other with quiet restraint, their combined wails sounding as though they might topple the entire Wen household. The black tiger, tail tucked between its legs, scrambled behind Wen Fei, its head drooping, trembling with fear. Wen Fei, steeling himself, patted his sister, saying, little you, it's just a handful of flowers, your big brother will buy you more. Wenyu's sobs quieted a bit as she glared at him in anger, exclaiming, that's not it. I don't want flowers from outside, I want the ones that Qinqing brought. Wen Fei took a step back, feeling a rare sense of helplessness. Wenyu pulled Qinqing's hand and dashed towards the house. As they ran, she furiously declared, the black tiger is too much, I must tell Mama. Qinqing followed her, the black dog chasing frantically behind them. The black tiger had an old injury on its hind leg, which had been aggravated a couple of days ago, so Wen Fei felt a pang of concern as it pursued Qinqing and Wenyu. He stared for a moment, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. How could the black tiger be running so well? Typically it walked normally, but when it ran it limped painfully, causing concern for onlookers. Wen Fei even questioned whether he was mistaken until an astonished voice nearby exclaimed, how did the black tiger's leg get better? He then realized he hadn't been mistaken. The black tiger was truly healed. Did you apply medicine to it? He asked the man who had just spoken. The man nodded dazedly, replying that he had. However, after saying that, he appeared puzzled. The medicine I applied was the same as usual, there was no difference, its leg was still limping before the application. How did it suddenly improve? After a moment of hesitation he uttered, could it be that the black tiger was faking it before? What a joke, its flesh was hanging out, how could that be an act? The group exchanged guesses about the reason for the black tiger's recovery until when Faye interrupted them, saying, "Alright, we can find out by looking at the medicine it was treated with." Meanwhile, Qinqing was pulled into the room when you closed the door, preventing the black tiger from entering. Upon seeing the tear streaks on Qinqing's face, she hurriedly used her little hands to wipe her face. "Don't cry, Qinqing. When my mama returns, I'll tell on it and make sure it doesn't get dinner tonight." Qinqing also wiped her own tears obediently, nodding in agreement. She had only been crying alongside Wenyu, and now that Wenyu had calmed down, she would too. Once the two little ones settled, Wenyu pointed to a solid wood cabinet, urging Qinqing to look. "Those are the two flowers you gave me before. My mama put them in a vase, and they haven't wilted yet." Qinqing followed her finger and, at first glance, noticed a beautiful vase. Just as she was about to look away, a large rectangular frame on the wall caught her attention. The photograph inside featured many people, but what captivated Qinqing was the woman in the center. Dressed in a purple gown, with black hair and red lips, her skin was as delicate as jade, surpassing the beauty of frost and snow. When she gazed at the camera, her icy, calm eyes emanated an undeniable authority, her innate grace and grandeur making her stand out among the crowd. "Qinqing, what are you looking at, little?" Wenyu inquired, pulling her hand. Qinqing took a small step forward, pointing at the frame with a soft voice laced with yearning. "Sister, I want to see the necklace that lady is wearing." The necklace adorned with purple gemstones was what had initially drawn her gaze in the photograph. Perhaps it was the distance, but Qinqing felt that the necklace resembled her own. However, it had been quite some time since she had seen her necklace, and her memory was somewhat hazy. When you nodded, whispering in her ear, "Wait a moment," she released Qinqing's hand and ran to call the housekeeper over. Pointing at the framed Auntie, "Can you take that down?" The housekeeper, who had come over, wiped her hands clean but appeared somewhat troubled. "Miss, this photograph is very dear to the sir. Perhaps we should call him first?" She was worried that if the photograph was taken down, the two children might accidentally damage it while playing. When you shook her head in discontent, stubbornly insisting, "I want to see it now." "Take it down." With no other option, the housekeeper climbed onto a chair and carefully brought down the frame. The frame was pristine, without a speck of dust, showcasing the owner's level of care. The housekeeper placed it on the table and stood by, watching over the two girls, anxious that they might bump into it. When you pulled Qinqing onto a chair and through the glass in front of the photograph, she pointed at the necklace around the woman's neck. "Qinqing, is this the one you're talking about?" The little one gazed intently at the necklace for a long time, her clear, bright eyes entranced. "This is the necklace, exactly like mine." However, it looked even more beautiful on the lady in the photograph. The last time she had seen her own necklace was a long time ago. The children at the orphanage loved to try it on, and the matron, fearing it would get lost, had kept it safe, only for it to eventually vanish. Thus she felt a bit uncertain. Not at that moment, when Yu's envious voice broke through her thoughts. "That lady is so pretty." Little Qinqing withdrew her gaze, her big, watery eyes shining with excitement as she asked, "Sister, do you know her?" When you certainly did not know her, she waved her hand at the auntie standing nearby, asking, "Auntie, do you know who she is?" The auntie squinted at the photograph for a couple of seconds before shaking her head. "Miss, I don't know. She should be a friend of the sir." Little Qinqing felt somewhat disappointed, the sparkle in her eyes dimming. When you couldn't bear to see her like this, she took Qinqing's hand and patted her own chest with the other. "It's okay, Qinqing. When my mama comes home tonight, I'll ask her. I'll tell you when we get to school." Qinqing's face brightened at once, and she softly thanked Wenyu, whispering, "Thank you, sister." Wenyu grinned widely, taking Qinqing's little hand as they went out to see the little pony they kept at home. As they stepped outside, the black dog, which had been waiting by the door, ran after them. It was a rare moment of liveliness. As they passed by the pond, a red object leapt up, splashing a large amount of water into the air. Qinqing was captivated, stopping in her tracks, noticing this. When you halted as well, looking at Qinqing in confusion. "What's wrong?" The little girl pointed towards the pond, her voice filled with wonder and a hint of caution. "Fish." When you found her adorable and directly led Qinqing to the edge of the pond. "Those are the koi that my grandpa raises. If you like them, I can take you to see them." This was an ecological pond equipped with filters and oxygen pumps placed at the edge, not detracting from the pond's beauty. As they got closer, Qinqing was astonished by the number of fish. "So many," she exclaimed, turning to look at Wenyu. "Yes, my family raises a lot." Wenyu also enjoyed watching them swim around. "Qinqing, do you have a favorite? I can give you one." Initially, Qinqing declined, but unable to resist Wenyu's enthusiasm, she eventually chose a small one. The housekeeper helped catch two little koi, believing it to be auspicious. Shortly thereafter, the two children went to see the gentle little pony. The horse trainer helped Qinqing sit on the pony, allowing her to take a short ride. 2 hours later, an auntie from the front yard found them. "Miss, the young master from the Fu family has come to take Miss Fu back." When you reluctantly let go of Qinqing's hand, but thinking that they would see each other again the next day at school, she felt happy again. The housekeeper hugged Qinqing while a bodyguard carried a transparent transport box behind them. The bodyguard approached the Fu family's car and bent down to speak inside. "Young Master Fu, These 2 koi are a gift from my young lady to Miss Fu. Is it convenient for your car to take them? If not, we can send another car to follow. Fu Yuetzi nodded. Instructing the driver to get out and place the box in the trunk. Upon returning home, Aunt Lu found a beautiful fish tank and helped settle the 2 little koi inside. They were placed in Qinqing's room. And upon entering, the little koi appeared particularly lively, swimming excitedly in the water. Under the table, a small puppy also bounced around joyfully. After lunch, Qinqing returned to her room and closed the door. The 2 pots of orchids from the morning had already been taken away by Gu Shuyan. Leaving the balcony looking much emptier, she had promised Uncle Xiao to send him a beautiful flower, so she was especially attentive to his plants. The midday sun was quite intense, and the flowers outside looked wilted. While the few pots in her room appeared as lively as ever, after closing the balcony door, little Qinqing suddenly recalled what had happened that morning at the Wen household when the big black dog had eaten her flowers. If the dog had devoured her flowers, could the little fish also eat? Qinqing plucked a rose petal and climbed onto a chair. She stood beside the fish tank, delicately pinching a rose petal in her hand. One palm resting against the glass while the other silently infused the petal with her spiritual energy. At that moment, 2 koi fish within the tank began to thrash about excitedly, as if in a frenzied dance. Startling Qinqing, the little one hurriedly placed the rose petal into the tank. The pink petal floated serenely on the water's surface, refusing to sink, as the 2 koi approached and pecked at it gently before losing interest and swimming away. The little girl, puzzled, leaned over the tank and asked, "Aren't you going to eat it? Weren't you just so excited?" Qinqing retrieved the petal from the water and placed it on the table, her clear, bright eyes fixated on the little fish. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly extended a finger into the tank, recalling the sensation of transferring her energy to the petal. Her small hand twitched. Through the glass, she saw a tiny green light detach from her fingertip and plop into the tank. The koi rushed over it, eagerly pecking at the spot, swallowing the green glimmers whole. Those that weren't consumed within 3 seconds dissolved into the water. Merging seamlessly with the tank's contents, the little girl withdrew her hand in astonishment. The koi swam toward her, their tails swaying gracefully, gazing at Qinqing with an almost sentient awareness. Their scales shimmered brilliantly, evoking the impression of sunlight glistening upon them. Even in the absence of light, Qinqing felt they appeared even more beautiful than before. She realized today that the essence within her could indeed be transferred into the water. The little one leaped down from her chair and scampered to the restroom to wash her hands. The little fish had become splendid from drinking her water, but what about the person? After cleansing her hands, Qinqing cradled a cup of cool boiled water from her desk and dipped her fingertip into it, repeating her earlier action. Once the green specks fell into the water, they dissolved within 3 seconds. The water in the cup remained crystal clear, revealing nothing. Qinqing took a sip from her teacup, her eyes narrowing with delight at the sweet taste. It was delicious. There was a hint of sweetness that lingered in her mouth, leaving her feeling immensely comforted. With no words to describe it, she felt a wave of ease wash over her. Eagerly she clutched the cup and exited the room, colliding with Aunt Lu. "Auntie," the little one joyfully ran toward her, tilting her soft, pale face up as she offered her the cup. "Auntie, drink some water." Aunt Lu gazed down at Qinqing's glistening eyes, her heart softening. She felt a surge of joy, surprised that the young lady was bringing her water. With this thought, her smile grew even more benevolent, almost coaxingly saying, "Thank you, my dear, but I'm not thirsty. You should drink it." The little one shook her head, her sweet voice insisting, "No, no." She tiptoed, striving to raise the cup higher, as if to coax her. "Please drink." This effort made her little face flush. Aunt Lu quickly accepted the cup, ruffling Qinqing's hair, her lips curving into a broad smile. "Thank you, dear." Under the sparkling gaze of the little girl, Aunt Lu raised the cup to her lips. She truly wasn't thirsty, but in order to please Qinqing, she gulped it down in one go. After tasting the boiled water, Aunt Lu froze in astonishment. The flavor was sweet and rich. Even now, the sweetness and mild coolness lingered in her mouth, reminiscent of a mountain spring that intoxicates the senses, rivaling even the finest wines. Most importantly, after drinking, a refreshing current flowed through her body, dispelling all her worries in an instant. As the taste faded, this current seemed to merge into her heart, instilling a sense of lightness. "Miss, where did you get this water?" she stammered in disbelief. Aunt Lu had thought the fragrance of the flowers was remarkable enough, but this surpassed all expectations. Qinqing, with her hands clasped behind her back, chuckled softly, remaining silent. "This is the most delicious water I've ever tasted." She gripped the cup, brimming with excitement. Aunt Lu, unable to contain her feelings, described her experience in detail, as adults often do, far more elaborately than Qinqing could. The little girl felt a surge of happiness, her soft voice chiming in, "An older sister poured it for me this morning." Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu set down what she was holding and hurried to the lounge to find the maid who had served Qinqing. She was determined to discover the source of such delightful water. After Aunt Lu departed, Qinqing made her way downstairs alone. She glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, before approaching the coffee table. There, she spotted some herbal tea and, with a mischievous glint, lifted the lid. She had often seen her brother drink from this container, so she decided to add a bit of her essence to it and pour him a cup. With this thought, the little girl eagerly dipped her hand into the tea. Gently, her fingertip made contact with the surface of the water. releasing numerous tiny green specks. Just then, Qinqing heard footsteps approaching from behind. She turned to see Fu Yuetzi standing several steps away, holding a beautiful glass cup, utterly astonished by the scene before him. Qinqing froze, as did Fu Yuetzi. The little one swiftly withdrew her hand, glancing down to see that some tiny specks still lingered in the teapot. In that instant, a whirlwind of emotion surged through her. With panic and fear prevailing, what if her brother thought she was a monster and sent her back to the orphanage? As Fu Yuetzi drew closer, her heart raced faster. She fearfully glanced up, only to meet his cold expression, prompting her to quickly lower her gaze. Oh no, her brother looked displeased. Fu Yuetzi took a deep breath, placing the teacup on the table, his expression inscrutable. He bent down and scooped the little one into his arms, giving her a light smack on the bottom. It wasn't hard, but the tone carried a hint of frustration. That's for drinking, you are not to play with it again. Contrary to her expectations, Qinqing was momentarily stunned, then looked up in bewilderment. Qinqing was utterly flabbergasted. Did her brother not notice? Did he think she was simply playing with water? Fu Yuetzi seated her on the sofa, firmly grasping her face to ensure they were eye to eye. His handsome face bore a serious expression, his voice deliberately low yet not at all fierce. Look at me. Qinqing obediently gazed up at him, her big watery eyes blinking. Damn, how adorable. Fu Yuetzi found it hard to maintain his composure while striving to uphold his image. How many times has this been? Qinqing blinked, her soft little finger pointing to the teapot on the table, her head tilting as she asked, playing with water? Yes. Oh, so brother really doesn't know. The little one extended a finger, her face radiating sincerity. This is the first time. Seeing her brother open his mouth, she quickly added, really brother, it is the first time. Fu Yuetzi fell silent, sighing in relief. Just the first time. He had always enjoyed drinking boiled water, so the herbal tea at home was primarily prepared for him. If this little one had been washing her hands in it multiple times, he feared it would leave him scarred for a long time. He released his grip on Qinqing's hand, reclining slightly, his demeanor returning to normal. You are not to play with it again. That is for your brother to drink. If you make it dirty, I won't be able to drink it. Little Qinqing nodded obediently. Okay, brother. After promising, she hopped off Fu Yuetzi's lap, clutching the teapot into which she had infused her energy, looking up at him expectantly. Brother, drink some water. Fu Yuetzi was taken aback. He straightened up, his previously bright expression darkening once more. Brother, you should try it. I poured it for you. The little one diligently held up the teapot, tiptoeing as she tried to pour water into Fu Yuetzi's elegant teacup. The teapot slipped from her grasp. Qinqing looked at him innocently. Brother, it seemed she had not absorbed his previous words at all. Fu Yuetzi carried the teapot outside, coldly stating, this water cannot be drunk. We will discard it and let Auntie boil a fresh batch. Hearing this, the little girl rushed forward, wrapping her arms around his leg, her sweet voice filled with urgency. No, please don't throw it away. Just try a sip, please, I'm begging you, the little one pleaded while pouting adorably. Unfortunately, Fu Yuetzi remained unmoved, resolutely determined to discard the water. His expression was one of firm rejection. I won't drink a single drop. Qinqing looked up at him with tearful eyes, attempting a different approach. Then if you don't want it, leave it for me. I want to drink it. After saying this, Fu Yuetzi paused, glancing down at the teary-eyed Qinqing. His expression softened slightly, but then absolutely not. You can't drink it either. You'll get a stomachache. Qinqing let out a small whimper, genuinely upset. We have plenty of water at home. Auntie will pour you a new cup later. He dragged the little one with him as they moved outside, realizing she had no chance to salvage the situation. Qinqing rubbed her eyes and hopped off his leg. She glanced around, finally pointing to the flower beds outside the living room, saying pitifully, then brother can pour the water on them. Don't let it go to waste. Fu Yuetzi gently tapped her little head, his tone neither harsh nor soft. Little rascal, you know not to waste water, yet you still play with it. Qinqing covered her head, on the verge of tears. Alas, it seemed she must resort to a different method next time, watching helplessly as she squandered a considerable amount of her spiritual energy watering the flowers. Qinqing's heart ached profoundly. After Fu Yuetzi finished pouring out the water, he took the little one by the hand and turned to head back. The little girl's heart sank along with the pot of water that had been spilled over the blossoms. Glancing back every few steps, alright, I shall have someone bring a tablet to your room shortly. There's a toy room next door, and a cinema downstairs. If you feel bored, you can seek out the aunts. They will take you out to play, Fu Yuetzi said extensively, only emphasizing at the end, in any case, no more playing with water. Qinqing's expression was one of sorrow, her little head drooping in dejection. Alright, after Fu Yuetzi carried her back to her room, the little one lay limply on the bed, mimicking the adults with a long sigh. Alas, such a waste, all wasted. I poured out so much. Exhausted, little Qinqing closed her eyes and drifted into a nap. Once asleep, she wouldn't feel the heartache anymore. Outside, Aunt Lu inquired with the household staff, having tasted all the water available in the house, yet still could not find a familiar flavor. The next day, Aunt Lu entered with a fruit platter. She had grown accustomed to the rich floral fragrance in Qinqing's room. Upon entering, her first glance was at the balcony, and upon seeing the lush flowers, she suppressed her surprise. Miss, these are the grapes I purchased this morning, already washed. Dio give them a try. Several aunts in the house wished to bring fruit to Qinqing's room, yet they could not outpace Aunt Lu. Little Qinqing was still pondering the water incident, resting her chin in her hands, her face full of worry. Just then, she noticed a picture book on the table before her. Aunt Lu assumed she was troubled by her studies and chose not to disturb her. Gently placing the fruit platter down before quietly closing the door as she left, after pondering for a long time without arriving at a workable plan, Qinqing snapped back to reality and caught sight of the green grapes on the table. The grapes were large and beautiful, appearing sweet to the eye. She reached out, plucked one, and popped it into her mouth. Just as she had imagined, it was indeed very sweet, holding the grape for a few seconds. A sudden inspiration struck her. Since the energy within her could be consumed, could it not also be ingested in the form of food? With that thought, she plucked another grape, squeezing it tightly in her small hand. Her fingertips glowing with a green light. Moments later, a fragrant sweetness emanated from her hand. It was a pure fruit fragrance, invigorating and sweet to the senses. Typically such grapes, while delightfully sweet to eat, bore no scent. Unable to contain her excitement, Qinqing took a bite, and in the next moment, she joyfully squinted her eyes. So sweet, sweeter than sugar, yet not cloying at all, rather, it possesses a refreshing aroma. Qinqing devoured the remainder. Gazing at the plethora of grapes still left in the platter, she chuckled mischievously. 5 minutes later, the little girl approached Fu Yuezi's door, holding her fruit platter aloft. When the door opened, Fu Yuezi's eyes were immediately drawn to the grapes being enthusiastically held up by the little girl. "Brother, have some," came her soft and tender voice. Before Fu Yuezi could respond, the two boys standing beside him chimed in first. "What an adorable child, is this your sister, Brother Ci? Give it here, give it here." "No need to hold it up, it must be tiring. Sister, come in and play." These two were Fu Yuezi's good friends visiting on the weekend to spend time with him. They were quite familiar and... Upon learning Qinqing's name, affectionately referred to her as Sister Qinqing, little Qinqing's cheeks flushed slightly. She wished to sneak away yet mustered the courage to tell Fu Yuezi, "Brother, remember to eat the grapes." "Okay, you must remember." Fu Yuezi had previously declined when Aunt Lu offered them, and now, seeing Qinqing presenting the fruit platter, he assumed she had been sent by Aunt Lu and did not think much of it. "I understand, you may go play now," he gently said, ruffling her hair. Once the door closed, Qinqing excitedly rubbed her hands together. Surely her brother would find the grapes she gifted him to be delicious. He inside. A boy holding the fruit platter, upon catching a whiff of the rich fruit aroma, was filled with delight. "These grapes smell divine. May I have a taste, Brother Ci?" Fu Yuezi, focused on the computer screen, waved his hand dismissively. "Go ahead, it's just a grape, there are plenty to spare." The two boys each grabbed one and stuffed it into their mouths. As the juice burst forth, they squinted their eyes in unison. "So sweet, so delicious," they exclaimed almost in harmony. The boy with the fruit platter eagerly nudged it towards Fu Yuezi, watching him expectantly. "Brother Ci, you must try it too, it's absolutely delightful. Indeed, I've never tasted grapes this good in my life." Fu Yuezi looked up, his expression a mixture of confusion and disdain as he regarded them. "It's merely a common sunshine rose, must you too be so theatrical?" "No," the boy retorted, momentarily taken aback by his words. Such delectable grapes were merely ordinary in his mouth. "The Fu family is terrifyingly extravagant. Brother Ci is so generous and Brother Ci is so impressive." The two boys showered him with flattery in perfect synchrony. Yet, on another note, since Brother Ci wasn't he going to eat them? Did that mean they were all theirs? With Fu Yuezi's tacit approval, the two boys indulged in the grapes, leaving the game behind. They continued to munch relentlessly, their game forgotten. Their teammates messaged, inquiring about the top and mid lanes, wondering why they were inactive. Did they go to the restroom and get stuck? Fu Yuezi lifted his gaze. Observing the two boys relishing the grapes, "I ask you too, is it possible that your homes never provided you with meals? Have you not seen a grape in centuries?" Only after swallowing the last grape did the boy finally speak. "We indeed do not eat at home, but Brother Ci, your grapes are truly delicious." The fruits bought by their household aunts barely caught their attention. Everything they ate at the Fu residence was exquisite. Hearing this, Fu Yuezi looked upon them with a hint of pity. "Brother Ci, where did you buy these grapes? I shall have my aunt procure some after I return." Fu Yuezi casually recalled, "Aunt Lu enjoys shopping at that large mall on Chaiyang Avenue. She likely got them there." Occasionally he would catch sight of the shopping bags, all emblazoned with the mall's logo. The two boys eagerly noted down the address. This time, they were destined to lose. During the defense, their unfortunate teammates incessantly chatted into the microphone. Subsequently, the two received reports. With thoughts of those delicious grapes lingering in their minds, they lingered little longer and departed once the match concluded. After they left, Fu Yuezi played solo for a while. Half an hour later, he descended the stairs to fetch water and inadvertently noticed the grape skeleton left behind, reflecting on the exaggerated expressions of those two. A flicker of uncertainty ignited within him. Could today's grapes truly be that delectable? Intrigued, he paid attention as he descended. On the living room table, another fruit platter lay, containing grapes identical to those he had received in his room. Fu Yuezi, filled with curiosity, stared at the platter for a few seconds before plucking a grape. He popped it into his mouth and chewed. The more he chewed, the deeper his frown became. It's just About the same, how could it be as exaggerated as they claimed? Fu Yuetzi felt a pang of disappointment and returned upstairs with a glass of water. Meanwhile, Qinqing had slipped into the kitchen. An aunt was busy preparing the ingredients for lunch. Upon seeing her, she expressed curiosity. "Miss, this is the kitchen. Are you looking for Aunt Lu?" Little Qinqing quickly shook her head, waving her small hands dismissively. Not looking for her, just taking a peek, she approached the aunt, observing her wash fish, and promptly lost interest, turning her gaze away. The fish wouldn't do then, her eyes fell upon the various vegetables placed aside. Vegetables were good, they were plants she was familiar with. The little girl stepped beside the aunt, beaming a bright smile, and earnestly offered, "Auntie, may I help you wash the vegetables?" The aunt hurriedly waved her hands, unable to allow the young mistress of the household to do any work. "Oh no, miss, I can handle these vegetables, you should go play." On her tiptoes, little Qinqing reached for a cabbage. The aunt's hands were still stained from handling the fish, and she hurriedly wiped them with a towel. However, even after that, there remained an odor. If flustered, she quickly washed her hands with soap, taking 4 or 5 minutes to complete the task. Little Qinqing hugged the cabbage, not moving, her hands exploring everything as if she found it all fascinating. Just as the aunt finished washing her hands and was about to guide her away, the little girl released her grip. She shyly smiled at the aunt, her soft face revealing 2 small dimples, her voice sweet and endearing. "Then I won't play anymore, Auntie. I'm leaving." The aunt was momentarily taken aback, as if she had yet to comprehend the situation. The little one, obediently waving goodbye, dashed out of the kitchen, leaving the aunt in a state of perplexity. "How strange," she murmured to herself. However, she did not dwell on it, returning to her task of preparing the deceased fish. Qinqing scurried around the entire living room, touching every fruit within her sight. By noon, all the ingredients had been prepared. Aunt Lu was cooking while another aunt assisted her. As they spoke of Qinqing's antics in the kitchen, Aunt Lu could not help but chuckle. Stirring the meat in the pan, she added the chopped cabbage. The moment it hit the hot oil, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Aunt Lu glanced at the golden cabbage in the pot, smiling as she remarked, "The vegetables I bought today are quite good." Though she hadn't thought much of them at the time of purchase, all the ingredients were purchased from the same place as before, identical to the past. However, the dishes prepared today exuded an extraordinary aroma. Several passers-by, intrigued by the delightful scent, were lured in. They stood beside Aunt Lu, their eyes glistening with desire as they gazed at the stir-frying cabbage in the pan, each praising Aunt Lu's culinary skills. The meals prepared by Aunt Lu have increasingly become more delectable. Her cooking prowess has flourished, surpassing that of chefs in 5-star hotels. Aunt Lu, flattered, broke into a wide grin. While covering the pot to let the food simmer, she humbly remarked, "Oh, it's merely due to the quality of today's ingredients. They're fresh, and that's what makes them fragrant after decades of cooking." Such compliments brought her joy, yet she was fully aware of her own abilities. Therefore, her modesty was sincere. She truly believed the quality of the ingredients played a significant role. Aunt Lu lifted the lid, and a powerful, tantalizing aroma instantly filled the entire kitchen. Everyone's faces reflected sheer delight. Aunt Lu even questioned her own existence for a moment. Could this exquisite dish truly be her creation? The colors, fragrance, and flavors were all irresistibly enticing. The meat and cabbage had absorbed the broth, rendering them exquisitely delicious. A gentle poke with her spatula revealed the meat's tender texture. "Aunt Lu, you were far too modest just now," one of them exclaimed. "Next time, please teach me how to prepare this so I can make it for my children." A group of ladies stood outside the kitchen, exchanging words, causing Aunt Lu to feel a touch of bashfulness. She hastily finished frying the remaining dishes, the aroma wafting far and wide. The ladies arranged the food on the delivery cart and began plating it at the dining table. Not only did it smell divine, but it also looked exquisite. They insisted on Aunt Lu writing down the recipe. With no choice, she agreed. In her heart, she silently resolved to buy the same ingredients later that evening and try to replicate this delightful flavor. As Qinqing descended from the stairs, she inhaled deeply, her big eyes sparkling with excitement. "It smells amazing." Fu Yuetzi approached the dining table, his gaze fixated, his eyes practically screaming with desire, although he wasn't particularly hungry. The aroma was simply irresistible. Qinqing tiptoed to catch a glimpse, but being shorter than the table legs, appeared like a little potato from behind. Fu Sihua drew near and lifted her onto a chair, which was specially customized to be a bit taller. Little Qinqing turned around, beaming, and said, "Thank you, Daddy." She fixated on the dishes on the table, swallowing hard, her eyes shimmering like Fu Yuetzi's. At that moment, Fu Yuetzi abandoned any pretense of dining etiquette, picking up a shrimp and placing it in his mouth, his eyes lighting up. The tender juices burst in his mouth, and the meat was firm, providing an utterly satisfying experience. Aunt Lu's meal was absolutely exceptional. Fu Yuetzi gave her a thumbs up. Little Qinqing eagerly sank her teeth into a chicken leg, her cheeks puffing up, her eyes squinting with contentment. So delicious. The dining table was unusually lively. A small dog circled anxiously by the table, and Qinqing tossed it a big bone. Just then, Fu Yuetzi's keen eyes caught sight of a gray creature darting past outside. It halted in front of the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, weaving through the flower bushes, dislodging numerous petals onto the ground. "Why is there a wild cat here?" Fu Yuetzi inquired. Everyone turned to follow his gaze, just in time to see the gray creature emerge from the bushes. It stood outside the window, its front paws resting on the glass, its body upright, peering inside. Fu Yuetzi frowned, scrutinizing its appearance, sensing something was amiss. It didn't seem like a cat. Fu Sihua squinted, and after recognizing its features, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. It's a palace's cat, Daddy. What is a palace's cat? Little Qinqing asked curiously. It's a protected species in our country. There's one at our city zoo. Oh, Qinqing stuffed a shrimp into her mouth, her curiosity piqued. It looks like a little cat. Fu Yuetzi stood up and approached the window. What is this creature doing at our home? He leaned closer to the glass, exclaiming in astonishment, then turned to Fu Sihua to report. Dad, this little thing is here causing havoc. He pointed at the flower bushes, describing how it had uprooted the flowers at their doorstep, scattering dirt everywhere. I want to see. Little Qinqing slid down from her chair and excitedly bounced over to Fu Yuetzi, her chubby little hands pressed against the glass, and she gasped, wow, it's real. Fu Sihua retrieved his phone, instructing his assistant to send him the contact information for the city zoo. Then he made a call. After a brief conversation, he hung up and told the two children, a palace's cat escaped from the zoo last night. It must be this one. How did it end up at our house? Fu Yuetzi asked. Fu Sihua replied, somewhat uncertainly, I've contacted the zoo. They'll send someone over shortly. The children continued to be intrigued, even squatting down to observe it closely. Fu Sihua called them back. Come eat, the palace's cat can be dangerous. Do not let it in. Qinqing curiously poked at the little palace's cat through the glass, while Fu Yuetzi snapped numerous photos from various angles, completely ignoring Fu Sihua's warning. Fu Sihua felt a bit disheartened by how weak his presence seemed in his own home. He urged the zoo personnel for an update. They're on their way. As little Qinqing pressed her face against the glass, she suddenly noticed a glistening droplet at the corner of the palace's cat's mouth. Brother, it's drooling, she exclaimed in surprise. Fu Yuetzi looked closely and indeed, it was, the cat was drooling. He snapped even more pictures, yearning to capture every moment. If not for the glass barrier, his camera would have been right in the creature's face. Little Qinqing felt a pang of sympathy. She was enchanted by anything furry, and as long as it wasn't unattractive, she had the urge to reach out and touch it. It looked so pitiful, the little girl sniffed, her voice soft and sweet. Should we give it something to eat? Fu Yuetzi was busy editing his social media post just as he sent it. No one had liked it yet. He put his phone down and asked Qinqing, what did you just say? Little Qinqing repeated her sentiment, her large eyes fixated on him. Brother, it looks so pitiful. Should we feed it something? We must feed it. Fu Yuetzi thought, after feeding it, I can post another picture online. Fu Sihua sighed, glancing at the two of them, and reiterated, do not approach it. It can be dangerous. Fu Yuetzi hesitated, stroking his phone, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Oh, I read online that it likes to eat mice and rabbits. He mused aloud, but we don't have those. Chicken should suffice, right? After mumbling to himself, he turned to Fu Sihua. Dad, what did you just say? The zoo's vehicle will arrive in 10 minutes. Do not approach it. But it's drooling from hunger. Fu Yuetzi hesitated. Fu Sihua pressed his lips together, maintaining a calm demeanor. It still has the energy to dig through the flowers. Waiting another 10 minutes. Heard it. Fu Yuetzi sighed, feeling slightly deflated. Alright then. Little Qinqing remained standing, her heart aching for the creature. But Daddy, I feel a bit sad because it's watching us eat. It looks so pitiful at this tender age. The little girl possessed a kind heart. Fu Sihua contemplated the situation and realized that indeed, if they left it unattended, the little creature would surely feel discomfort. Thus, he stood up, walked to the cabinet, and retrieved the curtain remote. His clean, dry fingers pressed a button, and the curtain slowly drew closed, blocking the palace's cat from view and preventing Qinqing from seeing it. Fu Sihua lowered his eyelashes and asked Qinqing, how about now, is it better? The little girl nodded, a smile breaking across her face, her youthful voice bubbling with joy. I'm not sad anymore. Thank you, Daddy. Fu Yuetzi, but he found it a bit strange, but couldn't he quite articulate why. In the early afternoon, with no one on the road, the zoo's vehicle arrived even sooner than they had anticipated, worried about the palace's cat potentially harming someone. They rushed the entire way, arriving just as the Fu family was finishing their lunch. Upon entering, the staff caught a whiff of the rich aroma wafting through the air, and their already full stomachs rumbled with renewed hunger. Goodness, what are they cooking? It smells divine. The employees were distracted, each captivated by the tantalizing scent. The leader of the group, also feeling hungry, cleared his throat and admonished, quickly catch the palace's cat. Stop daydreaming. Fu Sihua stepped outside. After he had closed the curtains, the little palace's cat had scampered off elsewhere. With the expanse of the Fu residence, locating it proved to be quite a challenge. Mr. Fu, I sincerely apologize for the trouble we've caused you. The leader said sheepishly, our zoo staff only discovered it this morning. We posted notices on social media for assistance, but never anticipated it would end up at your home. After saying this, he cautiously inquired, by the way, it hasn't harmed you, has it? Fu Sihua maintained a calm expression, replying, no. The palace's cat, named Sun Wukong, was being sought after by the zoo staff, who were calling out its name. Wukong, we've come to take you back. To be honest, the scene was somewhat comical. The leader seemed to sense this as well, scratching his head awkwardly and saying, "The name was chosen by a vote from our online followers. Yukong has become a little internet celebrity at our zoo." Though they themselves were calling it with enthusiasm, they were keen to deflect any embarrassment onto the internet users. Fu Xiaohua's voice was cool and detached, spoken in a measured tone, just moments ago. It had been so hungry that it drooled, and you could lure it out with food. The leader was momentarily taken aback, hungry to the point of drooling. It seemed that Mr. Fu also employed hyperbole when he spoke. Sun Wukong, relying on its internet celebrity status, was notoriously finicky about food at the zoo, refusing anything that wasn't tea fresh, and sometimes even disregarding the fresh offerings, depending solely on its mood, due to the solitary nature of the rabbit cat. The staff were perpetually devising ways to entice it into eating, fearing that it might starve itself. Inside, Fu Yuetzi had eaten his fill and, after a brief conversation with Qinqing, stood up and walked outside to observe the search for the rabbit cat. Little Qinqing had also finished her meal. She slid off her chair and scurried after Fu Yuetzi. Unbeknownst to anyone, a small gray figure darted onto the dining table. The IT voraciously devoured the remnants. As if it had not eaten in centuries, leaving a chaotic scene behind. The cleaning lady, slightly nearsighted, initially mistook it for a small puppy climbing onto the table until she approached and realized it was a creature resembling a cat. This appearance wasn't it the rabbit cat they were searching for at the zoo. She let out a shriek, fearing the rabbit cat might attack her, and quickly moved away. "It's here, it's stealing leftover food." Her exclamation drew everyone outside into the dining area. Upon witnessing the ravenous rabbit cat on the table, the crowd displayed a myriad of expressions. Goodness. Fu Yuetzi was momentarily stunned before remembering to pull out his phone to record the moment. Little Qinqing, noticing the soup and vegetable remnants clinging to its fur, suddenly felt less fond of it. Just then, the rabbit cat, clutching a chicken leg in its mouth, glared fiercely in Qinqing's direction. The little one squeaked and hurriedly clung to Fu Xiaohua's leg. Peeking out timidly from behind him, the onlookers at the zoo were left speechless, their jaws nearly dropping. Could this truly be the picky Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong, someone called out, their voice trembling. The rabbit cat raised its head. Eyeing them warily. Indeed, it was Sun Wukong. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and catch it." Recognizing their intent, the rabbit cat, still clutching the chicken, leaped about, leaving a trail of vegetable juice in its wake. Fu Xiaohua turned his gaze away. Unable to bear the sight, he was beginning to question if he even wanted this creature anymore. Were it not for Qinqing currently clinging to his leg, he would have stepped outside to avoid the scene altogether. The staff chased the internet-famous rabbit cat for over 20 minutes before finally capturing it. Even at the moment of capture, it still clutched the half-eaten chicken. One could only imagine how embarrassed the leader must have felt. The room was a wreck. Chairs asked Mr. Fu, "Please allow us to assess the damages. The zoo will compensate you, along with cleaning fees and such." As he spoke, his heart raced with fear. However, Fu Xiaohua did not press him. His tone tinged with a hint of aloofness. He glanced at the captured rabbit cat and quickly averted his gaze. Take it away quickly." Understood. The leader waved his hand, signaling for the staff to hurry and place it in a cage. Just then, an employee attempted to snatch the half-eaten chicken from its mouth, only to receive a swift claw in return. He was quick enough to avoid serious injury. Thanks to his outerwear, the rabbit cat remained alert, ready to lash out at anyone who attempted to take its chicken. The employee cast a troubled look at the leader. "Forget it. Let us just take it along with the chicken." He resignedly uttered these words. Nearby, a young man recording the scene let out an intrigued exclamation. "Wow, it's eating and taking at the same time." The leader's face flushed with embarrassment as he glanced at Fu Xiaohua. Mr. Fu, we will also cover the cost of this meal. No need." Fu Xiaohua replied, his expression indifferent. Thus, the staff from the zoo departed from the Fu residence, enveloped in an air of awkwardness. Upon returning to the zoo, they took the rabbit cat for a checkup, as it had to be examined before being returned to its enclosure. During the examination, the rabbit cat stubbornly refused to relinquish the chicken leg it held in its mouth. No amount of coaxing from the veterinarian seemed to work. It merely clutched it, refusing to eat. It resembled a disobedient child. Being a protected species, it couldn't be punished. The veterinarian gritted his teeth and completed the examination, giving it a bath in the process. Every touch of its chicken leg, it retaliated with a claw. Once cleared, Sun Wukong was returned to the enclosure. In an unusual turn of events, the typically solitary rabbit cats emerged together. Sun Wukong placed the chicken leg on the ground, and the group of rabbit cats lunged for it as if in a frenzy. Delicious. In rabbit cat language, "Where did you hunt this?" In rabbit cat language, "I didn't get any. I'm so hungry." In rabbit cat language, Sun Wukong held its head high, declaring, "I'll be visiting a human home tomorrow. Who will join me?" In rabbit cat language, instantly, all the rabbit cats took a step forward in unison. The adjacent fox enclosure was also in a flurry. Observing this scene on the surveillance monitor, the staff were left in shock, craning their necks. "Wait, Sun Wukong has claimed kingship." Monday morning, while having breakfast, Fu Yuetzi scrolled through his phone and stumbled upon a rare phenomenon in the city. A video shot in the early hours had surged to trending status. The footage depicted a multitude of creatures resembling cats marching in formation across the street, not a single one lagged behind, they all steadfastly followed their leader in a specific direction. It was organized and disciplined. Resembling a proper regiment, the morning light was still dim, with only a cleaning lady present on the street. From a distance, the cleaning staff, noticing the spectacle, began recording with their phones. The comments below were filled with speculation about the identity of these creatures. So many cats, the leader looks so distinguished. Where are they heading? These aren't cats, their bodies are shorter and plumper, they must be rabbit cats. The one leading looks so familiar, isn't that the internet-famous Sun Wukong from the zoo? Consequently, many began tagging the zoo's official account. Upon waking, the zoo leaders were bewildered to find the rabbit cat enclosure empty. They quickly reviewed the surveillance footage, revealing Sun Wukong wide awake in the dead of night. Leading all the rabbit cats through a hole in the wire fence, they even coordinated their movements, as if they had come alive. The staff were left in shock. Leader, this is no joking matter. Sun Wukong, are you planning to lead the rabbit cats to wage war against the heavens? Witnessing the comments from netizens reveling in the zoo's misfortune, Fuyuetsi couldn't help but laugh. Remembering the chaotic scene from the previous afternoon, he felt a sense of anticipation. He wondered which fortunate household they would visit for a free meal that day. He was certain that by the time he returned from school in the evening, he would see the news. He eagerly looked forward to it. After finishing his meal, he and Qinqing headed to school while Fu Sihua went to his company. None of the three would return home for lunch. The housekeeper and gardener finished tidying up the villa around 10 in the morning and went home, planning to return after shopping for groceries in the afternoon. Upon arriving at school, little Qinqing waved goodbye to Fuyuetsi. Clutching her little panda backpack as she descended, almost simultaneously the door of the Shen family's car opened, and Ruoruo stepped out. Inevitably the two children caught sight of each other, however neither spoke as they walked into the kindergarten. One in front of the other. Just then, Qinqing heard someone calling her from behind. She turned to see Sister Wenyu. Qinqing, little Wenyu broke free from the nanny's grasp and ran excitedly towards Qinqing. Her backpack bobbed on her shoulders, reflecting her excitement. As she approached, she hurriedly exclaimed, I asked my mom about that lady. She knew the identity of that lady. Who is she? The two little girls conversed as they walked, their voices reaching Ruoruo's ears ahead of them. Wenyu smiled. My mom said she is the head of the Xiao family named Xiao Qingdai, a particularly remarkable lady. She was also a classmate of my dad. Qinqing gasped in awe, feeling a sense of admiration. Wenyu beamed with pride. By the way, I asked my mom to tell me some stories about Auntie Xiao. Do you want to hear? I do, Qinqing replied. Bouncing with joy. Great, I'll tell you once we get to class. The two little girls happily held hands as they ran towards their classroom, oblivious to Ruoruo's pale expression. Ruoruo, having been reborn, was naturally aware that Xiao Qingdai was Qinqing's biological mother. Indeed, Qinqing was not an orphan, she was a child of the Xiao family. The Xiao family in the capital seemed to be engaged in the antique business, standing alongside the Fu and Jiang families as the three top prestigious families of the capital. As for Xiao Qingdai, regardless of the occasion, everyone in the circle would respectfully refer to her as Aunt Dai. 3 years ago, when Xiao Qingdai's partner was gravely ill, she went into labor in a state of emotional turmoil, giving birth to Qinqing. Immediately after delivery, she was rushed to the intensive care unit to see her partner one last time. At that moment, the newborn child was abducted by an enemy. The enemies, fearing to deal with the child in the capital, took Qinqing to City A and discarded her in a park's trash bin. Subsequently, the head of the orphanage found Qinqing, mistakenly believing she was a child born to a young girl who didn't understand the consequences, and took her back to the orphanage. On the same day, Xiao Qingdai's partner died, and her daughter was stolen. The emotional toll was immense, and since then, she had not appeared in public again. People in the circle claimed she had developed bipolar disorder, her temper even more volatile than in her youth. Others speculated that she had suffered a mental breakdown, appearing gaunt and almost mad. It wasn't until the Xiao family found Qinqing and brought her back that Xiao Qingdai re-emerged in the public eye. Initially, her health was poor, and she looked frail. However, after a few months, she seemed to transform entirely, regaining her health and youthful appearance. Everyone remarked that she must have found joy in being reunited with her daughter. Upon returning to the Xiao family, Qinqing acknowledged her kinship with the Shen family, who had originally raised her. Transitioning from one affluent family to an even more prestigious one, netizens proclaimed her to be a natural-born heiress. As the most esteemed girl among the three families, she was indeed the rightful little princess. The reason Wanswan was so well informed was that in her past life, when she found herself in dire straits due to online loans, she sought Qinqing's assistance. Out of fondness for their childhood bond, Qinqing helped her repay the debts. However, when Wanswan took out another loan and asked Qinqing for help again, Qinqing disclosed this matter to Xiao Qingdai. Disapproving, Xiao Qingdai had someone contact Wanswan, offering to help her find a job so that she could earn money to repay her debts. She remarked that as long as Qinqing continued to assist her, Wanswan would feel emboldened to keep borrowing. Unwilling to work as a waitress, Wanswan quit after just 2 hours, with Qinqing refusing to aid her. She also had no desire to work, thus resorting to a cycle of borrowing to sustain her debts. It was only when every lending platform ceased to offer her loans that she panicked. She found herself on the blacklist of credit defaulters, her friends bombarding her with calls, and everyone around her knew she was a notorious debtor. One fateful day, lost in her thoughts, she crossed the street without heeding the traffic lights and was struck by a speeding vehicle, meeting her demise at the roadside. Unexpectedly, heaven granted her a chance at rebirth. And upon opening her eyes, she discovered she had returned to the age of 3. Ruoruo stealthily entered the headmaster's room to steal Qinqing's necklace and, while Qinqing was out playing, collected a small tuft of her hair from her bedside, which had accumulated over time, relying on her memories from her past life. When the Shen family came to fetch her, she cunningly lured Qinqing to a secluded woodshed and locked her inside. While the headmaster and all the volunteers searched for her, Ruoruo approached Mr. Shen, fabricating a lie that Qinqing had hidden away. Unwilling to be adopted by the Shen family, everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. She believed that without the Shen family, Qinqing would never again encounter individuals from such an elite circle. Much like her past self, Ruoruo could have rested easy, but unbeknownst to her, the Fu family adopted her. And she even came into contact with Xiao Su. The power of blood relations is formidable, and if they spent enough time together, it was not out of the realm of possibility for Xiao Su to recognize her true identity. This matter had been troubling her for some time. Nevertheless, recalling that she possessed two crucial items for proving their kinship, she felt a sense of security. To her surprise, today she overheard Qinqing inquiring about Xiao Qingdai. However, judging by her demeanor earlier, it seemed she was merely curious and had yet to uncover that Xiao Qingdai was her mother. Given this, she still had time to eye in the classroom. Little Qinqing rummaged through her backpack to produce an array of fruits, apples, grapes, oranges. And generously offered them all to Wenyu, with her small head nestled under the desk, took a bite of a grape, her eyes squinting in bliss. After devouring a couple, she excitedly grasped Qinqing's hand. Utterly moved, "Qinqing, I want to be your best friend for life." The little girl, with her cherubic face adorned with dimples, flashed a toothy grin. "Hee tomorrow, I'll bring you more." Wenyu's eyes widened with delight as she rubbed her hands together in glee. What a joyous occasion this was! She would rush home to inform her parents that she intended to marry Qinqing. In the evening, the two little girls parted ways at the school gate. Qinqing spotted a familiar chauffeur and dashed over, almost mistaking the vehicle for another as she opened the door. Fu Yuetzi was wedged in the back seat, with a boy seated in the front passenger seat and another in the rear. "Hey, does little sister Qinqing still remember us? Can you get in by yourself, or should big brother carry you?" Little Qinqing felt a sense of familiarity with the two boys, momentarily lost in thought before recalling that they were the ones who had sought out her brother the day before. The little girl, clutching her panda backpack, greeted softly, "Hello, brothers." The two youths were named Li Ning in the front and Pei Su in the back. Pei Su attempted to get out and scoop her up, but the little one tossed her bag aside and climbed in on her own. "Wow, our little sister is amazing," Pei Su exclaimed in astonishment. Li Ning turned to her, a smile on his face. "You're incredible, little sister Qinqing." After showering her with praise, he glanced at the sullen Fu Yuetzi and teasingly said, "Why don't you compliment little sister Qinqing?" Fu Yuetzi felt a twitch at his temples. For the first time finding these two boys insufferable at first, they clung to him after school, and now they were attempting to stir trouble between him and Qinqing. How audacious! On the way home, the two boys babbled incessantly around Qinqing. "Little sister Qinqing, your hands are so small, white, and soft. How do you take care of them? Your face is so soft, like a bun. Your skin is really nice. May I touch your head?" Fu Yuetzi could no longer endure the incessant chatter. Yet he was unable to reach Qinqing due to the presence of another person. "Can you two please be quiet?" he snapped coldly. "Don't bother my sister." The atmosphere in the car fell silent for a few seconds, only for Pei Su to lean in with a cheeky grin. "What has got you angry, brother Ci?" Just then, the car came to a stop at the Fu residence, and Fu Yuetzi had no desire to linger with them any longer. He quickly opened the door and rushed to scoop up Qinqing, only for Li Ning to beat him to it, lifting her up. The little girl looked adorably bewildered, casting a pleading glance at Fu Yuetzi as she called out, "Brother." Fu Yuetzi swiftly reclaimed her from Li Ning's grasp, delivering a kick to both boys. "Stay away from my sister." The two, while nursing their bruises, protested indignantly, particularly Pei Su, whose voice was the loudest. "But brother Ci, you like your sister, and I like your sister too. Shouldn't we be on the same team? Why are you hitting me?" "Exactly." Fu Yuetzi clenched his fists at their words. However, even these two rascals exhibited restraint upon entering the house, first scanning the living room with courtesy, cautiously asking, "Is Uncle Fu home?" After inquiring with Aunt Lu, who confirmed he was not, the boys dropped their pretense and assumed a commanding presence. To be honest, brother Ci, we came to mooch off some fruit, one admitted with sincerity, fearing Fu Yuetzi might refuse. Pei Su clasped his hands together, pleading, "Please, brother Ci, ever since I tasted the grapes from your home, I can't enjoy any other fruit." Fu Yuetzi, confused by the exaggeration, wondered if it really was that remarkable. The grapes were just like any others he had tasted before. Shrugging it off as a trivial matter, he casually nodded, "Go ahead. Take some out. If you can't finish them, feel free to take them with you." Such a generous statement left Qinqing in shock. She had been saving those fruits for her third brother and brother. The little girl's cherubic face contorted in distress, her heart aching to the point of being unbearable. Unbeknownst to Fuyuetsi, even outsiders recognized how delicious the fruit was, while he remained oblivious. Perpetually missing out, watching the two boys pack up the fruit, Fuyuetsi couldn't shake the feeling that it seemed familiar, reminiscent of the monkey from yesterday who took more than he could eat. Remembering the monkey, he pulled out his phone to search. Meanwhile, the little girl set down her backpack and made her way to the kitchen. Aside from soup and time-consuming dishes, the other ingredients awaited the return of the family's master to be stir-fried. After all, cooking didn't take long. Aunt Lu had already started frying the chopped beef, while little Qinqing tiptoed to retrieve her ingredients from the basket. Spotting her, Aunt Lu smiled. "Hungry, miss? It'll be ready soon." Mistaking the child for a sneaky little thief, Qinqing offered a sweet smile in return. A few minutes later, she emerged with a small piece of cucumber that Aunt Lu had given her. In the living room, Pei Su and Li Ning, having finished packing the fruit, began calling their chauffeur for a ride home. Just then, they caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. It was stir-fried celery with meat. Having just boasted about their abundance of fruit, they were not hungry, but the delightful scent made their stomachs growl. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously called their driver to cancel the pickup. Soon, dinner was served at the table. Fu Sihua had plans that evening and would not be returning, leaving the four of them to dine together. As they gazed at the table laden with an array of delectable dishes, Li Ning quickly picked up a piece and popped it into his mouth. And the next moment, he was beaming with delight. "Wow, this is amazing, so delicious." Brother Ci, how come everything at your house tastes so good? Even the air is fresher than anywhere else. Fuyuetsi, engrossed in news on his phone, didn't respond. It was still a mystery why the rabbit monkey that had gone missing in the early hours had yet to be found. He idly pondered where they had gone, wondering why the owner hadn't reported it. With so many of them around, they surely weren't afraid of trouble. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, amidst the flowers, a gray little head peeked out, soon followed by over 20 more heads emerging in unison. The monkey's expression was one of triumph. Finally, they had waited until mealtime. In rabbit monkey language, having spoken these words, the monkey dashed out from the bushes like a frenzied rat. "Kids, it's time to eat." In rabbit monkey language, following suit, all the rabbits scurried after it toward the door. Such a commotion could hardly escape the notice of those inside the house. "What on earth is that? Quick, look at all those wild cats. They look like the internet-famous ones from the zoo." Fuyuetsi was left utterly dumbfounded. The chicken he had grasped with his chopsticks fell with a clatter onto the plate, leaving him in a state of shock as he muttered to himself, "Oh my, the Monkey King of the Great Heavenly Palace." 052, online harassment. All the wildcats had a clear objective, their expressions grave. As they dashed toward the door, Pei Su and Li Ning remained in a daze, fumbling to retrieve their phones, ready to capture the scene destined to go viral. It was widely speculated online where the Monkey King had taken the wildcats. And despite a whole day passing, their whereabouts remained elusive. Not only the zoo and the police were at a loss, but the entire city of A was devoid of any leads drawing from prior experience. Fuyuetsi felt his hair stand on end the moment he spotted them. Entering a state of alert, he swiftly rose from the table, skillfully scooping up the little girl sitting beside him. Cradling her securely with one hand supporting her small bottom, he then quickly scanned the dining table, locating his favorite dish of rice cakes and chicken wings, extending his arm to retrieve it before making a hasty exit. Those who had experienced such chaos before had already seized their meals and fled, while those unacquainted with the pandemonium remained to gawk. True to his nature, Fuyuetsi shouted at the two bewildered individuals at the table as he departed. "Stop staring, grab a plate and get out." Pei Su was recording a video and, upon hearing this, turned to him in confusion. "Why the urgency? The wildcats aren't coming for us. Look, you're still carrying food." Li Ning chimed in. Exactly. Fuyuetsi halted, casting a complex and sympathetic glance at the pair. Were it not for his physical limitations, he would not merely be carrying a plate but would have fled with the entire table. However, it was evident from their expressions that they had not paid heed to his social media posts the previous day. The wildcats were indeed headed toward the table laden with food. And he implored them, "Stop recording, just grab 2 plates and let's ensure we get a decent meal," as he witnessed the wildcats charging into the living room, heading straight for the dining table. Fuyuetsi decided to disregard everything else. He still held a plate of food, and if he lingered any longer, there would be nothing left. Thus, he dashed into the kitchen with the little girl in his arms. Swiftly shutting the door behind him, each person has their destiny. Outside, the two remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Pei Su continued to record, narrating in his amusing style, "Here I am at the scene of the wildcats wreaking havoc. Led by the Monkey King, charging straight toward me. Their objective." Before he could finish, the Monkey King leaped onto the dining table, delivering a swift kick that sent Pei Su's phone flying before seizing a large chicken leg, splattering juice all over Pei Su's face. He had no time to worry about his phone as over 20 wildcats followed suit. Holy cow, run! One small wildcat executed a masterful kick, sending Li Ning's phone crashing to the ground. Realizing the chaos, Li Ning grabbed the dazed Pei Su and made a beeline for an empty room. The spot where they had been seated was now overtaken by the frenzied wildcats. As they acted as though they had never seen food before, the empty plates and bowls clattered to the ground, creating a scene reminiscent of a locust swarm. A door to an adjoining room cracked open, and the two cautiously peered out. They were a mess, with soup splattered across their faces and hair, gazing in horror at the wildcats outside. It was a moment perfectly suited for swallowing their pride. Just then Fu Yuetzi emerged from the kitchen, cradling the little girl. They had eaten their fill and, upon passing through the empty room, saw the disheveled duo, realizing they appeared to belong to entirely different worlds. "Well," Fu Yuetzi suddenly exclaimed, capturing their attention, "why have you stopped filming? Didn't you want to go viral?" The two exchanged glances filled with silent resentment. The little girl giggled, covering her mouth. Fu Yuetzi, holding her, carefully navigated past the walls and dashed upstairs to call the zoo. He had added a leader from the zoo on WeChat and recorded a few seconds of the wildcats' chaotic antics to send to the leader. "Fu Yuetzi, bring plenty of money, otherwise I'm worried you won't be able to cover the losses." "Leader, do you have to be so heartless?" Fu. Putting down his phone, Fu Yuetzi suddenly heard commotion below and went downstairs to investigate. It turned out that after gorging themselves, the wildcats had begun to raid the fruit that Pei Su and Li Ning had packed half an hour earlier. Now that was true gluttony, as they tore through the bags, sending fruit rolling everywhere. They gathered around the scattered fruit, consuming what they could and carrying off whatever remained, each with a piece clamped between their jaws. The distressed duo could no longer contain themselves. Disregarding the danger as they shouted, "Stop, put down the fruit," the wildcat army halted, collectively turning to the Monkey King, awaiting its command. The Monkey King dropped the banana it had been chewing, exuding an air of utter disdain. "Ignore these humans, what is ours is ours, I eat, in wildcat language." With that, it picked up the banana and strutted away, clearly dismissing them. Such an affront. Pei Su incredulously pointed at it. "Hey, Monkey King, I fed you at the zoo. I've watched you grow up, you can't be so shameless." Li Ning echoed. "Exactly. If you don't put it down, when I visit the zoo next time, I'll squeeze mustard into your meat." "Do you believe me?" the Monkey King scoffed derisively, not even glancing back as it led the wildcats away. Of foolish humans, how could it not detect their intentions? They did not scatter but instead settled in front of Fu's house. Awaiting transportation, the ground where they had lounged was slick with drool, and a few wildcats, unable to resist, devoured the fruit in their mouths. Minutes later, several vehicles arrived from the zoo, carrying over 20 cages. Witnessing this spectacle left everyone utterly stunned. The clever wildcats, without needing to be captured, simply hopped inside the cages. My goodness, they have truly become cunning inside. Pei Su, unable to contain his frustration, picked up his phone, wiped it clean, and edited the video he had just recorded, promptly uploading it online that night. A video titled, "Viral Sensation, The Monkey King's Epic Fail." Click to watch now. Surged to the top of Weibo's trending topics. Pei Su watched as notifications flooded in, a cold smirk crossing his face. Just wait for the onslaught of 21st century online harassment. Thinking of the Monkey King facing the public scorn brought Pei Su a sense of relief. Back at the zoo, the veterinarian, alarmed by the news of the wildcats consuming human food, hurriedly conducted health checks. As a second-level protected species, the zoo could not afford any repercussions from potential health issues. The deputy director arrived, sitting on a bench outside the examination room with several leaders. Just as their anxiety peaked, the door swung open. The veterinarian removed his mask, revealing a rather complex expression. The leaders rushed forward, surrounding him with questions. "How is it? Did they incur any health issues?" The veterinarian shook his head. "No, they're remarkably healthy." Seeing the leader's relief, he hesitated, having not disclosed that, compared to their last health check, the wildcat's health metrics had improved. Especially the Monkey King, its growth rate was astonishingly superior to that of its counterparts, truly living up to its name. As they herded the wildcats back to the enclosure, the cacophony of various animals filled the air. The commotion they caused was unprecedented, leaving the zookeepers too frightened to move. This phenomenon persisted until the early hours of the morning before gradually subsiding. That day, the zoo repaired the damaged fencing around the wildcat enclosure, ensuring they could no longer escape. Fixing the fence was far more cost-effective than compensating the Fu family. After the wildcats returned, the zoo experienced an influx of visitors. The Monkey King had become an overnight sensation. With everyone eager to see it.to repay its debt to the Fu family, the zoo staff began live-streaming sales featuring the Monkey King, which proved to be quite the spectacle. The Monkey King, unconcerned with how humans exploited it, remained fixated on the prospect of returning to the Fu household for another feast. 053, KOI in the last week before the National Day holiday, when you accepted an invitation from Qinqing to visit her home. The little girl had been waiting eagerly at the door, standing on tiptoes, her little head peeking out, looking adorably dazed from a distance. As the car came to a halt, Wen Yu's father, Wen Tinglan, lifted her down. "Qinqing, I'm here." Wen Yu dashed toward her, whispering in her ear before her father could approach, "Tell my dad that I want to marry you when I grow up, and then he said he wants to meet you." The little girl beamed, visibly delighted. Qinqing stared at her in astonishment, opening her mouth but unable to utter a word. As they conversed, Wen Tinglan approached, noticing Qinqing's shyness, and offered a warm smile. "Hello, little friend Qinqing. I often hear when you praise you at home. I'm her father. Qinqing, feeling a bit bashful, extended her small hand. Hello, Uncle Wen. The two seemed to have swapped roles, with Wen Tinglan taking the lead. Come on, let us head inside. Along the way, he occasionally asked Qinqing questions, and the atmosphere gradually softened. Is your dad home? Little Qinqing shook her head, replying, he is not here. As the trio entered the living room, they unexpectedly encountered Fu Yuetzi, who was coming downstairs for a drink. The two children wanted to play upstairs, leaving Fu Yuetzi awkwardly facing Wen Tinglan alone. He contemplated the unfinished game and his exceptionally formidable teammates. Silently lighting a candle for Fu Sihua in his heart. I'm sorry, Dad, but it seems you will have to endure another scolding. Upstairs, after when you followed Qinqing into the room, she was utterly astonished by the enchanting environment within. So many exquisite flowers, it was akin to a floral paradise. The young Wenyu was so taken aback that she struggled to articulate her amazement, her gaze darting from one bloom to another in sheer wonder. She dashed to the balcony, crouching down to admire the flowers, her eyes sparkling with delight. Qinqing, did you cultivate all of these? Little Qinqing squatted beside her and affirmed, yes, when you inhaled deeply, cradling her small face in blissful admiration. Her voice floated softly, you're incredible, you've nurtured these flowers so beautifully just like the flower fairies on television. Qinqing blushed slightly, feeling a mix of shyness and joy, and replied, the fairies have wings. I do not. That is fine too. When you sincerely believed this, for she had never seen flowers more beautiful than those nurtured by Qinqing. After a while, when it was time to change the water in the fish tank, Aunt Lu knocked and entered. Qinqing was unfamiliar with fish care. After she began attending school, it was Aunt Lu who came in to feed them and change the water. When Yu's attention was drawn to the fish tank, and she ran over, astonished as she pressed her face against the glass. Wow, Qinqing, where did you find such gorgeous koi? Huh? The little one tilted her head in a bewildered manner, her soft tone laced with confusion. They read the koi you gifted me, sister. When you leaned over the tank for quite some time, recalling the two little koi she had given to Qinqing, and then resolutely shook her head. No, it's not those two. Those were very small. These are much larger. When you refused to believe it until Aunt Lu approached and explained, Miss Wen, these two fish were tiny from the start. I feed them daily, watching them grow to their current size. She had thought they were a rapidly growing breed. Aunt Lu took several photographs, showing them to Wenyu, with proof in hand. Wenyu finally believed. After Aunt Lu and another maid tidied up the fish tank and replaced the water, she transferred the two koi into a large basin. Without the tank, the koi appeared even more splendid. Their graceful forms and flowing lines, coupled with shimmering scales, made them resemble a beautiful rainbow as they swam in the basin. Qinqing reached her hand into the large basin, and the koi followed her hand as she moved. When you attempted the same gesture but failed to summon the koi and felt a twinge of disappointment, little Qinqing paused for a moment, then crouched beside Wenyu, gently holding her hand and extending it toward the basin. At this, the two koi swam over eagerly. After Aunt Lu finished changing the water, she returned the koi to the fish tank. While observing the koi swim, a hint of sadness crept into Wenyu's voice. Qinqing, do you know about arowanas? Golden arowana? Little Qinqing blinked in surprise, then pointed toward the kitchen downstairs, saying, I know, Boyle, not that kind of arowana. Wenyu chuckled and continued, it's the one my grandfather has kept for over a decade. It is nearing its end. Her tone was somber, causing Qinqing to fall silent, her clear eyes filled with concern as they looked at her. My grandfather loves it dearly because once, the arowana leapt from the tank to shield him from misfortune. Qinqing didn't fully comprehend, and neither did Wenyu. She often heard such stories at home and had retained them. I don't know why it fell ill, and then my grandfather became ill too. At this point, Wenyu's voice became choked with emotion. She rested her hands on the table, burying her face in her arms as tears blurred her vision. Her muffled voice carried a sobbing tone. I don't want my grandfather to be sick. I wish for him to be a little happier. Little Wenyu could no longer hold back her tears and buried her face in her arms. Qinqing hurriedly descended from her chair, wrapping her arms around Wenyu's legs in a desperate plea. Sister Wenyu, please don't cry. The little one tilted her face upward, her clear eyes glistening with unshed tears. Wenyu didn't lift her head, stuttering through her sobs. I don't want to cry either, but my grandfather is the best to me. I don't want him to be sad. Whenever her parents argued, it was her grandfather who comforted her. Upon hearing this, Qinqing felt tears welling up in her own eyes, her nose tinged with a sharp pang of sorrow, and her large eyes became brimming with tears. Wuwudachi, she doesn't have a grandfather. Wenyu jumped down from her chair, joining Qinqing in a heartfelt embrace, both girls crying increasingly harder, until the two koi in the fish tank splashed about. Drenching them in cool water, the refreshing droplets fell upon them, prompting the two little girls to cease their tears. They wiped their eyes and stood up, their faces flushed and their long eyelashes slightly disheveled. No more crying, Wenyu said, unsure whether she was comforting Qinqing or herself. Qinqing nodded dully, catching a glimpse of the vase on her bedside table, suddenly reminded of something. Oh, the flowers Auntie brought last night have the lavender that Sister Wenyu loves. She dashed over to pick up the vase, hoping to cheer Wenyu up, but upon retrieving it, she suddenly froze. The little girl looked quizzically at the colorful flowers in her arms, tilting her head in confusion. What's wrong, Qinqing? When you approached her side, Qinqing set the vase back on the shelf, her cherubic face scrunching up. A sister, these aren't my flowers. She had prepared the flowers for when you the night before. And the scent of lavender had filled the entire room, fragrant and delightful. However, due to the abundance of flowers on the balcony, the wind had swept the scent away, and upon waking, she hadn't noticed the lavender aroma. Only after hugging the vase and taking a whiff did she realize something was amiss. This doesn't smell fragrant at all. When you tiptoed closer to the lavender, inhaling deeply, her little nose wrinkling slightly, she looked at Qinqing with utmost seriousness, saying, "You're right, Qinqing, you are a flower fairy, and your flowers are all fragrant, but this one smells unpleasant." Little Qinqing silently clenched her small fists, and upon hearing this, leaned in to sniff again. "It does smell a bit off. Shall we take a look at it?" When you suggested, yes, the two little girls carried the vase to the balcony, crouching down to extract each flower one by one. The roots of the freshly picked flowers were still wet, and they appeared quite wilted. After uprooting all the flowers, when you pointed to a lavender's root submerged in water, frowning, "Look, this one is rotten. It is clearly not fresh, which is why it smells bad." Little Qinqing nodded sadly, her heart heavy. She had intended to gift them to sister when you to bring her joy, but now the flowers had turned into this. In Wen Yu's eyes, Qinqing looked just like a dejected little kitten, unable to resist. She reached out to pat her while feeling a twinge of anger. "Qinqing, your aunt brought you rotten flowers. You should tell your father, otherwise, they might keep giving you bad flowers." Little Qinqing drooped her head, staring at the flowers on the ground, her fair little hand gently poking them. She hardly saw her father, as he seemed perpetually busy. Qinqing was uncertain whether she should trouble him. When you felt as though she were a soft dumpling. At home, she had overheard her mother say that Qinqing was not the biological child of Uncle Fu but was adopted. Thus, she was convinced that the aunt in the house was bullying Qinqing because of this. Little Wen Yu could hardly tolerate it. She stood up and firmly grasped Qinqing's hand, her cheeks puffed in indignation. "Your brother is downstairs, let us go tell him." "Sister Wen Yu." Qinqing hesitated, her delicate, adorable face showing conflict. Meeting Wen Yu's dark, questioning gaze, she softly replied, "It seems the aunt didn't bring me rotten flowers. Rather, my flowers were exchanged for others." Hearing this, Wen Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, her anger intensifying. "Are you saying someone swapped your beautiful flowers for these rotten ones?" Qinqing clenched her little hands tightly. Her head hung low, murmuring an affirmation, "That is too much. Those were meant to be a gift for you." When you felt a surge of compassion, glaring at the wilted flowers on the ground, wanting to stomp on them but holding back slightly, realizing this wasn't her home. "Let us go tell your brother." The little one was led outside, glancing back 3 times as she walked slowly. As they exited the bedroom, Aunt Lu approached them. "Miss, where are you headed?" Qinqing paused, whispering to Wen Yu, "Let us tell Auntie. She can help us." Wen Yu didn't mind who she spoke to as long as they could help Qinqing find the culprit who stole her flowers. Aunt Lu wore a kind smile, her appearance seemingly defying age, her demeanor much friendlier, making her seem like an easygoing aunt. "What's the matter, dear?" Qinqing took her hand and led her back to her room. The 3 of them walked to the balcony. "Someone swapped Qinqing's lovely flowers with these rotten ones." When you explained clearly, Aunt Lu frowned upon seeing the flowers on the ground. She had personally overseen the floral arrangements in Qinqing's room, which had been imported fresh and beautifully bloomed from elsewhere. The flowers on the ground were inferior to even the remnants left over after daily arrangements. Aunt Lu crouched down and picked up a few severely wilted lavender stems. The Fu family typically gathered a small amount of lavender each day, primarily for the room of the 3rd young master, but since he could not tolerate strong scents, the quantity was kept minimal. Each day, a few slightly imperfect lavender stems, along with other surplus flowers, were placed in a large flower basket. The housekeepers at the Fu residence were free to take any they fancied. Those that even the housekeepers deemed unworthy would be discarded before they could rot. As Aunt Lu examined the lavender stems before her, they appeared increasingly akin to those on the verge of being thrown away. 2 were severely wilted, while 2 others were slightly less so. These were the lavender collected from the previous 2 days, and today, all assembled to fill a vase. Though she remained silent, her gaze instantly turned cold. She should have anticipated it. The young lady's flowers were so fragrant and beneficial for one's health. With so many housekeepers in the household, it was only a matter of time before someone succumbed to selfishness, yet, it remained unclear whether they would sell them or take them home for personal use. Aunt Lu rose, her eyes filled with compassion as she regarded Qinqing. "Alas, poor young lady, with such generous provisions from the Fu family, how could anyone shamelessly steal a child's flowers?" Aunt Lu felt that Qinqing resembled a diligent little bee, nurturing her flowers as a beloved hobby without spending any money, only to have it all disrupted by others. The more she pondered, the more pitiable Qinqing seemed. She gently reassured, "Rest assured, my lady, I will certainly find the person who stole the flowers." When you raised her small face, speaking each word with earnestness, "You must help Qinqing, and once you find them, inform her father so that she may leave your home." Her speech flowed effortlessly, with the clarity of logic. Aunt Lu concealed her surprise and responded with equal seriousness, "Miss Wen, rest assured, I shall not allow such unscrupulous individuals to remain in the Fu household." As noon approached, when Tinglan returned with Wen Yu, Upon entering the house, the family steward welcomed them with palpable joy. Sir, you have returned. The steward, now over 60, had not smiled so brightly since the illness of the patriarch's prized arowana had weighed heavily on his heart. Seeing the steward's smile, when Tinglan paused momentarily, seemingly guessing the cause, has the arowana recovered? The steward beamed even more brightly. And not yet, but an esteemed master recommended by the old gentleman's friend has come to treat it and is currently inside. When Tinglan felt no elation, he carried Wenyu further into the house while inquiring, very capable, how capable, which friend recommended him? From the neighboring Yi family. The old gentleman's bird fell ill a few days ago and was lethargic. But this morning, the master cured it. When Tinglan's expression remained impassive but his tone grew somber. Can a bird and a fish be treated the same way? He feared his father might resort to desperate measures. Quickening his pace toward the living room upon entering, the first thing he noticed was the large fish tank housing a majestic arowana, though its scales lacked luster. Appearing sickly, seated nearby was an elderly man with a head of white hair. And opposite him sat a master with an ethereal demeanor. Upon seeing the master clad in Taoist garb, when Tinglan furrowed his brow, "Father, you have been a party member for many years. How can you believe in such things?" Before the old gentleman could respond, the Taoist spoke first. "Sir, I am not like those charlatans. I possess true skill." As he spoke, he directed everyone's gaze toward another fish tank in the room. The old gentleman, who cherished his fish dearly, would surely not allow the Taoist to handle his prized arowana directly, so he had fetched another sick arowana for experimentation. The fish in the tank was small and clearly unwell. Barely moving in the water, the Taoist rose from his chair and approached the bowl. He retrieved a small box from his pocket, glancing at the onlookers before opening it. "Old gentleman, the cost of the medicine I use for the experiment." The old gentleman's illness visibly stirred. "I will cover the cost, just proceed with the trial." The Taoist nodded with satisfaction before unveiling the contents of the ornate box. Instantly a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, invigorating all present. Little Wenyu, standing on the ground, felt an increasing sense of familiarity with the scent. "Why does it seem like there is a hint of lavender in there?" The Taoist extracted a grayish pill, carefully closing the box again and placing it back in his bag. He then leaned down, placing the pill-laden hand into the bowl. A miracle unfolded. The lethargic arowana, which had been inert in the water, began to laboriously move its body toward his hand. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, and the old gentleman rose from his chair, supported by the steward, to witness the spectacle at the bowl, out of the corner of his eye. The Taoist smirked in triumph, hidden from the others. He then tossed the pill into the fish's mouth. Everyone held their breath, watching the arawana's reaction, while only the little Wenyu, squeezed to the back, pondered thoughtfully the way the Taoist had reached into the bowl and the arowana followed his hand bore a striking resemblance to how Qinqing played with her hand among the koi in the bowl. The changes in the arowana after taking the pill were not immediately apparent, but the Taoist retrieved another pill from the box, changing directions repeatedly, and the fish swam towards him, unlike its earlier lethargy. Its movements were now much more vigorous, splashing water in the bowl. The Taoist, holding the pill in his palm, stood up with an air of self-satisfaction, addressing the crowd. "Now, do you believe?" The old gentleman nodded and instructed the steward to take the treated arowana for examination. Half an hour later, the steward returned and whispered something in the old gentleman's ear. Upon hearing, the old gentleman's eyes brightened significantly. "Master, how much medicine do you have left? I will buy it all." When Tinglan furrowed his brow, attempting to intervene, "Father, you do not speak. I will use my own retirement funds." The old gentleman's resolve was unexpectedly firm, and when Tinglan wished to clarify his intentions, but seeing the expression on his father's face, he swallowed his words. The Taoist tenderly caressed his small box. "Each pill costs 10,000, but I cannot sell them all to you. The formula is exceptionally rare, and I must personally administer the medication." After he spoke, the old gentleman contemplated, while the rest of the Wen family remained silent. Only little Wenyu, on tiptoe, craned her neck to peek, then questioned innocently, "What precious formula? Isn't this just lavender?" The Taoist's expression shifted instantly, and he quickly retreated a step, clutching his box. His voice escalated, eyes wide with indignation. "Nonsense! What lavender?" Wenyu, startled, stepped back and felt a surge of annoyance. As the only girl in the family, she was usually doted upon and had never been spoken to so loudly. Pointing at the box, she declared defiantly, "It is lavender, I can smell it." The Taoist's expression froze, his facade of calmness wavering, though only he knew the turmoil within. In a matter of seconds, he hastily shoved the box into his bag and turned to leave. "I shall not save your fish, master." The old gentleman, realizing he was leaving, urged the steward to pursue him. However, no matter how the steward pleaded, the Taoist refused to return, not even accepting payment for the pill he had administered to the arowana. Watching the retreating figure, Wenyu pouted, "He is guilty." After speaking, she turned to her family, only to find their expressions askew. The old gentleman stood before the fish tank, sighing as he touched the glass. Gazing at the arowana within the grandfather, Wenyu was alarmed, her small face paling. She rushed over to hug the old gentleman's leg, looking up at him with concern. The old gentleman stroked her hair with his aged hand, saying helplessly, "Ayu, regardless of what it is, as long as it can cure the arawana's illness, that is all that matters." Only then did little Wenyu realize the gravity of her earlier actions. She had chased away the one capable of healing the arowana. Understanding this, tears welled up in her eyes, and she quickly released her grip, turning to run outside to grandfather. I will apologize and bring him back to treat the arowana. As she passed by Wen Tinglan, he scooped her up. He wiped her tears and carried her to her room. Outside the Wen residence, the Taoist hastily hailed a cab after exiting Dai in the taxi. He pressed his hand against his racing heart, clutching his bag tightly. The girl was right. His so-called miraculous medicine was merely a blend of dehydrated flower petals, concerned that someone might uncover the secret of his miraculous medicine. The Taoist personally administered each pill to the ailing pets, ensuring they digested the medication before feeling secure. As for why he chose pets, it was because the effects of his pills on humans were minimal. Yet they provided immediate benefits for pets, regardless of the ailment. A single pill would undoubtedly invigorate them. Though intended for pets, he earned a considerable profit. He felt fortunate to have purchased the peculiar flowers at a high price, acquiring a pot for 20,000. Now not only had he recouped his investment, but he had multiplied it many times over. Peering into the box, he noted only a dozen pills remained. Tomorrow, he would visit the pet owners again, administering one to each animal, but it likely wouldn't suffice. He needed to contact that woman and purchase more. Upon returning to his residence, he hastily retrieved his mobile phone to call the woman who provided him with flowers. The phone rang for quite some time before it was abruptly disconnected. At that moment, within the Fu household, Aunt Lu's countenance was icy. Her gaze swept over the faces of those standing before her. Her tone grave. Which shameless individual has replaced the young lady's exquisite flowers with this refuse? She exclaimed, gesturing towards the foul-smelling wilted blooms strewn across the table, her face flushed with indignation. These flowers wouldn't be picked up even if thrown onto the street. Do you dare to present such rubbish to the young lady? Do you take me for blind? One of the aunts, taken aback, inquired. Lu Jia, are you implying that the fragrant flowers in the young lady's room were stolen and replaced with these? Aunt Lu, suppressing her fury, confirmed it. Instantly, all the aunts exchanged glances filled with disbelief, silently speculating who might have taken the flowers. With so many surveillance cameras in the house, it's only a matter of time before we pinpoint the culprit. We are merely giving you a chance to confess. Aunt Lu had been observing since her arrival, searching for any signs of guilt on the faces of those present, yet she had not discerned anything until now. Just then, the sudden ring of a phone startled everyone in the room. The aunts cast disapproving looks at the owner of the phone. Xiaoying, you should have it on silent. Indeed, you gave us quite a fright. The woman named Xiaoying awkwardly smiled at the crowd, repeatedly apologizing. I'm so sorry, I forgot. She took out her phone intending to end the call, but upon seeing the caller ID, a fleeting look of discomfort crossed her face, which Aunt Lu noticed. Approaching her, Aunt Lu seized Xiaoying's wrist and, glancing at the screen, saw the words "buy flowers." Who is this? And nobody. Xiaoying stammered, her gaze evasive. Effaced with Aunt Lu's inquiries, her fingers clenched into fists, revealing her inner turmoil. Recognizing her expression, Aunt Lu felt a twinge of disappointment. Xiaoying was usually honest, rarely causing trouble at home, the type who quietly carried out her duties. It was unexpected that she would be involved. Realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, Xiaoying's voice quivered as she pleaded with Aunt Lu. Lu Jia, my child is ill. I had no choice but to entertain such nefarious thoughts. I realize my mistake. Could you grant me another chance? How much did you sell them for? Aunt Lu asked sternly. 20,000. The other aunts gasped in astonishment. That one bottle of flowers sold for 20,000? If you needed money, you could have borrowed from us. Exactly, 20,000. We could have pooled together some funds. Why resort to stealing the young lady's flowers? Several kind-hearted aunts chimed in. Aunt Lu released her grip, observing the shame and guilt on Xiaoying's face, and let out a cold laugh. What a desperate excuse. You were simply greedy. Tell me, aside from this instance, how many times have you sold them before? Xiaoying's expression faltered, and she hurriedly replied, I haven't, just this once. Aunt Lu was unconvinced. With a mocking laugh, she retorted, if you never sold them, how did you know these flowers would fetch a high price? You even retained contact information for the buyer. With an impassive demeanor, she admonished, how many times have you stolen? Speak. Xiaoying trembled in fear, her mind racing. Previously, I took one and sold it for 800. I knew it. Aunt Lu had initially considered calling the police but decided to wait for the master's return to discuss the matter, knowing that the value of the young lady's flowers was difficult to ascertain. She instructed Xiaoying to pack her belongings and informed her that once the master returned in the afternoon, the contract would be terminated, severing her ties with the Fu family. After identifying the flower thief, Aunt Lu departed to find Qinqing. The aunts who had once worked alongside Xiaoying cast her disappointed or incredulous glances as they left to sigh, with such favorable treatment from the Fu family. How could you resort to such actions? Indeed, you dare to present these discarded flowers to the young lady. Think wisely, Xiaoying. Leaving the Fu family may mean no other household would be willing to employ you. Each aunt offered their remarks before departing to tend to their own affairs. Xiaoying's legs felt weak as she envisioned the scene of her dismissal, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Later that evening, upon hearing that the master had returned, Aunt Lu quickly exited the kitchen. She untied her apron and instructed a nearby aunt to set the soup aside before striding out. Fu Sihua had not returned the previous night. And as he walked into the living room, he suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity enveloping the home. The small garden appeared to flourish more than usual, a subtle floral fragrance wafting through the yard. Typically, he returned home late and left early, thus failing to observe the details. The flowers and plants had been arranged by the designer during the home's construction, deemed aesthetically pleasing, a notion he had never fully appreciated until now. At the entrance, Aunt Lu emerged and nearly collided with him. "Sir, you have returned. I have something to discuss." After entering, Fu Sihua removed his suit jacket and casually draped it over the back of a chair. His demeanor was detached, his voice low. "Please, have a seat, Aunt Lu." She poured a cup of tea and placed it before him, her eyes betraying a hint of guilt as she spoke. "Sir, I have been somewhat negligent these past few days, allowing one of the housemaids to steal the young lady's flowers and sell them. The highly fragrant blooms were sold for 20,000 to a swindler posing as a physician." Fu Sihua reclined in his chair, long legs crossed, his delicate fingers absently stroking the azure porcelain cup, his expression contemplative. "What was the purpose of the sale?" he inquired. Aunt Lu shook her head, letting out a sigh. "I did not inquire about that. Showing is still at home. Should I summon her?" Fu Sihua replied in a flat tone. "If you could." Before long, Showing was summoned. Since being discovered at noon, she had been in a state of heightened anxiety, and now called forth. Her eyes reflected sheer trepidation. Master, Xiao Ying's voice trembled, words escaping her lips in a stutter. "What was the purpose of taking the flowers?" Fu Sihua's expression remained stoic, his voice unperturbed yet imbued with an undeniable sense of pressure. Under this weight, Xiao Ying could not meet his gaze, her legs weak beneath her. Had it been Aunt Lu questioning her, perhaps she might have lied, but facing Fu Sihua, she couldn't even entertain the thought of deceit. Her voice quavered. "The doctor seemed to suggest he needed them ground into powder for medicinal use." Fu Sihua paused momentarily, his expression still indifferent. "For medicine, sir. I realize my misstep. I was momentarily blinded by greed. Please grant me another chance." Gathering her courage, Xiao Ying pleaded. Fu Sihua lifted his gaze to her, his cold stare chilling. As if he hadn't heard her, he set the porcelain cup down on the table and turned to Aunt Lu, asking, "Where is Qinqing?" Aunt Lu gestured upstairs, informing him, "The young lady is in her room." Fu Sihua rose, his refined and handsome visage aloof, casting a compassionate glance as he looked down at her. His voice was icy. "Contact the housekeeping agency and inform them to return her, providing the reason truthfully." "Understood, sir," Aunt Lu replied, following him closely as he ascended the stairs, reminding him, "Sir, dinner will be served soon." Fu Sihua acknowledged with a soft his demeanor towards her considerably gentler. "I will check on Qinqing and return shortly." Behind him, Xiao Ying felt utterly drained, collapsing to the floor, her eyes were vacant, staring blankly ahead, as if her spirit had left her. If the housekeeping agency learned that she had been dismissed for stealing from her employer, she would undoubtedly be blacklisted. She should not have been tempted by those 20,000. As Fu Sihua ascended the stairs, he happened upon Fu Yuetzi, who was hastily descending. "Time for dinner. I'm starving." Fu Yuetzi muttered to himself, bustling downwards. "Hey, Dad, when did you return?" I didn't hear a sound. Upon seeing Fu Sihua, he halted, inadvertently blocking the staircase. By the way, Uncle Wen came to our house today, but you weren't here. I entertained him for 2 hours. I invited him to stay for lunch, but he declined. Do you know why he came? He has a daughter over 4 years old, and they are good friends with little Qinqing. So, after Fu Yuetzi had finished his lengthy exposition, he suddenly sensed his father's gaze upon him was rather unsettling. He touched his face, feeling a surge of anxiety. "Why is he looking at me like that? Have I become more handsome?" Fu Sihua sidestepped him, continuing up the stairs. Before leaving, he patted Fu Yuetzi's shoulder, his voice low. "You've become quite eloquent lately." Once a proud and aloof youth, Fu Yuetzi now appeared as an astute individual. He paused, contemplatively stroking his chin. "How astute of me." He had previously been the aloof handsome type, but now he was merely handsome without the aloofness. The persona of the cold and handsome gentleman was far more appealing, exuding an air of sophistication. He resolved to change. From this moment forth, he would no longer smile at anyone. Fu Sihua stood outside the door, rapping his knuckles against it. The door soon opened a crack, revealing Qinqing's small head peeking out. The first thing she noticed were his long legs, and the little one appeared momentarily bewildered as she craned her neck to look up. "Daddy, you're back." Recognizing him, she opened the door wider to let Fu Sihua enter. The little puppy, who had been napping on the balcony, bounded over excitedly but was swiftly caught by Qinqing by the scruff of its neck. "No biting, Daddy." She lowered her voice menacingly, threatening the little puppy. Fu Sihua reassured her that there was nothing to worry about. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately drawn to the large fish tank on the table, where 2 koi swam as if they were mere illusions, their scales more resplendent than the evening glow. He recalled glancing at the koi when they were first brought home. They had been so small, rather unrefined due to their upbringing in a pond. No one could have anticipated that within just a week they would flourish into such beauty, far surpassing even the finest show-quality koi. Noticing him staring at the koi for an extended period, Qinqing assumed he desired them and cheerfully inquired, "Daddy, do you want the little fish?" Before Fu Sihua could respond, the koi in the tank seemed to understand, splashing and wagging their tails as if in protest, as if to declare, "I do not wish to leave." This marked his first visit to Qinqing's room. which had transformed significantly since its initial decoration. He noticed the flowers adorning the balcony, and his eyes glimmered as he asked the little girl, "May I take a look?" "Of course," Qinqing replied eagerly. Trailing behind him, as Fu Sihua departed, he was careful not to tread upon her delicate carpet. The entire balcony was adorned with a plethora of vibrant flowers, all flourishing splendidly. He crouched down to touch the leaves, his fair fingers accentuating their vivid green, rendering them almost otherworldly. Moreover, the fragrance of these blooms was uniquely enchanting, although the intensity of the scent was akin to that of flowers in a vase. The homegrown aroma was far more pleasing. It was refreshingly reminiscent of a rain-kissed forest, a delightful blend of floral and earthy undertones, embodying nature and vitality, soothing to the senses. The value of such flowers could easily reach astronomical heights. Priced conservatively at 20,000 per bottle, they could potentially fetch over 100,000 on the open market. Fu Sihua understood why Xiao Su and Gu Shuyan were so fervent, with daily mentions of Qinqing. It was indeed true that no one rises early without the lure of profit or all these flowers cared for by you. Qinqing. Fu Sihua's tone was calm, masking his inner thoughts. The little girl squatted beside him, her pride evident as her eyes curved into crescent moons. "Yes, they are," she enthusiastically pointed out the flowers to her father. "This one is for Uncle Xiao, this one for Uncle Gu, this is the one I take care of. And this one is for third brother." Fu Sihua turned to her, captivated by the radiant smile on her face, her fluffy hair framing her cherubic features. Most importantly, there was no hint of guardedness in her expression as she spoke freely. Once she finished, he extended his hand, gently brushing his elegant fingers against her soft cheek. His cool voice softened with warmth. "Qinqing, shall I find you a master? What is Daddy talking about?" Little Qinqing blinked her large eyes in confusion, her voice sounding soft and tender. Fu Sihua regarded her intently. The master he referred to was someone who could rationalize Qinqing's abilities, Professor Tan Hongru from the National Academy of Sciences Biomedical Research Institute. He was the first scholar in the country to propose that plant volatiles affect human health. During his university days, he employed solid-phase microextraction coupled with gas chromatography mass spectrometry to study the volatiles of various plants. Discovering that many of these compounds had direct effects on human health and recovery, his published papers ignited a fervor in the academic world. Subsequently, numerous scholars and research labs followed suit, with research papers on topics such as plant chemistry and chronic diseases, the effects of plant aromas on humans, and the influence of plant extracts on thyroid cancer cells being published in succession. Later, Professor Tan joined the National Academy of Sciences, focusing on enhancing the beneficial volatiles in plants. Over the span of more than 40 years, each of his research findings has caused a stir. Comparative analyses from various research institutes confirmed that the plants he developed could enhance human immunity and self-healing capabilities. And prolonged exposure to these plants could even reverse aging and extend lifespan. Due to the increased presence of certain volatiles, these plants also thrived remarkably, their fragrances intensifying, unlike Qinqing's flowers, which had a pleasant yet manageable scent. The research institute's flora exuded a more overwhelming fragrance, potentially lacking the subtle compounds that elevate mood, making it excessively potent for those who dislike strong scents. However, 3 years had passed since their last breakthrough, and perhaps the current research had addressed this issue. Fu Sihua was indifferent to the research's progress. He simply wished to leverage Professor Tan's esteemed reputation in this field to provide a scientific rationale for Qinqing's abilities. The findings from Professor Tan remained inaccessible to 99.99% of the population, alleviating Fu Sihua's concerns about being discovered. Moreover, most people instinctively deify individuals at the pinnacle of any field. With a bit of encouragement, the narrative would naturally evolve in a favorable direction. There would be no need for extensive explanations. Others would fill in the gaps with reasonable assumptions. Fu Sihua ruffled Qinqing's hair, withholding the identity of the individual for the time being. "Once I have conferred with him, I shall take you to meet him." Little Qinqing, her dark eyes fixed on her father's face for an extended moment, expressed her bewilderment in her soft voice. "Daddy, it's not good to leave a conversation half-finished." Fu Sihua's fingers twitched slightly, tempted to poke her cheek. "All right, let us go eat." He stood and walked towards the exit. Qinqing hurried to follow, her voice tinged with urgency. "Ah, Daddy, you haven't told me who the master is yet." On Monday morning, when Qinqing awoke, Fu Sihua had already departed, with Aunt Lu informing her that he had gone to the capital. After breakfast, Qinqing was sent to school. She was not particularly cheerful that day and encountered her equally melancholic sister. Upon arrival, the two sorrowful girls embraced each other. "Wah, Qinqing," when you sniffled, gazing at Qinqing's face. "I have it worse, let me go first." Qinqing nodded, resting her chin on the table, listening intently. "Yesterday, I told you my family's arowana was sick and then my grandfather brought someone who could save it, but I ended up driving him away." "Ah," Qinqing's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you scare him off?" When you looked despondent, her expression one of utter despair. "I said his miracle medicine was made from lavender ground into powder and formed into pills." "What?" Qinqing fell silent for a few seconds, her little face contorting with conflicting emotions, resembling a tiny bitter melon. When you sighed dramatically, suddenly recalling something, and asked, "By the way, Qinqing, did you find your flowers?" "No, they were sold." When you straightened up, exclaiming, "That's so mean, how did your father handle it? She left our home now, that's how it should be, otherwise she'd sneak off to sell them again next time." Speaking of which, Qinqing retrieved a water-filled teacup from her backpack and handed her little bare backpack to Wenyu. "Sister Wenyu, this is for you." Curious, Wenyu accepted it and opened it to find it stuffed with lavender, securely wrapped in plastic, the fragrance contained within. She delightedly closed the backpack, ensuring no other children saw it. "Qinqing, you were so kind to me." When you hugged Qinqing tightly, her small face nuzzling against hers. "It's nothing, it's nothing." The sweet, soft sound flowed from the little girl's lips. After school, when you dashed home with her backpack and paused at the door. Spotting her grandfather sitting beside the arowana, her joyful steps instinctively halted. After hesitating at the entrance for a moment, she gathered her courage. When her grandfather noticed her and extended his hand, he called out, "Aya, why aren't you coming in?" Little Wenyu slowly approached, burdened with two backpacks, one her own, awkwardly hanging at her side, the other Qinqing's panda backpack adorning her shoulders, resembling a panda perched on her back from a distance. As she reached her grandfather's side, she lowered her head guilt-ridden, and called out, "Grandpa." Her grandfather placed a large hand on her head, inquiring, "Why do you have an extra backpack?" When you blinked innocently and whispered, "It's Qinqing's, that little friend you get along with the best." Her grandfather seemed well aware of Qinqing's affairs. "She has new flowers again." "Yes, she has many flowers and even keeps fish." When you spoke of Qinqing, she was brimming with words. Just then, her brother, Wenfei, walked in. Indeed, what Aya said yesterday proved to be true. The miraculous potion in that man's possession was indeed made from lavender flowers ground into powder. Upon entering, Wenfei uttered a single remark before standing by the table to quench his thirst. "Brother, how did you know?" "By sheer coincidence, while investigating his identity, I discovered he had a criminal record. Just a few days ago, he was swindling people under the overpass, deceiving numerous elderly individuals with his homemade longevity pills. I took some people and apprehended him. Subsequently, I took the potion he was using to feed the fish to the hospital for analysis. And it was revealed that 80% of it was lavender, with the remaining 20% comprising powders from other flowers." After finishing his words, Wenfei chuckled and ruffled Wenyu's hair. "Well done, Aya, your nose is quite keen identifying the components so swiftly." The old gentleman glanced at the fish tank, his brow furrowed. "Aya, is there any of that medicine left? The last pill was just sent for examination at the hospital." Fearing that the news might upset him, Wenfei hastily added, "However, Grandpa, the man confessed that he purchased the lavender from a nanny. Locating her should yield the original materials." The old gentleman sighed deeply. Aware that urgency would yield no results, yet he could not suppress his impatience. Clenching the plastic bag in his hand, he noticed the guilt etched on little Wenyu's face, which softened his expression slightly. Understanding the boy's sensitivity, he refrained from discussing such matters in front of him. "Aya, go fetch the vase. Let us arrange the flowers." Wenfei moved quickly and returned in less than half a minute, holding a beautiful vase. "Grandpa, where did you acquire this lavender? The packaging is rather shabby." Little Wenyu kicked his calf disapprovingly, frowning fiercely. "No talking." A hint of amusement crossed the old gentleman's face. It was a friend of Ayu's who was quite skilled at nurturing flowers. Just as he untied the knot in the plastic bag, the potent fragrance of lavender enveloped him, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Why is the scent of this flower so intense?" Wenfei immediately reached out, pinching a bit to bring it to his nose. The moment the bag was opened, the aroma that had been confined all day swiftly permeated the entire room. Outside the living room, a large black shadow approached them. It was the black tiger. It stood beneath the table, its tail wagging furiously like a propeller. To Wenfei's surprise, he perceived satisfaction and longing etched upon its face. Suddenly, a realization struck him. "I remember now. It was that child, the little girl who came to his house last week, clutching a bouquet of flowers. On that day, the black tiger devoured all her flowers, staring her to tears, and she ended up taking home two little koi." The old gentleman was unaware of this incident and urged Wenfei to recount it. Just then, a commotion erupted from the large fish tank on the table. Little Wenyu, startled, pointed at the tank and shouted, "Grandpa, the arowana is moving." The old gentleman quickly turned his head and saw the water surface at the top of the tank rippling. The enormous arowana had actually surfaced, attempting desperately to leap out of the tank. Just as it had done years ago when it saved him. However, it was unwell, lacking the strength to escape despite numerous attempts. "Old buddy, what do you intend to do?" The old gentleman rushed to its side, tears brimming in his eyes as he witnessed its struggles. Wenfei's gaze flickered as he recalled the black tiger's sudden recovery from its wounds last week. He then placed the vase beside the fish tank. "Grandpa, it seems it desires this vase of lavender." Indeed, once the vase was set nearby, the arowana settled down. "Ayu, I recall you mentioned yesterday that the flowers Qinqing prepared for you were stolen by someone." Little Wenyu nodded earnestly, clenching his small fists. It was her aunt who secretly took the flowers to sell. Upon hearing this, Wenfei and the old gentleman exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with joy. Had they not just discovered I in the capital city, at the Biological Research Institute located at 1003 Guli Road, Baihe District? Fu Sihua had been waiting for over half an hour for the person he wished to meet. who finally ambled in under the guidance of others. He rose from his seat, nodding. Professor Tan Hongru, now 72 years old, sported a head of graying hair that appeared somewhat unkempt, giving off an air of dishevelment. His face bore the marks of time, with deep lines etched into his features and a stooped back revealing the passage of years. Perched on his nose were glasses, behind which sparkled keen eyes. Upon entering, he plopped down onto a chair and took a sip of the cool tea, ignoring Fu Sihua altogether, his demeanor suggesting he was not in the best of moods, understandably so, who would be pleased to be interrupted mid-experiment. Initially reluctant to come, Tan Hongru was persuaded by the institute's director, who informed him of a substantial investment awaiting them. Accompanied by several junior leaders, they spent half an hour coaxing him, filling his mind with thoughts of money. Exasperated, he cast aside his instruments and stormed over, curious to see what this investor wanted from him. If there is something to discuss, let us get straight to it. My experiment is not yet complete. Fu Sihua discerned his disdain for him but remained unaffected, maintaining a calm and measured tone. Being mindful of Tan Hongru's eccentric temperament, he refrained from pleasantries and cut straight to the chase. Professor Tan, I hope you will accept my daughter as your apprentice. In return, I will invest a sum of money into your research institute. We can discuss the specifics. Upon hearing this, Tan Hongru wore an expression of inevitability. He had anticipated this. Capitalists were all alike. Fu Sihua's tone remained placid. Professor Tan, you may consider it. It is merely a nominal arrangement, and I will not allow her to disrupt your work. Tan Hongru slammed down his teacup, thinking to himself, this is already a disruption. This man truly lacks self-awareness. His voice turned sharp. I despise capitalists like you, reeking of gold. As he berated, he suddenly caught sight of Fu Sihua's demeanor. And the latter part of his sentence caught in his throat, his face flushing red. He couldn't quite bring himself to insult someone who exuded such an impressive presence. Money cannot buy everyone. At least not for me, Tan Hongru, who would never compromise his principles for wealth. These wealthy individuals merely sought to gild their daughters' prospects, a practice not uncommon in research institutes. Several of his colleagues had succumbed to such arrangements, and some were directly handed over through backdoor dealings. The thought of it made Tan Hongru's head ache, and he waved his hand dismissively. I won't entertain any nominal arrangements. Find someone else. The academic misconduct has been fostered by people like you. His tone was far from courteous, revealing a complete disregard for Fu Sihua's status. Many had been turned away by him, and those who received such a blunt rejection often exhibited some degree of displeasure. Fu Sihua, however, remained unfazed, his expression unchanged throughout. Those who maintain emotional stability often garner goodwill from others, yet goodwill aside, he still had experiments awaiting completion and needed to return to work. Tan Hongru stood up. His tone still unkind, though considerably softer than when he had been pointing fingers at Fu Sihua. You should leave, I'm going back to work on my experiments. Fu Sihua had anticipated this refusal. On his way there, he had reviewed Tan Hongru's detailed background and academic relic. No one could sway. Despite knowing this, he called out, Professor Tan, one moment, please. Tan Hongru instinctively halted and turned to look at him, his tone unwelcoming. Do you have something to say? Fu Sihua picked up a long wooden box from the table, opened it, and presented its contents to him. Professor Tan, let us discuss this after you take a look at this. Tan Hongru had originally glanced without intention, only to find himself captivated. He hurriedly approached Fu Sihua, his step swift. As he drew closer, the rich floral aroma surged into his nostrils, causing his eyes to brighten. He reached out to grasp it, his expression a mix of excitement and astonishment. Fu Sihua observed his reaction closely. Upon witnessing the transformation in his expression, he relaxed and promptly closed the box with a decisive snap, ensuring he didn't pinch Tan Hongru's hand in the process. Hey, Tan Hongru looked up at him, his demeanor shifting entirely, losing the stubbornness he had just displayed. Let me see it. Let me see it again. Fu Sihua, nonplussed, offered a gentle reminder about my daughter. Upon hearing this, Tan Hongru's face stiffened. He was resolutely opposed to the proliferation of academic misconduct, yet he was undeniably intrigued by the flower. His wrinkled face shifted through various expressions before ultimately deciding to play coy. Let me see it first. We can discuss your daughter afterward. Fu Sihua was all too familiar with this tactic, as he himself had employed it when reluctant to agree while wanting something in return. He remained unmoved, fixing his gaze on Tan Hongru. This flower is a gift I prepared for my daughter as a token of apprenticeship. If we do not settle her matters first, I may be unable to present it to you. Tan Hongru found himself increasingly conflicted. He patted Fu Sihua's arm, feigning casualness while secretly tugging at the long wooden box. He pulled. No luck. He tugged again. This time, he managed to grasp it, yet his hand also came along with it. Fu Sihua glanced over, his brows lifting slightly. May I interpret this gesture as your acceptance of this apprenticeship gift? Tan Hongru clenched his fists, his heart oscillating between hope and despair, the emotional roller coaster continuing for quite some time. Finally, with a heavy sigh, he forcefully yanked the box towards himself. All right, fine, let us proceed. He hastily opened the wooden box, and upon seeing the nearly perfect rose within, his eyes sparkled with excitement, unable to contain his awe. Cultivating such a flower has been my lifelong dream. When he was a mere child, he found himself lost in the mountains and caught a whiff of a fragrance reminiscent of this flower. The scent was so exquisite that it seemed to transcend the earthly realm, soothing all his anxious thoughts and inner turmoil. Following the alluring aroma, he ventured deeper into the forest until he discovered a small, unknown white flower nestled in the crevice of a large rock. He was utterly captivated. Just as he was about to approach it, he noticed two tigers engaged in a fierce battle nearby. Both tigers appeared to be vying for the flower, their instincts driving them to madness, their roars scattering the birds in the sky. Ultimately, one of the tigers emerged victorious. It lowered its head, seized the flower in its jaws, and consumed it whole. The frightened boy hid beneath a tree, his body trembling with fear. The two tigers, consumed by their struggle for the flower, remained oblivious to his presence, now that the flower had been devoured. He feared that once the scent dissipated, the tigers would catch his scent, and he would be next on their menu. Terrified, he dared not linger. His legs turned to jelly, but as he inhaled the lingering fragrance of the flower, his strength gradually returned, allowing him to slip away quietly. Once he was certain the tigers had not detected him, he bolted in the opposite direction. Eventually, his family found him on the mountain, although he departed. He could never forget that enchanting white flower. This incident sparked within him a profound interest in plants. Though he had long forgotten the intoxicating scent from that day, the transformation it wrought within him remained vivid in his memory. It was akin to a purifying sensation, as though fresh vitality had been infused into his very being. Tan Hongru had often fantasized about the possibility of nurturing such a flower through relentless experimentation and refinement. Yet now, as the twilight of his years approached, time was no longer on his side. Who could have anticipated that, at this moment, he would encounter it once again? The exhilaration that coursed through Tan Hongru's veins could not merely be described as joy. It was a multitude of emotions, far beyond the confines of a single word. This flower, he said, his aged voice quivering, holds immense significance for me. After speaking, he cautiously closed the box, fearful that the fragrance might escape. Upon acquiring what he desired, Tan Hongru was not one to betray his word. His gaze towards Fu Sihua was filled with gratitude, although he did not know where she had procured the flower. He vowed to fulfill his promise. What year is your daughter in now? I shall pay her school a visit as a means of honoring our agreement. To his surprise, Fu Sihua replied that it was unnecessary. She was not attending university. Tan Hongru was taken aback. You're paving the way for her while she is still in high school. Isn't that a bit premature? Nevertheless, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. If she was still in high school, she would not trouble him at the research institute. Fu Sihua studied his expression, seemingly aware of his thoughts. Not high school, a junior high. No, don't tell me it's elementary school. Well, she is in kindergarten. Tan Hongru's expression faltered, his vision momentarily darkening as he nearly fainted. Was this not a glaring revelation that he, the man long regarded as upright and incorruptible, had been compromised? You're not here to mock me, are you? His voice edged with anger and urgency. He questioned. You seek me out when she is still in kindergarten? What could she possibly understand? Fu Sihua's demeanor remained unchanged, exuding an unshakable calm. It's merely a nominal association. However, should any media inquiries arise, I hope Professor Tan will cooperate. Clutching the wooden box, Tan Hongru's expression reflected despair. It was over. Soon the entire nation would know he had been compromised. After a lifetime of integrity and virtue, his reputation was now tarnished. Leave at once. I do not wish to see you. He felt compelled to chase him away with a broom. Fu Sihua complied, stating, very well, I shall take my leave, Professor. Tan Hongru turned his back, refusing to look at him, and once the shadow behind him vanished, he hurried back to the laboratory, cradling his precious box. On Tuesday evening, Qinqing rode in Wenju's car to the Wen residence. As she walked toward the living room, she spotted the black dog that had devoured her flowers last time. It was tied beneath a tree, wagging its tail vigorously. Had it not been for the restraint, it would have surely taken flight. The little girl felt a twinge of anxiety, clutching her cat-shaped bag tightly, her gaze fixed on the dog's movements. Observing this, Wen Fei crouched down, covering the dog's mouth with both hands, then offered Qinqing a reassuring glance. The black dog gazed longingly as she entered, its eyes filled with desire. The living room was crowded with people, and upon entering, the young girl felt a hint of shyness. At the center stood an elderly man with hair like silver, his frail frame supported by others. Qinqing recognized him as Wenju's grandfather. She tightened her grip on her bag and softly greeted, hello grandpa, hello uncles and aunts. Old Mr. Wen approached, sighing with a mix of helplessness and guilt. Good child, I have no choice but to seek your assistance. He pointed to a large fish tank on the table, surrounded by a vase of lavender. My dragonfish is on the brink of death, but the flowers you cultivate can revitalize it. So I wish to purchase some of your blooms. Seeing the bewildered expression on the little girl's face, the old man spoke earnestly. Child, I will not take advantage of you. I will discuss fair compensation with your father, ensuring you do not suffer any loss. Realizing he intended to offer her money, Qinqing quickly waved her hands, her voice sweet and innocent. No, I don't want any money. She opened her bag and pulled out all the flowers she had collected. These are for you. I don't want money. I have plenty at home, and I'll bring you more tomorrow. That's out of the question, when Tinglan interjected, but his daughter embraced Qinqing without hesitation. Exclaiming, Qinqing, you are so kind to us. The little girl beamed and took her hand she adored when you and wished to see her happy observing the bond between the two children, when Tinglan ultimately refrained from broaching the topic of payment. The child was oblivious. He ought to discuss it with her father. He procured 2 vases and arranged Qinqing's flowers beside the fish tank. While he tended to this task, the little girl stood nearby, curiously observing the dragon fish in the tank. It is so big, its appearance isn't very appealing. It looks a bit fearsome, but it seems quite unwell, refusing to eat even the small fish swimming beside it. Appearing utterly lethargic, yet as the flowers were placed nearby, it stirred, its massive form undulating in the water, as if yearning to escape or perhaps struggling for its life. Old Mr. Wen, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of sorrow and immediately positioned himself beside the tank. Pressing his face against the glass, old friend, what do you wish to do? Conserve your strength and rest. May I affix the flowers to the side of the tank for you? The dragon fish, unable to speak, began to thrash its body, attempting to leap from the tank whenever it regained a modicum of strength. Old Mr. Wen instructed someone to fetch tape, extracting the flowers from the vases one by one and affixing them to the side of the tank. As Qinqing watched this unfold, her heart ached. She turned to see Wen Yu's eyes glistening with tears, looking up at her grandfather. Though she had known Wen Yu for a long time, she seldom witnessed her cry. Save for the recent days concerning the dragonfish, the little girl felt a surge of compassion gazing at the dragonfish that had not eaten or drunk, her dark, grape-like eyes shimmering. Wen Yu, she whispered, leaning closer to her ear, I can try to save it, but no one can see. With tears in her eyes, Wen Yu turned to her, voice trembling. Really, Qinqing? Yes, yes, I believe in you. Without further ado, Wen Yu released her hand and dashed to her grandfather's side. Tiptoeing to whisper in his ear, old Mr. Wen's eyes sparkled with joy as he beckoned the few people around the tank to leave. Everyone out. We all need to go. The individuals still affixing flowers looked at him in confusion. But old Mr. Wen said nothing. He ushered everyone out, then moved a chair to the table, taking Wen Yu with him. As the living room door closed, little Wen Yu returned to Qinqing's side, whispering, Qinqing, even if it doesn't get better. It's okay, dragonfish can be dangerous, so be careful. Yes, yes. After Wen Yu left, the room fell into darkness. The little girl climbed onto the chair, finally able to reach the tank, though only the bottom. From this vantage point, the dragonfish appeared even larger. Don't jump out, and please don't bite me, she instructed before commencing her efforts. I'm here to save you, though the dragonfish might not comprehend her words. She proceeded to place her small hand on the tank, straining on her tiptoes to channel her energy into the water. The dragonfish calmed, opening its mouth to nibble at the green specks that had been placed within. Those it could not reach dissolved into the tank's water. After a considerable time, Qinqing's arms grew weary, and her legs began to tremble. She paused, tilting her head to assess the dragonfish's condition. How are you feeling now? She asked, a note of concern in her voice. The dragonfish swam a lap in the tank, as if it had understood her, splashing water into the air with a slight movement, which inadvertently drenched Qinqing's face and clothes. Oh no, she exclaimed, her mood remarkably serene as she steadied herself on the chair and, once balanced, realized, you have the strength to play in the water, you must be feeling better. The dragonfish splashed water all over her face once more. Qinqing wiped her face and scampered to the door, calling out to open it. The few people waiting anxiously outside were taken aback at the sight of the drenched child. Qinqing, what happened to you? Wen Yu asked anxiously, wiping the water from her face. Did you fall into the fish tank? The little girl smiled, her eyes crinkling. I didn't fall in, it was the dragonfish that splashed me. Upon hearing her words, the Wen family entered. The previously listless dragonfish swam back and forth in the large tank, and upon seeing Qinqing, it raised its tail again, preparing to splash her with water. This time, the experienced little girl noticed in advance and quickly ran back, seeing the dragonfish so lively. Old Master Wen excitedly approached, placing his hand against the tank, tears welling in his eyes. When Tinglan turned to look at the drenched Qinqing, hurriedly instructing Wen Yu, Ayu, quickly take Qinqing to your room to change clothes. Young Wen Yu joyfully walked to her side, taking her small hand. Qinqing, I'll take you. Once back in the room, Wen Yu was so moved that tears brimmed in her eyes. I don't know how to thank you, Qinqing. God, if not, I might as well give you some koi fish. No, the little one firmly rejected. Those fish are so fat and only know how to eat and play in the water at home. They aren't as good as raising a puppy. After changing her clothes, when Tinglan contacted the driver to take her home, all the members of the Wen family joyfully gathered around the fish tank. Dad, your heartache is better now. It's time to stay in the hospital for a few days. Right? When Tinglan asked with a smile, old Master Wen reluctantly averted his gaze. Yes, but let me make it clear, I'll stay for just 3 days. He must return early to see his dragonfish. Alright, 3 days it is. Of the next morning, before heading to work, when Tinglan personally drove him there. At around 5 o'clock, the roads were not busy. A whole row of large trucks passed in front of them. And when Tinglan, not in a hurry, waited for the vehicles to clear, once the convoy had passed, he pressed the accelerator. However, at that moment a white car coming from the opposite direction suddenly lost control and careened towards them. When Tinglan quickly turned the steering wheel to avoid the out-of-control vehicle, unfortunately, he was a moment too late. The car crashed violently into the passenger side, causing Old Master One to suffer a severe head injury and lose consciousness. While waiting for the ambulance, bystanders helped move the old gentleman to the side, including the driver of the white car that had barreled towards them upon smelling the strong odor of alcohol emanating from the car. He felt a surge of anger. Soon, the ambulance arrived, and Old Master One was lifted inside. Inside the ambulance, the doctor bandaged the severely bleeding areas and continuously administered chest compressions. However, the old gentleman's complexion grew increasingly pale. When Tinglan sensed the gravity of the situation and quickly notified his family to IM the emergency room, he sat outside, his phone ringing incessantly. Other family members were rushing over, seeing the call from home. He hurriedly answered. The butler's panicked and sorrowful voice came through. "Sir, the dragon fish raised by the old gentleman just jumped out of the tank and died." At those words, when Tinglan felt a jolt. As if struck by lightning, his already pale lips trembled involuntarily, yet he could not utter a word. Half a minute passed, and he remained frozen in his position, holding the phone. Just then, the emergency room door opened with a ding, and several doctors wheeled out Old Master One, who lay on the bed. "The patient has been stabilized, and consciousness is returning. Family members may assist in moving him to the ward." When Tinglan numbly lowered the phone, approaching the bedside and gazing at the elderly man's face, marred with injuries, his throat felt constricted, and he struggled to comprehend whether it was a good or bad thing that Qinqing had saved the dragon fish. Had they not rescued it, the fish might have lived a while longer, and now, having saved it, it had the strength to leap from the tank, once again shielding the old gentleman from danger. For them, it was fortuitous, but for his father, this was likely hard to accept. The following morning, when you ultimately couldn't go to school, when she and her mother arrived at the hospital, Old Master One had already regained consciousness. He opened his eyes, laboriously raising his hand to press against his heart, noticing the movement. When Tinglan hurriedly approached him, worry evident in his voice, "Dad, how do you feel?" Old Master One did not respond, but a profound unease blossomed within him, reminiscent of the indescribable feeling he had experienced many years ago when his wife passed away. "Tinglan, my heart hurts a bit." When Tinglan's expression flickered, his mood heavy as he instinctively averted his gaze. Unable to meet his father's eyes, he had hoped to conceal the truth for as long as possible, but perhaps they were truly connected in spirit, for Old Master One sensed something was amiss. "Tinglan, has something happened at home?" The old man on the bed fixed his penetrating gaze upon him. When he did not answer, Old Master One struggled to sit up, when Tinglan rushed to assist him, and they remained locked in a tense standoff for a moment. Finally, with a heavy sigh, when Tinglan reluctantly uttered, "A little over 10 minutes ago, the butler called to say the dragon fish at home jumped out of the tank." Pausing briefly, he lowered his head, his voice trembling with sorrow. "It died." After the words left his lips, Old Master One remained in a prolonged stupor. Under when Tinglan's worried gaze, he slowly lay back down, his expression vacant. He mournfully closed his eyes, sighing, as memories flickered through his mind like scenes from a film. Ever since the dragonfish fell ill, he had sought numerous doctors for treatment. Each time he administered the medication, the fish obediently opened its mouth. The doctors had said its will to survive was strong and that it cooperated well with the treatment, yet, whenever it showed slight improvement, it would test the waters by attempting to leap from the tank. Due to its weakened state, it had never succeeded. Perhaps it had sensed danger approaching and wished to shield him once more, until Qinqing came to save it. After the dragonfish regained its health, it no longer attempted to jump from the tank. Everything has a spirit. It knew that it would surely succeed next time, so it refrained from trying again, instead quietly accompanying him through the final night. It was only this morning, during his car accident, that it expended all its energy to leap from the tank and save him once more. There are countless wondrous phenomena in this world that cannot be explained by science. They say dragonfish are intelligent. How could the one he raised be so foolish? After all these years of feeding it, what made this silly fish willing to risk its life to save him? Old Master One's eyes reddened, tears streaming down his muddied cheeks. Seeing this, the people in the hospital room quietly exited, closing the door behind them, leaving him in solitude. Qinqing waited all day at school but did not see her sister Wen Yu. Summoning her courage, she sought out her teacher, only to be informed by Ms. Hua that Wen Yu's family had excused her from school. Upon hearing this, the little one returned to her seat, her spirits drooping like a wilted radish. After school, she followed the other children outside, dejectedly sitting in the car. Brother Fuyuetsi helped her inside. Noticing her gloomy demeanor, he leaned in, concerned, and asked, "What's wrong? Did someone bully you at school?" His mind could only think of this possibility. The little girl shook her head, leaning weakly against his shoulder, her tender voice heavy with disappointment. A sigh. "When you didn't come to school?" Understanding dawned in Fuyuetsi's eyes. Now he knew, seeing the little one so upset. He directly lifted her onto his lap. The proud youth, rarely tender, comforted her. "Don't worry, your sister Wen Yu has a special family situation. It's quite normal for her to miss school occasionally. Perhaps this will happen again in the future. You'll have to accept it slowly." A little Qinqing lay back, her eyes vacant. "Don't comfort me, brother. You're no good at it anyway. It just makes me feel worse." Fu Yuetzi awkwardly rubbed his nose. Once home, he carried Qinqing into the living room, where several aunts were tidying up. Two large suitcases were placed in the room. "Aunt Lu, what is going on?" Fu Yuetzi inquired. Aunt Lu smiled just as Fu Sihua descended the stairs, coincidentally catching the conversation. "Returning to the capital. What do you two have that needs packing?" Fu Yuetzi was taken aback. "Why so sudden? It's only Tuesday." "There are still 2 days until the short holiday," he abruptly asked. "What about school?" "The assistant has arranged for you to take leave." With no objections, Fu Yuetzi felt a surge of joy. Had his father not been present, he would have jumped for joy. An early holiday meant he wouldn't have to wait until the last day, missing out on the teacher's assignments that he could play for 10 days without any homework. And when it came time to submit assignments after school resumed, he could innocently claim he was absent. What a delightful turn of events. He stifled the urge to smile, feigning disappointment as he set Qinqing down and headed upstairs to gather his gaming console. Suddenly released, the little girl looked up and caught sight of his distorted expression. "Oh, my brother is acting so strangely." Qinqing paid little attention to him, slowly walking to Fu Sihua's side, raising her soft, fair face looking pitiful. "But daddy, I haven't told when you yet." Fu Sihua's gaze darkened slightly. He sighed. "She will find out." The little one, excited, grasped his hand. "Daddy, did you tell her?" Fu Sihua replied affirmatively. "Yes, I did. Her brother just came by." The little girl, relieved that when you was fine, cheerfully followed Aunt Lu upstairs to help pack Dai in the study. As Fu Sihua was organizing his computer and documents, the back of his hand accidentally brushed against something cold, causing it to tumble to the floor. He bent down to retrieve it, staring intently at the number 749 for quite some time. It was the badge of the State Security Bureau, 749 branch. Behind the badge was a string of contact numbers, with the name Shangren listed as the contact person. This was a contact sent by the Wen family, specifically the deputy director's information. Fu Sihua was aware that obtaining this contact would not be easy. Despite the Wen family's political connections, acquiring such a badge must have taken considerable effort, although he understood the Wen family meant well. Fu Sihua found himself unable to make a decision. If he were to deliver it now, the child might not comprehend the situation and could harbor resentment towards him for a lifetime. Given the current circumstances, he did not wish to see the beautiful eyes of the young girl filled with animosity towards him. He locked the token away in the safe in his study. He would retrieve it only when it became impossible to protect it or when Qinqing herself decided to go. As Fu Yuetzi finished packing, he was taken aback by the sight of numerous boxes in the living room. "Dad, have you moved the entire house to the capital?" Fu Sihua glanced at him expressionlessly before heading upstairs to knock on Fu Shueji's door. At this moment, Fu Yuetzi realized that it was his elder brother's medication. Aunt Lu carried Qinqing down from her room, holding a larger backpack. Upon her arrival, she noticed Fu Sihua was absent and instructed the young man standing nearby. "A fourth young master, after arriving in the capital, please take Miss to buy a few more clothes. The temperature there is rather cold, and the clothes at home may not be suitable." Fu Yuetzi took Qinqing's pink backpack and noted this in his phone's memo. His memo usually recorded where to have fun, but today it finally contained a serious matter. The household staff and bodyguards took the luggage away, and within 2 minutes, the living room was once again empty. "Where's Dad?" little Qinqing asked, puzzled. Fu Yuetzi sat on the sofa, holding the little one while pointing upstairs, indicating it was in his elder brother's room. Qinqing swung her little legs, and after about 3 minutes of waiting, the two individuals finally descended. Fu Yuetzi stood up, watching the pair as they came down the stairs, his feet moving as if to lend assistance. Fu Sihua supported Fu Shueji's arm, and although the latter moved at a slow pace, he exhibited remarkable patience, his face devoid of any superfluous emotion, only exuding warmth. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, Fu Shueji lifted his face, his delicate, jade-like lips pursed. "Qinqing." The little one hurried over, but her height rendered her incapable of supporting her elder brother. "You haven't come to see me in a long time." Fu Shueji raised his hand and gently ruffled her fluffy head, the sensation beneath his fingers eliciting a soft smile from his exquisitely crafted features. The little girl stuttered, her fair cheeks blooming with embarrassment. She had gone to school, endured its trials, and returned home only to collapse into sleep. Standing nearby, Fu Yuetzi, with a serious expression, lightheartedly intervened, alleviating the little one's speechlessness. Hearing this, Fu Shueji curved his lips, a gentle smile illuminating his clear eyes. "You certainly don't appear to be one who has been through such trials." Fu Sihua quietly waited for their conversation to conclude. A few minutes later, he assisted Fu Shueji as they exited. The evening light was not overly glaring. Fu Shueji shielded his eyes with his hand, gradually relaxing it as he adjusted. It had been quite a while since he had ventured out. He was sensitive to the wind, which caused headaches, rendering this light somewhat harsh for him. He squinted, focusing his gaze downward. After they left, the staff tidied up the house, leaving a key in Aunt Lu's hand. The little puppy and koi fish also followed Aunt Lu, reluctantly being carried away as if their lives depended on it. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the plane arrived in the capital. Outside the spacious airport, several cars were parked. Upon seeing people disembark, Xiaosu, who had been informed in advance, hurriedly approached, displaying unprecedented enthusiasm. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come, let me take you home." He approached, first cradling Qinqing in his arms before signaling Fu Sihua, "Let us go." Fu Sihua remained still, observing another man jogging towards them. Mr. Xiao, assistant Mufeng, rushed over, panting that he had just been confined in the car by Xiaosu's bodyguards and had to climb out through the window. Upon seeing him emerge, Xiaosu's expression stiffened, and he turned to glare at his bodyguard. "How can you not even manage one person? You're utterly useless." Mufeng, feeling wronged, pointed at him. "Mr. Xiao threatened me, forbidding me from coming to pick you up. And even locked me in the car." Faced with Fu Sihua's icy gaze, Xiaosu showed no signs of embarrassment, his thick skin rendering him fearless. "I just wanted to be the first to greet you." He grinned, subtly stepping back as he spoke. Fu Sihua noticed this and immediately discerned the man's intentions. "Put the child down." His voice was cold and sharp. "Don't be so heartless. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. Can't I cherish the child a little?" As he spoke, Xiaosu noticed a black phaeton pulling up. His heart raced. He recognized the car. It belonged to Gu Shuyan. "Damn, that scoundrel is here to snatch the child." Indeed, as the car door opened, Gu Shuyan, clad in a black coat, strode towards them. Xiaosu instantly grew vigilant, while Gu Shuyan squinted, recognizing who was holding Qinqing. Initially thinking it was Xiaosi, he focused and realized. "Hey, isn't that scoundrel Xiaosu?" Gu Shuyan immediately switched from walking to running, pointing at Xiaosu and shouting, "You shameless thief, let go of the child." Xiaosu refused to release his grip, clutching Qinqing tightly before suddenly bolting away. The little girl was startled, jostled about and unable to see the path ahead. "Daddy," her trembling voice echoed with fear. Fu Sihua heard her and instructed his assistant to pursue. Fu Yuetzi joined in, along with Gu Shuyan. As they rushed towards their car, Xiaosu shouted to his bodyguards, "Stop them." Thankfully, he had brought extra bodyguards today to thwart any potential threats. In a flurry, Xiaosu flung open the car door and tossed Qinqing into the passenger seat before quickly circling around to the driver's side. The little girl leaned against the car window, watching Fu Yuetzi struggle with the bodyguards, tears welling in her eyes as she called out for her brother. She looked pitiful, like a little kitten caught in a kidnapping. Xiaosu started the engine, turning sharply as he accelerated away from the scene. During his escape, he didn't forget to chatter nonsensically, "It's all right, Qinqing. Your brother is just playing with us. Didn't you promise Uncle Xiao you would come to my house to play?" Qinqing remained silent, feeling lost. After losing sight of Fu Yuetzi, she turned, feeling a sense of despair. "Uncle Xiao, you can't do this. I never promised you. That's just what you want." Xiaosu, lacking any scruples, kept his left hand on the steering wheel while his right hand ruffled Qinqing's little head. "Well, now I'm asking you nicely. Would you agree?" He shamelessly pouted at the little girl. "I beg you, Qinqing darling, come stay at Uncle's house for just one day, okay? The most adorable and kind-hearted little darling in the world. Could you please show some compassion for Uncle Xiao? Just as a reward for me. If it's too much, you can slap me to vent your frustration." The little one, feeling utterly defeated, slumped back like a salted fish. "Daddy will come to get me." Xiaosu nodded, not denying her statement. "Your dad doesn't have much fun at home. His place is empty and has been uninhabited for quite some time, but Uncle Xiao's house has many people to play with you. You can do whatever you want." He was well aware of his strategy, having calculated everything before coming. Upon arriving home that evening, he had to settle Xiao Shui's matters, thus he wouldn't have time to pick her up tonight. If he were to fetch her, it would be tomorrow morning, after which they would head to the old residence. His house was unoccupied and had not even hired a full-time nanny, relying solely on part-time workers for cleaning, which meant that most of the time it was empty, ill-equipped to care for a child. Qinqing found it hard to argue with him, especially as Xiaosu chattered continuously throughout the journey, soothing the little one. After about 10 minutes, the car pulled up in front of the Xiao family home. The Xiao residence was a traditional Chinese courtyard, adorned with pavilions and lush greenery. The dim yellow lights illuminated the little pond, casting dappled reflections that danced on the water's surface, where koi swam gracefully. "What do you think? Isn't Uncle Xiao's home beautiful?" Carrying the child through the corridor, Xiaosu paused beside the veranda. As this spot offered the most picturesque view, Qinqing also found it lovely. She adored places abundant with flora. However, as she had been taken against her will, she was reluctant to show Xiaosu any goodwill, thus refrained from speaking. Noticing her conflicted expression, Xiaosu grinned like a cunning fox. "I'll take you to your room." He led Qinqing up to a small attic on the second floor, where a multitude of flowers adorned the windowsill, and the wooden windows were flung open, allowing a view of the moon above. It was elegant and beautiful, a harmonious blend of ancient and modern, reminiscent of the houses in television dramas. This was a special arrangement Xiaosu had made, ensuring it was aesthetically pleasing, especially with the pink decor chosen to suit the little one's tastes. Even the bedding was pink. Xiaosu set her down on the floor, gazing at the little girl's delicate face with anticipation. "So, what do you think? Do you like it?" Qinqing awkwardly replied that she liked it. "If you like it, you should stay at Uncle's house. My family is small and quiet. What do you say?" Xiaosu seized the opportunity. The little girl paused, nearly swayed by his words. "No," she hugged herself tightly. Her small voice earnest, I still want daddy. She raised a finger, speaking gravely. Qinqing will only stay for 1 day. Alright, Xiaosu did not feel disheartened. He believed that if Qinqing spent just 1 day here, she would undoubtedly grow fond of it. After all, the garden designed by the Fu family in his city paled in comparison to the beauty of his ancestral home's garden. By dawn, she would see for herself. As he indulged in his fantasies, a bodyguard approached, announcing the arrival of Gu Shuyan. Upon hearing that name, Xiaosu immediately understood that this was an attempt to seize his child. He hastily bid farewell to Qinqing and descended with the bodyguard to confront Gu Shuyan. The young girl wandered around the room, ultimately opening the wardrobe upon discovering a neatly arranged row of children's clothing that had evidently been prepared in advance. She found herself at a loss for how to respond. Regret washed over her. Had she known that Uncle Xiao had orchestrated this from the beginning, she would have slapped him in the car. After Xiaosu left, he did not return, likely ensnared by Gu Shuyan. The moon hung high in the sky, its silvery light cascading through the attic window, illuminating the room with a warm glow. As Qinqing began to drift off, she seemed to hear the sound of the door creaking open. The door opened slightly, only to be gently closed a few seconds later. The dim light in the room revealed a small, snow-white figure nestled under the blanket, dozing off. In her half-dreaming state, she guessed that it was Uncle Xiao. Once the door shut, the footsteps gradually faded away, and Qinqing drifted back into slumber. Come morning, a cool breeze, laced with moisture, swept through the attic window, causing the securely fastened window to creak. This gust of wind stirred the slumbering girl awake. She let out a soft whimper, curling deeper into her blanket. Despite the vastness of the bed, only an eighth of the blanket had been disturbed, the rest remaining pristine and unwrinkled. Struggling to move the blanket, Qinqing opened her eyes and took a moment to gather herself. The sky was overcast, shrouded in mist, indicating it was around 5 o'clock. Slowly, the little girl crawled out from under the covers, reaching for her clothes for the day and placing them in the still warm bedding to warm them up. Once she deemed them sufficiently warmed, she emerged from the blanket and began to dress herself, clad only in a thin autumn shirt. A sudden gust of cool air enveloped her, causing her to freeze momentarily. A shiver ran down her spine and her hair stood on end. With renewed urgency, she quickly donned her clothing and rushed to the bedside to put on her shoes. After a moment's thought, she approached the wardrobe and retrieved a fluffy coat. This particular style resembled a shawl fit for a lady of high society. She wrapped herself snugly, her tousled hair giving her the appearance of a disheveled kitten. With determination, the little one opened the door and descended the stairs. In the attic, an overnight attendant resided in the servants' quarters downstairs, yet she had yet to awaken. Leaving Qinqing alone, the courtyard gate stood ajar, and she stepped outside. Dewdrops glistened on the branches and leaves, and with a breeze, they fell to the ground. The air was fresh, and the invigorating environment swiftly dispelled any lingering drowsiness. The little girl had forgotten the path she had taken the previous evening. But bundled in her fluffy coat, she wandered aimlessly nearby. As she strolled, the faint fragrance of osmanthus wafted through the air. With newfound purpose, she followed the scent to its source. A grand osmanthus tree stood majestically in the courtyard, with tiny yellow flowers the size of millet peeking out from among the leaves. Qinqing approached the tree. As the autumn breeze blew, osmanthus petals rained down upon her shoulders, adorning her fluffy shawl with fragrant blossoms, akin to embellishing a sweet, osmanthus-flavored treat. Once she ensured that no one was around, she cupped the tree trunk in her hands and infused it with a bit of her spiritual energy. As she gazed at the tree, it felt as if the osmanthus was watching her in return. The autumn breeze carried the fresh scent, permeating the entire courtyard. Releasing her grip, she tightened her shawl and prepared to depart. Just then, a sudden downpour of osmanthus flowers cascaded around her. Despite the absence of wind, the flowers from the tree fluttered down, showering her with their delicate fragrance. How courteous! She felt as though the tree was expressing its gratitude. With a sweet smile, she turned back, playfully shaking her little head like a puppy. Even though nothing had actually fallen off of the little girl, now adorned with osmanthus flowers, skipped away cheerfully. Meanwhile, in the largest attic of the residence, a woman with a cold demeanor opened a window in one of the rooms on the first floor, allowing the stench of blood to dissipate. Master, the osmanthus is in bloom, she remarked, turning to assist a slender woman towards the window. It smells delightful this year. As frost descended, she moved a chair to the window's edge, waiting for Xiao Qingdai to sit down before she stepped out to bring in a pot of flowers. After arranging everything neatly, she softly stated, Master, I will go call the people below to settle the accounts. With that, she exited and closed the door behind her. The room fell into a heavy silence, the dim light casting a pallid gloom that hinted at decay and desolation. Leaning against the window ledge, Xiao Qingdai's gaunt face bore strikingly expressive eyes, narrow and gloomy phoenix eyes, their pupils thick like spilled ink. Devoid of any spark, they resembled an endless expanse of a snowy wasteland, leaving only silence and desolation in their wake. Beautiful yet woefully melancholic, she had grown weary of the unchanging scenery outside her window over the past 3 years. Her younger brothers would occasionally change things up to amuse her, but to Xiao Qingdai, every view felt the same. Particularly in the past 2 years, she had developed an aversion to sunlight. When the first light of dawn broke, she squinted her eyes, preparing to leave this place. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed something emerging from a lush patch of flowers. That was a fluffy little ball of white, Adorned with leaves and fallen petals scampering through the woods like a small Samoyed, Qinqing paused momentarily, her usually placid heart stirred by ripples of emotion. The little ball shook its head, becoming slightly dizzy. Yet not a single leaf fell from its fur. Qinqing was growing increasingly frustrated. She reached up and grabbed a handful of leaves that had fallen onto her head. Why were they all falling on her? The little girl tugged at her shawl, meticulously brushing off the petals and leaves. Feeling a chill, she shivered and quickly put it back on. The flower bed before her was filled with many blooms known as three drunken hibiscus. But only a few had blossomed. She had never seen such flowers. In fact, she was unfamiliar with most of the flowers in the courtyard. Having spent time in an orphanage, her exposure to flowers had been exceedingly limited. The little one had followed the scent here, detecting a fragrance that only she could nurture. Standing beneath the tree, Qinqing gazed up, startled by the figure at the window. It was a very thin auntie. Her complexion pale and sickly, with striking bone structure, perhaps a result of enduring the trials of life. Her gaze held a sense of defeat and weariness, yet her elegance remained intact. Qinqing was momentarily taken aback. Sensing a familiarity in the auntie's appearance, though she could not place it. "Hello, auntie," she called sweetly from below the window. "Hello," came the soft, languid reply. Qinqing, a naturally shy child, was not one to initiate conversation with strangers. Yet, at that moment, she felt an inexplicable urge to speak at length. "Auntie, do you take care of these flowers?" she asked, pointing to the three drunken hibiscus. Qinqing regarded her face, not even glancing at the flowers, and replied flatly, "No." "Oh," Qinqing responded, not particularly disheartened, as she had merely been searching for conversation. She inched closer, studying the auntie's emaciated cheeks and translucent skin, a hint of concern etching her brow. "Auntie, are you unwell?" Perhaps due to her downward gaze, the auntie's features appeared considerably softer. "Yes," came the detached reply, her tone still cold yet tinged with indifference. "I am unwell." "Why are you unwell?" After posing that question, the little girl suddenly felt a bit too forward. Would the auntie think she was being too chatty? Qinqing remained unfazed, her mood surprisingly tranquil. "Unhappy?" Qinqing paused, her face tilting up in confusion. "Are you unhappy every day?" Qinqing nodded, lethargically adding, "Except today." Upon hearing this response, the little girl fell silent for a moment, observing the unhappy auntie behind the window. Her own heart felt heavy. What could she do? She couldn't cure unhappiness. As she pondered, Qinqing's gaze remained fixed on her face. Unwavering, suddenly, a spark ignited in the little girl's eyes, as if she had just thought of something brilliant. "Auntie, let me perform a magic trick for you," she exclaimed, turning around to pluck a flower bud from among the three drunken hibiscus behind her. Before doing so, she politely asked, "Auntie, may I pick a little flower for you?" "Go ahead," Qinqing replied lazily, leaning against the window, her eyelids drooping. She seemed curious to see what the little girl would do. Qinqing held the flower bud in her hands, lifting it high for Qinqing to see, her adorable face entirely serious. "Look, it hasn't bloomed yet." Then, she cupped the flower bud in her palms, tightening her grip. To ensure a good effect, she adjusted the bud's orientation, making certain it faced the auntie. "Auntie, watch my hands closely, okay?" Qinqing nodded in cooperation, her gaze finally shifting away from the little girl's face. Qinqing beamed, revealing a row of tiny white teeth as she stretched her hands forward, lifting them high. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, her cheerful voice chiming, "Tada, it's blooming," as those words fell from her lips. The flower bud in her hands began to unfurl at an astonishing speed. Within mere seconds, it blossomed larger than her hands could contain. Qinqing was taken aback, her eyes flitting between the flower and the little girl, whose face glowed with anticipation. At that very moment, the light broke through the clouds, the first ray of sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting a dappled glow upon the child's face. Illuminating her bright, sparkling eyes, she smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, radiating pure delight. Qinqing mused that it must be the Milky Way spilling down from the heavens, with stars cascading into her eyes, granting them such a vast, ethereal brilliance. She extended her hand, smiling softly, as her previously lifeless gaze seemed to awaken anew. In that instant, the frozen depths of a deep pool thawed, the winter snow melted away. "This is for you, this is for you." Upon witnessing her smile, Qinqing mirrored it, albeit with a somewhat silly expression, her demeanor both lively and radiant. She approached the window, tiptoeing, one hand resting on the windowsill as she struggled to lift the flower. Qinqing bent down, her chilled fingers accepting the bloom. After handing over the flower, little Qinqing took 2 steps back. Her soft, endearing voice carried a hint of playful coaxing. "Auntie, I performed a magic trick for you. You mustn't be unhappy from now on." Qinqing twirled the hibiscus flower delicately between her slender fingers, diverting her gaze towards the child. In response to the little one's expectant eyes, her pale lips parted. "No." The pitiful little bundle gazed at her with tearful eyes, resembling a small puppy. Qinqing, holding the flower, possessed a face as exquisite as a sculpture, her voice cold yet languid, captivating the soul. She added, "If this magic trick is only for me, I shall heed your words." Qinqing perked up instantly, her spirit revived. "I shall perform it just for you, I won't do it for anyone else." She raised her hand beside her head, her expression serious. "I swear." Qinqing rested her chin on her hand, the flower beside her enhancing her already vibrant presence. "Would you like to come up and play?" She inquired of the little one below. Qinqing was eager to ascend. Just as she was about to nod, a sudden explosion echoed from the distant sky. It wasn't very loud, as it was far away. Looking up, she saw fireworks bursting forth. The sun had just begun to peek over the horizon, thus the sky was not overly bright. Qinqing watched as the fireworks exploded one after another, transforming into words. When the largest firework erupted, it astonishingly took the shape of a round-faced child, with little braids and a floral dress, unmistakably a little girl. Meanwhile, Gu Shuyan stood outside the Xiao family wall, directing the bodyguards to set off the fireworks. The display boldly proclaimed, "Xiao Su, return my child." It went off once, chosen from an angle farthest from Xiao Qingdai, ensuring it wouldn't disturb her yet still be visible. Beside Gu Shuyan, Fu Sihua averted his gaze with difficulty. His voice calm. "Are you certain this will be effective?" "Absolutely," Gu Shuyan exclaimed passionately, gesturing towards the mansion in frustration. "Xiao Su is shameless. If Gu sees this, she certainly won't stand idly by." Last night, Xiao Su had audaciously ordered the bodyguards to throw him out, infuriating him to the point where he arranged these fireworks overnight. Fu Sihua, uninterested in their commotion, quietly instructed the driver, "Head to the main entrance." Thus, after Gu Shuyan vented his righteous indignation, he turned around to find that Fu Sihua had already vanished. Within the attic, Xiao Qingdai indeed witnessed the spectacle. She looked down at the bewildered little bundle and asked in a flat tone, "Were you brought here by Xiao Su?" "Yes, yes." Qinqing clenched her little fists, feeling somewhat angry at the recollection. Her rosy cheeks puffed up as she indignantly recounted, although it was their first day meeting. She felt an urge to confide in her. Little Qinqing was unaware that she subconsciously believed Auntie would trust her. It was Uncle Xiao. He was next to the airplane, blocking my brother, and then he carried me away. Running and running, bringing me here. Xiao Qingdai understood, casting a glance at the flower in her hand, then at the pot of flowers brought by Xuanzhang earlier. Beginning to grasp the situation, the door to the room swung open. And without turning around, she addressed the entering Xuanzhang. "Return the child to her family, then summon Xiao Su to me." Xuanzhang nodded and exited to find Qinqing. As the little bundle was lifted to leave, she waved towards the aunt in the attic. In a sweet, childish voice, she called, "Auntie, you must be happy every day." Xiao Qingdai nodded, her tone calm. "You must remember to fulfill your promise to me as well." "Okay," came the exuberant reply. A few minutes later, Xuanzhang returned, gently pushing the door open to let someone in. Xiao Su, having learned of the events on his way, entered with his head bowed, obediently greeting, "Elder sister." Xiao Qingdai reclined in her chair, her expression weary as she twirled the flower in her hand. With her back to the light source, Xiao Su could not discern the expression on her face. "That child is the one you took." After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke, her voice detached, devoid of emotion. Xiao Su affirmed, raising his head with a hint of urgency in his tone, "Elder sister, the child possesses unique abilities. The flowers were all gathered from her vicinity. You must have smelled the osmanthus outside today." That is, before he could finish, Xiao Qingdai lifted her delicate, pallid face, her expression as calm as a frozen lake, sending chills down one's spine. Not aloud, Xiao Su was taken aback, his clenched fists at his side tightening and relaxing in succession. "Elder sister, please listen to me." For the first time, he dared to confront Xiao Qingdai. "I know I've wronged her, and I will compensate her in other ways, but her abilities are truly remarkable. If she stays here for a few days, it may be more beneficial than a month of your medication." Upon hearing this, the room fell into a heavy silence. Xuanzhang stood by the door, lowering her head to minimize her presence. Xiao Qingdai tightened her grip on the flower, her gaze frigid as she calmly uttered two words. "Come here." Xiao Su's heart sank. He approached with a stern face. Once near, he knelt on the cold ground. Xiao Qingdai set the hibiscus aside and raised her hand, delivering a sharp slap to him. The sound echoed, and Xiao Su turned his face away, his eyes reddening. Xiao Qingdai remained expressionless, her gaze locked onto his, her dark eyes swirling with ink-like intensity, her thin lips parted, her voice steady and chilling. Enunciating each word, I said, not aloud. Xiao Su understood she was angry. He dared not utter a word, bowing his head as he apologized softly. "Elder sister, I realize my mistake. Please do not be upset." Xiao Qingdai withdrew her hand. Wearily closing her eyes, her phoenix-like gaze tinged with a hint of red, now slightly dimmed, she appeared even more listless, her face pale. She harbored a deep hatred for all who abducted children in this world. Regardless of their reasons, compensations, or identities, it was unacceptable. Noticing her eyes closed, Xiao Su's pale lips tightened, his heart ached as he contemplated saying something when Xuanzhang approached, bending down to whisper in his ear. "Third young master, perhaps you should return for now." Xiao Su lifted his gaze, taking in the sickly hue on Xiao Qingdai's face, filled with regret. He knew well that his elder sister was unwell. How could he have argued with her as if possessed? Rising from the ground, he spoke softly, almost afraid to disturb her. "Elder sister, I shall take my leave." Once outside the attic, Xiao Su touched his face. Wincing in pain, that slap, delivered in anger, had used all his strength. If it hurt him so much, it must have pained his elder sister as well, and now not only was his face stinging, but his heart also ached. He resolved to speak to her when she felt better, suggesting that next time she could let Xuanzhang administer the slap instead. He would endure the pain, not wanting her to hurt her delicate hand. Moments earlier, the little Qinqing carried out by Xuanzhang spotted her father in the Xiao family's living room. Joyfully, she stretched out her arms, her sweet voice ringing out, "Daddy Yufusihua," who had been conversing with the Xiao family's steward. Paused and turned to her. The little girl was set down, and she gleefully rushed to hug his leg. "I knew you would come to get me." The sweet osmanthus fragrance enveloped him. Fu Sihua bent down to lift her up, brushing the leaves from her head as he bid farewell to the steward. "Mr. Fu, take care." Xuanzhang smiled. Fu Sihua paused momentarily upon seeing Xuanzhang. He anticipated that someone from Xiaoqingdai's side would be the one to deliver the child. He nodded slightly and, holding the child, turned to leave. "Daddy in the car." The little girl lifted her face, her curiosity piqued. "Where are we going?" "Home," he responded succinctly after a brief pause, perhaps realizing his tone sounded somewhat cold. Fu Sihua added in a gentle voice, "To the house in the capital. Your two brothers are there." Oh, the little girl gazed out of the car window with anticipation, having stayed up late the previous night and being awakened by the morning breeze. Her eyelids gradually grew heavy. As the vehicle turned left at a traffic light, her body swayed along. Fu Sihua noticed and extended his hand to support her back, ensuring she wouldn't topple over. His entire palm rested firmly against her back, steadying her. The little girl leaned toward him, her body naturally tilting in his direction. Between the two seats was a central armrest, made of a rather hard material. Just as her little head was about to bump against it, Fu Sihua swiftly placed his hand underneath. His palm, large and dry, provided a cushion, and the little girl snuggled against it, contentedly closing her eyes. "Qinqing." Fu Sihua maintained his hold on her small head, gently calling her name. Qinqing did not open her eyes, her consciousness drifting into slumber. In a slightly spoiled tone, she murmured, "Daddy, I'm sleepy." Then sleep. After uttering this, Fu Sihua kept his hand steady, maintaining this position until they reached home. It was an opulent riverside mansion, facing the most prosperous financial harbor in the capital, not only beautiful in scenery but also exorbitantly priced. Fu Sihua held her securely with one hand while pressing the button for the 9th floor in the elevator with the other. The little girl was soundly asleep, a tiny osmanthus flower having somehow adhered to the tip of her nose. When the elevator came to a halt, she groggily heard a chime, opened her eyes for a fleeting moment, and then drifted back into slumber. Inside the room, Fu Yuetzi opened the door. "Dad, you got." He had only uttered 2 words when he caught sight of the sleeping Qinqing and swallowed the words that were about to escape his lips. He stepped forward, pushed open the door to a bedroom, and gently placed the slumbering girl inside before both of them made their way to the living room. "Dad, Grandpa just called and asked you to come over." Fu Sihua lowered his gaze and patted the tiny osmanthus flowers on his clothes, which were fragrant on his hands as well. By the way, there's something else, noticing the unfamiliar outfit that Qinqing was wearing. He recalled what Aunt Lu had instructed him. "Qinqing doesn't have many clothes. We need to buy some." "Alright." Fu Sihua did not pry further, he was the type to silently reach for his wallet. He took out his phone and called his assistant, asking him to filter through some children's clothing brands to bring over. After hanging up, he turned to the young man beside him. "I'm heading to the old house. I don't know when I'll be back. Once Qinqing wakes up, you can contact Mufeng. There will be an aunt and a chef arriving around 10. I'll notify the security before I go down. If I'm not back by noon, you all can eat on your own." "Understood." Around 7 o'clock, the little girl woke up, initially a bit dazed. She quickly became alert upon realizing she was in an unfamiliar environment. She hurriedly emerged from beneath the covers, donned her shoes, and ran to the door. The door here was different from the one in her bedroom in City A. The doorknob was not lowered intentionally, and she could not reach it. Thus, the little one began to knock on the door while calling out, "Is anyone there?" Just then, Fu Yuetzi happened to pass by and, hearing the commotion, opened the door to find the small figure behind it. "Awake, little sister, brother." At the sight of him, Qinqing's eyes lit up with surprise. "It's you, brother. I'm home." A deeper smile danced in Fu Yuetzi's eyes as he bent down to lift the little girl into his arms. Her nose filled with the sweet scent of osmanthus. "Yes, our dad brought you back. This is our home in the capital." He called the downstairs restaurant to have breakfast sent up. In the meantime, he contacted his assistant again, instructing him to bring the selected children's clothing brands over. A little over 10 minutes later, after Qinqing finished her meal and emerged from the dining room, she was met with the sight of the drastically transformed living room, her small face filled with bewilderment. Once an empty space, the living room was now bustling with people and an abundance of clothes. "Brother," she turned to look at Fu Yuetzi. With a grand gesture, he exuded a lavish air, as if he were the one footing the bill for the entire occasion. "Sister, choose whatever you like." Several brand representatives eagerly surrounded the little girl, introducing her to their respective brands. Fu Yuetzi sat nearby, watching for a while and occasionally offering his opinions. Under his haphazard suggestions, Qinqing tried on several outfits in succession. Initially, Fu Yuetzi genuinely wanted to help her select suitable clothes, but as he watched her change from one outfit to another, he found himself becoming somewhat addicted to the process. "Why does this feel like playing a game?" he mused. Thus, he began to direct her whimsically, arranging for the next set of clothes even before she finished trying on the previous one. Qinqing emerged from the room, feeling utterly drained as she glanced at the queue of over a dozen outfits before her. Her vision momentarily darkening, she turned around just in time to hear Fu Yuetzi saying, also grab that white bear outfit, and let us try the yellow one too, never mind, let us line up every color. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, she exclaimed, brother, you're so mean. The little girl, her cheeks flushed with indignation, raised her tiny fists and playfully pounced on him, mock threatening, I'll get you. The representatives from the various brands chuckled at the sight of the sibling duo. Their hearts simultaneously swelling with the thought, what a wonderful bond they share. At that moment, one of the senior sales associates quietly hung the garments on a rack, discreetly opened her phone, and began recording the playful antics of the siblings from behind a cover. After some time of playful banter, the little girl clung to Fu Yuetzi's arm, her voice soft and endearing as she asked, brother, can you please not make me try on clothes anymore? Though framed as a question, it resembled more of a plea. Fu Yuetzi rested his chin on his hand, a teasing smile gracing his lips as he elongated his tone. Well, that is not entirely out of the question. Unaware of the teasing in his voice, Qinqing assumed he was earnest, her ears perked up like those of a curious kitten, focused and anxious to hear his response. Fu Yuetzi stifled a laugh, thinking, what if we don't let Qinqing try on anymore? He hesitated to say it aloud, but Qinqing, growing impatient, blurted it out for him. After she spoke, she gazed up at her brother with eager anticipation. Unable to contain himself, Fu Yuetzi reluctantly diverted his gaze away from her adorably innocent face to the brand representatives, who were all wearing expressions of maternal delight. Let them all stay. A wave of joy swept over the representatives at his words. However, Qinqing was utterly astonished. She turned to look at the pile of clothes in the living room, a vivid image of herself carrying all those garments to open a clothing store flashing through her mind. Brother, she exclaimed, suddenly anxious. All right. Fu Yuetzi reassured her, just listen to your brother. If we can't wear them all, we'll donate them. Nothing will go to waste. He embraced Qinqing, then raised his hand to signal the representatives that they could leave. Once the room quieted down, Fu Yuetzi released Qinqing from his hold. Good girl. He ruffled the already tousled hair of the child, then rose from the sofa to fetch his favorite plain water. After drinking, he realized that having all those clothes in the living room was rather cumbersome, and began contemplating where to store them. He checked every empty room, finally pausing at the doorway of the master bedroom. This room boasted the best lighting and view in the house, and was also the largest, yet it remained unoccupied. Leaning against the doorframe, Fu Yuetzi appeared somewhat lost in thought. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, located his father's WeChat ID, and composed a message, Dad, I converted the room Sunanchi liked into a dressing room for my sister. He hadn't anticipated Fu Sihua would respond immediately, so he was about to close his phone when a message popped up just before he did. Go ahead. Staring at the two words on the screen, Fu Yuetzi felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. He lifted his gaze to the pristine room, devoid of any signs of habitation. This space was indeed the largest, making it just about suitable for a dressing room for his sister. Fu Yuetzi turned to find Qinqing. Initially intending to call his assistant Mufeng, however, as he picked up his phone, he thought it might be nice to step out for a breath of fresh air, thus he called the driver instead. Qinqing, he called to the little one, who had her back turned to him. She ignored him, her small head buried in the sofa, still in a state of solitude. Ignoring me, are we? Fu Yuetzi poked her round back gently and leaned in to ask, are you really not going to acknowledge me? Fine. He stood up from the sofa, went to his room to change into a thicker sweatshirt, and as he prepared to leave, he stood by the door and instructed her. Brother is stepping out. I'll be back shortly. You behave at home, and if you get bored, watch some television. Little Qinqing raised her head to glance at the door, but she was a second too late. She didn't see Fu Yuetzi and only caught sight of the closed door. After pausing for a moment, she slid off the sofa and navigated around the racks of clothes. She wandered about the house, searching for any greenery, but the place was stark and bare, with the only hint of color being a small dinosaur onesie hanging on the rack. With a sigh of boredom, the little girl suddenly remembered that her third brother had brought his jasmine plant with him when he came over, and it should be at home now. Thus Qinqing began knocking on each door in search of it. Her father had mentioned that both of her brothers were at home this morning. She knocked on each door, pressing her ear against each one to listen for any sounds. If there was none, she moved to the next door. As she approached the next door, the one she had just knocked on swung open. Brother, she quickly dashed back, standing beside Fu Shueji, looking up at him. Originally she had intended to play with the flowers, but upon seeing Fu Shueji, the little girl changed her mind once more. Do you want to come out and play? Fu Shueji extended his hand, allowing Qinqing to take it. What about Xiao Xiai? He asked gently. He went out. Qinqing recalled what Fu Yuetzi had said before he left. Renovation. She said uncertainly. Which room is being renovated? Leading him by the hand, she cheerfully replied, Brother, I'll take you there. I saw it. Fu Shueji followed closely behind her, his beautiful eyes cast downward. Qinqing brought him to a door. Brother, it's this one. Fu Shueji glanced at it, then suddenly coughed softly into his hand, not violently, but in a way that made one feel a pang of discomfort, noticing the worried look in the little girl's eyes. He suppressed it, gently ruffling her hair and softly asking, did he mention what he wanted to do? Qinqing pointed toward the living room, truthfully stating, Brother bought me so many clothes that there is no space left. He said to put them here. I see. Fu Shueji replied slowly, his tone light and gentle, akin to a soft spring breeze. It seemed a bit unfair to Qinqing. Unaware of the implications, Qinqing shook her head vigorously, insisting, I'm not upset, not at all. Just then, the doorbell rang. Little Qinqing turned her head toward the door, surprised. Is it my brother? No, even if Fu Yuetzi does not carry a key, she cannot be without her fingerprint. Fu Shueji walked over to unlock the door, with the little girl anxiously following at his side. A brother, could it be a bad person? No, came his voice, smooth as the sound of jade clashing. Those allowed entry into this community are either residents or guests brought by the residents themselves. Non-residents are accompanied by security personnel until they depart. He instinctively believed it must be someone related to his father. With that thought, Fu Shueji opened the door. Xiao Shui, what brings you to the capital? The question came from a woman's voice, notably cold and tinged with confusion. Fu Shueji's hand lingered on the door, and he remained silent, hesitating for a long while. The woman stepped inside, her tone naturally laced with reproach. Why are you running around when your health is poor? Didn't your father take you to a city? Why aren't you staying there? So many people at home are concerned about your health. Are you deliberately trying to worry them? Fu Shueji bowed his head, his gaze dim, as if shrouded in dust. His voice was cautious, reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing. No, it was Dad who said he didn't want me to stay home alone. The woman fixed her gaze on his downcast eyes for a few seconds, her expression shifting slightly. Surprisingly, her response was one of denial. In just 7 days, with so many servants at home, what could possibly happen? Fu Shueji glanced at her, his lips moving as if to speak, but ultimately no words escaped his mouth. His head seemed to bow even lower. One of his hands still held on to Qinqing, his fingers weakly loosening their grip. A flicker of impatience crossed Su Nanqi's eyes. She had always found Fu Shueji's demeanor rather spineless. A few words from her would render him silent and submissive. He had been quite obedient as a child, but ever since his illness, he had transformed into this unappealing version of himself. She diverted her gaze, looking down at the little girl standing by Fu Shueji's side. With rosy cheeks and a small hand tightly gripping her companion's, the child's large dark eyes looked at her with apprehension. Auntie, hello. Her voice was as faint as a whisper, and after speaking, she timidly retreated behind Fu Shueji. Su Nanqi recalled the video she had just seen, feeling an acute pang of discomfort. A close acquaintance had sent it, showcasing Fu Yuetzi holding a strange little girl, their relationship appearing quite intimate. Who are you, and how did you end up in the Fu family? The woman's voice was cold and cutting, her gaze particularly guarded. Qingqing's little head was momentarily blank. Just as she was about to respond, Fu Shueji tightened his grip on her hand, reclaiming her attention. He lifted his head, his voice gentle and clear. She is my sister. Su Nanqi's face darkened in an instant, her voice rising sharply, becoming somewhat abrasive. A sister. She scrutinized Qingqing's delicate features, gritting her teeth as an unnamed fury surged within her. Are you implying that Fu Sihua has fathered a child with another woman? Fu Shueji remained silent, appearing to acquiesce. From Su Nanqi's perspective, her anger swelled, and with a loud bang, she slammed the door shut. The resounding noise sent a tremor through both siblings. Is that woman at home? Su Nanqi pushed past Fu Shueji, not noticing as he stumbled slightly. Brother, Qingqing called out worriedly, supporting him. Fu Shueji reassured her, it's fine, as he led her into the living room. Upon seeing the countless racks of clothes in the room, Su Nanqi froze. She approached, glanced at the tags, then turned back with a face full of derision directed at the two siblings, repeating the word good 3 times. It was evident she was genuinely furious. Her expression as frigid as ice. Qingqing felt a twinge of fear, realizing that this aunt's malice was aimed at her. Fu Shueji shielded her, positioning her behind him. Witnessing this, Su Nanqi's anger intensified. Despite her own frail condition, struggling to walk, she felt compelled to protect this illegitimate child. For a fleeting moment, Su Nanqi felt herself to be the outsider. Unable to contain herself any longer, she unleashed her frustration, her voice dripping with scorn. Fu Shueji, I am your real mother. I brought you into this world. Qingqing's eyes widened in shock, looking up at her brother in disbelief, then back at the aunt before her. Yet, on the day she was brought back, her brother had mentioned that they had no mother. Your father had a child with another woman. I see you've been ill for so long that your mind has become dull. Danti, tell me you don't understand what this implies. Her tone was icily disdainful, her gaze piercing. Fu Shueji felt the weight of her contempt, as if he were being regarded as worthless. He lowered his eyes, unable to confront her stare, his voice trembling. This is a matter of our family. It has nothing to do with you. As he spoke, the tension in the air thickened ominously. What did you say? Her voice was laced with cold fury. Su Nanqi stepped closer, closing the distance between them. Her voice was sharp, her teeth clenched in anger. You took a trip to a city and dared to speak to me like this. You crawled out of my womb. Without me, you wouldn't even exist in this world, and now you say I'm the outsider. She glared at his pale face, her eyes filled with hatred and disgust. It was not a mother's gaze, it was the gaze of an adversary. Fu Shueji felt as if a lump lodged in his throat, bowing his head as if an apology, yet his words contradicted that sentiment. His voice quivered. Dad gave you money, we signed a severance agreement, there is no longer a mother-son relationship. Fu Shueji, Sunanchi's face flushed a deep crimson from rage, her breath growing heavy. You never dared to speak to me like this before. Did that woman teach you? She cast a glance at the trembling little girl, her teeth gritted in anger. Did she entice you to turn against your own mother, siding with an illegitimate child? Before Fu Shueji could finish, she suddenly raised her hand and struck him hard across the face. The sound echoed, followed by the crash of a nearby clothes rack toppling over. The frail young man fell against the rack. Blood seeping from the corner of his pale lips, his disheveled black hair contrasted with the crimson staining his white clothing, his body trembling uncontrollably. He resembled a shattered jade sculpture, marred by splashes of red. Brother, Qinqing's vision darkened, and she rushed to his side. Upon seeing the pool of blood, her complexion turned as pale as a sheet, her legs buckling as she sank to the ground. Brother, tears brimming in her eyes. She cried out in terror, her sobs loud and heart-wrenching, unlike any she had let out before. Through her blurred vision, she spotted Sunanchi approaching. The earlier scene of the slap left a shadow in her mind. And as the woman drew near, she instinctively thought she was coming to strike again. She scrambled to her feet, stumbling as she positioned herself in front of Sunanchi. Auntie, please don't hit him. Sunanchi halted, and at that moment Fu Shueji's weak voice broke through. Qinqing. The little girl turned back, her eyes wide as those of a frightened rabbit. Go to your room. His face was pale, tinged with a hint of blue, his forehead slick with cold sweat. Qinqing's red, swollen eyes only filled with more tears. I want tea leave. Her small voice trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks, pulling at the heartstrings. I'll protect you, brother. I'll protect you. Just as her expression had changed moments before she slapped Fu Shueji, Qinqing hurriedly rushed over. After getting up from the ground, as she drew closer, she happened to overhear her brother's words. She is not a bastard, she is my father's daughter, and he cares for her deeply. He was meticulous in his thoughts, fully aware of how to break Sunanchi's defenses. He did it intentionally. He would also harbor resentment. At that very moment, a fleeting thought of dying flashed through his mind. Fu Shueji, Sunanchi's eyes brimmed with anger, and she extended her hand as if to strike him. Witnessing this, Qinqing promptly leaped forward, clasping Sunanchi's outstretched hand with both of hers, her voice laced with sobs as she pleaded, Auntie, please don't hit him. The little girl's eyes were red. Her vision blurred, and as she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks onto her clothing. Her voice was hoarse and intermittent as she continued, Auntie, he is lying to you. I'm not Dad's daughter. Sunanchi halted, casting a skeptical glance at her. With a quivering voice, Qinqing continued, I'm an orphan. No one wants me. It was Dad who brought me back. Upon hearing this, Sunanchi's expression shifted, as if all her earlier anger dissipated in an instant. She turned to look at the boy lying on the ground and asked, is what she said true? Fu Shueji remained silent, his eyes closed, his heart aching with a throbbing pain. For the first time, he felt a sense of disdain for his own origins. Why did he have such a mother? The sounds around him gradually faded, and as Sunanchi stood up, a hint of resentment crept into her thoughts. Why did you deceive me? If you had just said she was an orphan, would there have been so much turmoil? After saying this, Sunanchi felt a pang of uncertainty. She shifted her gaze back to Qinqing. And you, why didn't you say something sooner? The little one cried out apologies, continuously expressing her remorse. Fu Shueji opened his eyes, his gaze vacant and lifeless, his breath shallowed. It felt as if a powerful hand had a firm grip on his heart, inflicting a despairing agony. He could not see Qinqing's face, only the trembling of her back, even the little barriers on her clothing quivering along with her. She was already an orphan. Why must she be bullied? Are you satisfied now? Fu Shueji's words were barely audible, and his groans turned increasingly hoarse. As Sunanchi furrowed her brow, what are you saying? Upon seeing Fu Shueji's condition, she suppressed her urge to scold him. Fearing he might truly be in danger, she asked, where are your medications? I will fetch them for you. Fu Shueji, in evident pain, replied with a tone of resignation, you need not concern yourself with me. His voice was weary. Just go. Rarely did Sunanchi show concern for him, yet she was met with such dismissiveness. Her expression hardened as she surveyed the chaotic scene on the ground, then coldly turned to leave. After all, there was still a child present. She would call Fu Sihua, trusting that nothing serious would occur. She had lived in this neighborhood, purchasing her home with a substantial sum given to her by Fu Sihua during their divorce over a decade ago. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Qinqing wiped her tears and knelt beside Fu Shueji. She looked at the blood, terrified, her body trembling. Brother, do you need your medicine? I'll get it for you. The little girl grasped his hand, her eyes swollen from crying, her tender voice hoarse. As her panic escalated, she exclaimed, brother, are you going to die? Fu Shueji gazed at her face, the scenery before him gradually blurring. When he spoke, his voice quivered. I'm sorry. He slowly closed his eyes, resembling a wilting flower. Qinqing, frightened, shook his body, her expression one of panic and helplessness. She stood up and dashed to Fu Shueji's room to fetch the medicine. However, the room was immaculate. After searching in vain, all she found was an empty bowl that seemed to have contained medicine on the bedside table. There were remnants at the bottom, traces of the medicinal residue. The little one, not understanding, climbed onto the bed to reach for the bowl, cradling it in her arms as she ran back to Fu Shueji. She held the bowl to his lips, crying out, Brother, drink your medicine, brother. She tilted the bowl, and the medicinal liquid flowed down to his cheek, eventually soaking into his clothing. Qinqing, tears streaming down her face, tried repeatedly, yet the bowl was nearly empty, not a single drop reaching Fu Shueji's lips. Her voice turned desperate and piercing as she looked around, crying out, "Is there anyone who can save my brother? Someone, please save him." The room was vast, and after her call echoed back to her. Her voice grew hoarse until it faded completely. Qinqing stared at the bowl in her hands, her fingertips twitching as those small green specks fell into it. She set the bowl aside, gazing at her hands. Placing her last hope in them, she had no idea if these things could even enter a person's body. She had never tried. "Please, I beg you, save my brother," the little girl implored softly to her hands. Soon after, she knelt beside Fu Shueji, placing her hands on his shoulders. As the green dots seeped into her brother's wounds, she was uncertain of their efficacy, yet it provided her a glimmer of hope. Easing her fears, her eyes began to ache, but she dared not withdraw her hands to wipe them. Gradually, time slipped away, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead as she felt the strain. If one were to peel back Fu Shueji's clothing at that moment, they would see his previously ghastly wounds healing at an astonishing rate. Fu Shueji slowly regained consciousness, sensing a warm sensation coursing through his limbs. Reminiscent of floating in warm water, buoyed by its gentle embrace, he opened his eyes just in time to catch a glimpse of a small green speck leaping before him, seemingly alive, bouncing into his body and leaving a faint green glow in his pupils. He thought he was hallucinating, but upon shifting his gaze away, he was taken aback. He once again saw those tiny green dots separating from Qinqing's fingertips, cascading down like raindrops, gracefully merging into his being. His gaze traveled upward to the delicate features of the little girl, her lashes fluttering against her eyelids as she gazed down, the shadows they cast dancing gently. Fu Shueji raised his hand. A dawning realization washing over him, the little one's previously rosy cheeks had turned pale, her eyes reflecting weariness and frailty. He lifted his injured arm, his slender, weak hand suddenly resting atop Qinqing's soft, white one. Interrupting her, the little girl flinched, her shoulders trembling slightly upon recognizing the owner of that hand, her pupils dilated as if an electric current surged through her, leaving her elated, unable to contain herself. Qinqing threw her arms around his neck, burying her face in the crook of Fu Shueji's neck, weeping loudly. "Brother, I thought you..." Her tender voice was hoarse and feeble, punctuated by sobs. Fu Shueji enveloped her in his arms, intending to say something, but the bitter taste of the medicine lingered in his mouth. He recognized that flavor all too well. He glanced down at the floor and indeed spotted the familiar bowl. Early that morning, just past 5, his father had prepared the medicine. Later, he had gone to fetch Qinqing, assisted by Xiao Xi in filtering it. The filtering had been inadequate, leaving behind a residue that made each sip a struggle to swallow. He had left it on the bedside table, unable to finish it due to its unpleasantness. Now, finding it here was hardly surprising. Fu Shueji lowered his gaze to the little girl clinging to him. Unable to articulate anything, tightening his embrace slightly. In the span of his over a decade-long existence, meaningful moments had been scarce, and at this moment, this counted as one. The room was eerily silent, the only sound being the little girl's cries. The fabric of his collar grew damp from her tears, warm against his skin. The little one cried for quite a while, her sobs resonating through him. Fu Shueji gently stroked her head, his dark eyes fixed on her. "Qinqing," he spoke, his voice raspy yet considerably improved. Qinqing's arms remained snug around him, the little barriers of her outfit drooping listlessly. She remained silent, her emotions still turbulent. After a while, Fu Shueji comforted her until she finally lifted her head. Her eyes were red and bloodshot, filled with discomfort. She wiped her tears away with her hands, unsteadily rising to her feet, then bending down to grasp Fu Shueji's hand. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "Brother, let us call Dad. You need to go to the hospital." Fu Shueji touched his wound, feeling the blood was somewhat sticky, yet it appeared to have healed, and he felt no pain. He suppressed his astonishment. Rising from the ground, ready to speak when he heard the door creak open and shut, Qinqing froze, thinking it was that auntie returning. Quickly glancing back, the person entering was Fu Yuetzi, accompanied by the designer and measurement personnel from the renovation company. He had just finished discussing his requirements there, and upon learning it was for Yun Jini Chang, they had promptly dispatched their best designer and measurement team. Thus, he had not taken long at all. As Fu Yuetzi entered, still conversing with the designer, he walked through the foyer and reached the doorway of the reception room, only to be met with a scene of utter chaos that left him stunned. Upon seeing him, Qinqing finally relaxed, her lips pouting as she called out to her brother with a sense of grievance. Fu Yuetzi stood there in shock, his heart racing, and he abandoned the designer he had just been speaking to as he rushed inside. What on earth happened? He urgently inquired about the situation, and upon noticing the large pool of blood on Fu Shueji's shoulder, his mind momentarily went blank, the sound of his racing heartbeat echoing in his chest. "Third brother, you're injured." He was at a loss for what had transpired, hastily pulling out his phone to call the hospital. However, Fu Shueji, raising his hand to rest it on the phone, halted his actions. "I will explain later, let them leave for now," he said, his voice hoarse yet gentle. Fu Yuetzi paused, realizing that the hand restraining him was the very one that bore Fu Shueji's injury, looking up. He noticed that his brother's complexion appeared surprisingly better than it had that morning, while Qingqing's face was ashen, a pallor he had never seen before. A strange thought flickered in Fu Yuetzi's mind. It was as if these two had exchanged their states. The renovation crew had yet to depart, and despite his myriad questions, he swallowed them down. He turned to the workers and apologized. "I'm afraid there is some family matter today. I will contact you another time." With the workers, sensing the gravity of the situation, left without further inquiry. Once the door was closed behind them, Fu Yuetzi returned, his gaze falling on the tear-stained eyes of Qingqing. Then on his bloodied brother. Anxiety surged within him, his voice growing increasingly urgent. "What happened while I was away? Who has harmed you too?" Fu Shueji glanced up, cradling the little one nestled on the sofa. And when he uttered the name, his voice was faint. "Sunanchi." She came. At the mention of this name, Fu Yuetzi's expression shifted dramatically, a tumult of hatred and loathing brewing within him, perhaps a blend of both. He still could not fathom why his father had chosen to marry such a woman. In his youth, brimming with vigor and surrounded by admirers, he must have had countless options. Fu Yuetzi would rather not exist in this world than to be the son of such a person. Suppressing the turmoil within, he inhaled deeply, the knot in his chest remaining unresolved. "I will call Uncle Gu to come and examine you." Upon his utterance, Fu Shueji spoke again, his tone low and soothing. "Do not concern yourself with my condition, just have them check on Qingqing." The little girl beside him quickly shook her head, her weak voice tinged with urgency. I'm fine." Fu Yuetzi set his phone down, feeling even more perplexed by their states, and asked with growing suspicion, "What exactly is going on with you two?" He moved closer to Fu Shueji, observing the fabric of his clothing, torn by some object. Blood seeping through and staining the surrounding material. Casting a glance back at the fallen clothes rack, Fu Yuetzi began to piece together the situation. Yet with so much blood, how could his brother claim he was fine? His handsome face grew serious, recognizing the severity of the injury. Just the sight of it suggested a grave wound, and Fu Yuetzi could hardly fathom how Sunanchi could so callously leave after inflicting such harm. His voice grew somber as he found himself asking, "Did she call an ambulance when she left?" Fu Shueji coughed softly and shook his head. No, the mere utterance of that word made Fu Yuetzi grit his teeth, his hatred for that heartless woman intensifying. Although he had long known that Sunanchi held no affection for them, the events of today sent a chill down his spine. Memories of the past enveloped him like the bitter winds of winter, leaving an indelible shadow. "Shao Xiai." Fu Shueji suddenly called out to him. Fu Yuetzi replied with a subdued suppressing the simmering hatred within him, his gaze a mixture of despair and resignation. "Take a look at the wound on my shoulder." At his words, Fu Yuetzi hesitated, lowering his lashes as he raised his hand. His movements seemed slowed, and as he reached the fabric, Fu Yuetzi's voice came out muffled. "Brother. It's fine." Fu Shueji reassured him. Fu Yuetzi murmured a soft "all right" and slowly began to pull back the torn fabric, his eyelashes trembling, his delicate fingertips brushed against the blood-stained cloth, the vivid crimson stark against the fabric. His breath hitched slightly as he parted the material just a bit more. Beneath lay skin marred by blood, precisely as he had envisioned. A fresh scent of blood assaulted his senses, prompting Fu Yuetzi to avert his gaze, tugging the ripped fabric wider. "Brother." Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he dared not look directly, merely stealing sidelong glances at the expanse of blood. "Did you see?" Fu Shueji inquired. "Not yet." Fu Yuetzi uttered those two words, his gaze stiffening as it returned, yet he froze for a moment, seemingly drawn closer to confirm something, gently widening the area. "Is there anything?" Fu Shueji, unable to turn his head, asked in confusion. "And nothing at all." As he spoke, Fu Yuetzi could hardly believe his own words as he brushed his fingers against Fu Shueji's skin. "Nothing, not even a scratch." His eyes widened in shock, and Fu Shueji mirrored that astonishment. However, having anticipated this outcome, he quickly regained his composure. "This is what I wanted to tell you," Fu Shueji said, cradling the drowsy Qingqing. Clasping her hand. "My wound has healed. Qingqing saved me." Fu Yuetzi struggled to comprehend. It wasn't that he couldn't understand, but rather that he found it impossible to envision. Fu Shueji faltered, unsure how to articulate the greenish glimmers he had witnessed, pausing before saying, "It seems to be a special ability." The mere mention of those words enlightened Fu Yuetzi, flooding his mind with images from a city. He felt a wave of realization wash over him. Upon regaining his senses, he knelt before the sofa, gently cupping Qingqing's frail face. "Qingqing is unwell." Fu Shueji nodded in affirmation, recalling the image he had seen upon waking, his voice slow and deliberate. "Using her ability drained her strength. I stopped her when I SAW. For how much energy had been expended before he awakened, Fu Shueji had no way of knowing, but to heal such deep wounds, it could only mean. Fu Yuetzi leaned closer, softly calling out Qingqing's name, eliciting a weak response from the little girl. She sounded like a newborn kitten, her voice hoarse and heart-wrenching. In his anxious state, Fu Yuetzi found himself speaking rapidly. "What do we do? Should we tell Dad? Can we take her to the hospital? Will the doctors discover her ability?" Unable to find answers, Fu Yuetzi resorted to Baidu, but even the usually omniscient search engine took a long while to return with a jumble of irrelevant information. Fu Shueji looked up, his demeanor slightly calmer. "Call Dad and have him come back." Obediently, Fu Yuetzi reached for his phone, harboring some resentment towards Fu Siwa. As the phone rang, he couldn't help but voice his thoughts. If it weren't for him marrying Sunanchi, how could our family have turned into this Fu Shueji side? Then we four wouldn't have been born. Fu Yuezi's expression darkened, his mouth opening as if to argue. But ultimately he held back. He moved to the balcony, speaking with irritation into the phone, urging Fu Sihua to return promptly. After hanging up, he returned to find his sister's pale face, her lips pressed tightly together. Rising, he found a towel, soaked it in water, and wrapped it around some ice before sitting beside Qinqing to apply it to her eyes. Cool, the little girl flinched slightly, covering her eyes, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Fu Yuezi gently pulled her small hand away with one hand while continuing with the cool towel in the other, speaking patiently, "When it cools down, I will take it off." Little Qinqing blinked her big eyes, regarding him like a curious bunny. Fu Yuezi felt a mix of tenderness and amusement, ruffling her hair. "Don't look, just close your eyes." "Okay," Qinqing complied, shutting her eyes as the cool sensation approached, though she was weak and on the verge of sleep. She was momentarily invigorated, remembering her brother's words about taking it off when it cooled. She murmured, "Brother, it's cool now." Fu Yuezi acknowledged with a soft "oh," but did not remove it yet, allowing it to cool a bit longer. Although the little girl felt it was delaying her sleep, once it was placed, her eyes felt much more comfortable than before. Fu Yuezi went to wring out the towel, intending to continue applying it. Upon his return, Fu Shueji released his hold on Qinqing, saying, "Xiao Xi, I'm going to change my clothes." Initially Fu Yuezi's expression was gentle, but it shifted abruptly, a cold snort escaping him. "No, just come back and see what that woman has done to you." He refused to let this matter pass lightly. Fu Yuezi could not understand. Was he destined to be bound to Sunanchi for life simply because she had given birth to him? She had left his severely injured brother and a wailing child without a shred of remorse, so why should he still consider her well-being? His gaze hardened, and with a fierce tone, he squeezed out a vengeful declaration. "If I find you and Qinqing suffering like this, I will come to loathe Fu Sihua just as I despise Sunanchi. I will not live with him. I'll go somewhere far away and never return to Beijing." As his words fell, a noise came from the direction of the door. Fu Yuezi recognized who it was. He stiffened momentarily, not turning around, gripping the cold towel as he continued to apply it to Qinqing's eyes. Having not been informed of the situation over the phone, Fu Sihua nearly mistook the chaotic scene upon entering as the aftermath of a break-in. "What happened?" He paused, his breath catching for a moment, then approached, his gaze landing on the three figures on the sofa. Fu Yuezi remained silent, while Qinqing's ears twitched slightly. Her line of sight was obstructed, and she intended to utter something, but a cool, damp hand gently clasped her small mouth, effectively stifling her words like a little duck. As Fu Sihua approached, his gaze fell upon the glaring red on Fu Shueji's figure, a vast expanse that appeared even more jarring on someone already frail. Xiao he took 2 steps forward, his composure slipping as his voice tightened. "You're hurt." Fu Shueji's pale lips pressed together, and she stiffly raised her gaze to meet him. "Dad, I didn't." But her words were cut short by Fu Yuezi's interruption, whose tone dripped with sarcasm. "Thank goodness Sunanchi showed restraint. After pushing third brother down, she didn't stay to deliver a finishing blow, otherwise, we might not even be able to see third brother now. She's truly a wonderful mother, isn't she?" Well, one might mistake his words for genuine gratitude towards Sunanchi. Fu Shueji fell silent, opting not to disrupt Yuezi's performance. As a member of the family, Fu Sihua could easily discern the undercurrents. Upon hearing the name Sunanchi, the veins in his arms suddenly protruded, and a complex emotion flickered in his eyes. Observing Fu Yuezi's indifferent demeanor, he felt a tightening in his chest, his throat constricting slightly. With a voice tinged with a smoky rasp, he said, "We'll discuss her matters later. Xiao Shuep, I'll take you to the hospital first." Fu Shueji parted her lips, yet no words emerged. Her long eyelashes drooped, and a fleeting glimmer of disappointment swept across her dark eyes, causing her entire being to dim slightly. "I'm not going, did you hear that? If you don't provide a solution right now, my third brother will not go to the hospital." Fu Yuezi huffed coldly, glancing at Qinqing's pallid lips, anxiety creeping into her heart, compelling her to urge him further. "What is there to hesitate about? Hurry and call your assistant, unleash your domineering prowess for 3 minutes, and expel her and her entire family of vampires from the capital." Fu Sihua, but he pondered seriously for a moment. 3 minutes won't suffice. Fu Yuezi, incensed, shot him an exasperated look. "What is wrong with you? You're nowhere near the domineering leads in those novels. Read fewer novels." With an air of resignation, Fu Sihua regarded Fu Shueji, his voice softening. "Listen, go to the hospital first. I'll carry you downstairs." Fu Shueji averted his gaze, remaining immobile on the sofa, clearly indicating her refusal. "Xiao Shui." Fu Sihua bent down, laying a large hand on her forehead. "What is the matter?" Casting aside her thoughts of domineering leads, Fu Yuezi noted his expression of concern and let out a soft snort. "Third brother is fine. You take Qinqing to the hospital. I am not sure if I can accompany her, so check on that." He removed the cold towel, and after a prolonged period of darkness, the little one finally beheld the light once more. She shielded her eyes, seeking warmth. Only then did she look at Fu Sihua, weakly calling out, "Dad." The little girl appeared unscathed, yet her face was alarmingly pale, her eyes frighteningly red, even after the ice pack. What's wrong with Qinqing? Fu Sihua felt an instinctive unease surge within him as he stepped closer, lifting the child into his arms. I saved third brother, otherwise, he might have been in real trouble. Fu Yuetzi quickly explained then frowned, pressing him further. Stop asking questions. Find out who can save her, quickly. How was she saved? With abilities? Why are you still asking? Do you care about Qinqing at all? It was evident that due to the incident involving Su Nanqi, his standing within the family had plummeted. He carried Qinqing outside, and before departing, he stubbornly checked Fu Shueji's injury. Despite his son's incessant sarcasm, the car awaited downstairs, and upon entering, he instructed the driver to Honghai Hospital. This was a hospital invested in by the Fu family, known for its confidentiality. On the way, Fu Sihua glanced down at the little girl in his arms, who seemed a bit drowsy. Clinging tightly to him, Qinqing, he called softly, receiving a faint response in return. Fu Sihua pulled out his phone, messaging his assistant to prepare a confidentiality contract for delivery to the hospital. He was uncertain whether anything would be discovered during the examination, so it was prudent to ensure the doctors involved remained silent. The legal department acted swiftly. By the time Fu Sihua arrived, his assistant was just arriving with a stack of documents. Boss, I tried calling you earlier but couldn't get through. I brought 20 copies. Is that enough? Cradling Qinqing, Fu Sihua ascended the stairs quickly, responding with a calm, that is sufficient. He delivered Qinqing to the imaging department for examination, and upon exiting, he encountered the doctors who had been hastily summoned. At his signal, his assistant distributed the contracts to each physician. After a cursory glance at the documents, all the doctors signed the confidentiality agreements. These physicians were among the best in the hospital, having dealt with numerous similar cases for patients of special status whose identities must remain confidential. They would sign such contracts. The imaging department was equipped with a multitude of diagnostic tools, and once the results were in, the doctors gathered to review the films. After a few minutes of discussion, an older doctor approached Fu Sihua, his tone laced with confusion. Mr. Fu, several tests indicate that the young lady's health is completely normal, even healthier than many children her age. Behind him, another test concluded with a beep, and as the CT room opened, Fu Sihua stepped inside and emerged carrying Qinqing. The little one had fallen asleep, yet her complexion remained alarmingly pale. He steadied her with one hand while gently touching her small face. His voice turned cold, clearly displeased. You're looking this ill, and you tell me you're fine? The doctor felt a surge of self-doubt. He raised his hand to check Qinqing's pulse, his brow furrowing deeper. Why yes, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong. Under the intense scrutiny of Fu Sihua's piercing gaze, he stepped aside with the report in hand. Mr. Fu, let me take another look. However, he was practically scrutinizing the report to the point of exhaustion, yet found no issues. As time ticked away, he exchanged uneasy glances with the other doctors, each of them reluctant to approach. Eventually, it fell upon him to break the news. He moved slowly, dragging his feet as he spoke. Mr. Fu, we've all confirmed that the young lady truly has no health issues. Upon hearing this, Fu Sihua lifted his eyelids. You found nothing at all? The doctor nodded. Yes, Mr. Fu, the young lady's current condition is that of a healthy child. Realizing they had overlooked Qinqing's unique condition, Fu Sihua took her directly to the best hospital in the capital, a public institution where numerous medical luminaries were stationed. Meanwhile, at Anha Hospital, Deputy Director Xian Yutao was cheerfully preparing tea for a visitor at his desk. Teacher, it has been quite some time since you last visited me. Have you brought new research findings today? Seated on a wooden bench was Tan Hongru, the individual who had recently been harassed by Fu Sihua. His expression was complicated. He still hadn't summoned the courage to tell his disciples that he had taken in a 3-year-old junior sister. Xian Yutao, his first disciple, was 52 years old, a Ph.D. candidate, currently serving as the deputy director of Anha Hospital. In addition to various other positions, their acquaintance dated back over 20 years to a national key research project, during which Tan Hongru guided him extensively and co-authored a medical book with him. At that time, Xian Yutao referred to him as teacher, and later, they tacitly agreed that he would become his first disciple. 52 years old, my grandson is already 2 years older than that little potato from the Fu family. Tan Hongru cursed himself for being so entranced by admiration that he had foolishly agreed to the request from someone with the surname Fu. The thought of media interviews in the future, publicly exposing his relationship with that little potato, left him feeling dizzy. Yet he had no idea how to explain this to his disciples. Was he to confess that he accepted a bribe from Fu Sihua? He sipped his tea, suppressing his growing distress. Alas, at this late stage in life, my reputation is in jeopardy. Noticing his teacher's continuous sighs, Tan Hongru inquired, is there something troubling you? Shaking his head, he waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, I did indeed bring some newly developed research products this time. He gestured toward a large box resting beside his chair. This box had been carried in by a junior at the research institute, and throughout the journey, Tan Hongru kept a watchful eye on it, fearful of any mishaps. He approached, his aged fingers deftly unlocking the small latch on the box. Xian Yutao set his teacup down, curiosity piqued as he stood beside him. It was quite unusual for Tan Hongru to handle his research products with such caution. This attitude made Xian Yutao tense up as well. The box was designed to seal incense, And upon opening it, a gentle floral fragrance wafted out. Xian Yutao inhaled deeply, his eyes lighting up. Teacher, have you improved upon the overly gaudy aspects of the fragrance? No, it's more than that. He took another whiff. Unable to contain his admiration, the energy contained within has increased by more than tenfold. Tan Hongru nodded in agreement. I measured the elements compared to those in the previous flowers. It's a total of 14 times. Teacher, this is truly a remarkable scientific achievement. Have you reported it? After expressing his admiration, Xian Yutao swiftly inquired. Tan Hongru shook his head, replying, no, it cannot be reported yet, as I cannot ascertain whether the next pot will yield similar results. What do you mean by that? Tan Hongru cautiously closed the box and recounted the extraordinary flower he had acquired a few days prior. Upon hearing this, Xian Yutao pondered and remarked, so, you employed the method of cross-pollination, transferring the pollen from that wondrous flower to another blooming rose, resulting in the current specimen. Tan Hongru nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Xian Yutao exclaimed, I cannot even begin to imagine what that extraordinary flower looks like. It has not yet wilted. I have added a solution to prolong its life. If you have the time, you may come and see it. Xian Yutao promptly set a date. Let us do it during the National Day holiday. I will come to observe the appearance of this marvelous flower. The two continued to sip tea, discussing the research process surrounding the flower. After half an hour, Tan Hongru had his fill of tea. He rose, stating, this flower possesses significant medicinal value. I intend to present it to Mr. Zhu, placing it by his bedside to aid in his recovery. When mentioning Mr. Zhu, Tan Hongru's tone was imbued with respect. Xian Yutao exclaimed excitedly, that is truly splendid. Teacher, your sacrifice is immense. He understood Tan Hongru's dedication, thus comprehending the weight of his sacrifice. I will escort you to Mr. Zhu's ward. Ever since he was shot, he has remained unconscious, and his wife has been residing in the hospital. As they walked, Xian Yutao elaborated, upon reaching the floor with the wards, Xian Yutao fell silent. The corridor was filled with armed soldiers. Despite one being the deputy director and the other an academician, they underwent stringent checks before being allowed entry. Xian Yutao placed the flower on the bedside and, after bidding farewell to Mrs. Zhu, left in haste. After descending in the elevator, Tan Hongru prepared to return. Xian Yutao exchanged a few words, but seeing he could not keep him, followed closely behind to see him out of the hospital. As they reached the ground floor, Tan Hongru suddenly squinted, observing a man walking in another direction. He halted, and upon noticing Xian Yutao also came to a stop. What is it, teacher? Tan Hongru retrieved his glasses from his pocket. Confirming that the figure he had seen was indeed Fu Sihua, dressed casually, he was almost unrecognizable, yet his commanding presence was unforgettable. He cradled a child in his arms, and from the style of her clothing and the softness of her hair, it was evident she was a little girl. Tan Hongru thought of his unacquainted 3-year-old apprentice, whom he affectionately referred to as Little Potato. Given the hospital setting, it was apparent that this Little Potato appeared lethargic, indicating illness. Tan Hongru sighed. Although he had once regretted taking on apprentices, vowing never to do so again, he felt a connection to this child since he had accepted her. A child's illness is no trivial matter. It warrants careful attention. At Anha Hospital, he had some connections. Perhaps he could offer assistance. With a change of direction, Tan Hongru headed toward that way. The deputy director, curious, inquired, teacher, whom did you see? A little creditor come to collect. Indeed, a little creditor it is. Having taken something from others, he must return it to this little creditor. In the future, I shall surely be the subject of ridicule from those old fellows, driven by curiosity. Xian Yutao followed suit. However, in the bustling building, the two elderly gentlemen, having entered slowly, soon lost sight of their quarry. Alas, age impairs one's mobility, he murmured. The two made their way to the consultation desk to inquire with the on-duty nurse. The nurse, having some recollection, pointed in the direction behind her. I saw that gentleman go back there. After expressing their gratitude, they proceeded in that direction. The nurse continued to watch their retreating figures, finding the two elderly men's faces somewhat familiar, though she could not recall where she had seen them. Following the corridor deeper into the building, they reached another connected building, the traditional Chinese medicine department. As they ventured further, Xian Yutao glanced at the doctor's duty roster on his phone, finally fixating on a name. Teacher, I see that old Jean is in the hospital today. They should be there. Let us go and take a look. The two arrived at the chief physician's office, standing outside to listen for any sounds within, and unfortunately, the soundproofing was too effective, and they heard nothing. Tan Hongru cleared his throat, straightened up, and knocked on the door. Moments later, a man opened the door slightly. Addressing them, I apologize, but Dr. Jean is currently tending to my young lady. Please wait a moment. As he spoke, Mufeng felt that the elderly figure outside seemed quite familiar. Suddenly, he froze, staring at Tan Hongru's face, stammering, Are you not Professor Tan? Tan Hongru grunted, his expression stern. Would you kindly let me in? Oh, right away. Mufeng quickly opened the door, though he was unaware of the esteemed presence visiting. Inside the office sat a gray-haired elder, performing acupuncture on a patient. Fu Sihua had brought all the test reports from another hospital, significantly easing the process. Zhan Yuren placed his hand on Qinqing's wrist, remaining silent with a grave expression. After a while, he withdrew his hand and began reviewing the test reports brought by Fu Sihua. The two men entered as if they were at home, approaching casually however, upon noticing the elder's serious demeanor. They inquired, "What is it, old Jean? How is the child?" Xian Yutao stepped forward, naturally positioning himself beside Fu Sihua, bending down to check Qingqing's pulse. After assessing her pulse, he softened his voice and kindly asked, "Child, tell grandpa how you are feeling right now." Hearing this term of endearment, Tan Hongru's eyelids twitched. He exchanged a glance with Fu Sihua, quickly averting his gaze as if scalded. Little Qingqing's voice was faint, but the room was quiet enough to hear clearly. "I want to sleep." Xian Yutao gently patted her head and moved aside to join Zhang Yuren in reviewing the test reports. Now it was Tan Hongru's turn. He too had medical knowledge and bent down to hold Qingqing's tiny hand, which was soft and plump. Although Qingqing felt drowsy, her curiosity remained unabated. "Why does everyone want to hold my hand?" She looked at the elderly gentleman grasping her wrist, her thick, curled eyelashes fluttering like tiny fans. After releasing her wrist, Tan Hongru pinched her cheek, which was soft and plump, his aged fingers sinking into her flesh. "Let me see your tongue." His voice unconsciously softened. "Open your mouth." Qingqing. Fu Sihua gently lifted her chin with his hand, his movements tender. The little girl obediently opened her mouth, making a soft sound from his angle. Tan Hongru caught a glimpse of her tiny teeth resembling those of a rabbit. Realizing his fingers were obstructing her mouth, he quickly withdrew them. Little Qingqing opened her mouth wide, her voice soft. "Ah." The color was pale pink, normal. He gazed at the little girl's rabbit-like eyes for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly. "What happened?" Fu Sihua candidly replied. "She was crying." There was no way to deny it. It was evident. Tan Hongru seized the opportunity to scold him. "How can you be such an incompetent father, allowing your child to cry like this?" Fu Sihua nodded, his voice tinged with regret. "Professor Tan is correct." Meanwhile, Qingqing looked astonished, her eyes wide open, staring at Tan Hongru without blinking. Her soft, timid voice quivered. You scolded my daddy." Tan Hongru looked down to meet the little girl's slightly accusatory gaze. Her eyes were watery and red, stirring a sudden tenderness in his heart. "It's alright." Qingqing. Fu Sihua held her tightly, shifting her position, and gently said, "He is concerned about you. Do you know who this grandpa is?" Qingqing shook her head, uncertain. Fu Sihua explained, "Do you remember when I told you I found you a master?" Noticing the little one's bewildered expression, he encouraged her, "This is him. Quickly greet him as master." Tan Hongru maintained a stern expression, internally feeling that it wasn't too hard to accept. At least the little potato was quite adorable. Qingqing did not grasp the term master, but she complied. She turned to face the elderly gentleman, inhaling the floral fragrance that had long been absorbed into her being. "Master." The tender sound escaped her lips, causing Tan Hongru's face to soften instantaneously. Then, he heard the little girl mumble, "So fragrant," for some unknown reason. Upon catching the scent of flowers, Qingqing suddenly felt a pang of hunger. She raised her arm to wipe the drool threatening to spill from her mouth, slurping it back in, her dark eyes fixated on Tan Hongru. "Can master eat?" Tan Hongru's expression shifted to one of shock, causing his earlier affection for her to evaporate. Fu Sihua's eyelids twitched, hastily covering her little mouth. "Be good. Master cannot be eaten." He felt warmth in his palm, turning to fetch some tissues to wipe her mouth. Meanwhile, he looked up to explain to Tan Hongru, "Professor Tan, do not be alarmed. Qingqing is merely joking with you." "And the chaotic winds," Tan Hongru remarked. "Were it not for the sight of you hastily wiping your drool, I might have nearly believed you." 0.075. Abroad. After a discussion, the two individuals reached a conclusion. The 3 pulse points were devoid of strength, and upon examination, they appeared hollow. It was a case of deficiency, however. The child typically enjoyed good health, and this sudden weakness could have resulted from the transitional phase, leading to the erratic pulse we just observed. They set down the examination reports and approached Fu Sihua to elucidate the current situation. It was akin to a long ill person being drained of vitality, gradually becoming weaker, yet the little girl had experienced this transformation all at once. Fu Sihua lowered his gaze, instinctively placing his large hand on Qingqing's head, gently ruffling her hair, his heart a tumult of emotions. Tan Hongru, noticing Fu Sihua's contemplative demeanor, emitted a discontented hum. Such a small child, and yet, one wonders how she could have endured such turmoil. Fu Sihua remained silent, his profile partially revealed, appearing much like a child being reprimanded at school. Qingqing looked at Tan Hongru with trepidation, and upon seeing his stern visage, her small mouth pouted, her soft voice feebly lamenting, "Master, you scolded my daddy again." Tan Hongru's previously cold expression stiffened. After the evaluation, it was clear this child, despite her innocence, was somewhat foolish. He was merely advocating for her. Xian Yutao's face brightened with relief upon hearing this title. "Teacher, so she is your disciple." I wondered why his words trailed off as he suddenly faltered. "Wait a moment, master." Xian Yutao, having surpassed 50 years of age, rarely found himself astonished, yet at this moment, he conceded to being taken aback. "Master," he repeated incredulously. Upon entering and seeing the little girl, he instinctively assumed the role of a grandfather. Zhang Yuren, seated nearby, chose not to involve himself in their master-disciple matters, leisurely sipping tea while observing the unfolding drama, occasionally fanning the flames with a comment. "In academia, age should not divide us. I say." Yutao, do not be overly surprised. If old Tan recognizes her, it must be due to the child's extraordinary talent. She is merely a junior sister. There's no shame in addressing her as such. Were I in your shoes, I would do the same. Upon hearing this, Tan Hongru appeared as though he had been pricked by an uncomfortable truth, nearly spilling his tea in surprise. Drink your tea quietly and refrain from speaking so much. Zhang Yuren, chastised, promptly resumed his tea. Observing others' predicaments indeed brought a sense of clarity. Tan Hongru's expression was complicated. He could not adequately explain and merely stated, I have my reasons. At Director Shen, feeling disheveled, glanced at the innocent-looking little girl, rubbed his temples, and felt a headache brewing. Let us set this aside for now and ensure the child is settled. Xian Yutao turned to Zhang Yuren, who was still watching the spectacle. Old Zhang, you prescribe the medication. I will contact the ward to arrange for the child's transfer. At that moment, Assistant Mufeng cautiously interjected, the arrangements have already been made. She is in the VIP ward, and I will guide everyone there. The VIP ward at Anha Hospital is the pinnacle of medical facilities, several tiers above the rest. It costs 30,000 a day, akin to a luxurious hotel. However, booking it is exceedingly challenging. There are too many wealthy individuals, and merely having money does not guarantee a reservation. Yet, within mere minutes of Qinqing's arrival at the hospital, the ward had been secured. Even before it was confirmed whether she would be hospitalized, achieving such a feat requires more than just wealth. Realizing this, Xian Yutao glanced back at his teacher, sensing he had stumbled upon the truth. Tan Hongru felt a pang of anxiety under that gaze. He truly was not motivated by financial gain. No sooner had they reached the ward than a doctor arrived with Qinqing's medication. After the assistant stepped out briefly, she returned accompanied by a nutritionist and a nurse. Xian Yutao sat in the ward, discussing with the nutritionist how to nurture the child's health. Meanwhile, Qinqing lay upon the hospital bed as a nurse approached to draw some blood for testing. In stark contrast to the pristine white sheets beneath her, the child's face appeared strikingly pale, almost like paper. Tan Hongru watched for a moment, unsure of how Qinqing had appeared before, but now, seeing her wan complexion, he instinctively felt a sense of concern for her fragile health. At merely 3 years of age, to be so weak was indeed worrisome, making one wonder whether she would grow up safely. Sighing deeply, he turned to Fu Sihua and said, the flower you brought me last time has flourished into 2 pots. I gifted one away, and I shall have my assistant bring the other to you shortly. To place by the hospital bed. Fu Sihua was taken aback by this unexpected gesture. A flicker of surprise crossed his deep, dark eyes. He remembered how much Professor Tan cherished flowers, otherwise, he would not have sold himself for a single bloom. Suppressing his astonishment, he felt a newfound respect for Tan Hongru. I shall find another way to save Qinqing. You may keep the flower, Professor Tan. You, with your stubbornness, Tan Hongru retorted, resolutely retrieving his phone to call the research institute. However, his phone, long overdue for an upgrade, was sluggish, causing delays as he scrolled through his contacts. Frustrated by inadvertently dialing several numbers, he stormed to the side, grappling with the device. Qinqing observed his irritated back. Turning to Fu Sihua with curious whispers, Daddy, why is Master so strange? Fu Sihua refrained from answering definitively. Individuals like Professor Tan, who had devoted their lives to research without establishing families, often exhibited peculiarities. Nonetheless, he smiled gently. He is quite fond of you, perhaps due to his lack of children. Suddenly taking on a 3-year-old apprentice, professing disdain while harboring warmth within, Qinqing responded with an "oh," though she did not entirely grasp the sentiment. Still, if Daddy said it was good, then it was indeed good. I will be good to him, too, the little girl declared earnestly. Fu Sihua affectionately ruffled her hair, watching as she drifted to sleep. He then surveyed the room where Tan Hongru continued to wrestle with his phone, the nutritionist busily taking notes, and the newly arrived nurse listening intently to the doctoress instructions on medication. The room remained relatively quiet. Perhaps due to everyone recognizing that Qinqing had fallen asleep, resulting in a notable decrease in noise. Fu Sihua stepped outside, joining the assistant at the end of the corridor. Mu Feng handed him another phone, stating, the 4th young master has made several calls. I assisted in returning them. Fu Sihua acknowledged with a faint rubbing his temples, the veins in his pale arm visibly taut from Su Nanqi's side. His voice was icy, devoid of warmth. Ensure her entire family is sent abroad. Do not allow her to return. Mu Feng complied, astonished. This implied surveillance. He hastily set out to execute the task, personally escorting the individuals that very evening. Su Nanqi had recently given birth to a son who was now in elementary school. While on her way home to pick up her child, Mu Feng intercepted her, stepping out of his car and gesturing toward a nearby CAF. Madam Su, may we have a word? Upon concluding a call with Fu Shueji, Su Nanqi had anticipated such an encounter. She instructed her driver to take her son home while she alighted to join Mu Feng at the CAF. Nonchalantly she crossed her legs, lowering her gaze to admire her manicured nails without looking up. Did Fu Sihua send you? Speak, what conditions does he wish to discuss? With a smile, Mu Feng offered her 2 options. 1. She could take her entire family abroad and never return. Or 2, we would assist you. Before he could finish, Su Nanqi swung her bag at him in anger. Get lost, her face flushed with irritation. She declared, I choose neither. Mu Feng was grateful for the privacy of the room, otherwise, he might have faced significant embarrassment today. Understood, you have chosen the second option. With that, he rose, forcing a smile. Madam, it would be best for you to pack your belongings tonight. Su Nanqi stood her ground, meeting Mu Feng's gaze, her aura unwavering. You tell him that if he dares to send me abroad, I will commit suicide. Mu Feng found himself speechless, confronted with her frequent threats of self-harm. Yet, the madness reflected in her expression left him with no choice but to relay her message to Fu Sihuai and the CAF. Mu Feng stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly conversing with someone on the phone while Su Nanqi sat at the table. Humming a cheerful tune, she was confident her strategy would prove effective, leaving her unconcerned. 2 minutes later, Mu Feng returned. Su Nanqi cast him a sidelong glance, speaking first. My bottom line is to apologize to Fu Shueji. Beyond that, there is nothing to discuss. A satisfied smile graced Mu Feng's face. This time, his smile was genuine. Madam Su, my employer has stated that you must go abroad. He added, he has also removed you from the blacklist. Should you decide to go through with your threats, kindly inform him. He will send someone to retrieve the body to avoid complications with international transport. 076, negotiation. Su Nanqi could scarcely believe her ears. Her lips parting in shock as she asked, did Fu Sihua truly say that? Mu Feng smiled at her. Indeed, witnessing the astonishment and disbelief etched across her face, he felt a rush of exhilaration. No longer would he need to endure the madness of this woman. The thought made his smile widen further. Su Nanqi struggled to accept this reality, staring at Mu Feng in disbelief, as if his grin had provoked her. I do not believe it. She suppressed her rising panic, her words sharp as she demanded, have him tell me himself. I want to see him. Mu Feng maintained a calm demeanor, his voice steady as he suggested that the boss was preoccupied in hope that Ms. Su would demonstrate some discretion by departing on her own, which would undoubtedly be more dignified than our intervention. At that moment, a ringtone pierced the air. Su Nanqi was jolted back to reality. Retrieving her phone from her bag and pressing it to her ear, the anxious voice of a man resonated through the line, the driver relaying distressingly that their son had been taken from the entrance of the community. What on earth had transpired? Upon hearing these words, Su Nanqi's complexion drained of color, her hands trembling as she lowered the phone. The voice on the other end continued to call her name, yet she could no longer hear anything. She lifted her gaze to Mu Feng's smiling face, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Rest assured, Mrs. Su, your young master has merely departed for abroad ahead of you, Mu Feng stated with an indifferent expression. Adding pointedly, however, should you arrive late, he may very well find himself bullied by others over there. Su Nanqi's hands clenched tightly at her sides, her body quivering uncontrollably. Let me see him, she demanded, her voice strained with emotion. Just as Mu Feng was about to refuse, she produced a crystal hairpin from her bag, aiming the sharp end at her own face. Her tone was icy, her pale visage contorting with desperation. Her eyes wild. I'll say it again, let me see him, or I shall mar this face. Mu Feng felt a jolt in his brow, inhaling deeply. Here we go again with this hysterical woman. He pulled out his phone to call Fu Sihua, but after hanging up, he glanced at the frenzied Su Nanqi, unable to muster a smile. Come, Mrs. Su, I shall escort you. Having fulfilled her desire, Su Nanqi clutched the hairpin tightly as they drove to the parking lot of Anha Hospital. Only relaxing her guard upon arrival, stepping out, she gazed at the hospital shrouded in twilight, her expression softening slightly. Is Fu Shueji hospitalized? Mu Feng locked the car, grasping the keys as he led her inside. Upon hearing her query, he let out a derisive chuckle, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Has MRS.SU perhaps confused the victims? The one lying in this hospital is Mississippi. A flicker of confusion crossed Su Nanqi's eyes. Uncertainty creeping in, she had called for Fu Shueji. She hadn't touched that little girl. No, if Fu Shueji was not in the hospital, it indicated that he was unharmed. Why then, was Fu Sihua treating her so seriously? As Su Nanqi pressed him with further questions, Mu Feng feigned ignorance, inciting her ire and prompting her to fall silent. He guided her into an empty ward, and upon opening the door, Su Nanqi nearly mistook it for a hotel. She paused, looking at the man by the window, hesitating briefly before stepping inside. Mu Feng closed the door behind her. Su Nanqi glanced sideways, frowning. I'm here to negotiate with Fu Sihua, who permitted you to enter? Not listening, just a turtle reciting sutras. Mu Feng ignored her, hastily moving to stand beside Fu Sihua. He held a small black square, fiddling with it before pinning it to his chest. Record this. Lest this lunatic goes out and spreads rumors. Fu Sihua sat with his back to the large window, legs crossed, his gaze fixed on her. He remained silent, accustomed to waiting for others to speak first. Yet his dark eyes seemed to peer through Su Nanqi, seeing another person entirely. Fu Sihua, Fu Shueji has not encountered any misfortune. What gives you the right to send me abroad? Unable to contain her frustration, Su Nanqi questioned him angrily. Fu Sihua leaned back slightly, scrutinizing her face, the warmth in his gaze from earlier that afternoon now chilling, creating an invisible chasm between them. I have no obligation to explain my decisions to you, he replied coldly, his deep eyes more frigid than the night. Were it not for this identity, you would not even have the right to sit here and converse with me. Su Nanqi's breath hitched. her expression shifting in response to his frigid demeanor. Very well, I lack the qualifications. Her countenance darkened, gripping the hairpin once more and pressing it against her cheek, forcing a smile that did not reach her eyes. The pressure was intense, leaving a red mark on her well-cared-for face. Return my son to me, and I shall apologize to Shueji, promising never to harm your child again. Otherwise, none of us shall find peace. Her face taut, her expression twisted with intensity. Fu Siwa studied her, the dim light casting shadows across his dark eyes. I do not wish to resort to this method, he spoke with an eerie calm. His words chilling, but I require a complete corpse. At this, Sunanchi felt a sudden chill run through her, the image of the refined and handsome man before her buzzing in her mind. The hairpin, once a tool of intimidation, slipped from her grasp, clattering to the floor in the silence of the room. Mu Feng stepped forward, kicking it away to prevent her from picking it up again. Sunanchi, still in disbelief, gazed at the man before her, her voice trembling. Are you intending to kill me? Not at all, so you shall depart for abroad quietly and refrain from appearing before me again. Once more those words struck her as foreign. For the first time, she felt an unsettling estrangement from him, as if the previous tolerance he had shown was merely a mirage. A cold wave washed over her, akin to being doused with icy water, and without needing to look she knew her expression must be a pitiable one. Fu Sihua, you cannot treat me this way. During our wedding, you vowed never to betray me. You even swore. She was cut off by Fu Sihua, his patience wearing thin, his dark eyes flickered, and his barely concealed disgust was palpable, though obscured by the shadows, yet, the impatience in his voice was unmistakable. Were those words intended for you? Sunanchi's face turned even paler, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at him. In that moment, she realized she might truly be facing her end. Thoughts of her real estate in the capital, her husband's burgeoning company, her numerous investments flooded her mind. Leaving the capital meant she would live under Fu Siwa's watchful eye. The carefree life of a wealthy woman would be irretrievably lost. Her husband would resent her, and her son would grow to see her as an enemy. She could not bear the thought of being forsaken by all. Sunanchi's body trembled slightly, her voice hoarse as she called his name. Her tone finally softening, desperation lacing her gaze. I recognize my mistakes. As long as you do not force me to leave the capital, I will do anything you ask. The implications of her words were unmistakable. And Mu Feng found himself regretting his decision to accompany her. A lengthy silence ensued. The dim lighting concealed the shift in Fu Siwa's expression, which had grown even more contemptuous, just as she approached him. A voice laden with malice pierced the air, sending shivers down her spine. Stay away from me, do not disgust me. Sunanchi froze, her face contorted in distress. Just then, she heard Fu Sihua speaking to Mu Feng. Call the people at the airport, bring back her son. Mu Feng, bewildered, complied without question. Sunanchi's expression instantly brightened with joy as she regarded the man in the shadows, her words of gratitude on the verge of escaping her lips when she heard him add, if you harm yourself in retaliation, I shall inflict a wound upon your son. Fu Sihua, Sunanchi's breath caught in her throat, merely envisioning that scenario sent chills racing down her spine. That was their son. The child she had with the man she loved. He was only 6 years old. Her voice cracked, sharp with indignation. Why would you harm my son? Return him to me. After hanging up, Mu Feng silently gave a thumbs up from behind. That threat was truly something. Remember my words. Fu Sihua shot her a cold glance before instructing Mu Feng, send her abroad. Mu Feng quickly agreed, elated at the prospect of personally escorting this lunatic away. He drove to the airport, where he encountered another group arriving to pick up Sunanchi's husband. After coordinating their handover, he bundled the two onto a private jet. In the meantime, as Mu Feng excitedly made his way to the airport, Fu Sihua remained alone in the room. He sat quietly for a moment before rising to head to the next room. Upon opening the door to the ward, he found the little one perched at the edge of the bed. Half of her body leaning over the bedside table, her pale face illuminated only by her bright eyes. There was a commotion in the hospital's restroom, the nurse washing something. Fu Sihua approached, gently lifting the little girl by her armpits and settling her back under the covers. Just as she was about to reach for the potted plant, her expression dimmed. So close, Daddy. She looked up at the man who had pulled her back, her tiny voice tinged with accusation. What are you doing? The nurse emerged from the restroom, momentarily startled upon seeing Fu Sihua, before breaking into a smile. The young lady just finished her meal. I was washing some fruit for her. Fu Sihua nodded slightly as the nurse brought over a plate of fruit. Maintaining a respectful distance, after washing his hands, he pulled a chair to the bedside and began peeling grapes for her. Little Qinqing's gaze struggled to leave the flower pot, her energy waning as she lay back on the bed like a little salted fish. Her large eyes fixated on the white ceiling, she pitifully whined, Daddy, I'm hungry. Fu Sihua held out the peeled grape to her lips, his pearly fingers brushing against her mouth. Eat the grapes. Little Qinqing licked her lips, the sweetness tantalizing, yet she had no desire to eat. Father, I do not wish to consume this. Fu Sihua merely hummed in response, placing the grapes into his own mouth before retrieving a pomegranate from the fruit basket. His strength was considerable, and upon opening it, numerous crimson seeds scattered about. I do not wish to eat this either. The little girl turned her face away, rejecting his offering. Fu Sihua glanced at the other fruits in the basket. His voice low and somewhat hoarse, asking, "What would you like to eat? An apple, an orange, a banana? I do not desire any of those." Qinqing weakly shook her head. "Father, could you please bring that pot of flowers a little closer to me?" "Very well." Fu Sihua set down the pomegranate he held, standing to move the flower pot closer to Qingqing's sickbed. The little girl turned over, climbing out of bed, her small face now very near to the flowers. This pot had been sent by Tan Hongruo's students. While it could not compare to Qingqing's, it still possessed a delightful fragrance. Fu Sihua, fearing she might fall, stood beside her to support her. He seemed to catch sight of a green object flying into Qingqing's body. Upon leaving, the little girl's eyes sparkled a little brighter. Whether it was an illusion or not, Fu Sihua felt that her complexion appeared slightly better than before. Qingqing herself was unaware of why she suddenly felt hungrier. She yearned to remain in a place filled with flora. "Father," the little girl called sweetly, "can we go to a place abundant with trees?" Fu Sihua glanced at the time, his gaze lowering, and in a gentle tone proposed to Qingqing, "It is quite late. Shall we go tomorrow instead? But I am hungry." Little Qingqing looked at him with tear-filled eyes. One hand clutching her small belly, the other reaching out to grasp his finger. "Please, Father." Fu Sihua tousled her little head affectionately, his voice warm. "I shall summon someone to prepare the car." He stepped outside. Returning 5 minutes later with a thick coat in hand, he bent down carefully to wrap the coat around the little girl before lifting her up. A nurse from the ward approached. Her voice filled with concern. "Sir, are you taking the young lady out?" "Yes." Seeing this, the nurse did not inquire further, softly advising, "It is chilly at night. Dress warmly." Fu Sihua sat in the car, holding Qingqing as the driver set the navigation towards a mountain on the outskirts of the city. The flow of traffic outside gradually dwindled until it completely vanished. This road was sparsely populated, especially at night when not a soul was inside. However, with another vehicle trailing behind, it provided a semblance of security. The car stopped halfway up the mountain, where a temple stood at the summit, bustling with activity on the 1st and 15th of each month. Due to the influx of tourists, measures to deter wildlife in the vicinity were quite effective. Upon arrival, the bodyguards from both vehicles disembarked, totaling 9 in number, illuminating the area with their flashlights, instantly brightening the hillside as if it were daylight. With the light, Fu Sihua noticed the excitement on Qingqing's face as she seemed to have encountered something delightful. Her little hands, swathed in clothing, eagerly reached out, rosy and adorable. Fu Sihua paused, as if realizing something. He glanced at the narrow path leading into the mountain before turning to the bodyguards, instructing, "You stay here. There is no need to follow, boss." Meeting Fu Sihua's gaze, the bodyguard swallowed back his words of persuasion. He produced a firearm from his person, discreetly avoiding Qingqing's line of sight, and whispered, "Please ensure your safety and that of the young lady." Fu Sihua nodded in acknowledgement, accepting a flashlight before carrying the little girl into the woods. The night breeze was somewhat cool, rustling the leaves with a soft whisper. Aside from the indistinct calls of unknown creatures in the forest, the only sound was the gentle crunch of their footsteps. It was unclear how long they had wandered deeper into the woods. But when Fu Sihua turned back, he could only discern a few faint lights through the shadows of the trees. He flicked the flashlight and spotted a small pavilion slightly ahead, stepping onto the cobblestone path beneath his feet. He made his way over. "Father," the little girl's tender voice rang out, strikingly clear in the stillness. Fu Sihua lowered his gaze to her, noticing her mouth was covered by her clothing, and kindly adjusted her fuzzy coat. "What is it?" he asked, his voice low and textured in the night. "I want to walk by myself." The little one gazed up at him expectantly. In the dim light, her delicate features resembled a finely crafted jade figurine. "I want to walk by myself." Fu Sihua silently repeated her words in his mind, adjusting his hold on her before asking, "Am I holding you uncomfortably?" The little girl quickly shook her head. "No, it's comfortable, but I just want to walk by myself." "Very well." Fu Sihua refrained from further comment, gently inquiring before setting her down, "Can you stand steadily?" "I can." He bent down, placing Qingqing on the ground. And the moment he released her, he felt a vacuum in his arms. Momentarily disoriented, he set the flashlight on the stone table in the pavilion behind them, crouching down to carefully guide the little one forward. Their shadows, elongated by the light, told a story of their own. This aloof father was in stark contrast to the tender care he showed to his wobbly little daughter. As soon as she touched the ground, Qingqing wobbled a bit, stumbling right into Fu Sihua's embrace. The little one turned to see her father behind her, and after a brief pause, she stood up from his arms and ventured toward the forest beside the cobblestone path. She walked slowly, with Fu Sihua closely following her. Upon bumping into a large tree, the little girl felt tired and leaned against it to rest. She looked up at the dense canopy above her. Uncertain of what to do, she merely sensed a slight surge of energy in her body, feeling less fatigued than before. The leaves rustled as Fu Sihua glanced back. At that moment, the flashlight's beam no longer reached them. Noticing that Qingqing still wished to venture deeper, he cautioned her to remain still and turned back to retrieve the flashlight he had left on the stone table. Just a few steps. Very close, upon stepping into the pavilion, he saw a small green object slowly emerging from the opposite side. Assuming it to be a firefly, he paid it little mind. However, after picking up the flashlight from the stone table and raising his gaze, He was astonished to find several more of them. They appeared as if conjured from thin air, all flying toward a common direction. As he approached, Fu Sihua discerned the nature of these entities. They were round, about the size of grains of rice, glowing all over, not fireflies. In the blink of an eye, the number of glowing points multiplied. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed countless tiny green dots emerging from the grass and leaves. At some point, he realized he was surrounded by these twinkling lights. Suddenly recalling something, Fu Sihua turned back. The target of these entities was none other than the child standing merely 5 meters away. It was an utterly bewildering sight. The green lights seemed to have found a home, all darting towards her body. Upon touching Qinqing's skin, they dissolved like sugar in water, vanishing without a trace. The thick coat that had been draped over the little girl had fallen to the ground, revealing a cherubic figure holding onto the tree, equally curious as Fu Sihua about the surroundings. He shifted the flashlight away from her, refraining from stepping closer, instead remaining in place, deliberately controlling his breathing, fearful that even the slightest sound might scare away these tiny beings. He hesitated to even drape her coat back over her shoulders. While he waited, a sudden rustling broke the silence from the nearby underbrush. The calls of birds echoed in the trees, flapping their wings as they approached. Hearing the commotion in the woods, Fu Sihua's expression changed abruptly. He reached behind his waist, drawing out a cold object. After securing it in his grip, he retrieved a communicator, illuminating the red dot indicating his location. With a click, a bullet slid into the chamber. The firearm ready to fire, the beam of the flashlight slowly shifted toward the source of the noise. Fu Sihua took each step deliberately, wishing not to disturb his daughter, yet it became necessary to conclude their evening's outing prematurely. To avoid alerting any potential threats, he remained silent. When he reached Qinqing's side, the little girl was entirely oblivious to his presence. The rustling grew louder, and Fu Sihua bent down, wrapping one arm around her waist and lifting her into his embrace. His strength was formidable, his arms well defined beneath his neatly pressed clothing. "Father, what is that dark object in your hand?" Before she could finish her sentence, a large shadow suddenly sprang from the grass. Its intentions unmistakably directed at them. As it leapt, Fu Sihua discerned its identity, a wolf. Recognizing the threat, his gaze turned steely as he aimed for the creature's head and fired. The gunshot rang out. Swift and decisive, much like his actions, had he hesitated for even a moment, the wolf would have already reached them. The instant the bullet was discharged, the massive figure collapsed to the ground, lifeless and silent. Simultaneously, the sound startled all the tiny green lights, scattering them in every direction, akin to frightened birds fleeing their perch. The piercing howl of the wolf reverberated through the night forest. Fu Sihua bent to retrieve Qinqing's fallen coat. Hastily draping it over her head to shield her bewildered face, the bodyguards stationed outside quickly rushed over, their expressions grave upon glimpsing the pairs of glowing green eyes in the woods. "Boss, please take the young lady and leave." Fu Sihua did not hesitate, striding forward with Qinqing in his arms. The little girl remained entirely unaware of the unfolding events. She attempted to pull the coat from her head. But each time she peeked out, her father would gently cover her again, leaving her only to hear the cacophony of gunfire while seeing nothing at all. Soon, she was placed upon a warm seat. Finally able to remove the garments that had obstructed her view, Daddy Fu Sihua, seated in the driver's seat, spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. "Something happened. We shall return another time." Qinqing longed to express that she was feeling much better and that their next visit could be unnecessary. Yet sensing her father's somber mood, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. A minute after they had entered the vehicle, the bodyguards returned in a flurry. Fu Sihua rolled down the window to survey the number of individuals. Confirming that none had been left behind before starting the engine, just as they prepared to depart from the location, a shocked voice from the intercom within the car announced, "Boss, the road is blocked. Numerous animals are ascending the mountain." The beam of the flashlight illuminated the cement road behind them, revealing a throng of animals seemingly enchanted, crawling towards their direction. The chaotic scene was beyond mere shock. Fu Sihua's previously cold demeanor softened, his voice was low yet firm. Up the mountain, there were indeed animals on the mountain, but due to its proximity to the temple, measures to disperse them were more effective, resulting in fewer errant creatures. As they ascended, Qinqing leaned against the car window, gazing through the glass at the road outside. She noticed many cat-like beings rushing towards the spot they had just vacated. The little girl tightened her grip in nervousness. "Daddy, there are so many animals." Fu Sihua remained focused on driving, responding with a non-committal A glance in the rearview mirror revealed the perplexed and frightened expression on the girl's face. It appeared she was unaware that these animals had been drawn to her presence. The car ahead honked incessantly to drive away the animals, and by the time they reached the temple, nearly everyone inside had been roused. 2 young monks supported the elderly abbot at the entrance. "Apologies for disturbing your rest. We encountered some issues and wished to seek refuge for a time." Fu Sihua explained. The abbot clasped his hands in prayer and bowed his head, instructing the young monks to lead them inside. The temple was expansive, adorned with red walls and green tiles, preserving a significant degree of ancient charm. The young monks arranged several clean rooms for them. After they departed, Fu Sihua placed Qinqing onto a chair, brushed off the dust from her fuzzy coat, and wrapped it snugly around her once more. The warm-toned lights within the room illuminated Qingqing's face, which had regained much of its rosy hue, glistening like white jade. Most notably, every time he looked at her, the little girl would beam at him with her eyes crinkled in joy. He approached and gently touched her cheek with the back of his hand. It was warm. Are you tired? He inquired softly, his pale lips parting gently. Qingqing shook her head, her bright, dark eyes fixed intently upon him. She was not tired at all. In fact, she wished to run outside and play. A knock at the door interrupted them, prompting Fu Sihua to ruffle her hair before walking over to open it. A bodyguard entered, casting a quick glance at Qingqing before lowering his voice deliberately during their conversation. We deployed drones to spread powder at the location I was just at and disposed of the wolf carcasses. Retrieving and destroying the bullets. Understood, boss. The bodyguard quietly exited, closing the door with a soft creak. Fu Sihua approached the bedside. The temple's blankets were uniformly light gray, brought over by the young monk earlier. He unfolded one, laying half over the bed and lifting the other half. Then, he returned to the chair and gathered Qingqing into his arms. Daddy, she inquired curiously as she was nestled into the blanket. Aren't you going to sleep? Fu Sihua replied affirmatively, draping his coat over the blanket, his gaze warm. I will keep watch over you. Qingqing closed her eyes, only to reopen them. The sparkle in her large eyes betrayed no hint of drowsiness. Daddy, I can't sleep, she confessed candidly. After a moment's thought she added, I miss my bed at home. It's fragrant and soft to this one isn't pleasant. I don't like it. Unbeknownst to him, the little girl had grown somewhat spoiled. Fu Sihua glanced at his watch, a pang of guilt tugging at his heart. In an hour's time, I shall take you home to sleep. Alright. Another knock echoed from the door, and after a few minutes, Fu Sihua returned holding a clean, soft blanket. He placed it beside the bed, and the little girl eagerly crawled out from under the covers, excitedly rubbing against the plush material. Daddy, I love soft things. Noted, he replied, pulling up a chair to sit by the bed. Thoughtfully, he tucked the blanket around her snugly to keep the chill at bay. After completing these tasks, he gazed into her sparkling eyes, his tone low and gentle. Qingqing, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you. She nodded obediently. Daddy, go ahead. This ability you possess is not common. It exists only in a select few. He continued, emphasizing that her health was of utmost importance. Despite Fu Sihua's slow pace, the bewilderment in the little girl's eyes was palpable. Realizing this approach would not suffice, he decided to illustrate with an example. Do you remember the incident at the airport when Uncle Xiao took you away from us? The mention of Xiao Su's name caused Qingqing's expression to turn serious. She nodded earnestly. I remember. Fu Sihua observed her angry demeanor with satisfaction. It was because he recognized your uniqueness that he abducted you. Uncle Xiao is so bad, Qingqing exclaimed, visibly upset by the memory of being taken away, her frustration bubbling over. I hate Uncle Xiao, Fu Sihua wholeheartedly agreed. It was indeed deserving of disdain. However, he cautioned, if others discover your exceptional abilities, they may attempt to take you from me, just as Uncle Xiao did. At this point, he paused, taking the pudgy hand of the little girl in his own, gazing deeply into her eyes as he asked, Qingqing, do you wish to leave me? Not at all. The little one quickly wrapped her arms around his, shaking her head vigorously. Daddy, I don't want to be taken away, Fu Sihua gently advised. Thus, you must conceal your abilities, do not allow others to find out. The little girl readily agreed, but then her expression shifted to one of concern. Her cherubic face twisted slightly as she stole a guilty glance at the man beside the bed before carefully stating, but Daddy, I think I might have let someone know. When the other party turned to look at her, she hurriedly explained, it was a sick lady. I wanted to make her happy, so I gave her a flower. Where did you meet her? At Uncle Xiao's house. The little girl's voice dwindled to a whisper. The connection between the Xiao family illness and the lady had already clicked in Fu Sihua's mind. He affectionately ruffled Qingqing's hair, comforting her. Do not worry, that person is fine. The little girl brightened at his reassurance but hesitated before asking, then, can I give her flowers next time? Of course, Fu Sihua replied, you may gift her as many as you desire. Half an hour later, a bodyguard messaged Fu Sihua, indicating that the road had been cleared. As Qingqing was carried outside, she noticed a throng of people gathered. The buzzing overhead piqued her curiosity, and she glanced skyward to see numerous small aircraft hovering above, black with tiny red lights. She watched in awe as they descended lower, eventually landing to be folded and collected by the men in black at the temple entrance, akin to trained hawks returning to their handlers after a successful hunt. Qingqing was mesmerized by their dexterity. So cool. Further up the mountainside, 3 larger drones hovered, spraying a fine mist of medicine over the area, reminiscent of how the gardener at home watered the flowers with a spray bottle. Scrunching her little nose, she turned and hugged Fu Sihua's neck, burying her face into his shoulder. Daddy, it smells terrible. Fu Sihua entered the car, shutting the door to shut out the unpleasant odor. As the vehicle roared to life, Qingqing raised her head, once again filled with curiosity. As she peered outside, she leaned against the window, mirroring her earlier position during their ascent. The colors of the road appeared heavy, suggesting it had rained. After observing for a while without seeing a single insect carcass, the road was clean and smooth, as though the chaotic scene of insects and animals from an hour ago had merely been a figment of her imagination. She withdrew her gaze, deciding not to look any further. At 1:30 in the morning, they returned to the city. Fu Sihua instructed the driver to head to the hospital, as he was anxious and wished for Dr. Zhan to check Qinqing's pulse the next day before returning home. Little Qinqing was genuinely fatigued and fell asleep as soon as she touched the bed, when Fu Sihua turned to fetch a blanket. He found her already in slumber, even though just moments ago she had been chattering away with him. Though he was aware that children fell asleep quickly, he was still taken aback by the swiftness of her descent into dreamland. Fu Sihua approached and gently tucked her in, admiring her cherubic face. The depth of her dark eyes softened as he turned to issue a few quiet words to the caretaker before leaving. Closing the door with utmost care. In the middle of the night, he returned home. Both children were already asleep, and the living room had been tidied up, appearing pristine. The soft yellow light illuminated his path as he made his way back to his room. He flicked on the light, rummaged through his wardrobe for a set of clothes, and having found them, entered the bathroom. Approximately 10 minutes later, the bathroom door swung open, and he casually toweled his hair dry. His gaze wandering about the room before settling on a particular spot. It was a diminutive safe, nestled at the bottom of the bookshelf. Fu Sihua set down the towel in his hand and approached it. Water droplets trickled down from the tips of his dark hair, dampening his brows and eyes. It took him 2 attempts to input the safe's combination before it finally yielded to him. The passage of time had rendered him unable to recall what lay within. Upon opening it, he discovered merely 2 small boxes. One contained a pair of wedding rings, while the other, when opened, revealed a pink diamond ring. Memories flooded back to him. Over 20 years ago, at the time of his marriage, his mother had gifted this pink diamond to Su Nanxi. Later, during their divorce, he had traded a property in Qinqing to reclaim it. After retrieving it, he had neglected it, placing it along with the wedding rings into the safe. Had it not been for his sudden discovery this evening, it might have languished in obscurity for quite some time. Fu Sihua closed the box, selected a coat from the wardrobe, and slipped the small box into his pocket. He hurried back to the hospital, where the young girl slept soundly in her bed. Her caretaker remarking that she had not stirred a bit. After shutting the door, he instructed the bodyguard at the entrance to take the pink diamond ring for cleaning at the jewelry store beneath the Fu residence. Should he come across a splendid design, he planned to transform it into a necklace, a future wedding gift for Qinqing when she grew up and encountered someone she cherished. The form of the gift mattered little. He merely wished for the beautiful blessings his mother had bestowed upon him at his wedding 2 decades prior to be passed on to Qinqing. If she chose not to marry, she could simply wear it herself. Morning arrived, and at 8:30, Qinqing felt her hands were somewhat cold. Drowsily, she attempted to withdraw them, only to be grasped by an aged hand. "Hey, hold still, little one," a grandfatherly voice called from nearby. The little girl opened her eyes to find several people standing beside her bed. Zhan Yuren retracted his hand and nodded towards Fu Sihua. "She is recovering well. She can be discharged. However, she must continue taking the medications I prescribed for another 3 days. "All right, thank you, Dr. Fu Sihua replied. Zhan Yuren smiled and waved off the gratitude, expressing his admiration for Tan Hongru's remarkable plant, pondering the prospect of acquiring a few pots for his office to enhance his own comfort. Inside the ward, after Qinqing finished her morning routine, she emerged to find the table laden with breakfast. After satisfying her hunger, she approached the bed, noticing a large box on the floor, where 2 bodyguards were carefully placing the potted plant onto the table. Qinqing sidled up to Fu Sihua, her gaze filled with curiosity as she asked, "Daddy, where are they taking the flowers?" Back to Professor Tan, she pondered this for a moment before inquiring, laced with anticipation, "Can I give my master a gift?" Upon hearing her words, Fu Sihua understood her intent. After a brief contemplation, he nodded, "Yes." With everyone else vacating the room, Qinqing crouched before the box, murmuring to herself as she fiddled with it for a while before withdrawing her hand and closing the box's lid. As the bodyguards prepared to carry it away, Fu Sihua instructed, "Make sure to present it grandly upon delivery." "Understood, boss." His bodyguard promptly complied, turning to arrange for a red banner, leaving no detail overlooked. In the courtyard of the research institute, as the banner unfurled, passers-by were drawn in by the spectacle. Upon hearing the commotion, Tan Hongru nearly fainted from astonishment. His colleagues supported him, and as they reached the front courtyard, they overheard the bodyguard in the center of the crowd proclaiming, "We thank Professor Tan for lending us the divine flower that saved our young miss. Thanks to the miraculous properties of this flower, she was discharged safely this morning." With that, he opened the box. Presenting the potted plant, trained eyes expertly scanned the crowd for Tan Hongru, and he approached with the flower. As he walked, the fragrance wafted through the air, captivating everyone. Upon reaching Tan Hongru, the onlookers gasped in disbelief. "What a scent, old Tan! Have you truly reached such heights in your research?" they exclaimed. "We're all from the same institute. How could you keep this under wraps?" One colleague recounted how a nephew in City A had mentioned a con artist selling powdered rare flowers to affluent bird and fish enthusiasts, who were clamoring to buy. "Surely that can't be you." Amidst the animated chatter, Tan Hongru found it difficult to concentrate, as he too was taken aback by the flower. Coming to his senses, he recalled the bodyguard's earlier words. his brow furrowing slightly. The child has been discharged today. Yes, she has been examined by Dr. Zhan, who confirmed her release. Upon hearing this, Tan Hongru refrained from further inquiries. A young student beside him took the potted plant. And as they departed, Tan Hongru handed the bodyguard a note. His usually stern expression softened, revealing a hint of pride. The apprenticeship banquet will be held at a modest restaurant. The details are written here. Make sure to deliver it to your boss. The bodyguard, upon receiving the note, opened it on his way back to report, and was astonished by the name of the restaurant, Su Family Noodle House. Surely it cannot be of the scale I imagined. He quickly checked and confirmed there indeed was a Su Family Noodle House nearby, slightly larger than a typical small eatery. His expression shifted as he contemplated his boss. A billionaire hosting an apprenticeship banquet for his beloved daughter in a place akin to a humble noodle shop. The thought of media coverage only added to his disorientation. He could hardly fathom such a fantastical scenario. Meanwhile, Fu Sihua had taken Qinqing out of the hospital. Instead of returning to Yunjin, he headed directly to the ancestral home. Every holiday, they gathered at the old residence, especially since the elder held significant authority in recent years. Thus, apart from a few relatives abroad who could not return, everyone else made it a point to attend. As the youngest in the family, Fu Sihua had 2 older brothers and 1 sister. In earlier years, their relationships were amicable, but as their grandfather's health declined, discussions surrounding the family estate became increasingly sensitive. With such a vast fortune at stake, the genuine bonds they once shared had dissipated, leading to fierce competition and myriad tactics employed in both overt and covert battles. While in the car, Fu Yuetzi called to inform him that everyone had arrived and that they were currently administering eye drops to their grandfather. It was evident that tensions were palpable, with family members vying for favor. Fu Sihua remained unfazed, attentively fastening his daughter's coat to shield her from the impending wind. Upon their exit, the vehicle gradually entered a rarely traveled alley, flanked by red brick walls, revealing dark eaves. It finally came to a halt before a grand vermilion gate, positioned directly opposite the entrance. Fu Sihua carried Qinqing down, where the bodyguard stationed at either side bowed respectfully. Qinqing was instantly captivated by the 2 majestic Qilin sculptures at the entrance, intricately carved and exuding an imposing presence. Fu Sihua's long strides carried him swiftly past sights that Qinqing had yet to fully appreciate. As they traversed the front courtyard, the back area was devoid of many bodyguards, but the presence of servants increased. Fu Sihua entered the largest room, where a multitude of guests was already seated. As they stepped in, a momentary silence enveloped the room, primarily due to the ongoing issue with the Su family. Earlier, 2 elderly members of the Su family had arrived, weeping as they beseeched Fu's grandfather, lamenting that their daughter and son-in-law had been sent abroad by Fu Sihua and had since gone silent. The elderly couple, both in their 60s, wept pitifully as the remaining relatives seized the opportunity to cast aspersions in front of their grandfather. And just as the elder's expression began to shift, Fu Shueji and Fu Yuetzi entered. Upon seeing the 2 elderly Su family members, Fu Yuetzi became even more agitated than they were, hastily reporting their grievances to the elder, causing the Su family members to depart in a huff. Presently, the reigning MVP sat across the hall, casually peeling an orange. Fu Sihua, seemingly oblivious to the delicate atmosphere in the living room, entered and nodded respectfully towards his grandfather seated at the head of the table. Father, I'm back. Fu's grandfather maintained a stern expression, his hawk-like gaze scanning the child in Fu Sihua's arms. Qinqing, greet your grandfather, Fu Sihua instructed. The little girl, nervously observing her grandfather's face, softly called out, "Hello, Grandpa." The elder responded with a non-committal grunt, his demeanor towards Qinqing noticeably cool. His gaze shifted back to Fu Sihua, who was met with a pointed remark, "You're always the last to arrive." Fu Sihua remained composed, explaining, "Qinqing was injured. I stayed with her in the hospital this morning." The elder was aware of this and had heard the news but seemed intent on voicing his discontent. At that moment, Fu Sihua's second sister, Fu Gongqiu, who had already married, took a sip of tea and spoke leisurely. The elderly members of the Su family have only 1 daughter, Su Nanchi. For your 4th brother to send her abroad without any means of contact seems rather excessive, doesn't it? Her expression was displeased, and her gaze towards Fu Sihua was laden with disapproval. While your playful squabbles with Su Nanchi may have been tolerable, sending her entire family away is crossing the line. Fu's grandfather remained silent, his eyes fixed on Fu Sihua. Just as Fu Gongqiu finished speaking, Fu Yuetzi, unable to contain himself any longer, tossed aside his orange peel and stood up a second. "Aunt, what do you mean by playful squabbles? She injured my 3rd brother and harmed my sister. One is frail, and the other is but a child. Had I not returned in time, our family would have faced dire consequences." When Fu Sihua was absent, Fu Yuetzi spun an elaborate tale. He informed the elder that Su Nanchi had stabbed Sangu in the shoulder with a knife and had kicked Qinqing away, leaving both of them unconscious upon returning home. In truth, there were only 3 individuals privy to the events at that moment. Su Nanchi had already been whisked away, and the circumstances could easily be fabricated by him with a mere word. Fu Yuetzi became increasingly convinced of his own narrative, adopting a tone that grew ever more severe. "Second aunt, you have married into the Zhao family, not the Su family, given your evident favoritism towards the Su family. You should have accompanied the Su elders back half an hour ago. Fu Gongqiu felt the sting of his sarcasm, her face reddening as she glared at Fu Yuetzi, furious yet unable to utter a single retort. The sound of a teacup clattering on the table broke the silence, and the elder's demeanor remained frosty enough. Everyone remained quiet for a while. With the elder having spoken, Fu Gongqiu dared not voice any objections. Though her heart simmered with resentment, prompting her to mutter under her breath, "Little Yu's grades may be mediocre, but her tongue has only grown sharper." Fu Yuetzi bit his tongue, choosing not to engage with her provocations. Fu Sihua lifted his eyelids, regarding her with a smile that bordered on disdain. "Your sister's company has seen declining performance in recent years, yet your temper seems to be on the rise." "You," Fu Gongqiu nearly choked, abruptly lifting her gaze to him. His implication was clear: while her abilities were lacking, her temperament was anything but subdued. As it appeared that another quarrel was about to erupt between the two. The elder rapped his cane on the floor twice, silencing them. Enough of the bickering. After his pronouncement, Fu Gongqiu begrudgingly swallowed her words. With his cane stowed away, the elder surveyed the occupants of the living room before turning to Fu Sihua, inquiring, "Why hasn't Hua returned yet? Why hasn't Hua returned?" Fu Sihua replied without even reaching for his phone. The elder detected his indifference and glared at him in irritation before turning to Fu Yuetzi. "You call your second brother and inquire about his whereabouts." Fu Yuetzi acknowledged with a simple "oh" and exited with his phone. The other members of the Fu family harbored various thoughts yet remained largely silent. Although the elder did not voice it, everyone understood that his fondness still lay with Fu Sihua's children. After 5 minutes passed without Fu Yuetzi's return, it was presumed he had taken the opportunity to enjoy a diversion after making the call. As one could hardly entertain oneself with a phone indoors, the elder merely huffed softly, saying nothing, and allowed this indulgence to continue. The eldest son's wife, Xiaoyueshu, could hardly contain herself, feeling compelled to voice her thoughts. Fourth brother had the subordinates take the pink star for cleaning last night, and this morning several senior jewelry designers under our aegis received assignments to design a necklace. Are we to alter the pink star? Fu Sihua acknowledged with a sound, picking up an orange from the table and handing it to Qinqing to peel for distraction. Xiaoyueshu's smile deepened as she beckoned her eldest daughter over to sit beside her. "She is set to become engaged to the Ji family this new year. Since the pink star symbolizes perfect and flawless love, why not bestow it upon her as a good omen?" Fu Qiaoshi, who was summoned, appeared somewhat taken aback, having never dared to entertain such a notion. A furtive glance at Fu Sihua's impassive expression filled her with trepidation, prompting her to discreetly tug at her mother's sleeve. Xiaoyueshu squeezed her hand reassuringly, surveying the room. The elder's silence suggested that this matter held merit. "Little she is our Fu family's eldest daughter, and her wedding represents the family's honor. It is only fitting that she receives it." Fu Qiaoshi, at 24, was the firstborn of her generation, already doted upon. With parents willing to pave the way for her future, she lacked for nothing and was indifferent to material wealth. Hearing her mother propose acquiring the pink star from her fourth uncle, she discreetly tugged at her mother several times in an attempt to dissuade her. Besides her, the third household also had a daughter named Fu Wanwan, who was 17, 2 months older than Fu Shueji. Wanwan's situation was quite the opposite. Her parents paid her little mind, investing all their hopes in their 2 sons, never granting her the opportunity to vie for anything. Consequently, Fu Wanwan's disposition was markedly sharp. The pink star, a nearly 60-carat pink diamond, boasted the highest grades in both color and clarity. Previously auctioned for 400 million decades at go.to this day, no diamond of such magnitude has appeared. And its value continues to rise. If placed in an auction house now, it could command 500 million. During the wedding, the matriarch had adorned Sunanchi with it, resembling a radiant pigeon egg. Naturally, Fu Wanwan desired such a treasure, yet her mother remained silent as she munched on an orange, leaving Wanwan to voice her thoughts. "Aunt, my elder sister already possesses an abundance of fine things. Surely you need not covet the pink star." Her mother, Ming Tianqing, cast an astonished glance at her daughter. She understood that Fu Sihua's belongings were not easily seized, having initially intended to observe from a distance, only to find her daughter embroiled in the matter. At this juncture, it was clear that Wanwan was also eyeing the coveted pink star. Without uttering a word, she assumed a passive stance, calculating in her mind if Wanwan succeeded, it would be bestowed upon her eldest son. If not, there would be no loss. Xiaoyueshu felt displeased but concealed her feelings. "Wanwan, your elder sister's good fortune is also a reflection of your own. I am not trying to snatch anything, but rather to secure our family's honor." Fu Wanwan pouted. "That's not quite how it is." The conversation between the 2 women continued animatedly, filling the room with lively banter. Fu Sihua sipped his tea, observing the spectacle with detached amusement. Suddenly the cool, soft object poked at his lips, and he glanced down to see the little girl in his arms softly urging him to eat the orange. Setting down his teacup, he accepted the orange segment with his long, elegant fingers and placed it back into Qingqing's mouth. He then lifted his indifferent gaze, sweeping it over the 2 disputants, his voice languid and aloof. "Enough of the quarrel, neither of you shall have it." The room fell silent instantly. The elder lifted his eyelids, studying Fu Sihua for a few moments before letting out a soft huff and lowering his gaze once more. Fu Sihua maintained a stoic expression, his tone as unruffled as usual, calm and unwavering. "It belongs to my daughter." Xia Yuechu's expression shifted abruptly, and just as she was about to retort with a sharp "What daughter do you have?" she caught sight of the little girl in his arms, her countenance darkened further, not only her own but also those around her. The implication was clear: fourth brother intended to gift the pink star to this. Her name is Qinqing. Xia Yuechu was unconcerned with the child's name. Her only interest lay in where the 500 million would ultimately land. In contrast to her thoughts, Fu Wanwan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Fourth uncle, you intend to give the pink star to an outsider?" Fu Sihua paused momentarily before retorting. "Is my daughter considered an outsider?" Under normal circumstances Fu Wanwan would have noted his displeasure, yet the emotional upheaval clouded her judgment. At 17, her parents had left her with nothing of value, be it cars, houses, jewelry, or antiques, all bestowed upon her brothers. She had always been envious of Fu Qiaoxi, and now her ire had shifted towards this child, who was merely 3 or 4 years old, receiving a dowry from fourth uncle. Fu Wanwan felt a sharp pang of jealousy, akin to a needle piercing her heart, yet she was not his biological child. Nor did she bear the Fu family name. Once married, she would sever all ties to the Fu family. As she spoke, a note of grievance crept into her voice. "Fourth uncle, though I am not your biological child, I still bear the Fu surname. No one in the family came to her aid." Fu Wanwan approached the elder, clutching his wrist and pouting. "Grandfather, please advise fourth uncle. Our Fu family is not devoid of daughters. Why bestow a gift upon an adopted one?" At this juncture, she hesitated, her voice trailing off. "I still have nothing. Why not let fourth uncle give me the pink star?" The elder remained silent, and the occupants of the room awaited his response. Just then, a figure clad in a long, dark gray trench coat entered. His tousled black hair was tousled by the wind, and his strikingly flamboyant features were hard to ignore. He exuded an air of nonchalance, yet his curved phoenix eyes occasionally flashed with intensity. "I could hear you all the way from afar. How old are you to be quarreling over a child's toy?" Fu Huoding stepped over the threshold. Casting a glance at Fu Wanwan, who sat beside the elder, a knowing smile gracing his lips, Wanwan addressed by name. Fu Wanwan instinctively straightened her posture, her eyes wary. "What do you want? Grandfather hasn't he even spoken?" "It is not your place to scold me." Fu Huoding sauntered towards her, leisurely remarking, "I can't be bothered to scold you. You lack self-awareness." Fu Wanwan gritted her teeth. "I am not lacking. Very well." Fu Huoding drawled, languidly inquiring, "How old are you, my delicate little flower?" Fu Wanwan. She clenched her fists in frustration. Fu Huoding stood beside her, grasping her arm and effortlessly pulling her up from her seat, as if it required no effort at all. Once he had her standing, he took her place. "Don't stand there being a nuisance. I'm here to present a gift to grandfather." Fu Wanwan shot him a venomous glare. Feeling a mix of anger and helplessness as she retreated to her original position, she could not outmatch Fu Huoding in verbal sparring. To do so, she would first have to contend with Fu Yuetzi, and she was no match for him either. The crux of the matter was that Huoding had a knack for charming the elder, and his arrival forced everyone to yield to him. The elder's brow relaxed. "What gift are you bringing me? I've seen everything there is to see." He feigned indifference, as he always did, yet secretly relished it each time he received a gift. Fu Huoding had long grown accustomed to his demeanor. His voice softened, complemented by his strikingly beautiful face, making him particularly endearing to the elderly. "Grandfather, this time is certainly different. I spent quite a while at Grandpa Gu's before I managed to acquire one from him." This statement piqued the interest of Old Master Fu. A few days prior, during Grandpa Gu's birthday celebration, he received that pot of flowers from Uncle Gu, which you must be aware of. Old Master Fu was indeed aware, as it had caused quite a stir. Many flower and fish enthusiasts had inquired about it, yet no one could uncover its whereabouts. The precious flower was guarded as if it were a lifeline, kept in his room for daily admiration. He had been present at the scene and had seen the flower with his own eyes. After witnessing it, even he, a man who didn't cultivate flowers, felt a twinge of longing, though he refrained from asking out of pride. Upon hearing this, he cast a surprised glance at Fu Huoding. "It is that very flower. I brought back a pot of orchids." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 bodyguards entered, carrying a rectangular box. Even before it was opened, Old Master Fu began to anticipate its contents. Though his expression remained stern, his gaze had not strayed from the box. The others in the household were also curious, particularly because this type of flower had recently become a rarity in the capital. Many who attended Grandpa Gu's birthday had returned discussing it. Naturally, they were eager to witness what had garnered such lavish praise from the affluent. Accustomed to fine things, little Qinqing tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity, just like the adults around her. Fixated on the box, the bodyguards opened the glass display case, revealing a pot of exceptionally flourishing orchids. Simultaneously, the delicate, serene fragrance unique to orchids wafted into everyone's nostrils. Suddenly, a refreshing aroma pierced through the heavy air, effortlessly diverting everyone's attention. Old Master Fu lost his composure, beckoning the bodyguards to bring it closer and placing it on the coffee table before him. He gently pinched the long, slender leaves of the orchids, confirming they were indeed real flowers. At that moment, standing by Grandpa Gu's side and inhaling the floral scent had left him in awe. Who would have thought he would possess one now? Fu Huoding noted his grandfather's restrained delight and smiled as he explained, I thought you might prefer something subtle, so I specifically requested a pot of orchids. When I arrived, I happened to catch Grandpa Gu and the others reviewing health reports. Ever since he began cultivating these flowers, his health has improved significantly. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuanqi, the current head of the third branch, skeptically interjected, Is it truly so miraculous? If flowers, you know your grandfather trusts you the most. You cannot deceive him. Upon inhaling the delightful fragrance, Fu Yuanqi was immediately captivated. His earlier obstinate remarks merely reflected his concern that old Master Fu's affections would entirely sway toward Fu Huoding. Thus he reluctantly voiced his thoughts. However, old Master Fu remained unfazed by his words. After expressing his admiration, he turned to Fu Huoding and patted his hand. Old Gu is quite stingy. Acquiring this pot of flowers must have required considerable effort on your part. Fu Huoding chuckled and shook his head. As long as this flower benefits grandfather's health, I will go to great lengths to procure it for you. Just then, Fu Yuanqi's expression froze, cursing inwardly, damn it. How come the offspring of Fu Sihua are so adept at flattering old Master Fu? Little Qinqing, puzzled, withdrew her gaze and looked up at the person holding her. Daddy, this isn't. The little one's voice was barely above a whisper, audible only to the two of them. Before she could finish, Fu Sihua slipped a slice of orange into her slightly parted mouth. This tactic proved effective. The distraction made her forget what she intended to say. Her eyes were wide with innocence as she nestled in Fu Sihua's embrace like a little white cat. Daddy, choo choo choo. What was I going to, choo choo choo, say just now? Choo choo choo. Fu Sihua smiled, seemingly fond of this feeding routine, and when she finished chewing, he offered her another piece. Meanwhile, Fu Qiaoshi, who had been silent, spoke thoughtfully. Your grandfather, the flowers that Huoding brought back indeed possess healing properties. If I am not mistaken, they should have originated from Professor Tan Hongru of the Research Institute. Fu Qiaoshi, a master's student in economics at Qingda, was familiar with Professor Tan's name. She knew that the current dean of the Life Sciences Institute at Qingda was a student of Professor Tan, a detail shared by her graduate advisor. With all eyes upon her, Fu Qiaoshi spoke at a measured pace, sharing what she knew. I saw in our departmental group chat before coming here that this morning someone delivered flowers to Professor Tan at the Research Institute. It just happened to be witnessed by others at the institute. I suspect Professor Tan, concerned about causing a stir, discreetly used the flowers to treat his students. Fu Sihua glanced at his wristwatch. An hour and a half had passed since the information had traveled from the Research Institute to Fu Qiaoshi's ears. After Fu Qiaoshi finished, Xia Yuechu kicked her lightly. Her face darkened. Isn't discussing this, merely giving Fu Huoding a boost. Old Master Fu already cherishes him. Now knowing these flowers have been scientifically validated to heal, he is bound to adore them even more. Fu Qiaoshi, however, seemed unconcerned, appearing genuinely delighted for old Master Fu. Grandfather, these flowers are likely what Professor Tan previously released. He has been researching healing plants for over 40 years, and every time he has new results. They are fought over like treasures. Perhaps this time, not wishing to attract attention, he discreetly provided them to his close acquaintances. Coincidentally, the Gu family is a medical family, with some connections to Professor Tan. Fu Qiaoshi's reasoning was sound, prompting old Master Fu to nod in agreement, praising her. At that moment, Fu Yuetzi, who had been wandering outside, happened to overhear Fu Qiaoshi's last statement. Curiosity piqued, he approached to see what was so extraordinary, only to be taken aback. What did I think it was? This is. As he began to speak, a powerful gaze bore down on him. Without needing to look, he knew it was his father's. Fu Yuetzi stiffly turned his head, only to find everyone in the room staring at him. His scalp prickled with unease, especially as Fu Qiaoshi curiously inquired, What is it, little you, why did you stop speaking? Facing the scrutinizing gazes of everyone in the room, Fu Yuetzi felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. Alas, why does my big mouth always get me into trouble so quickly? The intense gaze behind him felt like a thorn in his back, reminding him that this matter was sensitive, concerning his sister's safety. Yet he forced a smile toward Fu Qiaoshi, saying, Nothing, I just got distracted by the fragrance. Upon hearing this explanation, the crowd redirected their attention back to Fu Qiaoshi, resuming their discussion about the flowers. Fu Yuetzi exhaled in relief, settling beside his father. It was truly frightening. He casually picked up Qinqing, cradling her in his arms. Good Qinqing, have you missed your brother after not seeing him for a day and night? He lowered his gaze at the lovely girl in his embrace, gently brushing her delicate, pale fingers against her cheek, his demeanor affectionate. I missed you. The little one swallowed the sweet orange in her mouth and eagerly responded, I really missed my brother. Fu Yuetzi's eyes softened, his gaze tender as he cupped her little face with both hands. His tone brimmed with affection. Your brother at home misses you too. To the point of not being able to eat or sleep. Fu Sihua shot him a bemused glance. He had returned home the night before, and it was this lad who had slept the soundest. Such words might only fool a little one just starting kindergarten. Little Qinqing, undoubtedly charmed, continued to feed him oranges. In a hushed tone, Fu Yuetzi leaned closer to Fu Sihua's ear. Dad, I'm taking Qinqing over there to find third brother. Go ahead. Fu Sihua understood that he could not remain still. The adults in the room were engaged in conversation, oblivious to him slipping away like a kangaroo. Inside, Fu Shueji was seated comfortably, shielded from the wind. While two boys of similar age chatted nearby, when Fu Yuetzi arrived with Qinqing, he carried with him a refreshing scent of oranges. Third brother, I brought Qinqing for you. He sat beside Fu Shueji, showcasing the little girl in his arms like a treasure. Qinqing beamed, her fair face flushed, and she offered him the last segment of her orange. Fu Shueji leaned in to accept it upon seeing the little girl's bright, sparkling eyes. His heart ached slightly. Qinqing, how is your health? All good now. Qinqing sat up from Fu Yuetzi's embrace, reaching out to wrap her arms around Fu Shueji's arm, her voice laced with concern. Brother, is your arm all better? All good. Fu Shueji mimicked her earlier tone, elongating his voice gently in response. The two boys across from them abruptly halted their conversation, having overheard. They both belonged to the third branch. One was Fu Wanwan's older brother, while the other was her younger brother. The elder was named Fu Jingming, and the younger, Fu Jingyuan. So this is the sister you adopted. She seems rather ordinary to me. What did fourth uncle see in her? Leaving the precious pink star to her, Fu Jingming scrutinized Qinqing for a moment, his gaze betraying a hint of disdain. She is merely a touch prettier than the average child. How could she be worth nearly 5 little targets? Unbeknownst to them, Fu Wanwan had also approached, unable to bear watching Fu Huoding bask in his success, feeling it was more unbearable than death. Upon joining the conversation, she nodded in agreement with her brother's earlier remark. Indeed, fourth uncle treats her like a treasure, carrying her from the moment he entered. Little Qinqing, intrigued, tilted her head, not fully grasping the two phrases but aware they were discussing her, prompting her to turn to see who it was. Fu Yuetzi extended his hand, playfully pinching her little head, his face a mask of seriousness. Don't look, it's a little black one. He then raised his gaze to the unyielding Fu Wanwan standing before him, bluntly confronting her. You come over here with such a strong aroma, it's suffocating me. Fu Wanwan. Fu Wanwan's expression stiffened as she shot him a glare. What is sour about me? Go ask around. Who would envy an orphan? You would. Fu Yuetzi retorted without a hint of hesitation, casting a glance at Fu Wanwan's face, which had lost its composure, and grinning mockingly at her. What you just said was quite amusing. Qinqing is my father's daughter. Does he not hold his own daughter close and instead embrace you? Upon hearing his words, Fu Shueji couldn't contain herself, covering her mouth and turning away to cough, her cheeks flushing crimson. This little one's tongue, not just her. Fu Wanwan's face was also flushed, but from anger she glanced nervously at the adults chatting nearby, confirming that her voice had not carried over. Before releasing a sigh of relief yet, when she met Fu Yuetzi's smirking gaze, her expression flickered between shades of green and white. You're insane, Fu Yuetzi. She stepped behind her older brother in search of protection. It had been over a month since they last saw each other, and Fu Jingming's understanding of Fu Yuetzi's sharp tongue had grown a bit hazy. Now, witnessing it again, he merely wished to mediate. Deciding to keep any mocking thoughts to himself while maintaining the calm atmosphere from earlier, with that in mind, he raised a hand to signal for calm, adopting a conciliatory tone. Alright, Wanwan is a girl. Have you forgotten our etiquette lessons from childhood? One must be a gentleman towards girls. At his words, Fu Yuetzi chuckled lightly. Fu Jingming, I can't even be bothered to lecture you. When did it come to you teaching me etiquette? He was equal in his disdain, retorting anyone who spoke ill of his sister, regardless of their gender, you should keep your mouth shut as well. In a few months, it will be New Year. If I hear you disparaging my sister again, I will ensure my father doesn't give you any red envelopes. Let us see how well you behave then. Fu Jingming's expression twisted momentarily. Alright, that's harsh. He took a deep breath, completely sealing his lips. The first-class critic of the wealthy was indeed not an empty title. Fu Yuetzi shifted his gaze, his demeanor softening. He pinched Qinqing's little face, amused by her curious, innocent eyes. In Fu Yuetzi's heart, his sister was the best child in the world, with a delightful personality, adorable looks, remarkable abilities, and a willingness to go to great lengths to help her brother. Her virtues were so numerous that he could sit down and extol them for an entire night. Moreover, in his heart, he had long regarded Qinqing as his own sister. Silly child, that's a snake. With just a few words, he silenced all voices that could possibly harm Qinqing. Those present could only swallow their anger in silence. During dinner, Ming Tiancheng and Fu Yuanqi exchanged puzzled glances as they observed their children. Why did these three seem so abnormal? Their quietness was somewhat eerie. Seizing the opportunity after dinner when Fu Hua took old Master Fu for a walk, the couple hurriedly pulled Fu Jingming aside to inquire about what had transpired. Meanwhile, Fu Yuetzi returned to their courtyard, holding Qinqing. To be honest, the Fu family's grand residence resembled an ancient royal palace. They lived in a courtyard house, featuring a square fish pond in the center, teeming with red and white koi, complemented by peculiarly shaped rocks and clusters of water lilies along the pond's edges. The water was crystal clear, but the pond's bottom was green. Passing by the small pond, Fu Yuetzi deliberately paused to admonish Qinqing. Sister, you must not go near the water. Qinqing obediently replied, I know, brother, we can only play there when adults are around. Fu Yuetzi nodded in satisfaction, after returning Fu Shueji to the house. He stood in the courtyard with Qinqing in his arms. He remembered that his sister kept 2 koi fish in her room. Although their family had someone dedicated to fish keeping, none could compare to the 2 she casually raised. The difference was quite significant. Qinqing squatted beside him, her curiosity piqued as she saw the water and wanted to reach in and stir it. The stirring immediately attracted all. The Koi's sister is the Koi queen. Fu Yuetsi suddenly declared. Qinqing looked at him in astonishment, retracting her hand to defend herself. Brother, I'm not. I know, Fu Yuetsi replied earnestly, I'm making a wish. If you become a Koi, I'll also have good luck. Qinqing mused silently to herself, intrigued by this notion. Fu Yuetsi took her to wash her hands, then carried her to the back garden to plate. His sister loved flowers and grass, and that was where the most greenery was found. Indeed, upon being set down, the little Qinqing exclaimed in delight, her eyes sparkling like jewels. Fu Yuetsi found a pavilion to sit in, propping his chin up with a smile. Go play, sister, I'll wait here. When you've had enough fun, we'll return. He was disinclined to move, opting instead to engage with his phone for a while. After all, he had grown weary of the scenery he had observed for over a decade. The garden was lush, complete with a small bridge and a large pond. Fu Yuetsi occasionally glanced at Qinqing, watching her twirl around with her little body like a spinning top, still shorter than the surrounding trees. After browsing several videos, he lifted his gaze only to find he could no longer see her. Alarmed, he stood up, scanning the area where he last spotted her, eventually catching sight of a little white hat amid the dense greenery. It turned out she had crouched down. Fu Yuetsi returned to his seat, leaning over the railing with a relaxed smile. She must have found some amusing little bug. He had enjoyed catching crickets in the garden when he was young. However, there were no poisonous insects or snakes here, as servants checked daily, so there was no cause for concern. At that moment, Qinqing was crouched on the ground, observing a long object before her, tilting her small head in confusion. What is your name? She asked, gazing at the triangular-headed creature on the ground, her posture obedient as she spoke with a childlike lilt. I think I've seen you on TV, but I forgot your name. If an adult happened to pass by at that moment, they would likely be frightened out of their wits. Silly child, that is a snake. The triangular head was poisonous, yet the snake seemed to be in poor condition. Languidly resting on the ground, a swollen area on its body oozing pus, appearing on the verge of death. The marks on its body indicated it had traveled a long distance to arrive here. Qinqing noticed this as well. She picked up a branch from the ground, cautiously poking at its body. You're hurt. Ignorance breeds courage. Young children often possess the greatest bravery. What is your name? She continued. Her voice soft and curious. The snake, too unwell to move, kept its head lowered, silent. Seeing the snake's injuries, Qinqing felt something was amiss. She stood up and went to find Fu Yuetsi. She truly wanted her brother to come and see. But her irresponsible older brother was engrossed in his game. Brother, the little girl tugged at his clothes, her voice sweet and soft. The vine is hurt, come see. Fu Yuetsi, amidst the chaos, raised a finger and whispered. Shoop, there are footsteps. Qinqing. After eliminating an opponent in his game, Fu Yuetsi paused to contemplate Qinqing's words about the injured vine. It turned out to be a branch cut by the servants. This was the first time he had heard someone refer to a discarded branch as injured. Indeed, his sister's empathy was remarkable. How adorable she was. He ruffled Qinqing's little head, smiling gently. It's alright. Go play, brother is here with you. Qinqing stood beside him, watching him for a few seconds as he focused on his game, speaking in terms she did not understand. After a while, Fu Yuetsi glanced at her again. Noticing she had not left and was still gazing at him longingly, suddenly feeling a pang of conscience, he said, bring it here. Let me see what kind of flower it is. Okay, brother. Qinqing hurried back to the flower vines, her small stick tapping rhythmically against the ground. She sensed something was amiss with the flower vines, yet she was at a loss as to how to save it. It would be best if her brother could take a look. Qinqing wrinkled her nose in mild disdain at the dirt and bits of leaves clinging to it. Inspecting it closely before finally grasping only the very tip of its tail, her soft, adorable face, coupled with her endearing posture and clumsy gait, was further accentuated by the snake she held in her hand. Brother, Fu Yuetsi exclaimed, having found a hiding spot. He raised his head to look at Qinqing, and that glance nearly sent his soul fleeing. What the hell? His mind erupted in a cacophony, as if thunder had struck his head. And a sharp, fragmented cry escaped his lips. Goddammit, those are flower vines. But that's a venomous snake, and it's alive. 086, spread the word, my sister is holding a snake. It's not a security guard, it's a bodyguard. Fu Yuetsi was nearly propelled into the air in fright. But his shout inadvertently summoned a passing servant. Before the servant arrived, he stuttered in panic, pointing at Qinqing's small hand, his voice trembling. Quick, get rid of that thing. Huh? The soft, adorable little girl glanced down at the flower vines in her hand, hesitating to let it go due to its severe injuries. But brother, it's hurt. Fu Yuetsi was also wounded, suffering a psychological trauma, had it not been for the fact that the person before him was his sister. He would have fled by now. Noticing his pale expression, Qinqing took a small step forward, her voice laced with concern. Brother, what's wrong? As she advanced, Fu Yuetsi felt as if he had encountered a ghost. Suddenly losing all strength and means of resistance. Don't come any closer. His shout left Qinqing slightly disheartened. He continued, that's a snake, Qinqing, a venomous snake. His voice trembled with panic. The little bundle of joy gazed at him with her big, watery eyes for 3 seconds before averting her gaze, softly responding, oh, yet still refusing to release her grip. What is a venomous snake? In a moment of daze, Fu Yuetsi experienced an odd sensation. Qinqing appeared so calm that he felt somewhat ridiculous in his alarm. This thought flitted through his mind for only a second before he shook it off. Ridiculous. During survival training in the wilderness as a child, the instructor had explained that a snake with a short, stout body, a triangular head, and a mottled gray-brown appearance, adorned with circular spots, was precisely the only highly venomous snake in the Qinqing region, the short-tailed viper. If bitten by this creature, one would likely be preparing for a final banquet. This was no trivial matter. The servant, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Before she even reached the pavilion, Fu Yuetzi spotted her and shouted, "Quick, call for a bodyguard." It was as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. "A highly venomous snake has entered, and it's in my sister's hands." The servant, a master of mishearing, transformed his words into a frantic cry, "ABA. A venomous snake has bitten my sister." Upon seeing Fu Yuetzi's pale face and lips, her expression shifted to one of terror. Without a moment's hesitation, she began to run while shouting, "Bodyguard, we need a bodyguard who can catch snakes." The steward, hearing her cries, frowned and reprimanded her. "No loud noises allowed in the back courtyard." "What is wrong with you? Have you forgotten the training rules?" The servant halted, pointing towards the small garden, her demeanor frantic as she exclaimed, "A venomous snake has entered the garden and bitten the young lady. Her life is in grave danger." "What?" The steward's stern expression transformed in an instant. He pulled out his communicator and, with urgency, commanded, "Quick, everyone to the small garden now. A venomous snake has entered the old residence and bitten the young lady. She has been poisoned." After hanging up, he immediately dialed the hospital and a private physician. Meanwhile, all the bodyguards in the front courtyard were rushing over. Such a commotion naturally drew the curiosity of passers-by. As they sprinted towards the back courtyard, Fu Wanwan stopped one of them, pulling him aside to inquire, "What are you all doing?" "A highly venomous snake has entered the back garden and bitten the young lady of the fourth master's family. And it has also injured young Master Yu." After this frantic declaration, he hurriedly joined the throng, leaving Fu Wanwan alone, bewildered in the wind. After 2 seconds of daze, she suddenly turned and dashed inside to find someone. In the living room, only a few adults remained engaged in conversation. As Fu Wanwan burst in, all eyes turned towards her. Noting her panic and recklessness, Ning Tianqing spoke in a tone tinged with discontent. "Wanwan, your grandfather is here. What sort of behavior is this?" Fu Wanwan ignored her, focusing instead on Fu Sihua, her lips moving as if she had suffered a significant blow. "Uncle, a venomous snake has entered the garden and bitten the girl you brought here. Fu Yuetzi has also been poisoned." Upon hearing this, the room fell into a stunned silence. Just then, the steward entered, having completed his phone call, to report the same dire news. Upon hearing it, old Master Fu instinctively glanced at Fu Sihua, only to find that he had already vanished, leaving no trace behind. Without a moment to spare, he hurried after him. With so many people rushing towards the scene, the atmosphere was grave, and no one dared to utter a word. Meanwhile, Fu Yuetzi was coaxing Qinqing, finally persuading her to set the snake down. The little girl, her eyes filled with worry, pointed at the snake's belly. "Brother, its belly is hurt. You still haven't told me what to do." Fu Yuetzi could see her mouth moving, but he could not hear her words. His scalp prickled as he urged, "Come over here, stay away from it." "Okay." Qinqing glanced down at the little snake on the ground, her expression reluctant to part with it. Slowly, she made her way to Fu Yuetzi, only to be abruptly enveloped in a tight embrace. "Let's go." Quickly, the snake, once placed on the ground, began to painfully crawl in her direction, prompting another sharp outburst from Fu Yuetzi. "You get lost, you wretched snake. I detest creatures that lack boundaries." He navigated around the chairs encircling the pavilion, one arm holding Qinqing close as he steadied himself against the railing. Leaping out in one swift motion, in his frantic dash, he collided directly with a rushing bodyguard. The bodyguard steadied him, his gaze filled with astonishment. "Young master, you're alive." Fu Yuetzi regained his footing, still trembling from the encounter, his face a mask of confusion. "What do you mean? What sort of talk is that? Am I supposed to be dead?" The bodyguard did not respond, for his gaze had shifted to the little girl in Fu Yuetzi's arms, his pupils dilating in shock. "My goodness, the young lady is also unharmed." The little bundle of joy, her big eyes wide with confusion, asked in a soft, hesitant voice, Is Qinqing going to die too?" At that moment, other bodyguards had already entered the pavilion and captured the injured little snake. The experienced snake catcher merely glanced at the wound on the snake's belly and immediately deduced the cause. It had been bitten by another venomous snake, and its injuries were so severe that it could not be saved. Fu Yuetzi caught sight of the patterns on the snake's body and felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. Instinctively retreating behind the bodyguard who had initially spoken to him guided him outside while relaying instructions to those around. "Quick, have the steward contact the extermination company to see if any other snakes have entered the old residence." Snakes have poor eyesight but acute senses of smell. They rely on their sense of smell for hunting and evading danger. They usually don't venture into crowded areas, and the old residence undergoes regular inspections. With pest control powder applied in the corners, nothing has happened in over a decade. How could a highly venomous snake suddenly appear? Thankfully, both the young master and young lady were safe, otherwise, they would all be held responsible. When the snake was placed into the capture net, it raised its head to glance in Qinqing's direction. Fu Yuetzi, still focused on moving forward, felt his skin crawl at the sight of the snake's patterns and thus refused to look back. Just as he exited the small garden through the archway, he collided head-on with a throng of people. Dad, he recognized the man at the forefront, instantly rushing excitedly towards him with Qinqing in his arms. Encountering family was a different experience altogether, and in that moment, he felt a wave of vulnerability wash over him. As he approached, Fu Sihua scrutinized his face, making him feel uneasy. Behind him, Fu Huoding observed him, bouncing around as if nothing had happened, feeling a mixture of relief and confusion. Xiao Si, you're alright? I'm fine. Fu Sihua reached out, his expression darkening as he took Qinqing from Fu Yuetzi's arms. The little girl's complexion was rosy, her big black eyes sparkling, and she smiled brightly when held. Look, she is perfectly fine. Fu Yuetzi felt as if everyone around him had transformed into automatons. As they all exhibited the same expression upon seeing him, repeatedly asking identical questions. I'm really fine. This had become Fu Yuetzi's response, the umpteenth time he had to reassure them. Why did the steward say you and Qinqing were bitten by a snake? Fu Sihua's tone grew serious as he inquired, what exactly happened? Who got bitten by a snake? We're both perfectly fine. It was Qinqing holding a half-dead snake that scared me half to death. Upon hearing this, Fu Sihua's eyelids twitched, and he lowered his gaze to the soft, adorable girl in his arms, utterly unable to reconcile her with the frightening words Fu Yuetzi had just uttered. Look, it's the flower vine, Daddy. Little Qinqing pointed at the snake-catching net held by the bodyguard, her small face earnest as she spoke. Brother said it's a flower vine. The others, bewildered by her words, exchanged confused glances. While Fu Yuetzi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as if recalling something vital, he hastily reached out to cover Qinqing's mouth, but halfway through, he was stopped by Fu Sihua. What are you so flustered about? Let her speak, he said. Fu Yuetzi awkwardly withdrew his hand, his demeanor stiff and forced as he chuckled. Me, flustered? Not at all. He desperately gestured at Qinqing, but the little one seemed entirely oblivious to his meaning. Mistaking his antics for an attempt to amuse her, that flower vine is hurt, brother said to take it to him, so I did. He. Fu Yuetzi felt darkness envelop him, wishing he could faint on the spot. It was over sure enough. After hearing Qinqing recount the events, Fu Sihua's gaze turned icy as he looked at him. Just then, an oblivious bodyguard handed him back his phone, and upon glancing at the screen, which displayed a game still in progress, Fu Yuetzi broke into a cold sweat. He forced an awkward smile at everyone who was staring at him, trying to maintain an air of calm. Let me explain. Fu Sihua passed the little bundle in his arms to a nearby person, his voice frosty. Now, explain yourself. Fu Yuetzi. Before he was pulled away, he turned back, panic-stricken, shouting, Second brother, save me, Grandpa, help. The two individuals he called upon averted their gazes, pretending they hadn't heard. This mischievous child, too engrossed in his phone to care for his sister, had startled everyone. He certainly deserved a good scolding. After Fu Yuetzi was taken away, old Master Fu quickly directed the bodyguards to search the rest of the old house. As for the snake, he initially intended to send it to the mountains in the south, but upon hearing from the bodyguard that it was severely injured and now motionless, he paused. Fu Huoding peered through the snake-catching net and recognized it as a highly venomous short-tailed viper. He gazed in surprise at the little girl in his arms, his voice melodious. Little sister, you have such a bold spirit. Qinqing still had no idea what she had just carried, however, still concerned about the snake's injury. She felt a strange familiarity upon seeing a face somewhat akin to her father's. A brother, it's hurt, it seems like it's dead. Fu Huoding replied, no, it's still alive. Qinqing felt a certainty she could not explain. Much like when she first saw her third brother's pot of jasmine, it appeared dead on the outside, and the aunt had said it was beyond saving, yet she sensed she could nurture it back to life. Then let us take it to a wildlife rescue station. After Fu Huoding spoke, little Qinqing turned to glance at the grimy snake-catching net, her curiosity piqued. Can we save it? Fu Huoding was momentarily taken aback. Unable to respond right away, Qinqing, with her little finger raised, earnestly explained, we can raise it like a puppy, and then we'll have another friend, right? Fu Huoding. No, who would befriend a snake? He earnestly discussed with little Qinqing, explaining that cold-blooded animals could not form bonds like warm-blooded ones. Their minds were devoid of emotional concepts, focused solely on survival and reproduction. What is brother talking about? The little girl looked up with a naive expression, her innocence palpable. I don't understand. Meow. I mean, they're quite dull and won't recognize you as their master like a puppy would, plus it's venomous. Now, Qinqing could barely grasp his words, she felt somewhat disheartened. But I really want to be friends with it. At her age, she was beginning to develop an affinity for peculiar yet fascinating creatures. Upon hearing this, old Master Fu's sharp gaze glimmered with interest. He looked at the soft, adorable little girl and suddenly felt she was quite to his liking. What a bold little girl. I like her. Turning, he instructed the butler to find someone to tend to the snake's wounds. He was unafraid of snakes, having previously kept a few pythons himself. Once the little snake recovered, he would consider enlisting a professional snake trainer. If that failed, he would release it back into the mountains. If it could be trained, he would remove its venom glands, finding it quite useful for catching mice. The butler, steeling himself, contacted the wildlife rescue station. Upon hearing this command, Fu Huoding surmised what was afoot. "Grandpa, are you planning to keep this snake?" Old Master Fu nodded seriously, stating that a snake entering the household would bring fortune. "Look, it was bitten by another snake and made its way from the outskirts to our home. This shows it is fated to be with us. When people wish to keep something, they often conjure up various justifications." Fu Huoding felt a shiver run down his spine. This was it. He had no desire to return to the old house. And now he was even less inclined. Though old Master Fu appeared much like any ordinary elderly man now, in his youth, he had been fierce and raised all sorts of creatures. Later, due to strict regulations prohibiting the keeping of large carnivorous animals, he enclosed a small mountain on the outskirts, housing his animals there. It resembled a small zoo, and he would occasionally visit, but none of his descendants were willing to accompany him. He would take the old butler and a few bodyguards for a stroll. Yet always felt unfulfilled, because apart from him, everyone else was afraid. No one genuinely cherished his little pets. Although he now had many descendants, they were all eager to inherit his wealth, with none willing to inherit his animals. And he couldn't bear to donate them to a zoo. Old Master Fu looked at Qinqing with a peculiar glint in his eyes, seeing potential in this little girl. What's so special about growing flowers? Upon witnessing the fervent gaze of the old master, Fu Huoding seemed to realize something. He glanced at the soft little bundle in his arms, tightening his embrace, his smile faltering for a moment. Surely Grandpa wouldn't he be contemplating his tigers and leopards, reflecting on the creatures he had seen during his visit to Tiger Mountain 2 years prior. He compared their size to that of his little sister. This little one could barely fill a gap in the teeth of a tiger. Those years had seen fewer and fewer companions willing to join him at Tiger Mountain, and with his advancing age, he found himself unable to walk there anymore, increasing his urgency to find a successor for the mountain. Each family gathering, he silently surveyed the potential candidates. He hadn't anticipated that he would be casting his net so indiscriminately upon a 3-year-old child. No, upon returning, he needed to inform his father to keep a close watch over the little one during their stay at the old house, lest Grandpa sneakily take her away. Fu Huoding discreetly stepped aside, revealing a hint of a smile on his exquisite face. "Grandpa, I'll go talk to Dad. You remember to take a nap later. Go on. Old Master Fu waved him off, completely oblivious to the change in his demeanor. When Fu Huoding returned to their courtyard with Qinqing in his arms, they encountered Fu Yuetzi emerging from the house, gritting his teeth in pain. His legs were stiff, and he moved as if in a slow shuffle. His hands awkwardly placed, his backside ached terribly, and covering it would not look dignified, so he could only shuffle in this bizarre manner toward his room. If the people from the third house saw him, he would surely be the subject of ridicule. Fu Yuetzi would rather endure another beating than allow them to laugh at him. Fu Huoding, witnessing his zombie-like gait, couldn't he help but show a hint of surprise. "Did Dad hit you that hard?" Fu Yuetzi winced, his youthful face contorting like the male lead from a current domestic drama, his good looks diminished. "It's not so bad. If it weren't for third brother pleading for me, he might have beaten me to death today." Just thinking about it made him furious. Who had spread the rumor that Qinqing had been poisoned by a snake, had it not been for that frightening gossip? His father would never have resorted to such harsh measures. "What's wrong, brother?" Little Qinqing peered over Fu Huoding's shoulder for a long time, her soft, cute voice laced with concern. Seeing the little girl's worried expression, Fu Yuetzi felt a slight comfort in his heart. He forced a smile. "I'm fine, just tripped while coming down the stairs." The fact that he was beaten was something he absolutely could not disclose, as it would tarnish his image in his sister's eyes. Oh, the little one believed him, her eyes blinking with innocence. Suddenly, she wanted to share with her brother. "Brother, the flower vine was left behind. Grandpa said he would find someone to save it." Hiss! Upon hearing the term flower vine, Fu Yuetzi felt an intensified ache in his backside, gasping in disbelief. "Damn that cursed flower vine. I never want to hear those 2 words again in my life." He clutched his rear and walked away, his expression contorted. Inside, before Fu Huoding entered with Qinqing, the 2 people inside were conversing. Fu Shueji poured tea and handed it to Fu Sihua, observing his still stern expression. She gently urged, "Dad, calm down. The old house has always been safe, and little see, I never anticipated a venomous snake would intrude." Fu Sihua grunted in acknowledgement, his expression softening slightly. Seated across from him, Fu Shueji tentatively inquired, "Dad, don't you think the appearance of this snake is rather peculiar? It shouldn't have entered by mere chance." This statement hit the mark. Fu Sihua's greatest concern was precisely this. Snakes have an acute sense of smell, and for one to come to the old house while severely injured suggested it had detected something here that could save it. It was said that Qinqing had dragged it by its tail from the ground to the pavilion. Threatened by its life and in such a distressing condition, it had not bitten Qinqing, indicating a clear intent. Such creatures do not possess complex thoughts. It likely sought out Qinqing to save it. As they conversed, Fu Huoding entered with Qinqing in his arms. Noticing Fu Sihua's expression returning to normal, he deduced that little Shui had soothed him. "Daddy." Qinqing leaned out from his embrace, outstretching her arms for Fu Sihua to hold her. As Fu Huading released her, she landed snugly in Fu Xiao's arms, her little dumpling face displaying two adorable dimples, smiling like a little fool. Fu Xiao's expression was one of helplessness as he gently ruffled her little head. That audacious little fool probably had no idea what she had just pinched. After placing Qinqing down, Fu Huadian's gaze was drawn to Fu Shueji, who was seated nearby. Xiao Shui, are you feeling better? It was as though an invisible magnet was pulling him towards her, compelling him to approach. Fu Shueji smiled, her delicate, pale lips tinged with a hint of pink, looking much more vibrant. I'm feeling much better. Second brother. Fu Huatian followed closely beside her, engaging in casual conversation. When he suddenly felt as though he had forgotten something crucial, unable to recall it, he dismissed the thought and ascended the stairs with Fu Shueji. The following day dawned clear and bright. The old master Fu, supported by the butler, ambled towards the place where Qinqing was. After entering the courtyard, he wandered around the living room but found no one. Not a soul was in sight. Just as he was about to call out, he suddenly heard voices coming from upstairs. Sharing a glance with the butler, he stood at the doorway peering up the stairs, only to discover Fu Sihua on the second floor, engaged in a phone conversation. They stood quietly below for a moment, listening intently. Upon hearing phrases like apprenticeship banquet, Qinqing, and professor, the old master Fu furrowed his brow in deep concern. He initially thought he must have misheard, so he inquired of the butler, what is he discussing? The butler relayed what he had overheard. It seems he is finding a teacher for Miss Qinqing and is planning an apprenticeship banquet. Why does a 3-year-old need a teacher? The old master was somewhat displeased. Perhaps it is for etiquette, the butler speculated uncertainly. Let us listen a while longer. Meanwhile, Fu Sihua was feeling a bit of a headache. He did not wish to offend Professor Tan, yet he felt it necessary to push for the matter at hand. Ever since the bodyguard had mentioned the name of that restaurant, it felt as though a thorn had lodged itself in his heart, making him quite uncomfortable. Currently, he was patiently discussing arrangements with Tan Hongru. Professor, may I decide on the venue for the apprenticeship banquet? His insistence on this particular location initially left Tan Hongru puzzled. But suddenly, a light seemed to dawn on him. So you find fault with my choice? The old man huffed discontentedly, settling on the matter with a few curt words, leaving no room for dissent. You think I'm choosing a place that lacks prestige, thereby embarrassing you wealthy folks? No, this is the venue. Just bring the little foodie along on time tomorrow. Fu Sihua felt an increasing ache in his head, his expression darkening. Just as he was about to say something to salvage the situation, Tan Hongru abruptly ended the call. Alright then, it's settled. I have other matters to attend to. I must hang up now. As the call ended, Fu Sihua felt the thorn in his heart dig even deeper. He opened his palm to glance at the slip of paper bearing the restaurant's name, his usually composed face now a tapestry of complex emotions. How had he become so flustered? Lowering his gaze, he noticed the two elderly figures in the courtyard. Adding to his discomfort, the old master Fu, still somewhat bewildered, only grasped that an apprenticeship banquet was to be held for Qinqing. He had never involved himself in the educational matters of the various households, but this time was different. He harbored a selfish desire to take Qinqing to Tiger Mountain, and he had come to discuss it with Fu Sihua. Hearing that an apprenticeship banquet was being planned for the child filled him with an instinctive sense of crisis. When he spotted Fu Sihua descending the stairs, he hurriedly motioned for the butler to follow him inside. What is this about an apprenticeship banquet? What teacher have you found for Qinqing? Without even sitting down, he began to inquire. Fu Sihua had already sensed his presence and was aware that he had eavesdropped, so he was not surprised by the questioning. Calmly preparing tea, he replied without raising his head, a flower-growing teacher. Flower growing. Upon hearing these words, the image of the old man Gu tending to flowers flashed in his mind. The old master frowned, scoffing at such a hobby. What is there to learn in flower growing? Just stick a stem in the soil and it thrives. Fu Sihua nonchalantly placed a cup of tea before him, also offering one to the butler, who received it with surprise. Thank you, fourth master. The old master's previous remarks went unacknowledged, leaving him somewhat displeased. I'm asking you a question. I just heard you mention an apprenticeship banquet. Is the venue unsuitable? Fu Sihua lowered his eyes and replied softly, yes. The old man had overheard quite a bit. What place? He pressed further. Fu Sihua replied with a neutral tone, the Su family restaurant. At this, the old master paused momentarily before bursting into unrestrained laughter. You chose such a place for the apprenticeship banquet. Once you step outside, don't dare claim to be from the Fu family. Fu Sihua took a sip of tea, his lashes fluttering slightly as he remained unperturbed by the mockery. What kind of chaotic characters are you bringing into this? After his tirade, the old master suddenly felt the vague sense of crisis dissipate. He had thought this individual might be a rival, but now it seemed he was entirely unqualified. Feeling pleased, he savored a sip of tea, relishing the flavor. Quite good indeed. Now listen to me. Do not pursue flower growing any further. What is there to learn in that? The old master placed his teacup down, full of disdain. Dig a hole, plant a seedling, cover it with soil, and stomp it down a bit. Such a simple task doesn't require a teacher. There is nothing to teach. In his heart, he believed that even if Qinqing were to waste her time, it should be spent on Tiger Mountain rather than on the meaningless pursuit of flowers. Fu Sihua raised his eyelids to observe him. Finally realizing that something was amiss with the old man today, he fixed his gaze, speaking in a low, melodious voice. "What brings you here today?" Upon hearing this, the old master felt a twinge of guilt. After all, what he intended to discuss was rather awkward to broach. What kind of good person would send their child to play with wild beasts? His eyes darted around nervously, and in his agitation, he picked up the teacup on the table, his hands appearing quite busy. Fu Sihua, momentarily oblivious to the Tiger Mountain matter, scrutinized the old man as somewhat flustered demeanor, pondering deeply. If I recall correctly, you referred to Qinqing as Qing girl just now. When did your relationship become so close? The old master grew even more embarrassed, for this was a one-sided affection he harbored for Qinqing. Even she was unaware. Feeling a bit guilty, he began to act irrationally. "You ask me a couple of questions, and you grow impatient." Really? Fu Sihua remained unfazed by the accusation, accustomed to it, noticing the old man's teacup was empty. He poured another cup for him, then, in a flat tone, he stated, "I intend to take her out later. If you have no business, please return home early to rest." Wait. Upon hearing that he was taking Qinqing out, the old master grumbled a few complaints, expressing his discontent that Fu Sihua would rather roam than stay home with the elderly during the National Day holiday. After venting his frustrations, he finally broached the serious matter. "I need to discuss something with you. I have a friend who wishes to take Qinqing out for a stroll. I wanted to hear your opinion as her father." Fu Sihua remained silent, scrutinizing him for a long while, his tone ambiguous. "You have a friend?" But in that moment, Fu Sihua finally understood why the old master had come today. He was attempting to lead Qinqing to his dilapidated mountain. Taking a deep breath, he smiled politely. "That's not acceptable. Just days prior, he had not even wanted her to see a dead wolf, let alone the chaotic assortment of wild beasts. We mustn't frighten the child into developing psychological scars." Rebuffed, the old master Fu, feeling humiliated, declared, "I'll go speak with Qinqing myself." Stop hindering the child's own wishes. Fu Sihua, exasperated, was preparing to reason with him when the old master set down his teacup and stormed out. Looking quite incensed, the butler placed the teacup on the table and hurriedly followed after him. Once they were outside, the butler inquired via the intercom, and promptly someone reported Qinqing's whereabouts. Little Qinqing was currently watching the veterinarian treat a snake. Hearing someone call her name, she turned around, a bit confused. Grandpa. When she had seen this grandfather's stern face the previous morning, she found him rather unapproachable, causing her some trepidation. "Qing girl, do you like this snake?" The old master leaned closer, his expression radiating warmth, something he had not shown to his other grandchildren. The smile made Qinqing feel much more at ease. Gaining a bit of courage, she answered his earlier question honestly. "Grandpa, I don't like it. Do you indeed like it?" he began, but was abruptly interrupted. "Wait a moment, did I hear that wrong?" The little girl earnestly explained her reasoning. "Actually, I think it looks ugly. It's not my favorite color." "Pink." The old master was taken aback, but I saw it was injured and felt pity for it, which is why I touched it. His heart fluttered with mixed emotions, and upon hearing her concluding statement, he quietly reassured himself. "It's alright, having a kind heart is a good thing." However, little Qinqing seemed as though she were sent from the heavens to thwart him. She raised the two fingers she had used to pinch the snake's tail, rubbing them on her clothes with a slight look of distaste. "I feel like my hands are still sticky. I regret it so much." "Grandpa." The old master was at a loss for words. Just then, the snake in the transparent box, wrapped in bandages, stirred slightly and hissed weakly, as if trying to curry favor. "It can actually be dyed pink." The old master stared into Qinqing's clear, bright eyes, completely at a loss for words. Why was this little girl not following the script? How could he proceed with the conversation when she had effectively blocked all paths? Typically, it is others who strive to engage him in conversation. This is the first time he has racked his brain, pondering how to chat with someone else. "Grandpa." The little girl, having expressed her grievances, gazes at him with curiosity, her tender voice soft and endearing. The expression on Grandfather Fu's face betrays a hint of awkwardness. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to change the subject to a more universally beloved creature. "Qing girl, do you like cats?" Little Qinqing pauses momentarily, envisioning a small, clean, and utterly adorable kitten. Her eyes light up, the glimmering black irises resembling polished gemstones, and she eagerly nods. "Yes, Grandpa, I love kittens." Grandfather Fu exchanges a knowing glance with the butler, a glint of excitement flickering in his eyes. He bends slightly, his demeanor gentle, coaxing her gently like a wolfish grandmother luring a child. "Little Qing, would you like to accompany Grandpa to see the kittens?" The innocent girl, oblivious to the peculiarities of the situation, excitedly nods. Yes, thank you, Grandpa." Her heart swells with gratitude. Though her grandfather may appear somewhat unapproachable, the prospect of seeing kittens fills her with joy. Grandpa is indeed a good person. Without a second thought, she skips along behind Grandfather Fu. Meanwhile, the snake in the temperature-controlled box behind them senses the diminishing scent, drooping its head in dismay. As they reach the car, a flicker of confusion crosses Qinqing's face. She halts at the car door, tilting her soft, pale face in bewilderment. "Grandpa, are we taking the car to see them?" Grandfather Fu chuckles. "Yes, indeed. Grandpa's kittens are a bit far away, so we must drive and now hop in." Little Cheng, urged by his words, Qinqing climbs into the vehicle. As the crimson gate recedes into the distance, she clings to the window, turning to ask Grandpa, should we tell Daddy? Upon hearing the mention of Fu Sihua, Grandfather Fu's expression stiffens, meeting the innocent, bewildered gaze of the little girl. He quickly shakes his head. Your father lacks an appreciation for aesthetics. He would not understand the charm of adorable creatures. So we need not inform him. The 3-year-old, utterly clueless about the concept of aesthetics, simply absorbs his words, not quite comprehending their meaning. It is now around 8 or 9 in the morning, the time when she is most spirited, and she gazes out the window, marveling at everything she sees. The flow of pedestrians diminishes, and the surrounding skyscrapers gradually thin out until they vanish entirely, replaced by dense trees. A sense of unease begins to creep over her. She turns to glance at her grandfather, who appears to be napping with his eyes closed, not wanting to disturb his slumber. She swallows her curiosity and continues to observe the world outside. After she turns away, Grandfather Fu discreetly opens one eye to glance at the round little figure beside him, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He maintains his asleep facade, while little Qinqing contemplates asking him several times throughout the journey, ultimately dismissing the thought that Grandfather Fu remains in this state until they arrive at their destination, rising on his own without anyone calling to him. The car door opens, and the driver turns to remind them that it is time to disembark. They find themselves standing before a desolate iron gate. A chilly breeze sweeps past, sending withered leaves fluttering down from above, swirling around in the wind before being swept into the enclosed area beyond the walls. As Qinqing steps out of the car, a gust of wind sends a leaf flying onto her face. She reaches out her tiny hand to brush it away, but upon taking in her surroundings, she instinctively turns back towards the car. Grandfather Fu hastily grabs the little tail of her garment, preventing her from retreating, as the little one, unable to budge him, looks up with a pitiful expression, as if accusing him. What? I don't want to go, Grandpa is going to sell me. Taken aback, the old man chuckles at her dramatics. How could I possibly sell you? I have no need for trifles. The little girl remains unconsoled, her cries intensifying. What? The stories from the director's mother always say that Grandpa is lying. Boo-hoo. Grandfather Fu, although somewhat inappropriate, he can't help but admire the orphanage's thoroughness in safeguarding their charges. After a lengthy bout of tears, the little one seems to recall something, stifling her sobs, her delicate face streaked with tears, appearing utterly pitiable. Grandpa, please, let me see Daddy one more time. Pfft. The moment those words escape her lips, the surrounding bodyguards and driver burst into laughter. Grandfather Fu, both amused and exasperated, ruffles her hair affectionately, as one might do with a cat. Now that you call me Grandpa, how could I ever sell you? I might tease you verbally, but nothing more. Wiping her tears with her small hands, she inadvertently transforms her face into a little calico. Really, her tender voice trembles with uncertainty. Of course, Grandpa has brought you here for something significant. You'll know once you step inside. His sincerity resonates, and the driver and bodyguards nod in agreement. Qinqing ceases her crying, appearing to take his words to heart. Well, she sniffs, her voice tinged with reluctance. Okay then. Finally, the little girl releases her grip on the car door, following her grandfather toward the imposing iron gate. This place resembles a haunted asylum from a horror film. Within the iron gate, 2 brawny men, muscles rippling, pull open the heavy doors. Little Qinqing feels the urge to cry again, perceiving these uncles as fearsome figures capable of sending her flying with a single blow. They hardly seem like the type to care for kittens. However, the resounding clang of the iron gate slamming shut shatters her hesitations. A Grandfather Fu reaches out, taking her soft little hand in his, as naturally as if they were in their own home. Little Chang, let us go see the kittens first. At this moment, the only hope in the little one's heart revolves around the thought of kittens. She manages to reassure herself, trailing behind her grandfather for quite some time until they finally arrive at a sturdy wire fence. This wire mesh is rigid and tall, enclosing an area so vast that she cannot see its entirety. Grandfather Fu points toward a large orange figure within, his voice tinged with excitement. Quickly, Ching, look, furry and adorable, do you like it? The tiger's ears twitch, having heard the human voice. It catches a scent that pleases its sensitive nose, but having just fed, it feels little temptation and lazily ignores them. Meanwhile, little Qinqing gazes up at her grandfather. It seems a bit big. Grandfather Fu waves his hand dismissively. You perceive it as large because you are still a child. Once you grow up, you will see it differently. His rationale is sound and convincing. The little one, somewhat enlightened, nods in comprehension. Oh, is that so? As they converse, a small tiger cub spots them and dashes over, skidding to a halt at the edge of the fence, its little head cocked in curiosity as it examines Qinqing. Grandfather Fu's eyes light up suddenly, triumphantly pointing at the cub. See, Grandpa, wasn't he lying? It's just a little kitty. The mother tiger, having satisfied her hunger, saunters over, her ears perking up at the sound of his words. She casts a languid glance at Grandfather Fu, her large eyes reflecting a human-like bemusement. What a clever way to refer to a tiger as a cat. Little Qinqing stands, nearly the same height as the cub, and as the cub tilts its head in confusion, she mimics the gesture. Overflowing with a sense of innocence, Grandfather Fu cannot suppress a chuckle. He crouches down, his voice gentle as he asks, well, Ching, do you like this little kitty? Yes, she exclaims, then Grandpa will give it to you. Would you like to take care of it? The little girl's face contorts with concern as she meets her grandfather's expectant gaze, her voice wavering. But I still need Daddy to take care of me. She glances once more at the adorable little tiger cub, her tender voice filled with disappointment. Daddy works so hard for money. I already have a puppy, so perhaps I shouldn't adopt it. How can that be? Grandfather Fu exclaims, nearly shouting in his excitement. After so many years, I finally have someone to share this with. I can't let the opportunity slip away over a lack of funds. Money is no object. I have plenty, little Chang, rest assured, you can take care of it. I will ensure your father has the means to support it. He promptly pulls out his phone, demonstrating a few operations. Satisfied with the result, regardless of whether the little one understands, and now your father has more disposable income, he can afford not just one but 100. Though Qinqing does not comprehend the details, she surmises that her grandfather is sending money to Daddy. And her face brightens. Thank you, Grandpa, you're so wonderful. You're giving me a kitten and sending money to Daddy. Grandpa is the best. Grandfather Fu smiles, his heart swelling with joy at her praise. The little fool, oblivious to her own predicament, continues to charm him. Meanwhile, the cub, feeling neglected, rests its forelimbs against the fence, scratching at it to create some noise and regain Qinqing's attention. This tactic proves effective, and she is drawn to the little creature. The cub extends its spiked tongue through the gaps in the fence, seemingly wishing to give Qinqing a lick, initially unaware of the potential danger. She reaches out her small hand, but Grandfather Fu swiftly intervenes. With those sharp barbs, a single lick and you'll be in tears. To preserve the soft and adorable image of the kittens in the little girl's mind, he refrains from explaining further. Meanwhile, the cub continues to yawn and lick the iron fence, and nothing was present, yet it licked with evident delight. Qinqing felt a twinge of pity for it, and so, while the old gentleman was momentarily distracted, she carefully picked up a half-green, half-yellow leaf from the ground, paused for 2 seconds in her hand, and cautiously placed it into the tiger cub's mouth. Old Master Fu opened his mouth, intending to caution her. Interaction is a good thing, but tigers do not consume greens. Just as he called out, "Qing-girl," before he could finish his thought, he witnessed the cub's mouth snap shut, abruptly chewing the leaf with an awkwardness that suggested inexperience. Nearby, the leisurely tiger mother approached, her eyes fixed on Qinqing with keen interest. This peculiar tableau left Old Master Fu utterly baffled. Could it be that after feasting on meat, the cub had grown weary of it and sought a change in palate? He glanced around him, picked up a leaf from the ground, and extended it toward the tiger mother. To his surprise, she did not even spare it a glance, not only ignoring it outright but also snorting disdainfully through her nostrils. The old gentleman found himself questioning his very existence. He poked the leaf closer to the mother tiger's mouth, inquiring, "Nyo-nyo, what ails you?" Nyo-nyo paid him no heed, continuing to gaze intently at little Qinqing, who had ceased her feeding. Observing this scene, Old Master Fu felt no sense of disappointment from being overlooked. Rather, he was filled with extraordinary excitement. The fact that it would not consume his leaves yet relished those offered by Qinqing indicated that they held a fondness for her. To leave such a favorable impression on a tiger upon their first meeting was nothing short of serendipitous, a perfect error. It would be utterly unsatisfactory to not bequeath the zoo to Qinqing. His presence was decidedly overpowering. When the little girl turned her head, she was startled by his intense gaze. "Grandfather, you." Old Master Fu's smile softened further as he spoke gently to Qinqing. "My dear Qinqing, can you write your own name? I would like to play a game with you. If you can successfully write your name on a piece of paper, you will win this game. How about that?" The little one, just starting kindergarten, gazed at him with a bewildered expression. This was quite the challenging game. Her name was intricate, and she often found herself in tears during school, writing it with a mix of frustration and determination. Were it not for Sister Wenyu's comforting presence, she would have lost count of how many times she had cried over it. "Grandfather, I." Old Master Fu discerned her inner turmoil, standing up and unceremoniously taking her hand. Disregarding the other animals as they hastily exited, once in the car, he called the steward, still at home, his voice brisk and urgent. "Quickly, go retrieve the household registration book for the 4th, and the materials I previously purchased for the mountain. Bring them all to the government office. I have an urgent need." After a moment's reflection, Old Master Fu deemed the risk too great and made another call to the company, instructing them to find something for Fu Sihua to occupy himself with. Once Fu Sihua was lured out of the house, the steward could act, ensuring a flawless plan. Indeed, as he arrived at the government office, the steward from the old residence coincidentally approached with the materials. Little Qinqing stood bewildered before the unfamiliar yet beautiful building. A bodyguard lifted her up, and in an empty room, she waited for what felt like an eternity. Finally, someone pushed the door open. Many men entered, their gazes towards her curious, except for her grandfather, who beamed with joy. He produced a sheet of paper filled with dense writing, handed her a pen, and pointed expectantly to a specific spot in the lower right corner. "Quickly sign your name, Qinqing. Once you do, you will have won the game." With Old Master Fu's arrangements in place, all the necessary paperwork was prepared. Qinqing merely needed to sign, and the transfer contract would become effective. Qinqing blinked, sensing something amiss, yet her young mind could not grasp the full situation. However, believing her grandfather to be a good man, she trusted his words and, gripping the pen, laboriously wrote 2 crooked characters. The leaders following behind were at a loss for words to express their current feelings. Tiger Mountain, filled with ferocious beasts, a place considered taboo in fantastical tales, where protagonists often met their demise, yet its owner was a mere 3-year-old innocent child. As she obediently signed her name, Old Master Fu's smile widened. Having settled a significant matter in his heart, the procedures for transferring the mountain were complex, and he continually produced sheets of documents for Qinqing to sign. The little one sensed something was off, halting midway through her signature, pen in hand, hesitating. "Hurry and sign, Qinqing. Once you do, grandfather will buy you some candy," Old Master Fu urged, a hint of impatience creeping into his tone. Qinqing pursed her lips, her small voice filled with confusion. "Grandfather, what exactly are we doing?" "It's a game, dear. I told you so." Old Master Fu maintained his composure, clearly having engaged in such dealings before. The others in the room averted their eyes, unable to watch the manipulation unfold. Indeed, it was a clever ruse. Without deceit, no ordinary child would willingly associate themselves with Tiger Mountain. Reluctantly, Qinqing accepted the situation, reasoning that she might as well consider it practice for her writing. After signing several sheets, her handwriting improved significantly. She set the pen down, feeling her hand grow weary. Old Master Fu organized the documents and turned to the government officials. "Quickly, take this for review." The officials, aware of the urgency behind his insistence, understood the concern that the young lady's parents might intercept the proceedings. "Rest assured, Mr. Fu, we will have it processed by this morning." It was only 10 o'clock. Only 2 hours remained. Old Master Fu pondered for a moment and whispered a few instructions to the steward beside him. He knew Fu Sihua well. The man was efficient, and the tasks assigned would not detain him for long. Consequently, he decided to arrange a bit more work for him. Content with duping both his granddaughter and his son, he felt no remorse whatsoever. Extending his hand, he smiled warmly, regarding her with the eyes of a benefactor. "Come, Qinqing, grandfather will take you to buy candy." Qinqing, skipping along, remained blissfully unaware that she had been unwittingly sold. "Thank you, grandfather." As the pair exited the government building, they encountered 2 young individuals entering. It was rumored that Mr. Shu had regained consciousness, though he had yet to awaken fully. What an extraordinary year this was, with so many unusual events occurring. The bullet had completely penetrated his head. That he had survived at all was a miracle. And now, regaining consciousness was yet another. Upon mentioning this, they noticed someone approaching and quickly fell silent. The 2 young men, likely newly assigned to the capital, did not recognize Old Master Fu, seeing his beaming countenance. They mistook him for an ordinary elderly gentleman. However, as they drew closer, they spotted their superior behind this seemingly unassuming old man. A crowd of officials was escorting him out, and their superior was at the rear of the procession. The moment their eyes met, an unsettling realization washed over them. After walking some distance away, they cautiously whispered to one another. "In our line of work, with so many high-ranking officials here to see him. What status does that old gentleman hold? Could he be a retired bigwig? Beyond that, he could only be someone of significant influence. That's possible. By the way, have you heard about Tan Hongru from the Chinese Academy of Sciences?" Once outside the gates of the government compound, Old Master Fu and Qinqing climbed into their car, with the steward in the front seat. Throughout the journey, the two exchanged a few casual remarks. Reflecting on the words of the 2 young men he had just overheard, Old Master Fu's expression grew solemn. The capital had become increasingly unstable. The steward nodded in agreement, turning to speak. "Unlike a decade ago, last month's government announcement revealed that many endangered species had been maliciously hunted. These individuals disguised themselves as locals, secretly infiltrating protected areas, poisoning and slaughtering wildlife. The wild sika deer on Wufeng Mountain near the capital are down to just 2. Both poisoned, and were rescued by the Wildlife Association overnight." Hearing this, Old Master Fu's concern for his Tiger Mountain intensified. His mountain, located near the capital and personally purchased, was unlike other state-owned lands. Only he and now Qinqing could enter. An electric fence prevented outsiders from intruding, and an additional barrier was in place to protect confused animals from injuring themselves. Yet, if toxins were released from the air, it would be challenging to guard against. Just this small Tiger Mountain had cost him 3 billion just for the 2 layers of fencing. The animals within had been under his care for decades, with some cubs born under his watch. The thought of any harm befalling them was unbearable. After a moment of contemplation, Old Master Fu solemnly instructed the steward, informed the staff to increase their surveillance around Tiger Mountain during this time. "Be vigilant, and if anyone appears suspicious, apprehend them immediately, regardless of their excuses. We will interrogate them later." The Fu family's enterprises span numerous industries and sectors, including retail, energy, jewelry, and transportation, all currently managed by various heads of the family. However, the realms of real estate, finance, investment, and manufacturing remain firmly in the hands of the old gentleman, who has entrusted them to individuals he holds in the highest regard. This morning, upon hearing Qinqing's lamentation of insufficient funds, Old Master Fu relinquished a fraction of his power to Fu Sihua. The various sons and daughters of the family are eager to seize the remaining portion of the proverbial cake from his grasp. Yet none are willing to manage the significant expenses associated with Tiger Mountain. The upkeep of the mountain is substantial, as it houses ferocious beasts, and the annual costs related to their sustenance. maintenance of certain facilities, and labor collectively amount to a considerable sum. Moreover, their lack of interest in the beasts naturally dissuades them from shouldering these additional expenditures, along with a myriad of miscellaneous expenses. Indeed, over a decade ago, several young men from the first and third households expressed great fondness for the little tigers during their visit to Tiger Mountain. At that age, they found the idea of raising tigers to be quite impressive, and they enthusiastically declared their intention to frequently visit the mountain on their return journey. However, after just one night at home, their enthusiasm waned, and they began to shun the very thought of Tiger Mountain. As for Fu Sihua's 4 children, one is being groomed as the heir, another suffers from obsessive-compulsive disorder, a third is frail, and the last, in his childhood, was prone to tears, resembling a girl in his sensitivities. In summary, none are suitable. It can only be said that the first and third households have somewhat shallow perceptions, and they have also underestimated Tiger Mountain's significance in the old gentleman's heart. Should he select an heir, an immense fortune would inevitably be passed down alongside it. In a scenario where currency remains stable, this fortune would be more than sufficient to ensure the maintenance and expenses of Tiger Mountain for approximately 400 years. All of which would be allocated to a dedicated foundation managed by specialized individuals. To prevent this wealth designated for Tiger Mountain from being misappropriated, he would also guarantee the heir's prosperity. Thus, it is inconceivable that he would allow the chosen successor to bear any personal financial burdens. He is also concerned about the well-being of his tigers, fearing that after his demise, they might be fed substandard meat and subjected to mistreatment. With this thought, a weight that had long been hanging over old Master Fu's heart finally lifted. He turned his face away, cleared his throat, and as they passed a dessert shop, instructed the driver to purchase a small cake for Qinqing. The driver, adept at reading the situation, opted for a small tiger-shaped pudding instead. When gently shaken, the little tiger bobbed its head adorably upon receiving the pudding. Qinqing's large eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at the little tiger. Exclaiming, "How cute!" old Master Fu cast a pleased glance at the driver, thoroughly satisfied with his choice. Very good, a bonus is in order." Qinqing, cradling the little tiger, extended it towards old Master Fu, grinning widely, revealing a row of pristine little teeth. "Grandpa, you eat first." Despite old Master Fu's once ruthless nature during his youth, now approaching 80, he found it impossible to resist the charm of such an endearing little girl. His prospective heir. "Go ahead, my dear Qinqing, the doctor advises against sweets for Grandpa," he replied, affectionately stroking the soft hair of the little girl, finding the texture reminiscent of his tiger cubs. "All right then." The little one felt a tinge of disappointment, but it was fleeting. She lowered her head and cautiously licked the little tiger's ear, savoring its sweetness, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons of delight. Upon reaching home, old Master Fu and Qinqing disembarked from the vehicle. Just as they stepped out, Xiaoyuechu and Fu Qiaoxi, who were about to leave, hurried aside to grant the elder passage. As they approached, Xiaoyuechu smiled and called out, "Dad." In good spirits, old Master Fu acknowledged her. After he departed, Xiaoyuechu gazed thoughtfully at their retreating figures, noting the old gentleman's favorable mood, wondering what he had taken that child to do. Fu Qiaoxi, observing her expression, discerned her scheming thoughts and helplessly grasped her hand. "Don't overthink it, Mom. It's a good thing Grandpa is in a good mood." Xiaoyuechu sighed. "At this rate, the more fondness Grandpa shows the child, the more he will allocate to the fourth household. Leaving us with less." Fu Qiaoxi, uninterested in hearing more, quickly pulled her away. At noon, the transfer application for Tiger Mountain was approved, and upon learning this, old Master Fu joyfully indulged in an extra bowl of rice. By the time Fu Sihua returned home that evening, it was already too late to rectify matters. He inquired about several things from Qinqing, who responded with innocent enthusiasm, expressing her fondness for little kitties and gratitude towards old Master Fu. "Grandpa is a wonderful person. He took me to see the little kitties and played name games with me, and he even bought me jelly." It is easy to imagine that when Fu Sihua heard this, he felt as if the sky had collapsed. He propped his chin on his hand, lost in silence for a long while. With matters having reached this point, he could only resign himself to the situation. His current concern was for the little one's state of mind. How could she have missed so many red flags, believing she had struck a great bargain? Would it not be wise to find someone more astute to guide her? Fu Sihua wrestled with these thoughts, unable to sleep through the night, and by dawn, when he finally felt a twinge of fatigue, he dreaded the upcoming master-apprentice banquet at that Su family's small restaurant. In the morning, Tan Hongru called him early, urging him to hurry. With no other choice, Fu Sihua took Qinqing with him to the car. The other 3 siblings wished to join in the excitement, but Fu Sihua imagined the limited capacity of the restaurant and declined. "There won't be enough room." "Are you saying the car can't accommodate us or the restaurant? Be clear." Fu Yuetzi, unwilling to be brushed off, pressed for answers. Fu Sihua, somewhat exasperated, wished he could explain, but the restaurant simply lacked the space. The 3 siblings, hearing this, were left speechless, convinced it was merely an excuse to keep them away. The driver, having navigated the capital for over 30 years, was intimately familiar with every nook and cranny, yet even he required navigation assistance to locate the Su family's small restaurant, a testament to its diminutive stature, with its striking red and yellow decor. transparent glass doors and an interior viewable from outside. Fu Sihua chose not to disembark. Observing the desolate scene, he instructed his bodyguard to inquire within. The tall bodyguard, clad in a sleek black suit, appeared out of place as he approached the cleaning lady. "Excuse me, ma'am, why is it so quiet here?" The lady, glancing at him with suspicion, replied, "It's only 9 o'clock. It's not mealtime, of course, it's quiet. I see. Has my daughter's teacher arrived? He reserved this place for a banquet." The cleaning lady looked at him as if he were foolish. "Young man, what are you talking about? No one has reserved my restaurant. I haven't received any calls in days." After her remark, she regarded him warily. Instinctively grasping a broom leaning against the table, "What is your purpose in dressing like that?" The bodyguard, taken aback, hastily apologized and left. Upon returning to the car, he relayed the questions he had asked earlier. The vehicle fell silent, save for Qinqing's soft voice, "Daddy, why don't you ask the master?" At that moment Fu Sihua's phone rang, and it was Tan Hongru. His boisterous voice boomed through the line, impatiently asking when they would arrive. Fu Sihua held the phone away from his ear, inquiring, "Professor, are you sure the address you provided is correct?" "Yes, it's Sue's restaurant." As he spoke, a young man's voice chimed in, "Professor, it's Kadujia. It's all the same." "It's all the same." Upon hearing this, Fu Sihua ground his teeth, barely managing to articulate, "How could it possibly be the same?" Kadujia is a renowned restaurant in the capital, famous for its traditional style and notoriously difficult reservations. Its proprietor, bearing the surname Su, once served as a royal chef. Fu Sihua turned to glance at the Su family's small restaurant outside, his frustration bubbling over into laughter. "Very well, this is how we are playing it. Is it?" Beside him, little Qingqing instinctively edged away, pressing tightly against the opposite door. "Daddy, your smile is quite scary." As for the discussion regarding the protagonist's father's lack of authority, it is indeed the case that at present, the mother wields the most power. The Xiao family is under the control of Xiao Qingdai, with her 4 brothers serving as loyal supporters, thus she holds absolute power and authority. Conversely, in the Fu family, most of the authority resides with old Master Fu, who is reluctant to delegate due to the strained father-son relationship within the Fu family. Maintaining control provides him with peace of mind. Moreover, he fears that if his children were to obtain what they desire, they might neglect to visit him. Their circumstances differ significantly. At this juncture, it can be said that Xiao Qingdai is somewhat more formidable. This highlights the importance of having supportive allies. Lastly, I wish everyone a happy National Day. I would like to give a heads up that the much anticipated plot is on the horizon, as our little Qingqing is about to make her appearance. Promise me, after the reunion, you will all give me 5-star reviews. Alright, a friend in the capital recommended Qidu Zhai, stating that the owneress' ancestors once served as imperial chefs in the palace, and the dishes are exceptionally delectable, highly sought after by the nobility. Shen Jinsha, however, was not particularly intrigued. He leaned against the window, silently playing a game with the black cars outside. Qidu Zhai, if one cannot dine here, one might as well seek sustenance elsewhere. Eventually, he disinterestedly withdrew his gaze and reclined further back. The girl seated beside him leaned in curiously and softly inquired, "Brother, what sort of people frequent that restaurant?" Upon hearing her voice, Shen Jinsha jolted, hastily moving aside. His action caused the childless expression to stiffen abruptly, and she looked at him with disappointment. Realizing his reaction had been somewhat excessive, he awkwardly cleared his throat and explained, "I am not certain. The identities of those within are beyond our inquiry." Oh, the girl named Ruoruo cast him a resentful glance, aware that he was merely brushing her off. She longed to engage with the higher echelons of society, yet ever since she was asked to leave the Fu residence, Madame Shen had been avoiding taking her out. Regardless of how much she pouted or acted cute over the past few days, it was futile. Madame Shen had been psychologically scarred by her tears. Ruoruo harbored some grievances regarding this. She felt that Madame Shen's reluctance stemmed from her status as an adopted daughter, suggesting a lack of genuine affection towards her. In her previous life, she had befriended a wealthy woman from the capital in a game, who confided numerous family matters to her. The wealthy lady had been encouraged since childhood to socialize with those of even greater standing than her own family. With a monthly budget allocated specifically for such interactions, Ruoruo had envied her greatly, dreaming of a life akin to the affluent young ladies depicted in novels. And now, as a young lady of the Shen family, she had been eagerly anticipating Madame Shen's invitations to social gatherings. Although she was merely 3 years old in body, her soul was that of a 24-year-old, a veritable prodigy compared to her peers. She was confident that she could win the favor of other families and cultivate numerous connections, yet all these fantasies were shattered by Madame Shen's unwillingness to take her out. Thus the deep-seated resentment brewed within Ruoruo. However, she had no intention of lingering in the Shen household for long. If they chose not to take her out, so be it. Once she joined the Xiao family, it would be those families that once seemed unattainable who would seek to win her favor. During Ruoruo's moment of contemplation, Xinyu had already conferred with Madame Shen about their impending departure. Just as the driver was about to start the vehicle, he suddenly spotted 2 cars approaching from a distance. Shen, seated in the front passenger seat, tightened his gaze on the license plate ahead and suddenly exclaimed, "Hold on a moment." The driver, perplexed but obedient, halted the vehicle. "What's the matter, Madam?" Shen inquired with curiosity. "Look at the license plate." The car in front bore a license plate starting with Qinqing, common throughout the capital, and Shen had seen many such plates on their journey. However, what captivated him were the last three digits. 916. This particular plate was rather ordinary and not a particularly auspicious number. Madam Shen, somewhat perplexed, read out the numbers, still unaware of their significance. Their family's own plates were 8888, which held far greater auspiciousness. "That belongs to the Xiao family." Shen Yu's tone was resolute, his expression complex as he slowly articulated, 916 may not be an auspicious number, but it is the birth date of the Xiao family's missing young lady. Madam Shen in the back seat looked at him in astonishment, but in such a vast city, there are countless cars ending in 916, one cannot simply deduce that this is the Xiao family's vehicle. Shen Yu shook his head with a smile. "When I was in the capital on business last year, someone once told me, while you may not know who is in a car with a plate boasting 5 6s or 5 8s, if you see one ending in 916, you can be certain it belongs to someone from the Xiao family." He turned back to Madam Shen, his conviction unwavering. "Madam, you underestimate the Xiao family." In the midst of Madam Shen's puzzled gaze, he explained with a tone of astonishment, "What I mentioned earlier is not just a part, but applies to the entirety of the capital. All vehicles bearing a license plate that ends in 916 belong to the Xiao family." Upon hearing this, even the perpetually disinterested Shen Jinsha could not help but be drawn in. At that moment, he spoke in a straightforward manner. "That's impressive." "Wow." Shen Yu cast him a disdainful glance, reminding him to mind his language. Shen Jinsha merely feigned ignorance, his attention fixated on the license plate. Aside from Xiao Su, they had never encountered any other members of the Xiao family and were unaware of who might be visiting this time. The Shen family, in tacit agreement, refrained from mentioning their departure, each one instinctively watching the two approaching cars. Their focus was so intense that no one noticed the peculiar expression on Ruoruo's face. She slipped her small hand into the pocket of her coat and felt something hard within. Her emotions were a tumultuous mix of excitement and complexity as she gripped the necklace tightly. In her fervor, she inadvertently grazed a sharp edge of the gemstone, drawing blood from her delicate fingertip. As she withdrew her hand, a bright crimson droplet appeared upon her fair skin. None of the Shen family members noticed her predicament, and she refrained from drawing attention to herself, discreetly wiping her hand on the darker fabric of her clothing. The two Xiao cars came to a halt in front of Qidu Zhai, and as the door of the front passenger seat opened, a bodyguard stepped out. He respectfully opened the rear door, allowing the occupants to disembark. A woman with exquisite features emerged, exuding an aura of icy aloofness. Clearly someone not easily approached. After lingering by the car for a few seconds, she awaited the arrival of those from the second vehicle. Moments later, Xiao Su, carrying a gift of apology, awkwardly descended from the car. A group then made their way into Qidu Zhai. In the distance, Madam Shen gazed at the woman's retreating figure and asked, perplexed, "Is that the head of the Xiao family? I am unsure. I have heard that she has changed drastically since falling ill, and former partners of the Xiao family have been unable to meet her. Naturally, I have never laid eyes on her myself." While the Shen family speculated, Ruoruo disdainfully withdrew her gaze. This was not Xiao Qingdai, but rather someone in her company. In her previous life, it was this person who had contacted her on Xiao Qingdai's behalf, persuading her to become a waitress. She had forgotten the name, something akin to one of the 24 solar terms. Regardless, her demeanor was exceedingly frosty, and Ruoruo's impression of her was far from favorable. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she redirected her focus, contemplating the chaos of her own thoughts. Directly approaching the Xiao family was a rather reckless endeavor, yet since her rebirth and having seized Qingqing's necklace, there was no turning back. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, she had to give it a try. Moreover, in her current guise as a 3-year-old child, even if discovered, she was unlikely to face any dire consequences. The Xiao family would not harm a child. Ruoruo's thoughts were uncomplicated, and after reassuring herself internally, her fear began to dissipate. Now, she was solely preoccupied with how to meet the members of the Xiao family and reveal the necklace in her possession. Lost in her musings, having observed the commotion, the Shen family departed for another restaurant. Their vehicle coincidentally brushed past Fu Xiao's car, thus missing the moment when Qingqing was carried into Qidu Zhai. In the capital, with so many luxury cars, no one paused to scrutinize closely. Fu Xihua, cradling Qingqing as he descended, felt a mix of frustration and amusement upon seeing the multitude of vehicles at the entrance. This contradictory Professor Tan, who verbally derided Qingqing as a little potato, had gathered such a large crowd for the apprenticeship banquet. Just as he stepped through the door, he collided with Tan Hongru, who was about to exit. "I was just coming to find you. Didn't we agree to depart at 8? Why are you so late?" Tan Hongru queried, puzzled. Fu Xihua felt that Tan was casting the first stone. Had he not provided a highly misleading address, he would not have gone astray. Yet, as this was the teacher he had personally invited for Qingqing, he bore with it. Qingqing nestled in Fu Xihua's embrace. looked up at Tan Hongruo's face and sweetly called out, "Master." Tan Hongruo's features softened slightly, though he maintained a facade of seriousness, preventing the little one from discerning his delight. "Let us go. I have a few old friends I wish for you to meet. I shall hold your hand." He gestured for Fu Sihua to release Qinqing. Once she was down, little Qinqing glanced back and upon receiving permission, followed Tan Hongruo away. During their last encounter, Tan Hongruo had been alone, but this time, he was accompanied by a bodyguard. Fu Sihua surmised that his status must have risen significantly, which was a positive development. The higher his status, the less likely anyone would question Qinqing's abilities. Tan Hongruo led Qinqing towards a group of elderly gentlemen, while Fu Sihua found a spot where he could keep an eye on her. Before long, Xiaosu approached. He naturally took a seat nearby, sharing Fu Sihua's focus on the cluster of older gentlemen surrounding the petite pink figure. After a few moments of observation, he sighed, "It's been a couple of days since I last saw Qinqing." At that moment, Fu Sihua seemed to notice him for the first time, his expression laced with curiosity. "What brings you here? Does Qinqing welcome you?" Xiaosu, who had been reflecting nostalgically, suddenly froze, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. "I realize my mistake. I am here to apologize to Qinqing." Upon finishing, he beckoned to his bodyguard, who approached carrying a box. Xiaosu mysteriously tapped on the wooden box and gave Fu Sihua a thumbs up. "A remarkable item indeed. This is part of Princess Yuan's dowry from history, a set of auspicious cloud pattern jade and ruby headpieces. The servants just brought it in, and I've seen it. It's exquisite. Merely the appearance of this box is extraordinary. Its weighty demeanor and hue are rare in this world." Fu Sihua initially bore some interest, yet upon hearing Xiaosu's words, he felt a wave of boredom wash over him. His tone was unenthusiastic. "Qinqing is not interested in such things. She has yet to reach that age. One cannot say that," Xiaosu retorted. "You ought to prepare her a dowry. This is the dowry of the most favored princess in history. Presenting it to Qinqing would certainly elevate her status. As long as you are pleased with your gift," Fu Sihua replied dismissively, unwilling to engage in an argument with someone who always seemed to possess a plethora of fallacies. His gaze swept across the hall, ultimately resting upon one of the women present. "Is she your elder sister's acquaintance?" he inquired. Xiaosu nodded, feeling a pang of discomfort as he brought her up. "Indeed, that is Xuanzhang, here to assist my sister with some items." Both men's eyes fell upon the small box in Xuanzhang's hands, adorned with modern floral patterns and a silvery pink exterior that exuded a sense of technological sophistication. It was quite unlike the traditional gifts typically delivered by the Xiao family, who were known for their antique offerings. Given their familial background, most importantly, had Qinqing and Xiao Qingdai developed a friendship sufficient to exchange gifts? If so, he would need to take note, intending to reciprocate with a gift in Qinqing's name when the next opportunity arose. While they conversed, Xuanzhang pulled out her phone for a quick glance, then rose from her seat, scanning the area before making her way toward them. Upon reaching, she nodded to Xiaosu before addressing Fu Sihua. "Mr. Fu, I came here intending to deliver a token on behalf of the head of the family to Miss Fu. However, an urgent matter has arisen downstairs that requires my attention, so I hope you can assist in conveying this gift." "Certainly," came Fu Sihua's measured response. Xuanzhang opened the box in her hands. As Fu Sihua had anticipated, the contents deviated from the Xiao family's typical style. It was, in fact, a watch. The silver pink dial and strap glimmered with an icy elegance under the light, exquisitely crafted and customized for a child's wrist. Even engraved with Qinqing's name on the back. Xuanzhang set the watch aside and donned a pair of white gloves. With meticulous care, she retrieved the watch, kneeling gracefully to explain its functions to Fu Sihua. "Allow me to outline its usage. After the apprenticeship banquet concludes, please instruct Miss Qinqing on its operation." Xuanzhang's gloved hand deftly navigated the side buttons, elucidating each function with clarity. "The first button connects to your phone, both personal and work-related. It will automatically direct calls to the more convenient line. However, to ensure Miss Fu's safety in precarious situations, the watch will not emit any sound upon connection. You will hear her voice, but she will not hear yours. You must press this button again for your voice to transmit through the watch. Pressing the second button while on a call activates the video transmission feature. The camera is located within this small aperture. Once recording begins, the video will be transmitted in real time to a designated computer on our end. The head of the family recommends that you have someone from the tech department take this system with them." After detailing the functions of 4 buttons, Xuanzhang carefully placed the watch back into its box. She had only mentioned the most practical uses, omitting several more complex functionalities. Inside the box lay a manual outlining all features. However, young Qinqing would undoubtedly struggle to comprehend it, necessitating Fu Sihua to review it and gradually teach her. Xuanzhang handed the silver pink box to him, her tone solemn. "The head of the family hopes you will take good care of Miss Fu." As Fu Sihua grasped the box in his hands, he tightened his grip, a flicker of guilt flashing in his deep-set eyes. Xiaosu sighed softly beside him, his emotions a blend of helplessness and complexity. "I wonder how my sister learned about Qinqing's hospitalization a few days ago. After investigating the matter, she had someone take care of it. Perhaps it was a precaution. You know my sister well." Xiao Su sighed, the bitterness evident in his voice. She had always harbored an obsession with children, and with Qingqing's undeniable charm, it was no surprise that she would take a liking to her. Fu Sihua's gaze drifted towards a small child at the center of a gathering, surrounded by a throng of admirers. His fingers absent-mindedly grazed the box, nodding in agreement. Indeed, he had never found children particularly endearing. Whenever he overheard assistants or collaborators discussing parenting, Fu Sihua would inevitably recall the chaotic antics of the 4 children in his family, instantly losing any desire for conversation. Only Xiaoxua had exhibited a modicum of serenity. The other 3 were akin to wildlings. It was only with the arrival of Qingqing that he realized there was a distinct difference between raising a daughter and managing a band of rascals. Observing the expression on his face, Xiao Su felt a twinge of melancholy and lamented, if my little nephew were still alive, he would surely be as adorable as Qingqing. Upon hearing this, Fu Sihua withdrew his gaze. Perhaps deeming the topic too heavy, he sought to divert the conversation. Why didn't Tigu Shuyan accompany you today? Aren't you usually inseparable? He had intended to lighten the mood, but upon posing the question, Xiao Su's expression morphed into something peculiar. Who said we were inseparable? Have you had a falling out? Fu Sihua mused, unfazed by his friend's reaction, assuming Xiao Su was upset about Gu Shuyan setting off fireworks outside his home a few days prior. To his surprise, Xiao Su shook his head, an expression of distaste crossing his features. I've long since dismissed that incident. What irritates me is that at his age, he remains unmarried. The last time I visited him at the hospital, I overheard a nurse gossiping, suggesting that we were a couple. It was utterly revolting. Fu Sihua remained silent for a moment before candidly suggesting, you could always marry. Xiao Su dismissed the idea, his eyes inadvertently glancing across the hall at someone. Suddenly brightening with excitement, adhering to the principle of better a dead friend than a poor one, he sprang up. I just spotted old Master Gu. I shall go speak with him and urge him to encourage Gu Shuyan to go on some blind dates. With that, he hurried over, beaming as he intercepted old Master Gu. Meanwhile, little Qingqing sat obediently beside Tan Hongru, clutching a few lollipops gifted by the elderly gentleman. She answered any questions posed to her with cheerful enthusiasm. Though she noticed the elder's gray hair, their kindly expressions reminded her of her grandfather who took her to see kittens, so she felt entirely at ease, listening to the compliments about Qingqing's intelligence. Tan Hongru shook his head and waved his hands, though inwardly, he felt immense joy. As a man who had already 1 foot in the grave, with no children or caregivers, he never anticipated that he would find joy in the presence of a small bundle of joy who would sweetly call him master. Master, just as he was lost in thought. The little girl called out to him softly. Tan Hongru snapped back to reality, only to find his hands filled with a collection of hard candies. Looking down, he realized that the little one had generously shared her bounty with him. Her once gray attire now adorned with a colorful array of sweets. I don't eat candy, I saved it all for you. Later, I'll take it to your father, though he displayed a hint of pride. The tenderness in his gaze betrayed his true emotions. Nearby, others chuckled, teasing old Tan, you're truly blessed, researching breakthroughs and acquiring a clever little disciple. Indeed, we're all rather envious of you. Clearing his throat, Tan Hongru feigned seriousness. She is not clever, merely a little fool, still in kindergarten. Qingqing's soft, white face wore a look of confusion as she stared at her master. Little fool, are you talking about me? The adult's focus diverged entirely from hers. As they inquired, is Qingqing studying in the capital? Tan Hongru shook his head. No, she is with her father in City A. City A, you say? An elderly gentleman with an air of scholarly demeanor smiled warmly. I have acquaintances in several schools there. I shall inform them to pay special attention to the child. With that, he affectionately patted Qingqing's small head, advising, little Chang, when you grow up, you should apply to our schools. There are familiar faces there, and no one will bully you. Qingqing blinked her big eyes, asking, will I go to school with the grandpas? The innocent question elicited laughter from the elders. We would love to attend school with you. But alas, we may not live to see that day. Speaking with such optimism and ease, fearing Qingqing might not understand, they explained using childlike reasoning. We are the masters go to school together. While disciples learn together, therefore, you will attend school with our disciples. Oh, now Qingqing comprehended. She tilted her little face up, her voice laced with anticipation. So can't I go to school with them now? Not yet. One elder stifled laughter as he replied, they are all in university. You will need to finish university before you can go with them. All right. The little one didn't ponder further. Her small mind couldn't quite grasp it all. The guards standing behind the elderly men exchanged glances, their hearts quietly sighing. Just from these few words, the little girl's future appeared bright. In affluent circles, one common method of securing a gilded path for their children is to connect them with esteemed mentors. And the individuals present were indeed beyond their wildest aspirations. Having one such figure in her life was already remarkable. The connections of Professor Tan alone were enough to propel this young lady to great heights. Now, there are so many distinguished individuals present. It seems that everyone is acquainted across various fields. What is particularly noteworthy is that the young lady holds quite a high standing as among today's attendees. Several are to address her as Shu. Indeed, reincarnation appears to be an art in itself. As the time approached, Tan Hongru glanced at the clock hanging in the hall of the restaurant. He exchanged a few words with several old friends nearby, then returned to Fu Xihua's side with Qinqing. The second floor of the restaurant featured a spacious private room specifically designed for such occasions prior to the commencement of the apprenticeship banquet. Tan Hongru had a few matters to discuss with Fu Xihua. He adhered to the traditional 5-step apprenticeship process, adjusting the attire, performing the cleansing ritual, bowing respectfully, presenting the 6 ceremonial gifts, and offering tea at an auspicious hour. He sought to inquire if Fu Xihua had prepared these elements. Of course, Fu Xihua had not forgotten. Even though he initially thought Tan Hongru had reserved a modest eatery, he nonetheless instructed his assistant to make the necessary arrangements. After finalizing their plans, they conveyed a few instructions to Qinqing. The young girl was obedient, following their directions diligently. Though she struggled to remember everything when too much was relayed at once, neither of them pressed her. They deemed it sufficient for her to grasp the general idea, confident that she would recall the details when prompted later. This was Tan Hongru's first experience in taking such a young apprentice, and he found himself unexpectedly nervous, a sentiment shared by his colleagues and friends, who had not encountered such a situation before. On the second floor, as the pre-arranged time arrived, the banquet hall was filled with guests occupying the front rows, many of whom had been summoned by Tan Hongru, their average age considerably advanced. Little Qinqing stood in the aisle, ready to begin. As her teacher, Tan Hongru was to assist her in adjusting her attire, a task typically performed while standing. However, due to Qinqing's petite stature, the restaurant staff provided her with a tall stool. With numerous eyes upon her, the small girl maintained a serious demeanor, her adorable round face taut with concentration, elevated on the stool. She felt apprehensive and avoided looking down. Observing the poised young lady, Tan Hongru couldn't help but stifle a laugh. As he drew near, his hands instinctively reached toward her little head, but he restrained himself, placing them gently on her collar instead, soft and warm to the touch. Once this step concluded, Tan Hongru guided her to a basin to wash her hands, ensuring both sides were cleansed before drying them. To his astonishment, throughout this entire process, he did not need to offer a single reminder. The little girl completed each task independently. However, during the bowing ceremony, as she knelt on the ground, she brought her head down with a resounding thud that echoed throughout the first 3 rows. Tan Hongru clearly heard it and felt a jolt of alarm. When Qinqing lifted her head, her forehead immediately flushed red and began to swell visibly. Seated at the front, Tan Hongru observed the swelling with a pang of sympathy. Unable to bear the sight, why did that foolish child strike her head so hard? As she rose from the ground, it was no surprise that stars danced before her eyes, leaving her somewhat dazed. Just after she completed the bow, Fu Xihua discreetly signaled for someone to fetch a doctor. Following the ceremony, the physician, dressed in casual attire, applied ointment to her swollen forehead. Those close to her, gathered in the room, expressed their concern over the earlier incident, lamenting, "Why did that silly child hit her head so forcefully?" Qinqing raised her hand, yearning to touch her forehead, but her small hand was intercepted midway, with an innocent expression. She pleaded, "Daddy, you didn't say anything." "I didn't know." This was her first experience bowing, and she was unfamiliar with the process. Fu Xihua, feeling somewhat helpless, realized this oversight. He had already come to regard the little girl as his own daughter, forgetting that she had previously been in an orphanage where no one had likely taught her such customs. With that thought in mind, he embraced Qinqing and gently admonished her, "You mustn't use such force in the future. Fortunately, this is a wooden floor. Had it been stone, your little head would be aching for days." Qinqing wrapped her arms around his neck, her voice sweet and soft. "I understand, Daddy." Xiaosu, trailing behind them, noticed that Qinqing had yet to acknowledge his presence and felt compelled to remind her. "Little Qinqing, Uncle Xiao is here to apologize." The little one gazed at his face for a few moments, her expression somewhat strange, certainly not favorable, due to her unique abilities. Every time Fu Xihua illustrated the potential dangers of having her powers discovered, he would invoke the villain Xiaosu as a cautionary example. After all, the past served as a vivid reminder, and what better way to instill caution than through a real-life example? The frequency of these lessons had made Qinqing's perception of him rather apprehensive. Sensing her cautious demeanor, Xiaosu felt as if the sky were collapsing around him. How could it be that after just 2 days apart, she has changed so much? Where has that endearing call of Uncle Xiao gone? He closely followed Fu Xihua, insisting on sitting beside them during dinner, peppering them with questions. "Qinqing, why aren't you talking to Uncle Xiao anymore? Are you still upset?" Pouting her cheeks, Qinqing regarded him with evident displeasure. "If I don't talk to you, you'll take me away from Daddy." This accusation, though tinged with cuteness, was nonetheless a heartfelt complaint, yet Xiaosu was too preoccupied to find it adorable. He hastily reassured her. "I want tea. I promise I'll never do anything to hurt you again." A sudden wave of panic washed over him, an unfamiliar sensation of dread he had never before experienced. This urgency fueled his need to clarify. "I came here solely to apologize. I realize my mistake. Please allow me the chance to make amends." His tone was sincere, but Qinqing hesitated. Soft-hearted by nature and having initially held a favorable impression of Xiaosu, Her resolve began to waver. Ultimately, the little girl relented, her voice soft and gentle. All right then, Uncle Xiao, I'll forgive you this time, but you mustn't take Qinqing away. I want to stay by Daddy's side. Rest assured, Qinqing, he replied, while Fu Sihua, having overheard the entire exchange, was at a loss for words. After all those lengthy examples, to find her so easily forgiving was unexpected. Did Xiaosu possess a charm that appealed to children? And was Qinqing truly so easily swayed? The thought crossed his mind, and glancing at the young girl's beaming expression, he affirmed his earlier concerns. Meanwhile, Xiaosu was overjoyed, feeling like a fool, in his heart. He believed Qinqing to be an angel. Thank you, Qinqing. If there is anything you desire, just let me know, and I shall procure it for you. He attempted to bridge the gap between them with monetary offerings. Yet Fu Sihua had already made similar promises. Throughout the meal, Xiaosu barely touched his food. As the banquet concluded, he remained undeterred, hoping to seize the moment and followed Fu Sihua home. Tan Hongru accompanied them. As Fu Sihua had invited him to dinner that evening at his residence, before heading home, he called the housekeeper to inform him of the guest's arrival. At the Fu residence, as the housekeeper arranged the menu, he inadvertently crossed paths with old Master Fu. After listening for a few moments, he entered the room, puzzled, and asked, "What is going on? Who's coming to our home?" Fourth Master says Miss Qinqing's teacher will be visiting this evening. Old Master Fu pondered for a moment before recalling that gardener. He did indeed take Qinqing to that small eatery for her apprenticeship. No wonder it's so quiet at home today. Annoyed, he scoffed. What a waste of time, teaching children trivial skills like that. He could at least accompany me to Tiger Mountain. The housekeeper, eager to placate, added, in every profession, there are those who excel. Fourth Master's choice of teacher should not be underestimated. Even if he is exceptional, he is still just a gardener. Ever since realizing this gardener was competing with him for an heir, old Master Fu had been irked. When he arrives, I shall see just how remarkable he truly is. Can he transform flowers into divine blooms? The wind was chilly, yet it paled in comparison to the coldness within his heart. After the apprenticeship banquet concluded and on their way home, Fu Sihua placed the watch sent by Xuanjiang onto Qinqing's wrist. It fit perfectly, as it had been custom-made for her. The young girl gazed at the watch face for a long while. Though she could not comprehend the time displayed, its mere appearance had already enamored her. It is so beautiful, Daddy. She lifted her wrist, her soft fair face flushed with delight, resembling a rosy apple. Her exuberance was infectious, and Fu Sihua found himself smiling, warmth blooming in his eyes. This watch was sent by that lady from the Xiao family. I'll teach you how to use it. However, before he could explain the watch's functions, Qinqing was captivated by the term aunt. She paused for a moment, turning to Fu Sihua with curiosity. Did Auntie come as well? No, she had someone deliver it. Oh, Qinqing replied, a hint of disappointment creeping in. She hadn't seen that lady in several days and wondered if she was happy, yet her heart swelled with joy at the thought of such a lovely gift. Most importantly, she felt cherished that the lady remembered her. A sweet warmth enveloped her heart, lifting her spirits, and her cherubic face broke into a smile as she extended her hand toward Fu Sihua. Her voice bubbling with excitement. Father, please teach me, she implored. Fu Sihua gently grasped her wrist, his deep, soothing voice laced with amusement, flowing quietly within the confines of the carriage. Little Qinqing retained little of what was said. All she knew was that this watch could connect her to her father, and oh yes, it could also record videos. Upon arriving at their doorstep, Fu Sihua lifted her down, and the two of them approached the rear of the vehicle to await Tan Hongru. Observing the imposing vermilion gate before him, Xiao Sushu remarked, "It has been quite a while since I last visited the Fu residence properly." He recalled the last time he had come here. Having been frightened away by the family's feral Tibetan mastiff years ago, casting a wary glance at Fu Sihua, he inquired, "Your grandfather isn't keeping any peculiar creatures at home anymore, is he?" "The inspections have been particularly stringent these past few years. There should be none," he muttered to himself. Fu Sihua pressed his lips together, his tone casual. "Oh, he's taken to raising a highly venomous viper just days ago. Are you still willing to enter?" Upon hearing that, Xiao Sushu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Truly, the old man's audacity had not waned with the years. After Tan Hongru alighted from the vehicle, Fu Sihua led him inside, leaving Xiao Sushu and his bodyguard behind. Xiao Sushu took a couple of steps forward but hesitated at the entrance. Little Qinqing had already been carried inside, resting her chin on Fu Sihua's shoulder. Her soft, innocent voice filled with confusion. "Uncle Xiao, aren't you coming in?" Fu Sihua turned back, his gaze filled with amusement as he watched Xiao Sushu's indecision. It appeared he would continue to waver for some time. He averted his gaze and proceeded deeper inside with Qinqing. After walking some distance, Xiao Sushu caught the sound of Fu Sihua's languid voice directed at Qinqing. "Your Uncle Xiao is rather timid. He probably won't come in," the little girl's tender voice replied. "Oh, I see." Watching the diminishing figures of the two, Xiao Sushu steeled his resolve and hurried after them. In pursuit of winning Qinqing's favor. He was determined. "Wait for me," he called out. From the front yard to the back, Tan Hongru's pace gradually slowed, the sky remained bright, and he surveyed the array of flora in the courtyard, with the faint scent of osmanthus wafting through the air. His expression one of satisfaction. "These flowers are well tended. It is evident that great care has been taken in an environment as pleasant as this. One's spirits naturally lifted. Fu Sihua halted beside him, noticing that whenever Qinqing resided in a particular place for a while, the plants there flourished abundantly. However, since her stay at the Fu residence had been brief, the condition of these flowers could not be easily discerned. After inspecting the flowers, a sudden question flitted through Tan Hongru's mind. And he turned, curiosity piqued. By the way, given your family's wealth, why did you choose me to be young Qingqing's mentor? He stroked his chin, lost in thought. My field of research is rather obscure. I hardly have anything to impart to her. Fu Sihua was at a loss for words. The apprenticeship banquet had already concluded, and now was the time to raise such inquiries. It seemed that selecting this particular teacher for Qingqing was indeed a wise choice. Both were rather easy to deceive. Just then, Xiao Sushu, who had caught up, overheard this exchange. His mind raced, and upon recalling Qingqing's affinity with plants, he instantly grasped Fu Sihua's intentions in seeking out Tan Hongru. Surely, if you teach her nothing, that would be even better. It wouldn't hinder your experiments. Besides, how delightful to have such an astute and charming little girl without any effort, he said languidly, persuading Tan Hongru. Upon consideration, Tan Hongru found merit in this notion. Rather than a disciple, it felt more akin to raising a granddaughter. With that, he felt a burden lift from his heart, grinning as he affectionately ruffled Qingqing's hair. Meanwhile, in the corridor, the elder Fu's mood was far from jovial. The butler leaned in, lowering his voice. Master, this appears to be more than ordinary gardening. Look at the attire he wears. The elder Fu felt a pang of bitterness. From a distance, he observed the trio enjoying themselves, as if they were the true family. No matter how impressive they may be, they are merely gardeners. His heart ached, but the butler dared not voice his thoughts. Just then, Fu Qiaoshi happened to pass by. Noticing the furtive demeanor of her grandfather and the butler, she approached with curiosity, asking, "Grandfather, what are you two observing?" Following their line of sight, she spotted several figures not far off. Upon recognizing Tan Hongru, she squinted, finding his face somewhat familiar. After a moment of scrutiny, she recalled a photograph she had seen earlier that morning in a group chat. The instant she identified the elderly gentleman, her breath caught in her throat, and after staring blankly for a few seconds, her heart raced. Recovering her composure, she exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, that's Professor Tan." Both the elder Fu and the butler wore expressions of blank astonishment. Who is Professor Tan? They pondered, the name sounding vaguely familiar. Fu Qiaoshi, her excitement palpable, grasped the pillar of the corridor, her face a mixture of anxiety and elation. "Grandfather, you must have forgotten, I mentioned him to you just a few days ago. On the day when the flowers were delivered." With this reminder, the elder Fu recollected, the individual responsible for that exquisite flower. His tone was laden with complexity. "Indeed, he is remarkably talented. How could he possibly be at our home?" Fu Qiaoshi's cheeks flushed with excitement, her eyes gleaming with admiration for the esteemed figure before her, entirely oblivious to her grandfather's unease. Spotting Tan Hongru being led into the living room, her heart fluttered, and she turned to her grandfather. "Grandfather, I'm going to see Professor Tan. It's quite breezy outside. You should enjoy some time here before the butler escorts you back." After giving her a quick admonition, Fu Qiaoshi hurriedly followed after Tan Hongru. A chill wind swept through, leaving the elder Fu's already stooped figure appearing even lonelier. The breeze was brisk, but it paled in comparison to the chill in his heart. The butler opened his mouth, wishing to offer some words of comfort. After contemplating various phrases in his mind, he ultimately fell silent, choosing instead to accompany the elder Fu in the corridor, enduring the cold wind together. This dinner was originally meant to be an intimate affair, consisting only of their small group. When Tan Hongru arrived, he had pondered whether such a gathering might seem wasteful, only to discover, upon entering the dining room, that two young men had volunteered to join them for a lively atmosphere. As soon as he stepped inside, they eagerly approached him. Both were handsome, and when they feigned innocence, they easily endeared themselves to the elders. "Professor Tan, I admired you greatly upon seeing you in the news. It is a pleasure to finally meet you today. Since you are Qingqing's mentor, we shall henceforth be family. Please, take the esteemed seat." With their presence, the atmosphere in the room remained vibrant and lively, filled with laughter that wafted through the windows. Outside, Fu Qiaoshi lingered by the door. She had followed Tan Hongru here but had yet to muster the courage to speak. Only upon hearing Huoting's remark as the door opened did she realize that Professor Tan was indeed the mentor of little Qingqing. As servants began to serve the dishes, she suppressed her excitement and turned to leave. On her way back to her own courtyard, she happened to spot her mother approaching, eager to share this thrilling news with someone. She rushed over, her eyes bright with enthusiasm. "Mom, Uncle C invited Qingqing's mentor to our home. It's the impressive Professor Tan I told you about." Upon hearing the name Professor Tan, Xiaoyuechu was equally taken aback. However, upon learning he was Qingqing's mentor, her joy quickly dissipated. Grasping Fu Qiaoshi's hand tightly, she admonished her with a serious expression. "Xiaoxi, you must invite your graduate advisor over for dinner in a few days. We cannot be outdone by the fourth branch." "What are you talking about, Mom?" Fu Qiaoshi attempted to quell her excitement as she explained, "Setting aside the differences between my advisor and Professor Tan, your attitude is misguided. You shouldn't always compare us with Uncle C and his family. You have no idea of Professor Tan's stature. It's perfectly normal for Uncle C to invite him for a meal, especially since he accepted Qinqing as his disciple. I've been graduated for quite some time now. If I were to extend an invitation, it would be during Teacher's Day. Xiaoyuechu remained silent, feeling somewhat unsettled, yet, as Fu Qiaoxi continued speaking, her dissatisfaction gradually waned. It wasn't that she wished to compete with the fourth branch. After all, the Fu family had only 3 daughters, and her daughter, Qiaoxi, was originally the brightest and most capable, excelling in every aspect over Fu Wanwan from the third branch. Yet now, with the arrival of Qinqing, who had seemingly formed an inexplicable bond with a snake, winning the elder Fu's favor, and had bizarrely acquired such an impressive mentor, how could it all be mere coincidence? Xiaoyuechu's thoughts ran deep. Surely, that professor had been sourced by Fu Sihua, who spent considerable resources to find such a remarkable mentor for a 3-year-old. One could only speculate at his intentions. At this juncture, it was difficult for her not to overthink. As the two conversed and strolled into the courtyard, they remained oblivious to the fact that their dialogue was overheard by an individual lurking in the shadows. Once they departed, Fu Wanwan emerged from her hiding spot. Reflecting on the words she had just overheard from Fu Qiaoxi, she felt a tumult of emotions. Jealousy was undoubtedly present, yet more than that, she felt a profound sense of pity for herself. Fu Qiaoxi had everything, and she felt no inclination to envy her. Her parents had devoted themselves entirely to her, ensuring she received special attention from her teachers throughout her education, and had leveraged numerous connections to secure a reputable mentor for her graduate studies. In contrast, her family had 2 sons, an older brother and a younger brother, leaving her parents' focus entirely elsewhere, resulting in her perpetual sense of neglect. She could have consoled herself, but after witnessing Qinqing from the fourth branch, the rationale she once used to comfort herself now seemed laughable. Fu Wanwan approached the main hall, intercepting a servant who was bringing in dishes, inquiring about the situation. Upon learning that Xiao Su had also arrived, she hurried back to her family's courtyard. As soon as she stepped inside, she noticed her mother applying a facial mask on the living room sofa. Fu Wanwan rushed over, anxiously tugging at her. "Mom, you must help me. Stop making a fuss and go to your room to sleep," her mother replied. Ming Tianqing remained unperturbed on the sofa, seemingly indifferent to all that was said. Fu Wanwan refused to leave and began to relay everything she had just heard. After listening to her words, Ming Tianqing was indeed intrigued, yet her thoughts mirrored those of Xiaoyuechu. What a coincidence this is. It must be a premeditated scheme from the fourth household, all for the sake of the family fortune. Forget about the family fortune for now. My elder sister mentioned that Professor Tan and Uncle Xiao San are both at our home. Please assist me. I wish to acknowledge a formidable mentor. Upon hearing this, Ming Tianqing immediately dismissed the notion without a second thought. "You can't, you're still so young." Fu Wanwan's grip faltered for a moment, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "I am already 17. Next year I will be taking the college entrance examination. Besides, that child from fourth uncle's family is only 3 years old and has already recognized him as a teacher. Why can't I?" Ming Tianqing was reluctant to swallow her pride and approach Fu Sihua, especially since success was not guaranteed. She cast a glance at her daughter and concocted another excuse. "Did you not just say that Professor Tan's research focus is quite obscure? Even if you were to study under him, apart from the prestigious title, it would serve no practical purpose." With her mother's words, Fu Wanwan surprisingly interpreted it as a glimmer of hope and shook her head eagerly. Her expression brightening. "It's not Professor Tan. Uncle Xiaoxi is a professor in the archaeology department at Jing University. Our families share a connection. If you could speak to Uncle Xiao San on my behalf, I could directly choose archaeology as my major in college and follow Uncle Xiaoxi." Xiao Su, being the third in line in his family, was not the youngest. The youngest, Xiao Shubai, was a professor in the archaeology department at Jing University. Naturally, someone of his stature, coupled with the Xiao family's standing, attracted many aspiring students. Fu Wanwan had previously heard her friends refer to him as the white moonlight of the archaeological world. She recalled meeting Xiao Shubai briefly when she was around 8 or 9 years old. While the details of that encounter had faded from her memory, she distinctly remembered his striking appearance and gentle demeanor, which had left her in awe at that young impressionable age. Thus, during her classes, she often daydreamed about pursuing archaeology in university. It was a thought she had previously entertained, knowing the Xiao family was unlike ordinary professors. Moreover, her grades were not exceptional, and she feared she would not catch Xiao Shubai's attention. However, seeing that even a 3-year-old could recognize Tan Hongru as a teacher made her feel that her aspirations were not entirely unrealistic. She yearned to study under Xiao Shubai, unwilling to remain overshadowed by the other two. Ming Tianqing contemplated Xiao Su's notoriously difficult temperament and was disinclined to make the effort. As for familial connections, only the previous generation had maintained a deep relationship with the Xiao family. In their generation, it was solely Fu Sihua. The other two households merely shared a nodding acquaintance with the Xiao family, lacking any significant ties. It was already evening. She would much prefer to apply her facial mask and retire early rather than make that trip. Yet Fu Wanwan's persistent pleas were proving to be a headache. What business do you have studying archaeology as a girl? We are not like the Xiao family, that field is of no utility to us. Fu Wanwan, undeterred, insisted, it doesn't matter what major we choose, after marriage, it will all be irrelevant. You told me that when I was younger. Ming Tianqing found herself momentarily speechless, unable to refute this statement, for it was indeed something she had said. At this point, she knew she could not sway her daughter, so she attempted to approach the matter from a relational standpoint. Xiao Su has a good rapport with Fu Sihua, how can I approach him for your sake? It would be quite embarrassing if the first household found out. Ultimately, it boiled down to her unwillingness to speak up and her belief that it was unnecessary to do so for Fu Wanwan. Fu Wanwan recognized her family's penchant for maintaining appearances and understood her lack of importance within the household. Had it been any other day, she would have refrained from subjecting herself to humiliation upon sensing her mother's reluctance. Yet, her admiration for Xiao Shubai compelled her to persist, repeating her request time and again. Please, Mom, this is my only wish. Help me speak to Uncle Xiao-san, just this once, and I promise to heed your every word in the future. She clung stubbornly, her pleas echoing from the living room to the bedroom. At last, overwhelmed, Ming Tianqing changed into a different outfit and, with a sigh of resignation, stepped outside. She waited in the side hall for a servant to summon Xiao Su. It had been many years since Xiao Su last visited the Fu family, and he was naturally unfamiliar with Ming Tianqing. He was aware that such a person existed in the Fu household, but he had no knowledge of her appearance. Rummaging through his memories, he realized the last time they had met was during Fu Sihua's wedding. He gestured for the servant to leave and leaned toward Fu Sihua. Lowering his voice, your third sister-in-law sent someone to call for me. I'll go see what this is about. Go ahead. Xiao Su followed the servant to the side hall, where he encountered Ming Tianqing. Fu Wanwan remained outside, anxiously waiting. Initially unsure of her intentions, Xiao Su exchanged polite remarks with her. However, upon hearing her mention Xiao Shubai's name, he paused momentarily in surprise, recalling the girl he had seen waiting outside. Xiao Su realized, oh, so this is about Xiao Bai. He refrained from involving himself in Xiao Bai's affairs, as it was his prerogative to choose his own disciples. As usual, Xiao Su declined the request. To his surprise, Ming Tianqing accepted the refusal with unexpected ease. Unlike others who would have relentlessly pursued the matter, instead, she appeared to have resolved a lingering concern and relaxed. Xiao Su found her reaction somewhat perplexing and, after bidding her farewell, returned. As soon as he left, Fu Wanwan rushed in to inquire about the outcome. Back at the dining table, Xiao Su briefly recounted the encounter to Fu Sihua. Qinqing had been listening but could not comprehend the conversation until Xiao Su mentioned Xiao Bai. Only then did she react, her large dark eyes sparkling with surprise. Uncle Xiao knows Xiao Bai too. Xiao Bai had been a white cat previously adopted by the orphanage. When she arrived, she was injured and spent a month recuperating before disappearing, leaving her whereabouts unknown. I can't believe she has become a teacher now. She did not understand that this Xiao Bai was not the same as the one she remembered. She thought one name could only correspond to one creature. Qinqing tilted her little face up toward the ceiling light, unable to resist imagining the scene. A beautiful white cat standing at the podium, with many older children like her brother sitting below. Won't everyone rush up to pet her in the middle of class? She mused. If the cat approached her like a kindergarten teacher, to teach her how to write, she would undoubtedly reach out to touch it. With this thought, she covered her mouth, stifling a giggle. Just then, Xiao Su ruffled her hair, chuckling as he asked, what are you so amused about all by yourself? The little girl turned to him, her crystalline eyes shining bright, her soft, childlike voice filled with anticipation. Uncle Xiao, when teacher Xiao Bai is teaching, will the big kids pet her head? What on earth? Xiao Su thought he had misheard. He pondered the question for a long time, unable to comprehend it. Qinqing gazed at him with hopeful eyes, and after hesitating, he uncertainly replied, no, I don't think so. Oh, well, everyone must have quite a bit of self-restraint. I certainly wouldn't be able to hold back. Just imagining such a scene filled her with excitement. She had never seen a little cat teaching people before. When she encountered something of interest, her curiosity was insatiable. Uncle Xiao, does teacher Xiao Bai teach people how to write? Xiao Su was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself what peculiar questions this little one was asking tonight, yet he answered truthfully. No, he's in the archaeology field. What is archaeology? Qinqing rarely engaged in such lengthy conversations with him, and Xiao Su felt a surge of excitement. Knowing his visit tonight had not been in vain, he contemplated the definition of archaeology and ultimately expressed it simply. Most of the time, it involves excavating ancient tombs and sites, then studying the artifacts unearthed from the ground. Even after his explanation, Qinqing still struggled to grasp the concept. Her little mind whirled around until her eyes suddenly brightened. Oh, it's about digging holes. It aligned perfectly with her impression of Xiao Bai. She imagined a scene where Xiao Bai, accompanied by many older children, was digging in the grass with her paws, ultimately gathering the food unearthed from the ground for everyone to share. Just thinking about it was utterly captivating. Qinqing's heart was completely enraptured, her imagination soaring. She grasped Xiao Su's hand, her bright eyes filled with sparkling admiration, her voice soft and pleading as she called out, Uncle Xiao. Xiao Su felt his heart melt. At that moment, if Qinqing wished for the stars from the sky, he would find a way to pluck them down for her. Uncle Xiao, the sound of her voice was sweet and innocent.